Chapter 1. Myson, Winchely Aurizi Anarmayan Drebel? In the Holy Heaven continent, within the Liang dynasty, the Sudan de Myzofti former emperor Jinuas led an off crown prince. However, upon taking the throne, the current sovereign indulges in debauchery, plunging the entire dynasty in toadspair and suffering. Three princes of different surnames Shavalong conspired to revolt, igniting flames so forth throughout Liang dynasty, leaving the common folk in utter misery. In the North Liang, within the royal palace, on a pavilion be a Serena lake, a languid eye outreclined in a chair, holding a fish and grow dashpatiently waits for a bite. The youth possess a striking feature and an extraordinary demeanor, a perpetual smile gracing his face. His name is Li Luo, the sole Hiroth North Liang king. Yet, Li Luo harbors a secret be known sto he's a traveler from earth. Upon his arrival in this world, he discover a Darium governed Bethela Wolf Te jungle, where warriors possess the ability to traverse the heavens and earth. Fortunately, he has been born into a favorable circumstance, being the Hirtoth North Liang king state. At this moment, several exquisite libutu fulminants stand nearby, fanning Gaman Berwingtia. Behind him, a robust middle-league Edmund Cladina Dragon Roba paces back and forth, displaying Gonic Sias demeanor. This man, adorned in Thedragon robe, is Nonio Thurthan Li Luo's father, Li Baixiong, a figure renowned throughout a Liang dynasty as the North Liang king. Father, could you not pay Suris Lion join me for Kapoftia? Liar. As Li Luo hears the hurried footsteps behind him, he gestures for the maiden sto preparati for his father. Your Highness, please enjoy Thistia. Theme Dinambly respectfully presents Sakupoftia Toli Baixiong, ho take Cytogerly and drink Cytno Negul before turning to Lo with urgency. Myson, Winchely Aurizi Anarmayan Drebel? With just a word from ya, Ishal letter 30,000 North Liang troops to carve out Terium for you. Thenio can't imply Regna's emperor, why Lysa Figardi or kingdom. As Li Baixiong speaks, the surrounding maidens instinctively withdraw. Li Luo lifts Shistia cup, takes a sip, and replies with exasperation, Father, what is the rush? What if this Ismaria traplad be they told emperor? A flicker of intrigue passes through Li Luo's eyes. To your spreer, news had suddenly spread through he capital of Liang dynasty, claiming that a former emperor Chinua had perished in a feat of madness during his training, turning to a the spot, leaving nor mates bend. Chinua sapik spurtoth great Tianrium such as Sudan demise, washered furly low to believe. Impossible. I, your father, along with the other three irrebellious princes, have confirmed this the were indeed remnant soft hill dippers. Myson. Even if Wadana Trebel, why North Liang Cano, Tremana Lu Fitwood but better to hoint him in rebellion why Liam still fight to nada securarium for you. Li Baixiong earnestly implores Li Luo to revolt. The life Emily Hasputonaire, and this Li Luo cherished beyond measure be his father. If Li Luo is unwilling, Li Baixiong cannot force him. As for the matter of rebellion, Li Luo has his own considerations. Thedamizi if Chinua is merely one oft curious since preventing him from allowing his father to take action. Themist pressing reasonest the eyes, waiting for his size stem to finish loading. This size to mass been with him since his transmigration, yet he thus remained in a loading state for Varadkid. Father, weren't he Oelo Yalto the old emperor? Why, then, doi win Sistan Marizingan Armatorbal? Li Luo snaps back to reality, smiling light lieth his father in jest. The Liang dynasty was forged through his father's efforts alongside the old emperor, and he enjoyed the latter's trust otherwise, Huudna they've been granteth the tight leaf North Liang king, entrusted with commanding 30,000 troops to guard North Liang. Bah! Do not speak to me o floyal Timo loyal Tilius with the Ppef Liang dynasty, not with kin family. That wastral Chinyun hastru lyre you in edify nedinasti. Issued Hof Kathaim downright principalas. Li Baixiong exclaims angrily. Li Luo chuck excellently. The Chinyun his father refers toys, of course, Thekarin temperer. Li Luo feels a profound satisfaction toward his father loyal, Li Baixiong just not blindlies. Your Highness, the Crown Prince has arrived. At that moment, the steward doffed Hepalasarushison, breathless with urgency. What business does Chinyun swell Favian North Liang? Li Baixiong's brows furrow, a look of perplexity crossing his face. Li Luo scoffs. What else scooted Bebuto si Kared? Li Baixiong nods slightly, Acknowledging Isen's insight. Myson, think carefully about when I shall rebel and do not forget inform my other. Is shall meet that whelp no. With the wavio fistra gonrobe, Li Baxiang departs, not forgetting Termin Li Luo. Up and hearing thwerdrable, Thesteward instinctive liboshishaden fear. Li Luo wavishishand, bidding farewell to his father. Shortly after Li Baixing's departure, 5 men clad in Batli Ermer, radiating spiritual energy, appear. Your Highness. The 5 men respectfully kneel and onani, their eyes glimmering with reverence. These 5 men are general soft North Liang. Lila holds a prestigious position within the North Liang army. North Liang Jisa border territory of Liang dynasty, beyond which Li is Thual Durnus. Leveraging Isprionology of military strategy, Liluo hasleth North Liang troops da victory against incursions from Thual Durnus numerous occasions, earning him D prespect from Thiermy. What news do you bring? Lilura eyes shis fishing rod, catching a fish that flops for a moment before your release of water. Your Highness, you truly possess foresight. King Wu Hassel Rita seized control off Mustafti Eastern territories, while King Jin has moved northward to confront them. Meanwhile, King Qi, having fully dominated through Eastern territories, is no Wamasing troop Sater north-lying borders, preparing to Makimov. Own off to generals' peaks with admiration. Watha relaces precise lie what Li Luo had anticipated. King Wen Thestan King Jinan Thesutari formidable Bothking Serena Tonla powerful and Thai Roan right boot command several expert soft spiritual serial Maswell. Thought he capital boasts 50,000 Delhi Tegwards, there are an Opiak expert soft great Yanrium stationed within the palace. Thus, the capital has long been it, the Merciof Tethri Erbelius Kings. Currently, their most significant opponents are Ioni and Other, as well as North Liang. Among the 4 kings, North Liang possesses the greatest strength. Therefore, what worries Lilamas is the potential alliance between King Qingwa against North Liang. Given King Ki's current movements, it appears Sto Lin with his suspicions. Thought Hair has been no significant movement from King Wa's side, King Ki's action Serinato warrant this vigilance. Chapter 2. Reinforce T troops along the border adjacent to King Ki's territory, and withdraw 10,000 North Liang cable reader remain vigilant against King. I would appreciate it if 5 generals could personally oversee this. It will speak to my father regarding this matter. If King Qi launches an offensive against North Liang, you needn't fight. Li Luris's, radiating the authoritative leader. Ida Shard to believeth that the Tinderagi Ovnantine, Hekamansik presence. Understood. The 5 generals display excitement as theories and depart the palace. Ding. System loading complete. Welcome to the Universal Summoning System. Upon hearing the voice in his mind, a wavy of exhilaration sweeps over Li Luo. His golden opportunity has finally loaded. Li Luo quick lidel vesent the system. Ding. Host binding successful. Ding. System assistance activated. Ding. System assistance congratulations host. You have received a new player gift pack, with 5 summoning opportunities from the Universal Summoning. Universal Summoning? What does that mean? Li Luo inquires, perplexed. System assistance the host has gained summoning opportunities, allowing Zhao to summon powerful beings from various planes to obey our command. Li Luo is instantly overjoyed the sysgis twat, North Liang its athamamit. To think Thagus was about off, the system would provide him fun. System assistance do is the host wish tout Elysia summoning opportunity? Li Luo, regaining his composure, ponders briefly. Use it. Themamin Thiskaman leaves lips, Avastek Spanzov appears before his eyes, countless dimensional planes flashing by. Thewa inspiring sight Eves Li Luoina stata astonishment. Among these flickering planes are realms such as 3 kingdoms, the Great Qin, the Canon Fodder realm, the Mythicarium, and others. Ashagazapontha realms, Li Lu can hardly contain excitement. What if Urito summoned several deities from the Mythicarium? Would that not elevate North Liang town, Perlelid Heights? Several massive airplanes rush past before finally settling Ganon. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully summoned from the Canon Fodder realm. 5 summoning gadamps, with what failures? Successfully summoned individuals Li Urgu, Lurengia, Shan Pao. As the system's voice fades, Three figures materialize excellent liba for Li Luo. Li Erga mid-level Great Tian Realm. Note from Canon Fodder Realm, a special bloodline bearer, possessing the ability to through illusions with his clairvoyant eye. Lurinja mid-level Spiritual Serum. Note hailing from World of Canon Fodder, a special ability is endowed with the art of turning drawing into reality. Shan Pao initial stage of Spirit Serum. Note hailing from World of Canon Fodder, a special ability user possessing skill to control alien insects. Loyalty 100. Upon gazing at the information displayed on the system regarding the three individuals, Lila could not suppress isolation. He had drawn three Canon Fodder characters right from the outset. However, upon noticing that Lier Gawasath Great Transformation Realm, all his previous concerts were swiftly dispelled. With Lier Guan his father, Beiliang now boasts that formidable Great Transformation Realm expert to safeguard it. Greetings, Master. Thethrik Nelti Nunnison before Li Luo, paying their respects. The system had just informed Li Luo that their memory had been altered. Their collection swarmed a fight to reflect that they had perished, and it was Li Luo had resurrected them. Please rise. From no one, you may address me as young master. Li Luo assisted them to their feet. Thethri nodded slightly in acknowledgement. After successfully summoning the trio, Li Luo embarked in a thorough examination of the system. He discovered that upon summoning Thethri, a new feature, reputation points, had merged within the system. With these reputation points, he could not only exchange them for summoning opportunity as butyl utilize them for upgrades. However, the accumulation of reputation points would commence from this momentum word. Presently, Li Luo's cultivation realm was the ascending spirit realm. In the martial hierarchy of the Holy Sky Continent, the realm Sarah categorized as refining spirit, establishing spirit, ascending spirit, spirit sea, great transformation, and returning ruins. Achieving the ascending spirit realm at the tenderage of 19 signified an extraordinary talent. Now, with the aid of the system, Beiliang finally possessed the confidence to contend for over the world. Li Luo, accompanied by Thethri, departed the pavilion, intending to meet with Crown Prince. At this moment, within the royal palace, Li Beiziong faced threatening Crown Prince, Qin Yu. Indeed, Li Luo's suspicions about Qin Yu's purpose for visiting Beiliang were confirmed. Qin Yu had dispatched interquest military support from Beiliang for the imperial capital. At the very least, he aid Beiliang to dispatch troops to Keltherbelia's third prince. Your Highness, beyond Beilianglia's Thuilderness shooter forces be withdrawn, Thuilderness will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to invade. Thus, in the interest of the dynasty's safety, I fear it would be challenging for him to comply with His Majesty's orders. However, you may inform the Emperor that I, Li Beiziong of Beiliang, am unwavering loyal to the dynasty. It shall never allow the Liang dynasty to fall into the hands of treacherous minister Sandreebles. With an indifferent demeanor, Li Beiziong articulated his stance. Upon hearing his words, Qin Yu's expression darkened considerably. Reluctantly, precedent. Then I beseech ya, King of Beiliang, to mobilize our troops swiftly otherwise, the imperial capital struggle to withstand the onslaught of foreign princes. Li Beiziong's expression surred, a faint torrent of malevolence irradiating from him. Did these insolent Brit not comprehend human language? The fact that Beiliang had Etterbel was already a concession to the Qin family. To dem and therefore says for support was utterly preposterous. Qin Yu, taken aback by the meanness emanating from Li Beiziong, instinctively shielded himself with an Atherman standing beside him. What are you attempting, King of Beiliang? Are you daring to defy royal authority? Li Beiziong sighs narrowed, a flicker of killing intent flashing across him. How dare a mere spirit serial individual raise kiss before him? Just as Li Beiziong was poised to act, Li Luo entered with Li Ergao in tears. Upon seeing Li Luo approach, the level entourage surrounding Li Beiziong dissipated entirely, replaced by a radiant smile. He peered transformed compared to moment spreer. Myson, you have arrived. Come, take tando not ourself. Li Beiziong has still arose, offering his place to Li Luo. Without regard for Qin Yu's presence, Li Luo plepeded into Li Beiziong's seat, nonchalantly crossing his legs. Li Erguan Theathers stood behind Li Luo. Li Beixiong's gaze fell upon Li Ergauanthiers, and he was immediately struck with astonishment, his body trembling slightly. "Myson, where are these young friends?" "Ace a great transformation realm expert, heckled easily discernly Ergausrium. Hadn't anticipated that Thizzy Alth possessed such formidable prowess at such a tender age." Astonishment filled art. These three irrecapable individuals will have come to pledge their allegiance to Mednoten, quire further, father. Li Luo avidishan dismissively, uninterested in elaborating to his father. Oh, very well, ishal not pre. Li Beixiong nodded repeatedly, suppressing his astonishment. Qin Yu, observing Li Luo, felt a flicker of surprise saying his eyes. It appeared that the external rumor shall true with the entirety of Bailiang was not merely the domain of King Bailiang Butcherther the Dominion Officin, Li Luo. Your Highness. As Qin Yu began to speak, Li Luo interrupted. There is no need for further words, Crown Prince. I have overheard your discussion with me father. My father is unwavering lie loyal to the Liang dynasty and will never betray it. However, Bailiang cannot dispatch troops otherwise, should the wilderness launch an attack. What shall we do about the citizen softly young? Thus, in consideration of the greater good, I kind Larquist thought he would form his majesty to safeguard the imperial capital, Bailiang can spare forces, we shall provide your support. Indeed, Crown Prince, as Misan has articulated. I, Li Beixiong, am steadfastly altoth Liang dynasty and will never turn traitor. Rest assured, when Bailiang can muster forces, he will personally lead the troops in support. Li Beixiong declared passionately, thumping his chest in assurancy to Qin Yu. Chapter 3. The assassination of the Crown Prince. Upon hearing Li Luo's words, Qin Yu realized that it was nothing short of a fantastical dream to expect the northern Liang to mobilize its forces at this moment. I understand. The words of the king of northern Liang shall surely be conveyed to father. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall not disturb the king and the young master further. With that, Qin Yu departed the royal residence, accompanied by a formidable expert from the Spirit Sea realm, and boarded a carriage to leave northern Liang. Once Qin Yu had left, Li Luo let out a cold laugh. Father, prepare yourself. It is high time for us in northern Liang to vie for dominion over the realm. Hearing this, Li Beixiong's excitement surged. My son, have you finally come to the realization that we should rebel? Ah! Li Luo shot a disapproving glance at Li Beixiong and retorted, Father, what rebellion are you speaking of? We are merely rescuing the people from their dire plight. We are the champions of justice. Ah, indeed. Look at my foolish tongue. We are unwaveringly loyal to the Liang dynasty. How could we ever rebel? I have long since devised a noble cause for our righteous army to march under the pretense of delivering the masses from calamity and punishing treacherous ministers. After conversing for a while, just as Li Beixiong was about to make arrangements for the uprising, his expression suddenly shifted. He produced a jade token, a murderous glint flashing across his face. What is it? Li Luo inquired, noticing his father's change in demeanor. Humph. The spy I placed beside Prince Qi has reported that he has dispatched 2 Spirit Sea realm experts to assassinate that wretched Qin Yu. Li Luo's expression darkened. The news of the Crown Prince's arrival in northern Liang would undoubtedly not escape the eyes of the Third Prince's spies. If the Crown Prince were to perish here, the Third Prince would surely seize the opportunity to strike against northern Liang. Thus, while the Crown Prince could die, he must not die in northern Liang. Leave it to me to handle, Li Luo said. Rising to his feet, accompanied by Li Ergo, Lu Runjia, and Shan Pao as they departed the royal residence, Li Beixiong had initially harbored some concern for Li Luo, but seeing Li Ergo by his side, he decided not to intervene. After exiting the estate, Lu Runjia unleashed his extraordinary ability. Art becomes reality. A colossal bird materialized before Li Luo and his companions. Li Luo marveled at the sight. The great bird soared into the sky, pursuing Crown Prince Qin Yu. However, he failed to notice that as they departed, a maid within the royal residence gazed up at their retreating figures, decisively producing a jade token to convey a certain message. In the western Qi King's palace, a man named Hani stood respectfully before the Qi King. Your Highness, I have transmitted the news back to northern Liang as per your instructions. The Qi King nodded slightly. Hani was a spy planted by Li Beixiong, but he had already been successfully turned to their side. Your Highness, news has arrived from Northern Liang.at that moment. A Spirit Sea Realm expert hurried in. Reporting to Your Highness, word has come from Northern Liang that Li Beixiong's son, Li Luo, has left the royal residence with what appears to be 3 Spirit Sea Realm experts. A flicker of surprise crossed the Qi King's eyes. Your Highness, that Li Luo may very well be on a mission to rescue the Crown Prince. This is the perfect opportunity to capture him. Your Highness, Li Luo is Li Beixiong's only son, and he dotes on him immensely. If we can capture Li Luo, Li Beixiong will surely comply. Hani hastily suggested. Li Beixiong's reputation for indulgence was well known, and the Qi King had certainly heard of it. There was a saying circulating in the outside world. Northern Liang does not belong to the Northern Liang King, but to Li Luo. Excellent, Zhao Su. Immediately take 2 more Spirit Sea Realm experts to provide support. In addition to eliminating the Crown Prince, we must capture Li Luo. The Qi King sneered as he issued the command to the Spirit Sea Realm expert before him. Understood. Zhao Su turned and left, hastily taking 2 Spirit Sea Realm experts from the royal residence to rush towards Northern Liang. At this moment, Li Luo was soaring above Northern Liang City on the colossal bird conjured by Lu Renjia. The sight beyond the city walls left Li Luo astounded. Hundreds of thousands of refugees were making their way toward Northern Liang City, with the third prince raising an army and chaos erupting. It was clear these refugees were fleeing to Northern Liang for safety. If there was to be any semblance of stability left in the Liang dynasty, it was undoubtedly within Northern Liang. Li Luo and his companions quickly caught up with Crown Prince Qin Yu. Boom! A commotion of battle erupted in the distance. Li Luo focused his gaze. It was one of Qin Yu's guards engaged in a fierce struggle with another individual disguised as a refugee. Crown Prince, quickly! Return to Northern Liang City. One of Qin Yu's guards shouted as he grappled with his opponent. In a panic, Qin Yu urged his carriage back. Hemph! Crown Prince, where do you think you are going? A figure disguised as a refugee blocked the path of the carriage, sneering ominously. Fear flashed across Qin Yu's face. Who are you? The assailant merely smiled, remaining silent, before brandishing a sharp blade aimed directly at Qin Yu's head. As Qin Yu's pupils dilated, on the verge of imminent demise, a youthful figure suddenly appeared before him. A short blade intercepted the assailant's strike. Who? The assailant recoiled in surprise, quickly creating distance. You are? Qin Yu recognized the figure before him as one of Li Luo's subordinates. The very individual he had encountered in the royal residence. It was Lu Renjia who had saved him at that moment. Both the assassin and Qin Yu instinctively looked up, only to behold a giant bird sketched in ink hovering above them. Li Luo. Seeing Li Luo's arrival, Qin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he was saved. Shan Pao, Li Luo called out, and the ever-observant Shan Pao leaped from the bird to assist Qin Yu's guard. Shan Pao unleashed a swarm of insects, releasing countless bugs from his body to swarm the assailant. Boom! Shan Pao joined forces with Qin Yu's guard to attack the Spirit Sea Realm expert. As for the assailant before Qin Yu, Li Luo recognized him. According to the intelligence gathered by his father, this man was the notorious Spirit Sea Realm expert under the Qi King, known as Bai Lu. Once a feared criminal within the Liang dynasty, he had been placed on the old emperor's wanted list, only to vanish without a trace. Years ago. It was not until the third prince's uprising that the world learned Bai Lu had fallen under the Qi King's command. Bai Lu's expression darkened as he assessed the 3 young experts brought by Li Luo. They were exceptionally youthful. Based on the intelligence he possessed, Northern Liang had never harbored such young talents. Aside from Li Beixiong, the only known Spirit Sea Realm experts in Northern Liang were the 7 heroes of Northern Liang. However, upon infiltrating Northern Liang, they had learned that 5 of the 7 heroes had departed the royal residence to guard the borders. Now, only Li Beixiong and 2 others remained in the royal residence. Clearly, the 3 youngsters before him were not members of the 7 heroes. Where had they emerged from? Bai Lu's heart raced in alarm. Northern Liang was indeed far more complex than the world had imagined. Chapter 4. The powerful Li Ergo Lu Renjia. Eliminate him. Upon recognizing Bai Lu, Li Luo issued a direct command. For such a villainous individual, Li Luo was well aware of his notorious deeds. Art becomes reality, wind god, thunder god. Upon receiving Li Luo's command, Lu Renjia summoned forth his spirit energy, swiftly bringing his brush to life. As he wielded his power, two colossal beings emerged before the onlookers. These two magnificent figures were towering giants, Wind God and Thunder God. Lu Renjia unleashed his ultimate technique, go, boom, boom. The two mighty figures charged at Bai Lu. Bai Lu's pupils constricted. What kind of martial technique is this? I have never seen anything like it. But there was no time for contemplation as he desperately fought to defend himself. Beside him, Qin Yu watched in trepidation. What a terrifying martial art boom! Bai Lu's aura erupted as he exerted every effort to withstand the onslaught of the Wind God and Thunder God. Yet, Lu Renjia remained unfazed. Unfurling a scroll and forming new seals with his hands. Art becomes reality. Ink rope with a cacophony. Bai Lu was suddenly ensnared by ink, rendered immobile. What is this? His body was constrained, and before Bai Lu could regain his composure, the fists of the Wind God and Thunder God struck heavily against his chest. Bai Lu was sent flying by a single blow, unable to suppress the blood that erupted from his mouth. Grievously wounded, Li Luo's face was alight with excitement. The summon strong from the system, within the same realm, surpassed the warriors of this world by a considerable margin. Lu Renjia and Bai Lu were both at the Spirit Sea realm. Yet it was astonishing how effortlessly Bai Lu was defeated. Meanwhile, on the battlefield where Shan Pao was engaged, the outcome was also being determined. Shan Pao, who was also at the Spirit Sea realm, quickly dispatched the formidable foe alongside Qin Yu's subordinates. Just as Lu Renjia was poised to end Bai Lu's life, three imposing figures descended. Exuding a powerful aura, Li Luo was taken aback, casting a glance at the leader. His expression darkening instantly. These three suddenly appeared, all cloaked in the guise of refugees. The foremost among them was someone Li Luo recognized, Zhao Su, one of the four generals under the Qi Wang. Previously, he had accompanied the old emperor in conquering the world, a figure comparable to the seven heroes of Bailiang. Clearly, Zhao Su and his companions had successfully infiltrated Bailiang by masquerading as refugees. General Zhao, Bai Lu's face brightened. Upon seeing Lu Renjia and Shan Pao, Zhao Su's eyes flickered with shock. When had Bailiang gained such powerful Spirit Sea warriors? However, there was no time for contemplation. The recent battle had likely drawn the attention of Li Beixiong. Thus, he sought a swift resolution to capture Li Luo and retreat from Bailiang. With a mere glance, Zhao Su signaled to the two Spirit Sea warriors behind him, who immediately charged toward Li Luo. Li Luo's gaze sharpened. It was evident they were targeting him. But how did they know of his movements? A thought flashed through Li Luo's mind, a glimmer of something unusual appearing in his eyes. Shan Pao and Lu Renjia moved to intercept the two strong adversaries, entangling with them. Li Luo, come with this general to meet Qi Wang. Zhao Su, seeing his subordinates blocked, swiftly appeared before Li Luo. Extending a massive hand to grasp him, Li Luo's lips curled slightly, and beside him, Li Ergu activated his X-ray vision. A terrifying aura emanated from within him. A Da Yin realm powerhouse. Zhao Su's pupils constricted with fear as he exclaimed in horror. The 16 consecutive palms. In an instant, Li Ergu materialized beside Zhao Su. With his X-ray vision, he perceived the intricate flow of spiritual energy within Zhao Su's meridian system with utmost clarity. Before Zhao Su could comprehend the situation, Li Ergu's swift palm strike landed squarely on him, sending Zhao Su careening away. His entire meridian system shattered, his cultivation rendered null. At that moment, Qin Yu and his subordinate gazed at Li Ergu's back in terror. A Da Yin realm powerhouse, Bailiang actually harbored such a formidable figure. Zhao Su's sudden defeat left the two Spirit Sea warriors accompanying him in sheer dread. Transforming illusions into reality, the air buzzed as Lu Renjia and Shan Pao unleashed their ultimate techniques. Charging at the two Spirit Sea warriors, Bai Lu, seeing the tide turn against him, promptly attempted to flee. However, how could his small maneuver escape the keen perception of Li Ergu, who had activated his X-ray vision? Li Ergu's abilities not only allowed him to see through, but also to anticipate movements. In a flash, he appeared before Bai Lu, effortlessly dispatching him with a single strike. The battle concluded swiftly, with Lu Renjia and Shan Pao also overcoming their respective opponents. Now, only the barely alive, cultivation obliterated Zhao Su remained. Li Luo approached Zhao, a faint smile gracing his lips. General Zhao, do enlighten me on how you came to know of this young master's whereabouts. Zhao Su's countenance darkened, struggling against excruciating pain, yet he remained silent. The world had already held Bailiang's strength in high regard, but he had not anticipated the depths of its foundation to be even more terrifying than imagined. Contemplating this, Zhao Su cast a glance at Li Ergu, who stood respectfully beside Li Luo. He couldn't fathom why a Diyin realm powerhouse like Li Ergu would serve Li Luo. Since you choose not to speak. Then let us conclude this. As Li Luo's words fell, Li Ergu prepared to act. Wait, I will speak. Faced with death, Zhao Su's fear ultimately prevailed. He promptly divulged everything he knew to Li Luo, pleading for his life. So it is true, I never imagined Qi Wen could turn my father's spy against us. What shocks me even more is that Li Er is actually one of yours, Li Luo scoffed. Li Er was a maidservant in their Bailiang mansion. Years ago, she had fallen into hardship and was kindly taken in by their steward, only for it to be revealed that she was actually a person of Qi Wen. Kill him, with a wave of his hand, Li Luo commanded, and Li Ergu raised his palm. Wait, Li Luo, you are going back on your word. Zhao Su's expression turned pale, fear etching his features as he trembled. Li Luo chuckled, replying, Did this young master ever promise not to kill you? Zhao Su's face drained of color, resembling that of a corpse. Li Ergu's palm struck down upon Zhao Su's crown, and he fell lifelessly to the ground. Li Luo turned away, casting his gaze toward the anxious duo of the prince and his attendant. Thank you for your rescue, young Master Li. Qin Yu looked at Li Luo, his eyes ignited with boundless jealousy. Why did Li Luo command such a multitude of strong followers while he, the prince, could only endure such humiliation? Although envious of Li Luo, Qin Yu dared not express it towards Bailiang. He felt more trepidation than ever. Gentlemen, having observed for so long, do you require my assistance to bring you forth? At that moment, Li Ergu, eyes still ablaze with X-ray vision, spoke toward a dense thicket not far away. His vision had detected two strong figures concealed within. From the onset, Li Ergu had noticed their presence. Within the thicket, two middle-aged men clad in battle armor exchanged glances upon hearing Li Ergu's words, both smiling knowingly. So we have been discovered. The two emerged from the thicket. Uncle Long, Uncle Yang. Upon seeing the two men emerge, Li Luo felt a flicker of surprise. The two middle-aged figures were none other than Long Yi and Yang Qing, two of the 7 heroes of Bailiang. They had watched Li Luo grow up. Your Highness, the two quickly bowed to Li Luo. Meanwhile, Li Ergu, recognizing them as allies, withdrew his spiritual energy. Long Yi and Yang Qing exchanged glances, their eyes falling upon Li Ergu. Lu Runjia and Shan Pao. They had witnessed the battle from beginning to end and were deeply impressed by Li Ergu's strength. They had not anticipated that their young master would quietly attract such formidable followers. Chapter 5. The Mysterious Woman. Qin Yu's expression soured at the sight. Long Yi and Yang Qing showed no inclination to bow to him. As they would say, he was merely a prince of a waning dynasty, far inferior to their young master. Since Uncle Long and Uncle Yang are here, might I trouble you to escort our prince safely out of Bailiang? Li Luo smiled slightly, turning to Qin Yu. Certainly, they replied in unison, approaching Qin Yu and regarding him coldly. Prince, let us depart. Qin Yu dared not utter a word, a grim smile tugging at his lips. Then I shall trouble you two generals. Subsequently, Qin Yu, under the escort of the two generals, safely departed from Bailiang's borders. Meanwhile, Li Luo and his companions returned to the Bailiang mansion, preparing for the impending campaign. However, as they passed through the gates of Bailiang, a multitude of refugees were obstructed outside, clashing with the Bailiang soldiers stationed at the gates. Soldiers, please let us in. We have not eaten for a long time. Yes, please, we beg you. The tens of thousands of refugees amassed outside the gates were primarily women, children, and the elderly, having fled to Bailiang. They had heard that Bailiang was the only haven of peace in the entire Liang dynasty. Otherwise, why would they have abandoned their homeland to come to Bailiang? The soldiers guarding the gates, faced with such a multitude of refugees, hesitated to open the gates. They had reported the situation to the Lord's manor. The soldiers stationed at the gates were also reluctant to distribute food to these refugees, as the number of refugees was simply too great. Should chaos ensue, it would undoubtedly lead to turmoil. Just as the soldiers were anxiously awaiting orders, Li Luo and his companions descended from a large bird at the gates. The Bailiang soldiers immediately saluted in unison upon recognizing Li Luo. "Your Highness." Hearing the soldiers' words, the refugees kneeling outside also bowed toward Li Luo in reverence. "Your Highness, what is the situation?" Li Luo raised an eyebrow. Inquiring of a gate officer, the officer briefed Li Luo on the events that had transpired. After listening, Li Luo nodded slightly, then turned to the multitude of women, children, and the elderly, amplifying his voice with spiritual energy to ensure everyone could hear him clearly. "As subjects of the Li Yang dynasty, how could we of Bailiang refuse you entry? I assure you, while I cannot promise you a life of luxury, there will certainly be enough food for all. Relay my orders. Open the gates and let everyone in, and inform the higher-ups to open the granaries and distribute provisions to the people." Li Luo addressed the city officer beside him. Understood. With a single command, the city gates slowly creaked open. Upon hearing Li Luo's words, the refugees were overcome with emotion, weeping profusely. "Thank you, young master. Truly, you are a man of great virtue. Children, we can finally have something to eat." In that moment, Li Luo was embraced by the gratitude of hundreds of thousands of refugees. Behind the throng, two women stood. One was veiled, her features obscured. The other appeared to be a young girl of merely 13 or 14, graceful and quite lovely. Yet, one should not underestimate this girl. Those brave enough to traverse such turbulent times are rarely innocuous. Along their journey, many ill-intentioned individuals had already met their demise at her hands. "Miss, that is the young master of Bailiang. He seems to be quite a decent fellow, a bit kind-hearted, albeit somewhat lacking in power." The girl gazed at Li Luo beneath the city gates, having heard his words clearly. The veiled woman nodded slightly in agreement with the girl's assessment. At that moment, Li Ergu also noticed the two mysterious women and activated his clairvoyance. The two figures suddenly materialized before his sight. However, to his astonishment, he found that he could not penetrate the veil of the woman. Li Ergu exchanged a knowing glance with Shan Pao, who immediately understood. His gaze sharpened as several tiny, sinister insects flew forth from his sleeve. Darting toward the two women, little did they know, as Li Ergu activated his clairvoyance, the veiled woman smiled faintly and remarked, "Qing'er, the young master's subordinate, is no ordinary person. His talent is quite remarkable." Hearing her mistress's words, the girl named Qing'er gazed in shock at Li Ergu and his companions. It was rare for anyone to earn such commendation from her mistress. The veiled woman smiled slightly, then flicked her delicate fingers. A subtle stream of light shot forth, instantly obliterating the insects that had crawled from the ground. Shan Pao was momentarily taken aback, casting a grave look at Li Ergu and shaking his head slightly. He had not anticipated that the other party could discern his insects. Li Ergu intended to inform Li Luo, but he noticed that Li Luo was in a state of stupor moments ago. Amidst the gratitude of the hundreds of thousands of refugees, he discovered that his reputation points had surged to 300,000. After inquiring with the system, he realized that this remarkable increase stemmed from the refugees. He was held in considerable esteem among this group, greatly beloved by them. However, Li Luo felt a twinge of regret. After being embraced by their adoration for the first time, he would not gain any further points from this batch of refugees, unless new ones came to venerate him. Upon learning the origins of his reputation points, a spark of excitement flickered across Li Luo's face. It seemed imperative to expedite the campaign against the three kings. Should he succeed in vanquishing them and rescue the common folk from their plight, would he not be assured of accumulating points? With joy in his heart, Li Luo exited the system. Seeing that Li Luo had regained his composure, Li Ergu informed him of the two enigmatic women. Li Luo regarded them with astonishment, especially upon hearing that even Li Ergu's clairvoyance could not penetrate the veil. He was astounded. After all, Li Ergu's ability was renowned for its effectiveness. What kind of power did they possess? Li Ergu's expression turned serious as he spoke. "Young master, I cannot see through them, but one thing is certain. Their strength is undoubtedly superior to mine." At Li Ergu's words, Li Luo was taken aback that Li Ergu's cultivation was at the mid-stage of the Dian realm. Above him, there could only be those of the Guishu realm, if the other party were merely at the pinnacle of the Dian realm. Li Ergu would have discerned it. When had the Liang dynasty ever boasted a powerhouse of the Guishu realm? Why had he never heard of it before? Chapter 6. Miss, may I ask your name? Li Luo chose to ignore them and did not approach to strike up a conversation. Once the gates were opened, he, along with the city guards, guided the refugees to enter Bailiang City in an orderly fashion. Additionally, he mobilized personnel from the royal palace to open the granaries and distribute grain. With Li Luo's assurance, the 30,000 refugees entered the city in an orderly manner, without incident, personally overseeing the distribution of grain to the needy. The residents of Bailiang City were quick to commend Li Luo, giving him thumbs up. Li Luo had long been adored by the populace of Bailiang City. His actions undoubtedly elevated his standing in the hearts of the people once more. Over the past decade, Li Luo had advised Li Baixiong to reduce taxes on the citizens and encourage production. Li Baixiong, wholly indulging Li Luo, had heeded his counsel. Thus, Bailiang had managed to maintain a bountiful supply of food amidst the chaos of war. The local residents even offered their own provisions to aid the refugees, wishing to alleviate the burden on the royal palace. It could be said that the entire Bailiang City truly embodied the spirit of unity between officials and citizens. The two women walking through Bailiang City observed this scene and couldn't help but nod in approval. It seemed that the young master of Bailiang and the royal palace were indeed held in great esteem by the people. Qing'er remarked in astonishment. They had traversed numerous dynasties, and apart from Bailiang, there was hardly any region where the government or royal court treated the populace as well. The veiled woman nodded slightly, her gaze fixed on Li Luo's busy figure, her eyes glimmering with intrigue. 3 Ladies, have you not seen enough of us after watching for so long? The veiled woman smiled faintly, her voice melodious, akin to the gentle babbling of a mountain stream, pleasing to the ears. As her words fell, Li Ergu, Lu Runjia, and Shan Pao appeared, regarding the two women warily. The moment the women arrived, the trio had been covertly observing them. Meanwhile, Li Luo, engaged in his task of distributing grain, noticed Li Ergu and the others and approached them. With a gentle smile, Li Luo spoke, "Ladies, would you care to join me at the royal palace?" "Certainly," Qing'er readily agreed. The veiled woman shot a disapproving glance at Qing'er before turning her attention back to Li Luo. "Young master, do you invite every woman you see on the street to your residence?" "Oh, not at all. I merely saw that both of you possess exceptional grace and deduced that you are not of ordinary lineage, hence my invitation," Li Luo explained with a sheepish smile, feeling slightly embarrassed. Did they truly take him for someone who would abduct women at first glance? Noticing Li Luo's awkwardness, the veiled woman couldn't help but smile gently beneath her veil, then continued, "Thank you for your kind offer. Young master, but my sister and I have been away from home for too long. It is time for us to return. We hope you will understand." Seeing that they were uninterested in his invitation, Li Luo decided to refrain from pressing further. He was eager for them to depart. Having two potential Guishu realm powerhouses lingering in Bailiang made him uneasy. "Not to worry. Should you ladies decide to visit Bailiang City again, feel free to seek me out," Li Luo politely replied. The veiled woman nodded slightly. "Young master, we shall take our leave now." With that, the veiled woman began to walk toward the city gates, followed reluctantly by Qing'er, who was not yet ready to leave. "Miss, may I ask your name?" Li Luo called out impulsively. The veiled woman paused, turning to glance at him. Ziyun. After speaking, Ziyun departed from Bailiang City with Qing'er. Once they had left, Li Luo instructed someone to investigate the name Ziyun. However, as expected, those sent to inquire returned empty-handed. Outside the city, as the two women walked away from Bailiang City, Qing'er asked, "Miss, why did you not go to the royal palace? That young master seems quite interesting," Qing'er questioned, perplexed. Ziyun poked Qing'er playfully on the forehead and replied, "You only think about having fun. We've snuck down to the lower realm for long enough. It is time to return. If the powerful beings from our clan come searching for us, it may bring trouble to these lower realm inhabitants." "Oh," Qing'er nodded, recalling the terrifying power behind her mistress. Ziyun cast a glance back at Bailiang City, feeling an inexplicable sense that she would meet Li Luo again. Why she felt this way, even she could not explain. In an instant, their figures vanished. After settling the refugees, it was not until nightfall that Li Luo returned to the royal palace with Li Ergu and the others. "Ah, my dear son, you must be exhausted," sit down, and let me massage your shoulders. Go prepare a banquet for the young master. Li Beixiong, upon seeing Li Luo's return, displayed a look of concern on his face. He quickly beckoned Li Luo to sit down and began to massage him, simultaneously instructing someone to prepare a meal. All right. It's not too exhausting, Li Luo remarked as he settled down, relishing the attentive service from his father. Indeed, his father's techniques had become increasingly adept, providing him with immense comfort. Recalling the intelligence divulged by Zhao Su earlier that day, Li Luo decided to share it with Li Beixiong. After listening to his son, Li Beixiong let out a sly chuckle. Rest assured, my son, that Han Yi is ultimately one of our own. I intentionally allowed him to be swayed by the Qi Wang so as to gain his trust. Otherwise, had the Qi Wang eliminated him, I would have had to invest considerable effort in placing someone new by his side. Li Luo widened his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "Wow, this is like a spy thriller. The Qi Wang would never suspect that the very person he manipulated would turn out to be one of us." Truly, he was proud of his father's cunning. However, suddenly, Li Beixiong halted, waving his hand. Several guards entered, escorting a maid who knelt before Li Luo. This maid was none other than Xiao Li, the spy planted by the Qi Wang in the royal residence. "My son, I leave her fate in your hands," Li Beixiong said, observing the silent Xiao Li with her head bowed. Without hesitation, Li Luo waved his hand, a glint of coldness in his eyes. "Take her out and execute her." "Yes." The guards promptly took Xiao Li away without a word. Witnessing this scene, a look of gratification surfaced on Li Beixiong's face. This was indeed his fine son, decisive in his actions, devoid of any softness. His son had already begun to embody the demeanor of an emperor. He could finally rest easy and start planning for his son's ascent to the throne of the Liang dynasty. Tomorrow would mark the moment when their Beiliang would reveal its fangs. Chapter 7. Gao Shun. As night deepened, Li Luo returned to his chamber to rest, his consciousness entering the system. Gazing at the 30,000 prestige points, he found himself in a quandary. He wished to utilize these points to break through his realm, yet he also desired to exchange them for summoning opportunities. However, the system's summons were not guaranteed to succeed. What if he exchanged points for a summoning opportunity and summoned no powerful beings at all? Would that not render his 30,000 points wasted? "System, to which realm can 30,000 points elevate me?" Li Luo inquired. "System assistance. Peak of the spiritual sea realm, Li Luo. And how many summoning opportunities can I acquire?" "System assistance. 3 opportunities." Li Luo furrowed his brow. Only 3 exchanges were allowed, meaning each summoning opportunity required 10,000 points. After careful contemplation, he resolved to temporarily forego the realm advancement. Tomorrow, Beiliang would publicly declare their campaign against the Qi Wang. If he merely advanced to the peak of the spiritual sea realm, while his battlefield prowess would be considerable, it would not guarantee absolute dominance. Thus, for the sake of ensuring sufficient advantage for Beiliang, he decided to exchange for summoning opportunities. If fortune favored him, summoning a powerful figure from the Guishu realm would undoubtedly provide a crushing advantage. "I will exchange for 3 summoning opportunities." Ding. Exchange successful. Upon the successful exchange, Li Luo decisively utilized the 3 summons. Countless vast star realms flickered before his eyes, swiftly passing by. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn from the 3 Kingdoms realm. 1 successful summon out of 3. 3 Kingdoms realm, Gao Shun, accompanied by 700 elite troops. Wow. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Li Luo could hardly contain his excitement and leaped up. Gao Shun was a renowned general under Elbu during the late Eastern Han dynasty. What thrilled Li Luo even more was that Gao Shun came with 700 elite troops. The Xianjun camp, renowned for its exceptional prowess, was led by Gao Shun himself. Gao Shun, peak of the Great Yin realm. Loyalty, 100 Xianjun camp, 700 mid-stage, spiritual elevation realm loyalty. 100 Staring at the character information displayed by the system, Li Luo pinched his thigh hard, wincing in pain. This was no dream. Over 700 members of the Xianjun camp were all at the mid-stage of the spiritual elevation realm. With this, Beiliang could truly soar to new heights. Those like the Qi Wang and Wu Wang would be swept away effortlessly. Li Luo released Gao Shun from the system.as for the 700 well-equipped Xianjun soldiers. Due to the confined space of the room, They had to be temporarily stored in the System S space. With a whoosh, a formidable figure emerged, gripping a long spear, stepping through the hazy rift of space. Clad in armor, he radiated a terrifying aura. It was none other than Gao Shun. Your servant pays respects to the Lord. Gao Shun knelt before Li Luo on one knee. Rise, General Gao, from now on, you may address me as young master. Li Luo hurriedly helped Gao Shun to his feet. Yes, young master. Gao Shun nodded slightly, his memories also altered by the system. Having been revived by Li Luo after his death in the previous life. Who dares trespass into my son's chamber? Boom. Just then, a furious voice erupted. A dreadful force enveloped the entire room. Gao Shun instinctively shielded Li Luo behind him. Moments later, Li Beixiong's figure appeared in the room. The sight of Gao Shun protecting Li Luo made Li Beixiong perceive him as an assailant attempting to abduct his beloved Isoan in an instant. A terrifying aura surged forth, as if one could visualize endless mountains of corpses and seas of bones. Li Luo was momentarily taken aback, unable to hide his shock. This was the first time he had witnessed such a terrifying visage from his father. Master, be cautious. This person is extraordinary. Even Gao Shun, sensing the murderous intent emanating from Li Beixiong, could not help but adopt a serious expression. The individual before them was undoubtedly a killer of unmatched prowess. At that moment, Li Beixiong was furious. He had sensed an overwhelming aura suddenly emerging from his estate. He rushed to his son's chamber, only to find that this person dared to threaten his beloved son. Release my son, otherwise, I shall ensure you do not see the dawn. The terrifying bloodthirst blew through Li Beixiong's python robe, causing it to ripple without wind. Outside Li Luo's room, Long Yi and Yang Qing had surrounded the area. Ensuring no escape, Li Luo, realizing the situation, stood in front of Gao Shun, speechless, and said, Father, you've misunderstood. Gao Shun is not an enemy. He is a talented individual here to pledge his allegiance. Upon hearing this, Li Beixiong was taken aback, the menacing aura dissipating in an instant. Son, are you truly speaking the truth? Li Beixiong could hardly believe it. Gao Shun's cultivation was on par with his own, at the peak of the great Yin realm. Indeed, I am willing to risk my life for the young master. Gao Shun, realizing that this man was the father of his master, once again pledged his loyalty to Li Luo. Li Beixiong stared in astonishment. Was his son truly so charismatic? Even such a formidable figure was willing to follow him. Yet, recalling Li Ergu and his companions, he felt a sense of understanding. Oh dear, father, you should rest. Do not disturb my conversation with General Gao. By the way, father, tomorrow I have a surprise for you. Li Luo impatiently urged Li Beixiong to leave. As he closed the door, Li Luo cast a mysterious smile at Li Beixiong. Oh, my dear son. Take your time chatting. That General Gao, was it? It was just a misunderstanding. Do not take it to heart. By the way, son, what surprise do you have for me tomorrow? Bang. Before Li Beixiong could finish his sentence, the door was shut. Is the young master all right? Outside the courtyard, Long Yi and Yang Qing could not help but inquire upon seeing Li Beixiong being dismissed. Cough. No worries. What could possibly happen? Everyone, disperse and attend to your duties. Li Beixiong ordered, sending everyone away. He then returned to his chamber, filled with excitement and anticipation, wondering what surprise his son would unveil the next day. Meanwhile, the remaining 2 summoning opportunities had failed. However, Li Luo felt no regret. At least he had successfully summoned Gao Shun, which was indeed a significant gain. Within the Qi Wang's residence, spies planted by the Qi Wang in the Beiliang region reported back. Upon learning of Zhao Su and the others' demise, the Qi Wang was instantly filled with rage. Not only had they failed to eliminate the Crown Prince and capture Li Luo, but they had also lost 5 powerful figures of the spiritual Sea realm. The loss of 5 spiritual Sea realm experts had severely weakened the Qi Wang's estate. With Zhao Su dead, it was evident that Li Beixiong had taken action. The peak of the Great Yin realm could indeed contend with 5 spiritual Sea realm experts, which made sense. Qi Wang, how are you considering our terms? If you agree, we will immediately assist you in taking down Beiliang. You are well aware that Beiliang's strength cannot be subdued by any single one of your 3 factions. Behind a screen in the study of Prince Qi, the flickering candlelight cast a shadow of a figure. Standing before the screen, Prince Qi's face momentarily reflected a struggle. After a brief contemplation, he murmured, "Allow me to consider this further." Chapter 8. The Northern Liang's rebellion. The following day, the Liyang dynasty was once again shaken to its core. The Northern Liang king, Li Baixiong, denounced the current emperor for his unrestrained debauchery and incompetence, which had led to a rebellion among the three kings, casting the populace into turmoil. In response, Northern Liang resolved to quell the unrest, overthrow the tyrant, and rescue the people from their plight. Manifestos emanated from the Northern Liang royal palace, reverberating throughout the Liyang dynasty. However, the citizens were not particularly astonished in their current understanding. The rebellion of the three kings and the crumbling royal authority had been an anticipated outcome. The timing of Northern Liang's mobilization was merely a confirmation of their expectations, and most citizens held little faith in the Northern Liang forces. This skepticism stemmed from the fact that the Wu and Jin kings currently commanded the eastern and southern territories of the Liyang dynasty, their military strength having grown exponentially. In the capital of Liyang, within the imperial palace, the reigning emperor Qin Yun, adorned in his dragon robe and seated upon the dragon throne, was visibly displeased upon learning of the manifestos from Northern Liang. Below him, the recently returned Prince Qin Yu, along with the court officials, bowed their heads in silence. Observing the court's hesitation to speak, Qin Yun's anger intensified. Yet, his ire diminished significantly when he glanced at the enchanting woman nestled in his arms. "Your Majesty, I am weary," the woman purred seductively, teasing Qin Yun. "Ha ha, matters of state can be presented, otherwise, dismiss the court." In an instant, the furious Qin Yun was transformed into a man consumed by desire. His hand wandering over the woman, "Father, I have matters to address." Qin Yu could no longer bear the sight of his father's indulgence, casting a resentful glance at the woman in the emperor's embrace before speaking up. "Speak," Qin Yun replied impatiently, casting a fleeting glance at Qin Yu. "Father, now that Northern Liang has also taken up arms." Qin Yu's words were abruptly cut off as Qin Yun lifted the woman in his arms and coldly interjected, "Northern Liang's rebellion is fortuitous. Let them fight among themselves. When they are mutually exhausted, I shall personally lead my troops to behead the four kings and display their heads outside the palace walls." Dismissed, Qin Yun, still holding the woman, made his way toward the inner palace, with several eunuchs hastily following. "Father!" No matter how fervently Qin Yu called out, his pleas fell on deaf ears. Once the emperor departed, some court ministers began to converse and laugh amongst themselves. Witnessing this scene, Qin Yu felt a profound disappointment and quietly left. Unbeknownst to anyone, the chief eunuch who had accompanied the emperor had quietly reappeared behind the dragon throne. Observing the jovial ministers, a cold glint flickered across his face in a square within Northern Liang City. The 50,000 iron cavalry stationed there had assembled. Li Baixiong had exchanged his ceremonial robes for battle attire, emanating a faint aura of menace. Under the watchful eyes of countless citizens, he mounted his warhorse, preparing to lead his troops into battle. Just then, the sound of iron hooves echoed, capturing the attention of everyone present. "The young lord has arrived." A cheer erupted among the gathered citizens. A well-equipped cavalry unit followed closely behind the leading figure, Li Luo. This unit, known as the Xianzhan Camp, was originally renowned for its heavy infantry but had been reimagined as cavalry for the unfolding narrative. The squad radiated an intimidating presence, accompanied by an icy aura of lethal intent, causing the surrounding temperature to drop. As the cavalry passed, the citizens involuntarily shivered. Li Luo, clad in battle armor and riding a warhorse, joined forces with his father, bringing along Gao Shun and Li Ergo. Li Baixiong was taken aback by the appearance of the Xianzhan camp. He had never witnessed such a formidable cavalry force. All members were at the ascending spirit realm, surpassing even the pride of Northern Liang, its own iron cavalry. Not only Li Baixiong but also his companions Long Yi and Yang Qing were overwhelmed by the sight. Having fought on the battlefield for years, they had never encountered a unit as fearsome as the Xianzhan camp. "Father, what do you think? This is the surprise I prepared for you," Li Luo beamed, explaining, "This cavalry is known as the Xianzhan camp, under the command of General Gao." "Ah, I see. General Gao. I must express my admiration." Upon realizing that Gao Shun led this cavalry, Li Baixiong quickly bowed in respect. Acknowledging the exceptional training that had produced such terrifying cavalry, Gao Shun returned the gesture. Once the assembly was complete, the army, under Li Beixiong's command, departed northern Liang City, heading toward the border that adjoined Prince Qi's territory. As they left, the citizens bid them a reluctant farewell. 2 days later, Li Luo and his father, leading the 50,000 northern Liang Iron Cavalry, arrived in Yun County, the border city adjoining Prince Qi's realm. Here, they encountered an additional 150,000 Iron Cavalry already stationed, bringing their total forces to 200,000. The officers responsible for guarding Yun County were 3 of the Northern Liang 7 heroes: Lin Hu, Wang Tu, and Qi Yunfei, with Long Yi and Yang Qing also present, making 5 of the 7 heroes gathered, all at the peak of the Spirit Sea realm. That night, Li Luo and Li Beixiong sat at the head of the hall, filled with high-ranking officials from Northern Liang, discussing strategies to capture the neighboring Fengling County. Upon learning of the impending assault, Prince Qi had already stationed heavy troops in various key cities, particularly in Fengling County, sending 3 peak Spirit Sea realm experts along with 300,000 soldiers to fortify their defenses. As discussions commenced, Li Luo stood, signaling Gao Shun and Li Ergu to unleash their terrifying auras. The oppressive presence of the 2 De Yin realm experts rendered the gathered generals breathless, shocking everyone present. The realization that Northern Liang possessed not 1 but 3 De Yin realm experts ignited a wave of excitement among the gathered officials. With this newfound strength, Li Luo proposed a swift advance to eliminate Prince Qi. In previous times, such a suggestion might have faced resistance from the Northern Liang generals, but with 3 De Yin realm experts, and the presence of 5 heroes along with the artillery, they were confident of vanquishing Prince Qi. Thus, all Northern Liang generals unanimously endorsed Li Luo's proposal. Let us advance with all haste. Li Beixiong subsequently dismissed the assembly, instructing them to rest and prepare for the impending battle. As Northern Liang prepared for their advance, in Fengling County, not far from Yun County, Prince Qi had also arrived with a multitude of powerful allies. Chapter 9. The standoff between 2 armies upon receiving news that Li Beixiong had personally led his forces. Prince Qi rushed to Fengling County. As a peak De Yin realm expert, his presence was crucial, for without him, Fengling County would likely fall to Northern Liang's forces within a day. Perched atop a city wall, clad in his ceremonial robes, Prince Qi gazed toward Yun County, his eyes narrowing in contemplation. At that moment, a shadow appeared beside him. Tomorrow, I will need your assistance. I promise that if you help me eliminate the Northern Liang king, I shall cede the Western Xiang County to you. Prince Qi's expression darkened as he pondered. No problem. Even if the Northern Liang king is a peak De Yin realm expert, he cannot withstand our combined might. The figure in black, whose features remained obscured, nodded slightly and continued, in addition, we have brought you 4 more allies to ensure your success. As the last words left his lips, 4 figures emerged quietly into the night sky. All peak Spirit Sea realm experts. Excellent. If you help me seize the throne, not only will I grant you the 14 counties adjoining your territory, but I shall also bestow an additional 10 counties. Prince Qi laughed heartily, making a promise to the shadowy figures. Let us hope Prince Qi remains true to his word, for we shall spare no effort to see you ascend as the emperor of the Liang dynasty. The man in black nodded slightly before turning away and vanishing into the night sky. Qi Wang watched the disappearing figure, a flicker of unusual color flashing in his eyes, and then turned his gaze towards Yunjun, revealing a hint of murderous intent. Li Beixiong, tomorrow will be your day of demise. The following day, outside Lingfeng County, ominous clouds loomed over the city, suffocating the atmosphere with a sense of desolation and impending slaughter. In the 10 miles beyond the county, an endless army of cavalry approached with a thunderous presence. Upon the city tower, at the forefront, Qi Wang gazed into the distance at the darkened northern cavalry of Beiliang, his eyes glimmering with a cold, lethal intent. Beside him stood 4 generals defending the city, along with 4 mysterious powerhouses, summing to 8 formidable experts of the Spirit Sea realm. Subsequently, Qi Wang personally mobilized the troops, leading an army of 300,000 out of the city to engage in battle. Meanwhile, 200,000 soldiers of Beiliang, positioned 20 miles away, were eagerly preparing for combat, their horses restless with anticipation. Activate the X-ray vision, Li Ergo. standing beside Li Luo, activated his special sight. The approaching Qi Huang and his army were clearly revealed before him. Suddenly, Li Ergo noticed that among the troops behind Qi Huang, another peak expert of the Dian realm was concealed. Although this individual was well hidden, Li Ergo's vision could penetrate through. He could even discern the intricate meridian system and flow of spiritual energy within a warrior's body. Young master, the enemy conceals another peak expert of the Dian realm. Li Ergo pondered. Li Luo was taken aback, a flicker of unusual color crossing his eyes as he furrowed his brows and asked, "Are you certain you did not missee?" Li Ergo solemnly nodded. Li Luo narrowed his eyes. Qi Huang was not as simple as they had initially thought. Fortunately, they had Gao Shun and Li Ergo on their side. The addition of a peak expert of the Dian realm beside Qi Huang would not alter his destined failure. "Father, leave Qi Huang to you. Lu Renjia, Shan Pao, Long Shu, Yang Shu, Lin Shu, Wang Shu, Qi Shu. The Spirit Sea realm experts on the opposing side will be entrusted to you." Li Luo surveyed the Qi Huang's army before him and promptly assigned tasks to everyone. "Understood," they chorused, readying themselves for battle. The war blade, the exclusive weapon of the Bailiang cavalry, appeared in Li Luo's hand. The Bailiang blade, he rode forth on horseback to confront the 200,000 iron cavalry. Upon seeing this youthful figure, the ranks of Bailiang cavalry erupted with fervor. 5 years ago, during the southern incursion of the barbaric lands, it was this very young figure who led them on a relentless pursuit, slaying 100,000 barbaric foes, instilling fear in the hearts of their adversaries to this day. Our young master, the pride of Bailiang, hooray for the king of Bailiang. Suddenly, the heavens trembled as the dark clouds roiled violently. A figure radiating an aura of terror appeared above the army. Li Luo looked up from his steed and beheld a man clad in a python robe descending through the air. "Qi Huang." Li Luo squinted, instantly recognizing him. "He, Qi Huang, it has been a long time." Li Beixiong, standing behind Li Luo, let out a cold laugh, and a terrifying bloodthirst surged from within him, causing the heavens to change color. He brandished a large blade, stepping into the void, confronting Qi Huang. "King of Bailiang, you ultimately align yourself with us rebels. I had thought you were loyal to the imperial family, but I was mistaken." Qi Huang cast a cold glance at Li Beixiong, a chilling smile gracing his lips. "Ahaha. Indeed, once we have Bailiang rebel, you will be the first to fall. Who asked your strength to be the weakest in Shizhou?" Li Beixiong laughed heartily, acknowledging the truth while mocking his opponent. Qi Huang's expression darkened instantly, the terrifying aura surrounding him causing his python robe to flutter violently, moving without wind. "Old man, why waste words with him? Let us end this swiftly. Qi Huang, today you are destined to be defeated. I advise you to surrender early." Li Luo looked up at Qi Huang's figure, a cold smile playing on his lips. Qi Huang glanced down at Li Luo, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "You must be Li Luo. Indeed a prodigy of youth. I have seen you as a child. After more than a decade, your arrogance still shines through. Perhaps today, it will be you of Bailiang who faces defeat." Li Luo smiled slightly. "Oh, what gives you such confidence, Qi Huang?" This young master recalls that while you and my father are both peak experts of the Dian realm, you have never been a match for him, have you? Qi Huang's countenance soured at this remark. Although he and the king of Bailiang were both peak experts of the Dian realm, he had previously sparred with the king during the reign of the old emperor and had never emerged victorious. Chapter 10. The battle begins. He, come forth and let the young master of Bailiang witness my strength. Qi Huang coldly laughed, and shortly thereafter, a masked man in black appeared before the crowd. A formidable aura erupted from him, rivaling that of Li Beixiong. Li Beixiong was taken aback, recognizing the aura emanating from this figure as somewhat familiar. Suddenly realizing something, he exclaimed, "You are Black Wind, one of the 5 generals of the Nanyun dynasty." "Qi Huang, I did not expect you to collaborate with the Nanyun dynasty. King of Bailiang, you are no match for me or General Blackwind, and I offer you a chance to pledge your loyalty to me. Otherwise, today, your 200,000 Bailiang army and even your precious son shall perish." Qi Huang threatened with a cold laugh. However, Qi Huang soon sensed something amiss. He discovered that Li Beixiong and Li Luo were gazing at him as if he were a fool. "Humph! Attack!" Qi Wang barked, just as he prepared to engage with Black Wind. Two immense auras suddenly surged from the Bailiang army, rising towards the heavens, eyeing the astonished gaze of Qi Wang and Black Wind. Li Ergo, with his X-ray vision activated, stepped forward, blocking their path. The other figure was Gao Shun, gripping a long spear, exuding a terrifying aura. How is this possible? When did the king of Bailiang, feeling the potent energy from Li Ergo and Gao Shun? Qi Wang's expression darkened. Who were these two unknown peak experts of the Dian realm, and why had he never heard of them before? Now, with the king of Bailiang, there were actually 3 peak experts of the Dian realm, instantly shifting the balance of power. Hee, Qi Wang, you are not the only one with allies. Li Luo coldly laughed, suddenly issuing the order. Gao Shun and Li Ergo immediately sprang into action, charging towards Black Wind with their overwhelming energy, while Li Beixiong swung his large blade, advancing towards Qi Wang. Boom! The clash between experts of the Dian realm was nothing short of cataclysmic. In an instant, the roiling clouds above were torn asunder. The Bailiang cavalry followed the young master into battle. Seeing Gao Shun and his father engage the enemy, Li Luo drew his war blade, leading the 200,000 Bailiang cavalry, surging forth like a tidal wave against Qi Wang's 300,000 troops. Simultaneously, Lu Runjia, Shan Pao, and 5 others from the 7 heroes swiftly moved to entangle the opposing Spirit Sea realm experts. Kill! With Li Luo at the forefront, the 200,000 Bailiang cavalry, faces alight with madness, rode closely behind him, crashing into the enemy ranks like wolves among sheep, slicing their way into the opposing army. In an instant, the air was filled with the glint of blades and the scent of blood. Li Luo, mounted and wielding his war blade, swept through the enemy ranks, decapitating foes, their warm blood splattering onto him. Vanguard unit, on horseback, Li Luo watched the relentless tide of enemies crashing towards him and roared. The vanguard warriors, who had been trailing closely behind him to protect him, responded in unison, quickly regrouping around Li Luo snatched up a long spear from the ground, leading the 700 vanguard warriors straight towards the heads of the countless enemies. Vanguard unit, charge with no retreat. Our intent is to fight to the death. Kill. The valiant and battle-hardened vanguard unit, under Li Luo's command, became a relentless harvester of lives, countless enemies falling beneath their iron hooves. The elite Bailiang cavalry had already instilled a psychological shadow over Qi Wang's army, but the vanguard unit's frenzied assault further deepened the enemy's dread. With a splatter, they carved a bloody path through the sea of foes. Li Luo and his 700 warriors fighting fiercely amidst the throngs of enemies. The battle raged on. Boom! A terrifying explosion erupted in the heavens. A disheveled figure was forced to retreat step by step. This figure was none other than Black Wind of the Nanyun dynasty. Yet, as a peak expert of the Dian realm, even in a one-on-one confrontation, he might not be a match for Gao Shun. Let alone now facing both Gao Shun and Li Ergo together. With Gao Shun's masterful spear technique, coupled with Li Ergo's extraordinary vision, Black Wind found himself in dire straits. As Black Wind narrowly dodged a fierce thrust from Gao Shun. Li Ergo, utilizing his X-ray vision, swiftly identified Black Wind's vulnerabilities. His spiritual energy surged rapidly through his meridians as he swiftly formed hand seals. Mountain-shattering fist. Li Ergo unleashed a powerful punch, a beam of terrifying spiritual energy coalescing from his fist. Striking directly at Haifeng's chest, with a sickening thud, Haifeng was gravely injured, crashing heavily to the ground. As he lay there, Haifeng gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, struggling to rise and escape. The defeat of Qi Wang was inevitable. He had no desire to sacrifice his life here. Yet, how could the severely wounded Haifeng hope to flee successfully from the combined might of Gao Shun and Li Ergo? Boom! Gao Shun's spear suddenly emitted a terrifying wave of spiritual energy. A crimson aura surged from his being, continuously flowing into the spear. The once pristine blade transformed into a blood-red hue, resembling an exquisite piece of bloodstone, captivating yet ominous. How frightening! Li Ergo sensed the dreadful power contained at the spear's tip, causing his scalp to tingle with apprehension. Death! Boom! Gao Shun lunged forward with his spear, a massive, blood-red phantom of a weapon erupting from the void, bearing down upon the cornered Haifeng with a piercing scream of agony. Haifeng was obliterated in the explosion unleashed by the strike. Chapter 11. A triumphant start. Boom. Qi Huang shook off Li Beixiong's entanglement and, upon witnessing Haifeng's demise at Gao Shun's hands, felt a wave of foreboding wash over him. Seizing the moment, he attempted to flee. One Li Beixiong was already proving difficult to contend with, and now Gao Shun and Li Ergu were free to act. If he did not escape now, he might find himself trapped. Buzz, where do you think you're going? Qi Huang unleashed a fearsome attack and turned to escape towards Fengling County. Realizing Qi Huang's sudden flight, Li Beixiong roared in fury and pursued him closely. However, before Qi Huang could leave the battlefield, Gao Shun and Li Ergu appeared before him. Blocking his path, Qi Huang halted, his expression darkening. He had never anticipated that these two unfamiliar De Yin realm powerhouses would possess such formidable strength. Heh, Qi Huang, surrender without resistance. Your defeat is assured. Seeing Gao Shun and Li Ergu intercept Qi Huang, Li Beixiong finally felt a sense of relief and offered his counsel. Qi Huang's expression shifted, and he sighed helplessly, his gaze suddenly turning fierce. He turned to stare at Li Beixiong and growled coldly, "Humph, do you think I will surrender? Never. You leave me no choice." At that moment, to Li Beixiong's astonishment, Qi Huang produced a jade vial from his storage ring. He retrieved a purple pill exuding a peculiar aura and swallowed it whole. This is the blood qi pill. Not good. We must subdue him quickly. Li Beixiong instantly recognized the pill Qi Huang had consumed, his complexion paling dramatically. The blood qi pill temporarily enhances a warrior's strength by consuming their own vitality. However, this power comes with a severe drawback. If used recklessly, the user risks death from blood qi depletion. Boom. After consuming the blood qi pill, Qi Huang's blood qi surged violently within him, transforming into powerful energy that invigorated his limbs. Yet, his own vitality was being consumed at an alarming rate. At this moment, Qi Huang, originally at the peak of the De Yin realm, began to exhibit a trend towards the Gui Su realm. Qi Huang's gaze sharpened as he used this newfound power to fend off Li Beixiong's attack. Gao Shun and Li Ergu quickly followed suit, launching a joint assault against Qi Huang. Boom, boom. Qi Huang utilized his newfound strength to push Li Beixiong aside with a single palm, turning to face Gao Shun and Li Ergu. However, Gao Shun and Li Ergu were no ordinary De Yin realm powerhouses. Utilizing his vision, Li Ergu discerned all of Qi Huang's movements. In a swift turn, he executed a 360-degree spin, unleashing a barrage of palm strikes towards Qi Huang. Qi Huang's gaze sharpened as he beheld the multitude of terrifying palm shadows, fear gripping him as he struggled to react in time. Humph, behold my spear. Just then, Gao Shun charged in, dismissing Qi Huang's reliance on the temporary power derived from his blood qi. Grasping his spear, he surged forward like a harbinger of death, gathering terrifying force as he aimed a thrust at Qi Huang. Sensing the horror of Gao Shun's strike, Qi Huang snapped back to reality. A massive force erupted from him, forming a barrier of spiritual energy before him. However, the moment the barrier was formed, Gao Shun's spear pierced through it effortlessly. How is this possible? Qi Huang's face fell in shock. Boom, Puchi. Gao Shun's spear shattered Qi Huang's spiritual barrier with overwhelming force, driving straight through his heart. In that instant, silence enveloped the heavens and earth, both sides of the battlefield pausing in astonishment as they looked up at Qi Huang's silhouette in the sky. At that moment, Qi Huang's blood qi dissipated at an alarming rate. He fixed his gaze upon Gao Shun. A newfound unwillingness etched on his face as he solemnly asked, "What is your name?" Gao Shun, Puchi. Gao Shun coldly responded, twisting the spear as he withdrew it from Qi Huang's heart. Qi Huang spat out a mouthful of blood, his consciousness fading as he plummeted to the ground. Lifeless upon impact. In that moment, the Beiliang army gazed at the figures of Gao Shun and Li Ergu, their faces alight with fervor. Qi Huang was dead. This signified that they were about to seize control of the war. Your Highness, upon witnessing Qi Huang's fall, the four Linghai realm powerhouses under his command changed countenance. For the four Linghai realm powerhouses sent by the Nanyun dynasty, they had already begun to waver when their general Haifeng was defeated. Yet, their opponents, Lu Runjia and his companions, proved too formidable to escape from. Do not let them flee. Li Luo called out to Li Beixiong, Gao Shun, and Li Ergu amidst the battlefield. The three of them instantly understood Li Luo's intent and joined the fray against Lu Renjia's group. With the addition of 3 De Yin realm powerhouses, the previously hesitant Linghai realm enemies were swiftly vanquished. Within mere moments, all of the Linghai realm powerhouses that Qi Wang had brought were annihilated. Seizing the opportunity, Li Luo leaped into the air, stepping into the void as he shouted to the remaining enemy forces numbering in the tens of thousands. Qi Wang is dead. Surrender at once. Those who surrender shall not be harmed. Those who surrender shall not be harmed. Boom. As soon as Li Luo's words fell, Li Beixiong, Gao Shan, and Li Ergo landed beside him, their voices amplified by spiritual energy, resonating throughout the battlefield. Simultaneously, the overwhelming pressure of the Da Yin realm emanated from the three, enveloping the combat zone. The remaining enemy troops, witnessing Qi Wang's demise and the tide turning against them, began to drop their weapons and surrender under the weight of the 3 De Yin realm powerhouses' presence. Seeing this, a smile of triumph spread across Li Luo's face. The first battle of their campaign had concluded with Bai Liang's invincible momentum leading to victory. Chapter 12. The Nanyun invasion. Originally, an enemy force of 300,000 had dwindled to just 180,000, all of whom surrendered. Bai Liang had taken less than a day to conquer Fengling County. Upon entering the city of Fengling, the Bai Liang army found the local populace in a state of fear and trepidation, many wishing to flee for their lives. Upon entering Fengling City, Li Luo immediately issued a military order. The Bai Liang army must not disturb the citizens nor damage a single wall or tile within the city. Following Li Luo's decree, the Bai Liang army executed it with strict adherence. The citizens, initially preparing to escape, decided to remain upon realizing that the incoming forces meant them no harm. After all, who would wish to leave their homeland unless absolutely necessary? Moreover, Li Luo's reputation as the son of the world was well known throughout the Liang dynasty. Those familiar with Li Luo's renown, having visited Bai Liang, felt a surge of joy upon seeing him lead the army into the city. The citizens of Bai Liang lived in peace and prosperity, a fact that evoked envy in them. After occupying Fengling City, Li Luo quickly established order within the city, rooting out oppressive local families and restoring justice for the common people. In front of all the citizens of Fengling County, he publicly executed a group of corrupt officials who had exploited the populace. Furthermore, Li Luo reduced taxes and encouraged the revival of production. Through these actions, he quickly won the hearts of the citizens of Lingfeng County. Alongside gaining their favor, Li Luo also accrued a remarkable 40,000 points of prestige. Late at night, Li Luo sat on his bed, entering the system that he planned to use his 40,000 prestige points for a promotion. System assistance. Host, do you confirm the consumption of 40,000 prestige points to advance your realm? Confirm. Li Luo mused for a moment before the system promptly deducted the 40,000 points. Immediately, Li Luo felt a surge of terrifying power erupt within him. Boom. In an instant, his aura soared, his cultivation level rising to the early stages of the Da Yin realm. Li Luo was astonished as he sensed the overwhelming energy coursing through him. This promotion was astonishingly simple, akin to quenching one's thirst. Incorporating oneself into the narrative, it is evident that the Northern Liang has now amassed 4 formidable De Yin realm experts. At this thought, a smirk involuntarily graced Li Luo's lips. Presently, throughout the entire Liang dynasty, as long as there are no Guisu realm powerhouses, who could possibly contend with the Northern Liang? The King of Wu? The King of Jin? Apologies, but Li Luo truly does not regard them as worthy adversaries anymore. The next day, the news of the demise of the Qi King rapidly spread across the entirety of the Liang dynasty. Before anyone could fully digest this information, the Northern Liang army commenced its operations at dawn, intent on seizing all of the Qi King's territories with their own might. Now that the Qi King has perished and the high-ranking powerhouses have all been vanquished by Northern Liang, the remaining county cities stand no chance against the onslaught of their forces. Thus, Li Luo resolved to divide his troops into 3 contingents. Gao Shun and Li Ergu would lead the assault battalion, while Li Beixiong would command the 7 heroes of Northern Liang. As for Li Luo, he would take charge alongside Lu Renjia and Shan Pao, bolstered by 100,000 elite cavalrymen from Northern Liang. The 3 factions set forth from Lingfeng County, embarking on their unstoppable sweep in no time. City after city fell to their might, succumbing to the grasp of Northern Liang. Simultaneously, within the Wu King's mansion. A man clad in a dragon robe exuded an intimidating aura. This individual was none other than the Wu King himself. What an astute northern Liang! They have concealed themselves well, he mused, his eyes narrowing slightly, revealing a hint of apprehension. The sudden emergence of two unfamiliar De Yin realm powerhouses from northern Liang could not escape their notice. My lord, should we temporarily abandon our offensive against the Jin King? Inquired one of the armored generals standing before him. Northern Liang poses our greatest threat, he added. No, on the contrary, we must expedite our efforts to eliminate the Jin King. Only in this manner can we strengthen our own power. Let us not forget that we have the backing of the Divine Feather Dynasty, the Wu King replied, his eyes narrowing with a glint of coldness. The generals exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. Within the imperial capital of the South Cloud Dynasty, Emperor Wei Jun, adorned in a dragon robe, sat regally upon his throne. At that moment, the court was enveloped in astonishment. Your Majesty, according to reports from our scouts, General Haifeng has fallen. Furthermore, the Qi King of the Liang dynasty has likewise perished at the hands of a formidable individual named Gao Shun, announced a Da Yin realm general, stepping forward with a respectful gesture. Gao Shun? Why have I not heard of this name before? Emperor Wei Jun's eyes narrowed, a flicker of rage crossing his features. The loss of a De Yin realm expert was indeed a painful blow. Nevertheless, a sense of secret satisfaction welled within him. With the Qi King dead, it presented the South Cloud dynasty with the perfect opportunity to seize control of the border cities. Moreover, the demise of Haifeng provided them with a justified reason to mobilize their forces. The court officials shook their heads in agreement. Your Majesty, with the Qi King now deceased, this is an opportune moment for us to claim their border territories. I humbly beseech your Majesty to dispatch troops swiftly. Let us also avenge General Haifeng. At this moment, a general clad in armor, radiating a fierce aura, stepped forward, cupping his hands towards Emperor Wei Jun. Upon hearing his words, the civil official's expression shifted in apprehension. This individual was none other than Morong Liao, the foremost general among the 5 great generals of the South Cloud dynasty. His reputation was well known across the neighboring dynasties. Very well. I decree that the Grand General shall lead my dynasty's black cavalry to seize the territories of the West Province that border us, if possible. I hope the general can annihilate the Northern Liang forces, thereby elevating the prestige of the black cavalry even further. Morong Liao's sentiments struck a chord with Emperor Wei Jun, who readily agreed to his proposal. The other ministers also nodded in concurrence. I shall comply with your command. I will not disappoint your Majesty, Morong Liao exclaimed with excitement, his eyes ablaze with cold, fierce combativeness. Within this realm, 2 great armies are renowned throughout the world: the Northern Liang army of the Liang dynasty and the Black Cavalry of the South Cloud dynasty. Morong Liao had long desired to clash with the Northern Liang army, aiming to prove that the Black Cavalry of the South Cloud dynasty was indeed the strongest force. The following day, Morong Liao led the imposing Black Cavalry into the West Province of the Liang dynasty, rapidly advancing and capturing several cities with astonishing speed. Upon the release of this news, an uproar erupted among the populace of both nations. General Morong is truly the pride of our South Cloud dynasty. Indeed, how could the Liang dynasty possibly contend with our Black Cavalry? It seems our South Cloud dynasty's territory is about to expand. Hey, I've heard that the 4 kings of the Liang dynasty are rebelling. It's only a matter of time before their downfall. So why not let it benefit our South Cloud dynasty? The citizens of the South Cloud dynasty erupted in jubilation upon receiving the news of the Black Cavalry's victories, engaging in spirited discussions within the taverns lining the streets. Convinced that the West Province of the Liang dynasty was now securely theirs. Chapter 13. The Peril of Xinxiang City. Outside Xinxiang City, battle flags fluttered in the wind, and the sounds of slaughter rang out. An ethereal black dragon, shimmering like ink, danced above the Black Cavalry. With a thunderous roar, it struck terror into the hearts of thousands. This black dragon represented the indomitable spirit of the Black Cavalry. Attack! Beneath the military spirit, the Black Cavalry, clad in dark armor, commanded their steeds, rendering all foes powerless. The flags, swirling in the air, were stained with the thick, viscous blood of their adversaries. Defend Xinxiang City, brothers, let us fight to the death against these South Cloud beasts." Before the relentless advance of the Black Cavalry, the forces of the Liang dynasty were steadily pushed back. A general tasked with defending the city, grievously wounded and bleeding profusely, struggled to maintain his stance. Behind him, a mere 20,000 soldiers clutched their weapons, resolutely guarding the gates of Qinxiang City. As they gazed at the overwhelming might of the Black Cavalry, expressions of rage filled the soldiers' faces. This defending force was comprised of the Qi King's subordinates. Although they had followed the Qi King in rebellion, when the nation faced peril and invasion, they could not shy away from their duty. Despite knowing full well the futility of their resistance, they pressed on, determined to buy more time for the civilians within the city to evacuate. Before the Black Cavalry, two middle-aged men, their eyes cold as steel, surveyed the struggling defenders. They were Lian Qing and Qi Hui, vice-commanders under Morong Liao, renowned figures within the South Cloud dynasty. Now, under Morong Liao's leadership, their Black Cavalry had occupied 10 counties bordering the South Cloud dynasty. As the vanguard, they prepared to delve deeper, aiming to seize more territory from the Liang dynasty. Defiant to the end, are we? Lian Qing sneered, knocking an arrow to his bow. With a swift release, the deadly projectile struck the head of the general leading the defense, ending his life. "General, curse them, brothers, charge forth and fight these scoundrels." Upon witnessing their commander fall, the soldiers did not retreat. Instead, they surged forward, disregarding their lives, determined to confront the Black Cavalry. Meanwhile, atop the city walls, the citizens of Qinxiang City wept as they watched the valiant defenders fall to the Black Cavalry's onslaught. "Leave now. Quickly evacuate Qinxiang City." On the ramparts, the city governor, Lu Hong, urged the citizens to flee. At this juncture, there were no soldiers left to defend the city. The Qi King's forces stationed here had all engaged in combat outside, holding back the advancing South Cloud Black Cavalry. Qinxiang City was on the brink of being breached. "Lord Lu, we shall not leave. We will stand with Qinxiang City to the very end." "Indeed, Lord Lu. In this time of national crisis, how can we, as citizens of Liang, shrink back? This is our homeland. We shall not depart, even if it means death." A group of young citizens atop the city wall brandished their weapons, shouting in fervor, "Very well. If that is your resolve, then I, as your governor, shall stand with you until the very last moment, even if it leads to our demise." Lu Hong was deeply moved by the courage of these citizens. The rise and fall of a nation is a shared responsibility. If these common folk could exhibit such bravery, how could he abandon them? Despite his profound disillusionment with the court of his nation, he could not forsake his duty. "Father." At that moment, a gentle-looking young woman ascended the battlements. This lady was none other than Lu Heng's daughter, Lu Lingxi, renowned as a talented individual in the West Province. Following her were a few maidservants, burdened with their belongings. "Lingxi, what brings you here? Did I not instruct you to leave?" Lu Heng exclaimed, anxiety evident in his voice. Lu Lingxi gazed down at the soldiers falling beneath the hooves of the Black Cavalry. Shaking her head gently, "Father, I will not leave. If everyone stays, how could I depart alone? Miss Lu, you must leave at once. With your talents, you should not remain here to perish alongside us rough men." "Indeed, Miss Lu, you are a talented woman of Qinxiang City, and it is not fitting for you to remain here." Many common folk have begun to advise Lu Lingxi to leave. Lu Lingxi gently shook her head. Her mind was made up, and she would not abandon her people. The citizens of the city, in the face of national peril, have not fled but have resolutely stood their ground until the bitter end. As the daughter of the governor, how could she forsake them and depart alone? Therefore, she vowed to remain with them until the very last moment. Even if it meant death, she would have no regrets. Lu Hong understood his daughter's resolve and sighed, choosing not to speak further. At this moment, everyone braced themselves for the inevitable breach of the city gates and the desperate clash with the Black Cavalry. A resounding roar echoed, capturing everyone's attention as they gazed towards the outside of the city, their faces paling to the utmost degree. Above the Black Cavalry, a spiritual dragon circled, bestowing its might upon each soldier. Each member of the Black Cavalry suddenly emanated an overwhelming aura. Clad in dark iron armor, they radiated an ominous energy. Like a torrent of steel, They cut down every remaining soldier defending the city. Wait, you beasts of Nanyun, just wait. The last soldier, gripping his weapon, gasped defiantly at the approaching black cavalry, a bitter smile on his face. Upon hearing the mention of the Northern Liang army, Lien Qing's eyes narrowed. A hint of coldness flashing across his expression. Drawing his battle blade, he prepared to eliminate this soldier. Don't, damn it, charge out and fight them. Everyone, stay calm. The citizens atop the city wall, witnessing the soldier fighting to the last, could see his impending doom. A chorus of anguished roars erupted, tears streaming uncontrollably down their faces. Some furious youths seized their weapons, ready to rush out through the city gates, but Lu Hong intervened. Though he too was consumed with rage, he could not allow the citizens to perish in vain. Beside him, Lu Lingxi's eyes brimmed with tears, and for the first time, she felt a surge of resentment towards the court of this dynasty. If it were not for the incompetence of the court and the emperor's folly, how could their soldiers find themselves in such dire straits? How could their lands fall into enemy hands? Lien Qing sneered. The more furious the people of Liang became, the more delighted he felt. The Liang dynasty would eventually belong to their Nanyun dynasty. However, just as Lien Qing's blade was about to descend upon the soldier, a swift arrow shot through the air, instantly severing Lien Qing's weapon. Startled, he turned his gaze to another direction on the battlefield, where his expression darkened. There, amidst a cloud of dust, a terrifying aura of blood surged towards the heavens. The once clear sky was suddenly shrouded in ominous clouds. Lien Qing and Qi Hui waved their hands, signaling the black cavalry to change direction as the great dragon of the military spirit rose once more. Seemingly responding to this dreadful aura, Lu Hong and the citizens atop the wall were equally astonished by this sudden turn of events, turning their gazes towards the cloud of dust. Beneath the swirling haze, a battle flag fluttered, dancing in the wind. The words Northern Liang stood out prominently upon it. Chapter 14. Military spirit that is the Northern Liang Army. Splendid. It is the Northern Liang Army. The Prince of Northern Liang has arrived. The citizens atop the wall, upon seeing the words on the battle flag, were instantly moved to tears, shouting with exhilaration. In the eyes of the crowd, a formidable armored cavalry appeared on the horizon. At the forefront of the army stood a strikingly handsome young man clad in battle armor, his eyes ablaze with unquenchable fury. This young man was none other than Li Luo. Li Luo returned the bow in his hand to a nearby soldier. That arrow just now was clearly his doing. Just as Lien Qing and Qi Hui's attention was entirely fixated on Li Luo and the 100,000 troops of Northern Liang behind him, a swarm of insects quietly appeared around the previously threatened soldier, lifting him up and transporting him atop the city wall. Shortly thereafter, a figure emerged, following closely behind. This figure was Shan Pao. Lien Qing was taken aback. His gaze fixated on Shan Pao as he appeared on the city wall, his heart suddenly filled with wariness. What kind of ability is this? The insect-controlling technique of a barbaric foreign tribe? The soldier saved by Shan Pao immediately called for the city's physician. However, the soldier's injuries were far too grave, leaving the physician helpless. Excuse me, the soldier looked towards Shan Pao, a questioning expression on his face. Shan Pao seemed to understand the soldier's unspoken inquiry and replied thoughtfully, "Do not worry. The young prince is leading 100,000 iron cavalry from Northern Liang. Qianxiang City will certainly not fall into foreign hands. The citizens within the city will also be safe." As soon as Shan Pao's words fell, Lu Hong and the citizens were left in stunned amazement. They had initially believed it to be the Prince of Northern Liang. Little did they expect it to be the young prince himself. Lu Lingxi also turned her beautiful eyes toward the young figure at the front of the army. Is he really the young prince? Thank you. Thank you. Upon hearing that the young prince had personally led the army here, the soldier's worries dissipated completely, replaced by a relieved smile before he succumbed to the void. Until his last breath, he had still been concerned for the safety of the citizens, which deeply moved Shan Pao, who held the soldier in high esteem. The people atop the city towered their gazes towards the battlefield. On the battlefield, Li Luo's expression was frigid, a terrifying murderous intent surging forth against the black cavalry of the Nanyun dynasty. Previously, the Northern Liang forces had divided into 3 routes, capturing one garrison after another held by the Qi Wang's troops. However, after seizing a dozen cities, they learned of the Nanyun dynasty's invasion into their borders. By now, 10 cities had fallen into the hands of the Nanyun dynasty. Upon receiving this news, both Li Luo and the citizens of Shizhou were filled with fury. Some soldiers from the cities that had once belonged to the Qi-Wang, upon learning of his demise, voluntarily surrendered. In their surrender, these soldiers had but one request: to have Li Luo lead them to repel the Nanyun dynasty and reclaim their lost territories. Li Luo accepted their surrender but did not bring them along, as the situation was urgent. He instructed them to defend their cities while he himself rushed to Qinxiang City with the Northern Liang Iron Cavalry. Lian Qing, the opposing commander, observed that the leader was neither the prince of Northern Liang nor one of the 7 heroes of Northern Liang. Qi Hui, from a distance, gazed at Li Luo, a look of confusion crossing his face. For the individual commanding this 100,000-strong Northern Liang cavalry was astonishingly young. Lian Qing nodded slightly, having also realized that the leader before him was not the prince of Northern Liang. Otherwise, he would have retreated at once. They had only brought 50,000 black cavalry to Qinxiang City. If they were to face the prince of Northern Liang or the 7 heroes of Northern Liang leading 100,000 cavalry, they would have no chance of survival. Seeing the unfamiliar Li Luo, they felt a sense of relief. A mere boy, barely out of his youth, commanding the Northern Liang army. Could he truly harness the might of the Northern Liang Iron Cavalry? What was the Northern Liang king thinking? Perhaps the Black Cavalry would indeed create a miracle today. Overcoming the odds, they could annihilate the 100,000 Northern Liang cavalry before them. Exchanging glances, both men shared an expression of exhilaration. Lian Qing spoke, pondering, "Who goes there? State your name." Li Luo's gaze was icy as he rode forward on his steed. Surveying Lian Qing and Qi Hui, he intoned, "I am Li Luo, son of the Prince of Northern Liang." Son of the Prince of Northern Liang? Lian Qing and Qi Hui were initially taken aback, then burst into laughter. They had never anticipated that this young commander of the 100,000 Northern Liang army was, in fact, the prince's own son. No wonder he could command such a force at such a young age. The two were elated. They had stumbled upon a major catch. If they could capture Li Luo, it would be child's play for their general to deal with the Prince of Northern Liang. Resolutely, they decided to seize Li Luo while simultaneously annihilating the 100,000 Northern Liang Iron Cavalry before them. Black Cavalry, attack! Lian Qing's voice thundered, and the 50,000 Black Cavalry surged forth, an overwhelming battle intent erupting. Boom! The fearsome battle intent coalesced into a tangible force, swirling into strands of dark energy that ascended into the heavens. Above, ominous clouds churned and thunder roared. A colossal black dragon writhed within the dark clouds, extending its head, gazing down upon Li Luo and the 100,000 Northern Liang cavalry, unleashing a resounding dragon's roar. The military spirit of the Black Cavalry was once more materialized. This spirit was forged from the battle intent of the 50,000 Black Cavalry soldiers, as long as the battle intent persists. The military spirit shall endure. Waves of astonishing battle intent continuously poured into the military spirit. Lian Qing and Qi Hui's lips curled upwards. This military spirit was their source of confidence. For an army to forge a military spirit, it is not only essential that each soldier be an elite warrior, but it also hinges upon the trust and synergy between the soldiers and their commander. Could this young and inexperienced son of the Prince of Northern Liang truly summon the military spirit of the Northern Liang army? With a mighty gesture, Lian Qing divided the colossal dragon of military spirit hovering above him into 2 formidable black dragons that surged into the bodies of both him and Qi Hui. A formidable surge of battle intent enveloped them, momentarily elevating their already peak cultivation in the Spirit Sea realm to the initial stage of the Great Transformation realm. The 2 men leaped off their warhorses, treading the air with an overwhelming presence that cloaked the entire battlefield. Li Luo observed the oncoming duo, a slight smile gracing his lips. Military spirit? Who doesn't he possess one? Where are the Iron Riders of Bailiang? His gaze sharpened suddenly, and he bellowed, "Here, boom!" As one, 100,000 Iron Riders of Bailiang erupted in a unified roar, unleashing a torrent of blood-red malevolence that ascended skyward. This terrifying aura eclipsed even the battle intent of the Black Riders. The previously roiling dark clouds above became suffused with a crimson hue in the wake of this formidable malice. Chapter 15. The Butcher's Slash Roar, a blood-colored dragon, forged from the malevolent aura of the 100,000 Iron Riders. Soared forth from the blood clouds. The military spirit of the Black Riders was birthed from battle intent, whereas the military spirit of the Iron Riders was shaped by sheer ferocity. Military spirit. Lien Qing and Qi Hui gazed in astonishment at the blood dragon hovering above the Bailiang forces, utterly shocked. They had not anticipated that the young Li Luo could summon forth the military spirit of the Bailiang army. Unbeknownst to them, 5 years prior, when the barbaric tribes descended, it was Li Luo who personally led the Iron Riders into the fray. From that moment on, he earned the trust of the soldiers and successfully forged the military spirit. Their eyes narrowed, a murderous intent surging forth. Tio achieved such prowess at a young age. If he were allowed to mature, he would undoubtedly become another king of Bailiang. Fortunately, with the augmentation of battle intent, their cultivation had temporarily surged to the initial stage of the Great Transformation realm. While Li Luo's tactical genius was remarkable, his cultivation would surely be lacking. Now was the perfect moment to extinguish him in his cradle. Boom! The two men shared a knowing glance and charged towards Li Luo. "Be careful, my lord," exclaimed Lu Renjia, alarmed, as he retrieved a scroll and ink brush, preparing to conjure a defensive illusion. "Your Highness!" The citizens atop the city walls gasped in awe at the unfolding scene. "Lu Renjia, allow me to handle this." Li Luo contemplated for a moment before drawing his battle blade. Lu Renjia nodded slightly, retracting his ink brush and scroll, placing absolute trust in Li Luo. Since the young lord had asserted he would handle it himself, he surely held unwavering confidence in defeating or even slaying the two adversaries. Boom! Just as Lien Qing and Qi Hui closed the distance, a powerful aura erupted from Li Luo. He swung his blade towards the onrushing duo. Lien Qing and Qi Hui were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically as they instinctively evaded Li Luo's strike, quickly establishing a safer distance. The Great Transformation Realm. How is this possible? They stared incredulously at the formidable presence emanating from Li Luo. A teenager at the Great Transformation Realm, unthinkable. Not only did the Southern Cloud dynasty lack such young talents, but even among the surrounding kingdoms, there was none to be found. What are we afraid of? He is merely at the initial stage of the Great Transformation Realm. Together, we can still slay him. Lien Qing suppressed his shock, contemplating. Qi Hui nodded slightly, tightening his grip on his spear. Such a terrifying talent must not be allowed to thrive. They were resolute in their intent to slay Li Luo here today. Li Luo smiled faintly. Since his rise in prestige, he had yet to reveal his true strength. Now, not only were Lien Qing and Qi Hui taken aback, but even the soldiers of the Bailiang army behind him regarded him with awe. Excitement surged among them. Their lord has a successor. His Highness is not only brave and strategic, but possesses astonishing talent. Such a lord is worthy of the Iron Riders of Bailiang standing by him through life and death. Li Luo's gaze turned steely as he overheard Lien Qing and Qi Hui's conversation. "Gentlemen, it appears you have forgotten something." Lien Qing and Qi Hui were momentarily taken aback, their expressions filled with confusion. Li Luo smiled slightly, spreading his arms wide as the military spirit dragon amidst the blood clouds let out a deafening roar. Lien Qing and Qi Hui's expressions darkened in an instant. At that moment, the 100,000 Iron Riders of Bailiang roared in unison. The military spirit dragon surged directly towards Li Luo, enveloping him in its essence. Boom! A terrifying blood-red aura emanated from Li Luo, causing his cultivation to temporarily ascend to the peak of the Great Transformation Realm. Clad in battle armor and enveloped in malevolence, he appeared as a war deity emerging from a sea of corpses. Buzz! Li Luo's expression shifted, vanishing from his original position to reappear before Lien Qing and Qi Hui. Boom! Li Luo swung his blade, and the two instinctively raised their weapons in defense. The sheer force of his strike sent them hurtling back 100 meters. Such strength! Their hands trembled uncontrollably around their weapons before they could regain their composure. Li Luo's figure advanced once more, desperate. Buzz! Sky-splitting spear! Black Cloud 100 Cuts, Lian Qing and Qi Hui, one wielding a long sword and the other a spear, became the eye of a formidable storm, the surrounding spiritual energy converging upon their weapons. Simultaneously, the dark battle intent of the Black Riders surged forth, unleashing staggering might. Rushing towards them, Li Luo raised an eyebrow, he let out a mighty roar, and the blood-red battle intent soared into the heavens. His North Liang battle blade became suffused with crimson, resembling a captivating blood crystal blade. The Iron Riders of Bailiang watched in exhilaration as Li Luo executed a familiar maneuver. Their eyes sparkled with fervor. Their young lord has indeed mastered their king's ultimate technique. The Butcher's Slash. The Butcher's Slash. Ha! Li Luo unleashed his full power, colliding with Lian Qing and Qi Hui. Boom. The soldiers from both factions witnessed a blood-red light sweeping across the stormy clouds. Brilliant sunlight cascading once more upon the earth. Under the sun's warm embrace, countless gazes were fixed upon the void, fists clenched in anticipation. Some elders even closed their eyes, silently praying for Li Luo's victory. Your Highness must prevail. Bang! Impht! With a resounding crack that echoed through the sky, the weapons of Lian Qing and Qi Hui suddenly shattered. Two streams of crimson blood erupted forth, cascading upon the battlefield. Accompanied by the incredulous expressions etched upon their faces as their heads tumbled to the ground. He won. His Highness has triumphed. The citizens of the city erupted in jubilant cheers upon witnessing this scene, their spirits soaring as they beheld Li Luo's heroic figure. His Highness! Lu Lingxi gazed at Li Luo's silhouette, unable to suppress a soft murmur, her eyes shimmering with admiration. Boom! Pft! With the demise of Lian Qing and Qi Hui, the military spirit coalesced by the Black Riders was forcibly extinguished by Li Luo's blade. The 5,000 remaining Black Riders were instantly struck by backlash, each one unable to contain a mouthful of blood. Their spirits flagging, Li Luo would not let such an opportunity slip. Roar! With a sudden surge, he released the military spirit of the Bailiang army, bestowing it upon every warrior of Bailiang. Kill, leave none alive. And showcase the might of Bailiang, Li Luo directed his blade at the 5,000 Black Riders on the battlefield, letting out a mighty howl. Kill, tread, tread, tread. At Li Luo's command, the 100,000 Iron Riders of Bailiang raised their banners and charged towards the Black Riders. However, the Black Riders, renowned as the elite forces of the Southern Cloud Dynasty, quickly regained their composure after losing their commanders. Under the leadership of a vanguard soldier, they did not retreat. Instead, they surged forward to meet the approaching Iron Riders. As the pride of the Southern Cloud Dynasty, their honor forbade retreat, especially in the face of the Iron Riders of Bailiang. Soon, the two armies clashed in a fierce melee. Lu Renjia and the mountain cannons atop the city walls joined the fray. Conjure realities, wind god, thunder god. Lu Renjia summoned forth the wind and thunder gods from his conjuration, massive entities that charged into the Black Riders like relentless engines of destruction, delivering devastating blows. Meanwhile, the mountain cannons unleashed swarms of exotic insects that burrowed into the armor of the black soldiers, eliciting anguished cries. Before long, amidst the witness of countless citizens of Qinxiang City, the 5,000 Black Riders were utterly annihilated. Beneath the setting sun, the blood that flowed across the battlefield still retained a lingering warmth. The shattered armor reflected a golden radiance. Li Luo, accompanied by the Bailiang army, entered Qinxiang City amidst the thunderous cheers of the citizens who lined the streets in welcome. Chapter 16. Has father caught a fever? Upon entering Qinxiang City, the citizens greeted them with great reverence. Your Highness, at the forefront of the crowd, the governor Lu Hong, accompanied by Lu Lingxi, bowed to Li Luo. Are you the governor of Qinxiang City? Li Luo inquired. Governor Lu Hong, have you met His Highness the Crown Prince? Lu Hong nodded in response. Li Luo gazed at Lu Hong and then cast his eyes upon the fervent crowd of citizens around him, proclaiming, You have all done remarkably well. I assure you, as your Crown Prince, I shall drive the invading Southern Cloud enemy forces back to their homeland. We shall reclaim the cities and territories we have lost. As Li Luo's impassioned voice resonated, the gathered citizens knelt before him, fervently shouting their support. They believed that with their proud Northern Liang army and the presence of the Crown Prince, the enemy would undoubtedly be repelled and their lost lands restored. The citizens were unwavering in their faith in Li Luo's promise. The image of Li Luo's formidable figure, having single-handedly defeated 2 commanders of the Black Cavalry, was etched deeply in the minds of every resident of Qinxiang City. Lu Lingxi looked up at Li Luo on his warhorse, her eyes sparkling with admiration. The crown prince of northern Liang was indeed as remarkable as the rumors suggested. He stood in stark contrast to other noble scions, exuding an air of approachability. Unlike other aristocrats, who often treated the common folk with disdain, Li Luo had won the hearts of the entire populace of Qinxiang City in that moment. A notification chimed in his mind. Ding. You have gained 500,000 prestige points. Li Luo was elated. He had not anticipated that his heartfelt words would earn the support of the entire city. Your Highness, you must be weary from your travels and the recent battle. Please, allow me to escort you to my residence for some rest, Lu Heng suggested. Li Luo nodded in agreement. The Black Cavalry of the Southern Cloud Dynasty had already seized 10 other prefectures surrounding Qinxiang City. Although he had just led the Northern Liang Iron Cavalry to victory against the invading Black Cavalry, that was merely the vanguard of the Southern Cloud's advance into the Western Province. According to his subordinates' intelligence, this invasion was spearheaded by General Morong Liao, who commanded 400,000 Black Cavalry. It would not be long before this place became a battlefield once more. His father and Gao Shun's forces were also en route. Li Luo immediately ordered the Northern Liang Iron Cavalry to rest and swiftly clear the battlefield outside the city while dispatching a contingent of troops to begin organizing the evacuation of the citizens from Qinxiang City. Shortly after Li Luo entered the city, Li Beixiong's forces and Gao Shun's troops also arrived. They had not only captured the other strongholds held by Prince Qi, but had also brought with them an army of 300,000, all of whom were former soldiers loyal to Prince Qi. Now, they had all surrendered to Northern Liang in the governor's mansion. The king of Northern Liang and Li Luo occupied the main seats, while 5 generals from the Northern Liang 7 heroes sat below them, deliberating on strategies to combat the Southern Cloud's Black Cavalry. After all, the enemy posed a formidable threat, and the Black Cavalry was no ordinary army. Moreover, the enemy's commander was none other than the renowned warlord general, Morong Liao. In the council chamber, Governor Lu Heng stood beside Li Beixiong, while his daughter, Lu Lingxi, personally served tea to the assembled generals. The elegant and refined Lu Lingxi emanated a unique charisma, leaving a lasting impression of grace, composure, and sophistication upon all present. Especially given her innate beauty. My lord, Crown Prince, please enjoy the tea. Lu Lingxi gently poured fragrant tea for Li Beixiong and Li Luo, then gracefully stepped aside. Concerned that the maidservants in the mansion might inadvertently offend the king of Northern Liang, she chose to serve personally. Li Luo accepted the tea from Lu Lingxi, nodding slightly, his expression calm as he took a sip before casting a lingering glance at her. He had heard whispers of her reputation as a talented woman while in Northern Liang. It was said that she could compose poetry at the age of 7, paint at 9, master the classics by 12 or 13, and travel the vast landscapes of the country by 17. Countless suitors had pursued her, yet she remained unmarried. Upon first seeing Lu Lingxi, Li Luo was indeed struck by the scholarly aura she exuded. The rumors were not unfounded. She was truly a woman of talent. Her every movement conveyed an elegance that surpassed that of ordinary noble daughters. Alas, Li Beixiong remarked, taking the tea and admiring the cultured and enchanting Lu Lingxi. Growing more satisfied with each passing moment as the king, he had certainly heard of her celebrated talents. Governor Lu, has your daughter found a suitor? Li Beixiong inquired, his gaze glinting as he looked at Lu Heng with a rather mischievous expression. Lu Heng and Lu Lingxi were taken aback by the sudden shift in Li Beixiong's demeanor, while the 5 generals, accustomed to their lord's antics, exchanged knowing glances filled with amusement, their attention shifting to Lu Lingxi and Li Luo. Li Luo shot his father a sidelong glance, his expression a mix of incredulity and concern. What was going on with his father? Was spring in the air, igniting his father's youthful desires? Surely, he wasn't considering pursuing Lu Lingxi for a second marriage. Li Luo pondered. His father certainly ought to consider remarriage, for he had never known his mother. Although he had traversed through time, his memories only returned when he was a year old. According to his father, his mother had tragically passed away during childbirth. Her grave lay on the hillside behind the royal residence, a site he visited annually to pay his respects. Since her death, his father had never taken a concubine. Li Luo often wondered if his father's celibacy stemmed from some inadequacy, fearing exposure. Lu Hong snapped back to reality, hastily clasping his hands. My lord, my daughter remains unmarried." Speaking of his daughter, Lu Hong couldn't help but sigh. He had introduced her to numerous talented young men, yet she had not found any of them to her liking. While daughters from other families were already at home managing households by the ages of 15 or 16. His daughter was now 23, making it increasingly difficult to find her a suitable match. Lu Hong was deeply troubled. Lu Lingxi, noticing Li Beixiong's lecherous gaze lingering on her, felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. However, she maintained a facade of composure, suppressing any signs of distress. A troubling thought crossed her mind. If her fears were realized, what would she do? If she resisted, would it endanger her father? Unmarried? Li Beixiong exclaimed with delight. Slapping his thigh, his satisfaction with Lu Lingxi growing by the moment. Soon as he uttered those words, Li Luo's eyes widened in incredulity as he looked at his father. His father had indeed lost his senses and had developed an interest in Lu Lingxi. Li Luo found himself scrutinizing Lu Lingxi a bit more closely. After all, she was a few years his senior. He wouldn't mind having her as a stepmother, provided his father was happy. Chapter 17. A tremendous misunderstanding. Not only Li Luo but even the 5 generals present were taken aback. This was not how they had envisioned things unfolding. Wasn't the king supposed to be matchmaking for the crown prince? How did it turn into a pursuit for himself? Upon hearing Li Beixiong's enthusiastic declaration of affection, Lu Hong trembled, casting a glance at his daughter. In that moment, Lu Lingxi's complexion turned pale, her facade of composure faltering as she bowed her head in silence. Yet, tears began to well in her beautiful eyes. "Alas, my lord, as long as my daughter consents, I have no objections to this marriage." Lu Hong sighed wearily, his response lacking conviction. Li Beixiong observed Lu Heng's disheartened expression and felt a touch of exasperation. Ever since he laid eyes on Lu Lingxi, his admiration had only deepened. This young woman was cultured, refined, and talented. She was well suited to be his beloved son's wife. How could he not be fond of such a daughter-in-law? Yet, Lu Heng's demeanor suggested he was reluctant to see his daughter wed to his esteemed son. Was his son truly so unworthy? Li Beixiong turned to glance at Li Luo again. "Why, son isn't unattractive, is he?" Seeing his father scrutinizing him, Li Luo assumed his father sought his approval. He smiled slightly, fully supporting his father's rare romantic inclinations. "As long as you, father, are fond of her, I will naturally support it. You need not consider my feelings." Upon hearing Li Luo's words, Li Beixiong's heart soared with joy. So, his son also had an interest in the young lady. Truly, he was his father's son, sharing the same discerning taste. "And you, my dear?" Li Beixiong turned to Lu Lingxi, a smile gracing his face as he inquired. Lu Lingxi fought back the urge to cry, fearing that her refusal would bring trouble to her father. And thus she spoke with measured grace. "If my father has no objections, I am willing to marry the lord." Saying this seemed to drain all of Lu Lingxi's strength. Wait, what did you just say?" Upon hearing Lu Lingxi's consent to the marriage proposal, Li Beixiong burst into hearty laughter. Yet, in an instant, reality struck him as he widened his eyes, fixating on Lu Lingxi. Lu Lingxi, unable to meet Li Beixiong's gaze, bit her lip in distress and stammered. I said I am willing to marry the prince." Her voice, though soft, was crystal clear to all present. "Congratulations, your highness." The 5 generals seated below promptly bowed in congratulations to Li Beixiong. It became apparent that their prince indeed had a taste for youthful beauty. Li Beixiong felt utterly bewildered, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. Then he turned to his eldest son. Li Luo exchanged a knowing glance with him, seemingly encouraging. "Go for it, father. Pursue your happiness." "Wait a moment. I say, young lady, you seem to have mistaken something. The one you intend to marry is not me, but rather my eldest son, Li Luo." At that moment, Li Beixiong recalled his earlier words and finally understood that both Lu Hong and his daughter, along with all those present, had misconstrued his meaning. He hurriedly sought to clarify as soon as Li Beixiong's words fell. It was now Li Luo's turn to be dumbfounded. He stared wide-eyed at his father. The 5 generals were equally taken aback, but soon comprehension dawned upon them. They realized they had misinterpreted their prince's intentions. It was only natural. After years of camaraderie and battle, how could their prince possess such a penchant for youthful beauty? They promptly bowed to Li Luo, grinning as they congratulated him. "Congratulations, young master." Li Luo's mouth twitched in exasperation. These fickle allies, at that moment, all he desired was a moment of tranquility, as the turn of events was overwhelming, and he felt an inexplicable urge to pummel his father. Lu Hong and Lu Lingxi stood in stunned silence. Exchanging glances, soon, Lu Hong regained his composure, a smile illuminating his face. "Agreed. Agreed. Your Highness, I wholeheartedly consent." With the misunderstanding cleared, he turned to Li Luo, his eyes brimming with mirth. After all, it became evident that the prince was proposing on behalf of his son. Lu Hong had initially thought the prince sought to usurp his precious daughter. What a colossal misunderstanding. "Ahahaha. Then, from now on, you shall be family. Young lady, how do you feel about this? Are you willing to marry my esteemed son?" Li Beixiong showed no sign of embarrassment regarding the misunderstanding. In his eyes, his eldest son's matrimonial prospects outweighed all else. Lu Lingxi's face flushed crimson from the recent confusion, her gaze lowered, unable to meet Li Beixiong's or Li Luo's eyes. How mortifying! Simultaneously, upon realizing that the prince was proposing for his son, an inexplicable joy swelled within her. Her heart raced, akin to a fawn bounding in her chest. She then whispered softly, "Lingxi is willing to abide by my father's wishes." After speaking, she discreetly stole a glance at Li Luo, eager to gauge his reaction. Observing his daughter's response, Lu Hong smiled broadly. With his years of experience, he could easily discern that his daughter held feelings for the young prince as well. "Wait, I object." Just as Li Beixiong resolved to discuss with Lu Hong the arrangement of a suitable date for the formal proposal, Li Luo, wearing a dark expression, interjected his objection. "Son, why? Did you not just declare your fondness for this young lady? Why oppose it?" Li Beixiong inquired, utterly perplexed. As for the reason, Li Luo found it difficult to articulate. He couldn't possibly say he had assumed his father desired to pursue a youthful bride, could he? Meanwhile, Lu Lingxi, upon hearing Li Luo's words, felt an unexpected wave of disappointment wash over her. Li Luo, noticing her averted gaze, rubbed his nose and cleared his throat, addressing them seriously. "Ahem, father, Minister Lu, given the current turmoil within the dynasty, matters of romance must be set aside for the time being. Moreover, Minister Lu, allow me to be forthright. The court is rife with corruption, the emperor inept, and the kings of Wu and Jin are in open rebellion. While our northern Liang faces similar strife, have you truly considered this? Are you willing to allow your daughter to wed me? Should our northern Liang falter, I need not elaborate on the consequences." Li Luo's gaze was intense as he regarded Lu Hong, his eyes glinting with significance. His words plunged the atmosphere into an immediate silence. Li Beixiong, too, adopted a serious demeanor, his gaze fixed on Lu Hong. "What my esteemed son says is true. With the other 3 kings in rebellion, our northern Liang is also embroiled in chaos. Are you certain of your decision? Should you agree, your Lu family will be joining our northern Liang's ill-fated venture. Should we succeed, all will be well. If not," in that moment, Lu Hong fell silent. As a former official of the court, aligning with northern Liang would be tantamount to treachery. However, his disillusionment with the current regime ran deep. "Minister Lu, if you do not consent to this union, I shall not impose upon you," Li Beixiong remarked thoughtfully. After a brief pause, Lu Hong looked at Li Beixiong and Li Luo, his expression resolute. "Your Highness, with foreign enemies at our doorstep, and the kings of Wu and Jin embroiled in their own conflicts, indifferent to the safety of our subjects, and with the current emperor wallowing in debauchery amid national peril, it is only you and the young master who have mobilized to defend and save the hundreds of thousands of citizens in Xinxiang City from falling into enemy hands. Therefore, it is my belief that you and the young master are the only ones capable of delivering our people from this calamity. I consent to this marriage." Chapter 18. The Nightly Offensive. Ahahaha. Excellent, truly worthy of Minister Lu. Li Beixiong erupted into hearty laughter, nodding appreciatively, a glimmer of admiration dancing across his features. Li Luo, on the other hand, did not foresee Lu Heng's affirmative response in his mind. Lu Heng had always been a loyal minister, and his previous remarks were not solely a test, but also an attempt to dissuade Lu Heng from accepting his father's matrimonial proposal. It seemed he had miscalculated. Cough, father, I have only just met Lady Lu. It seems rather hasty to propose at this juncture. Moreover, our grand endeavor remains unfinished, and I must temporarily set aside personal matters. Li Luo intended to refuse outright, but feared hurting the talented young lady's feelings. Thus, he employed the excuse of unfinished business. My esteemed son, you make a valid point. Very well, once we achieve our goals, I shall formally propose, complete with a grand procession and proper marriage rites. Minister, how does that sound? Li Beixiong inquired of Lu Heng. Your Highness, that sounds splendid. Splendid indeed. Lu Heng chuckled softly, nodding repeatedly. Lu Lingxi lowered her head, a charming blush adorning her cheeks, and let out a gentle sigh of relief, subsequently glancing at Li Luo from the corner of her eye. That moment, Li Luo wore a grim expression, utterly speechless. Well then, since we are on familial terms now, it seems my earlier words were in vain. Now that the Qi king has been vanquished, and most of the western counties are under our control, our foremost task is to repel the invasion of the Southern Cloud dynasty and reclaim the 10 occupied counties. As Li Luo realized his protests bore no fruit, he shifted the conversation, addressing the assembly with gravity. His words commanded the attention of everyone present. With the kings of Wu and Jin embroiled in fierce conflict, if they did not seize this opportunity to drive back the invading Southern Cloud dynasty, their northern Liang would find itself at a disadvantage once the two kings determined a victor. Moreover, the populace had high hopes for their northern Liang. Therefore, reclaiming the 10 counties seized by the Southern Cloud dynasty was of utmost urgency. Should they succeed in retrieving the occupied territories, Northern Liang's prestige in the eyes of the citizens would soar to unprecedented heights. Your Highness, young master, according to our scouts, the 5 great generals of the Southern Cloud dynasty are personally leading the army. Aside from the 5,000 black cavalry slain by General Gao, the leader of the 5 generals, Murong Liao, has brought with him 100,000 black cavalry, currently occupying our Xixiang County. The remaining 3 generals, Zhang Yuan, Chen Ying, and Yun Bin, have taken control of Shuyun County, Mongshan County, and Qingfeng County, respectively. These counties are among the most crucial borders of our western state. With the black cavalry mobilized, a formidable force of 400,000 is advancing towards us. And aside from the 5,000 black cavalry the young master has eliminated, their total strength now stands at 350,000. Furthermore, the 4 generals, led by Murong Liao, are all at the pinnacle of the Dian realm, commanding numerous formidable Spirit Sea Realm warriors. The slain Lian Qing and Qi Hui were among Zhang Yuan's Spirit Sea Realm experts, according to the latest intelligence from our scouts, after arriving in Xinjiang City. Murong Liao, Yun Bin, and Chen Ying are marching their armies towards Shuyun City. Given the speed of their black cavalry, they are expected to arrive by dawn tomorrow. The dragon beneath the seat, Longya, stepped forward and divulged the intelligence gathered by the scouts. Upon learning the approximate strength of the opposing force, a heavy silence fell upon all present. A flicker of unusual light danced in Li Luo's eyes. Although he had triumphed over 50,000 of the black cavalry, he dared not underestimate this army, which could stand shoulder to shoulder with their own Beiliang. Like their Beiliang iron cavalry, the black cavalry emerged as a formidable force from the chaos of war. It is said that the old emperor of the South Cloud dynasty relied on this very black cavalry to vanquish all the feudal lords and establish the South Cloud dynasty. Furthermore, in the nascent days of the dynasty, the old emperor personally led the black cavalry into battle, achieving a stunning victory against the invasion of the Divine Feather dynasty with a smaller force, thus securing his legendary status. However, despite Li Luo's reluctance to underestimate the black cavalry, he was equally aware that their Beiliang iron cavalry was no foe to be trifled with during the invasion of the South Cloud by the Divine Feather dynasty. His father, freshly bestowed with the title of king, led merely 100,000 of the Beiliang iron cavalry to decisively repel the Divine Feather forces, who have since refrained from making further incursions. What now troubled Li Luo was the formidable strength of the enemy's upper echelon. According to Leng Ya, the remaining 4 generals of the opposing force were all at the pinnacle of the Great Yin realm, each commanding several subordinates at the Spirit Sea realm. In terms of upper echelon strength, Bai Liang was evidently at a disadvantage. Although they too possessed 4 formidable Great Yin realm experts, only his father and Gao Shun had reached the pinnacle of that level, while he himself was merely at the initial stage of the Great Yin realm, with Li Ergu at the intermediate stage. As for the Spirit Sea realm, the 5 generals under his command, coupled with Lu Ranjia and Shan Pao, amounted to a mere 7 individuals. Overall, their upper echelon strength was markedly inferior to that of their adversaries. The higher the cultivation level of a strong warrior, the more they could influence the outcome of a battle. Nevertheless, the thought of having 50,000 prestige points from the citizens of Qinxiang City yet to be utilized quelled his anxieties. Indeed, I wished to meet the Black Cavalry. There was no opportunity before, but now it seems fortuitous. However, one must not underestimate Morong Liao. It is said that he, as the foremost among the 5 generals of the South Cloud, reached the pinnacle of the Great Yin realm 2 decades ago. I wonder if he has made further advancements in these 20 years. Should he have crossed into the return to the Void realm, we would be in a precarious situation. Upon mentioning Morong Liao of the South Cloud dynasty, Li Beixiong's expression grew grave. The return to the Void realm was a coveted stage for any Great Yin realm pinnacle expert. Even he had been stuck at the pinnacle of the Great Yin realm for decades. Fear not, father. If that Morong Liao had indeed ascended to the return to the Void realm, he would not have brought the Black Cavalry with him. One man could sweep through our entire Liang dynasty, Li Luo said with a slight smile, dispelling his father's concerns. Li Beixiong nodded, acknowledging the logic in his son's words. With the other 3 Great Yin realm pinnacle experts from the South Cloud dynasty yet to arrive, this was indeed their best opportunity to strike and capture Shoyun City. They must endeavor to eliminate Zhang Yuan. Doing so would significantly alleviate the pressure on their upper echelon strength, Li Beixiong pondered. Li Luo nodded slightly, recognizing that this was indeed the most opportune moment for their offensive. However, once battle commenced, they had to conclude it before dawn. Otherwise, with the arrival of the other 3 Great Yin realm pinnacles, they would find themselves encircled. Your Highness, issue the order. The 5 generals rose in unison, bowing to Li Beixiong. Very well. Assemble 100,000 iron cavalry and march swiftly towards Yunqiu City, Li Beixiong commanded. Rising before the assembly, yes, with that, under the leadership of Li Luo and his father, 100,000 iron cavalry from Bai Liang departed Qinxiang City, hastening towards Yunqiu City. According to their intelligence, Zhang Yuan, commanding the Black Cavalry, had 10,000 troops, of which 5,000 had previously been annihilated by Li Luo, leaving only 5,000 remaining. Accompanying Li Luo and his father were Gao Shun, Li Ergu, and the 5 formidable generals of Bai Liang. Yet, none noticed that Lu Ranjia and Shan Pao were conspicuously absent from the ranks. Amidst the crowd of citizens evacuating Qinxiang City, a man observed the rapidly departing Bai Liang iron cavalry disappearing into the night. In a clandestine act, he crushed a jade token. After ensuring the safety of the fleeing citizens, the man discreetly departed from the throng. Chapter 19. Zhang Yuan schemed. The moonlight enveloped Shoyun City, where smoke and dust rose as iron cavalry galloped forth. Countless Black Cavalry soldiers were surging towards the city gates. The citizens of Liang cowered in their homes, fearful of venturing outside. Ever since the Black Cavalry of the South Cloud dynasty breached Shoyun City, the citizens had attempted to resist. However, upon entering the city, Zhang Yuan ordered the suppression and execution of all rebellious citizens. On the day the city was captured, tens of thousands of civilians fell victim to the blades of the Black Cavalry. Since then, no one dared to resist, resigned to hiding in their homes. At that moment, within a household in the city, a pair of eyes peered through the window, watching the galloping Black Cavalry. A flicker of intrigue crossed their gaze. Inside, 2 young boys stood. One was pale-faced and expressionless, while the other was enveloped by a swarm of black insects. These 2 boys were none other than the missing Lu Ranjia and Shan Pao. After Li Luo had defeated the Black Cavalry led by Lin Qing and Qi Hui, he had dispatched the 2 to Shoyun City to gather intelligence. Behind them, on a bed, lay a man in a deep slumber. The owner of the house. To prevent exposure, Lu Ranjia had no choice but to render him unconscious. The black cavalry outside does not appear to be retreating, Lu Rangjia remarked, narrowing his eyes as he turned to Shan Pao. Shan Pao did not respond but remained focused on controlling the insects enveloping him. Within a mansion in Shoyun City, the residence of the county magistrate, the magistrate had been slain by Zhang Yuan after the Black Cavalry's invasion, and the mansion was now requisitioned. Inside, a middle-aged man clad in armor sat in meditation. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, a surge of potent energy erupting from within. This man was none other than Zhang Yuan, one of the 5 generals of the South Cloud dynasty. After a moment of recuperation, Zhang Yuan prepared himself for battle, as this night would witness a fierce confrontation. A smirk graced his lips, and a chilling aura radiated from him, lowering the temperature in the vicinity. General, at that moment, 3 individuals entered from outside. Each was similarly imbued with a formidable wave of spiritual energy, pinnacles of the Spirit Sea realm. They were Zhang Yuan's vice-commanders, Di Cheng. What news? Zhang Yuan inquired coldly upon seeing the 3 clad in battle attire. General, as you predicted, according to our spies hidden in Xinxiang City, the Beiliang King is leading 100,000 iron cavalry straight towards Shoyun City. Di Cheng, the leader among them, reported with excitement. Zhang Yuan could not help but sneer at this revelation. It was precisely as he had anticipated. The Beiliang King would indeed seize this opportunity for a night raid. What powerful figures accompany the Beiliang King? Zhang Yuan continued to inquire. Reporting to the general, our spies have indicated that in addition to the Beiliang King, there is also the Beiliang heir, 5 of the 7 heroes of Beiliang. And 2 unfamiliar men, Di Cheng replied. Zhang Yuan nodded slowly, speaking, I did not expect that the Beiliang heir would possess such remarkable talent. Having slain both Lian Qing and Qi Hui, his cultivation must be at least at the Great Yin realm. Otherwise, he could not have defeated the 2 pinnacle Spirit Sea realm warriors. Such power at a young age is indeed monstrous, and he must not be spared. The 3 nodded in agreement. By the way, have we been able to gather any information on those 2 unfamiliar men? Zhang Yuan asked, fixing his gaze on Di Cheng. General, through our spies embedded in other counties, it seems Beiliang has another Great Yin realm expert named Gao Shun. It is likely that one of the 2 unfamiliar men is Gao Shun, but we do not have clarity on his exact strength, only that he is a Great Yin realm expert. It is said that this Gao Shun, along with 50,000 troops from Beiliang and accompanied by the Beiliang King and heir, split their forces to capture all the counties of the Qi King. Di Cheng explained. Upon hearing Di Cheng's words, Zhang Yuan nodded, solemnly stating that Gao Shun is likely only at the initial or mid-stage of the Great Yin realm. In the Liang dynasty, only the 4 kings and the fallen Qin you can stand against our 5 generals. There are only 5 pinnacle Great Yin realm experts. Otherwise, we would have known. This meant that, aside from the Beiliang King, the enemy still had 2 Great Yin realm experts at their disposal. Had it not been for Yun Bin's premature departure to Shoyun County, this general would indeed have had to retreat into obscurity. Zhang Yuan sneered repeatedly, a glimmer of icy malice flickering in his eyes. This was after he learned that Lian Qing and Qi Hui had led their forces to besiege Qianxiang City, only to be annihilated by the North Liang Crown Prince. Suddenly, a message arrived from one of the 5 generals, Yun Bin, informing him that the main army had already arrived outside Shoyun County. Upon discovering that Yun Bin's 100,000 elite black cavalry had reached their destination ahead of schedule, Zhang Yuan's mind concocted a cunning plan. He was certain that the North Liang King would seize the opportunity for a night raid. Thus, he instructed Yun Bin to conceal his whereabouts and lay in ambush along the only route from Qianxiang City to Shoyun City. Yun Bin was indeed a formidable peak expert of the Great Yin realm. Together, they would undoubtedly be able to slay the North Liang King. Everything was unfolding according to his expectations. He would hold the North Liang King at bay while Yun Bin dealt with the Crown Prince and Gao Shun. As for the remaining 5 among the North Liang 7 heroes, they posed no threat whatsoever. Moreover, with the addition of his remaining 50,000 black cavalry, their strength far surpassed that of the North Liang Iron Cavalry. In this battle, the death of the North Liang King was a certainty. The North Liang King would never suspect that General Yun would arrive ahead of time. Now, General Yun and his 100,000 black cavalry lay in wait along the necessary route outside the city. General, we await your command, Di Cheng said with a sinister smile. Very well, let us proceed to rendezvous with General Yun. Zhang Yuan nodded slightly and departed the residence with 3 others, hastening towards the outskirts of the city. Little did Zhang Yuan and his companions know, atop their residence, a black peculiar insect was slowly crawling. Everything they had just discussed was overheard in its entirety by the insect of Shan Pao. Soon, the insect flew back to Shan Pao's side. Shan Pao's expression turned tense as he communicated through the insect. Lu Renjia, quickly relay the message to the young master. One of the 5 generals, Yun Bin, has arrived early and is currently lying in ambush outside, seemingly plotting to ambush the young master. What? Huan Wu Wei Zhan. Lu Renjia immediately employed his supernatural abilities, transcribing the information gleaned by Shan Pao into written form. Under his ink brush, black characters coalesced into a small black and white bird, which flew through the window. Lu Renjia. We must also go to support the young master, Shan Pao declared. Indeed. The 2 departed the household, silently vanishing into the forest surrounding Xiaoyun City. Chapter 20. An unexpected 6th man Li Luo and his comrades led 100,000 North Liang Iron Cavalry, stirring up clouds of dust beneath the moonlight. Just as the group was hastening forward, a small black and white bird darted toward them at high speed. Young master, Li Ergo, standing nearby, activated his perspective eye upon spotting the bird, instantly recognizing it as Lu Renjia's Huan Wu Wei Zhan. Halt! Li Luo waved his hand, signaling everyone to stop. What is it, son? Li Beixiong inquired, puzzled. Li Luo gently raised his hand, and the black and white bird landed upon it. The group gathered around. Buzzing, the bird transformed into a swirl of ink upon Li Luo's palm, revealing a series of ink characters before their astonished eyes. As they read the message, Li Beixiong's expression shifted dramatically. Yun Bin has actually arrived early. Li Luo nodded slightly, his eyes narrowing. Fortunately, he had taken precautions and sent Lu Renjia and Shan Pao to scout the military situation. Otherwise, they would surely have fallen into the hands of Zhang Yuan and Yun Bin tonight. Your Highness, should we retreat? Long Yi suggested. Li Luo shook his head slightly, addressing the group. Father, uncles, with Zhang Yuan and Yun Bin, we face 2 peak experts of the Great Yin Realm. However, both you and Gao Shun are also at the peak of the Great Yin Realm. We may yet stand a chance in battle. Since they have already set an ambush, why not let us play the role of the unexpected 6th? The others exchanged glances, uncertain of what the young prince meant by the unexpected 6th. Son, what cunning idea do you have? Li Beixiong remarked, noticing the sly smile on Li Luo's lips. Given his understanding of his son, he knew that whenever Li Luo bore such a mischievous expression, misfortune was surely in store for someone. Father, since we know that Yun Bin has laid an ambush along the route, let us simply circumvent them and launch a surprise attack from behind. Li Luo replied with a slight smile, unfazed. The others considered this and found merit in the suggestion. But, Your Highness, how shall we know where Yun Bin's forces are lying in wait? Visibility is low at night, and our scouts will struggle to locate them. Long Yi pondered. Li Luo had anticipated this issue and calmly responded. That is easily resolved. We have Ergo. His ocular technique can penetrate all illusions, and even in darkness, he can effortlessly detect their presence. Instantly, the gazes of Li Beixiong and the others fell upon Li Ergo. Understanding the prince's intent, Li Ergo declared, Young master, I shall ascertain their ambush location at once. In a flash, he vanished into the nearby forest, transforming into a fleeting shadow racing towards Xiaoyun City. Truly, the young master is surrounded by exceptional talents, the 5 generals remarked, watching Li Ergo's retreat and recalling the small bird that had conveyed the message. Having the young master and his gifted individuals is indeed a blessing for our North Liang. Li Beixiong smiled knowingly, pride radiating from his expression as he looked at his son. Do you still need to say it? Even Gao Shun, a peak expert of the Great Yin Realm, willingly follows my son. Need I mention how remarkable my son truly is? Li Luo chuckled, instructing the army behind him to rest in place, awaiting Li Ergo's return. After leaving the main force, Li Ergo activated his perspective eye and sped forward. About 10 miles from the army, within a dense thicket, he finally made a discovery. Perched upon a large tree, his pupils emitted a faint glow in the thicket leading to Xiaoyun City. A massive force lay concealed, armed with bows and crossbows. at the forefront of this army. Several powerful auras flickered in and out of perception. Utilizing his ocular technique, Li Ergo discerned the figures from a distance. Among them, the two leading men donned battle robes, exuding a faint aura of menace. With Li Ergo's cultivation at the Great Yin realm, he could clearly sense that these two middle-aged gentlemen were indeed formidable figures at the Great Yin realm level. These two must be Zhang Yuan and Yun Bin. I must hurry back to inform the young master. Li Ergo stealthily withdrew, retreating a safe distance before hastening back. At that moment, the ambushed Yun Bin suddenly turned his head, gazing at the tree where Li Ergo had recently been. A frown creasing his brow. "What is it?" Zhang Yuan inquired, noticing Yun Bin's unusual demeanor. "I have a nagging feeling that someone was observing us just now." Yun Bin squinted, his expression growing serious. Zhang Yuan's body trembled slightly, and in an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing under the very tree where Li Ergo had been moments ago. Following closely behind, Yun Bin materialized as well. "One is here. Could it be your imagination?" Zhang Yuan scanned the surroundings, finding no signs of disturbance. It must have been an illusion, but it's better to be cautious. After all, our opponent is the North Liang King, the North Liang Iron Cavalry. Under the command of the North Liang King, once defeated the 30,000 Divine Feather Army of the Divine Feather Dynasty with merely 100,000 troops. We must not let our guard down. Yun Bin spoke solemnly. Zhang Yuan nodded slightly, and the two returned to their original positions, continuing to await the arrival of the North Liang King. Meanwhile, on his way back, Li Ergo suddenly sensed two powerful auras racing towards Li Luo's direction from another route. Thinking they were enemy scouts, he swiftly altered his path and activated his perspective Lu Renjia, Shan Pao. The two figures sprinting towards him were indeed Lu Renjia and Shan Pao, returning from their reconnaissance mission at Xiaoyun City. Upon hearing the voice behind them, the two halted and prepared for battle. When they recognized Li Ergo, their guard lowered. "Li Ergo, has the young master received our message?" Shan Pao inquired eagerly. Li Ergo nodded and replied, "Indeed, the young master sent me out to scout after receiving your news. The enemy is currently lying in ambush 10 miles away. We must hurry back to report to the young master." The three then continued their swift return. Shortly thereafter, they stood once again beside Li Ergo. "What did you find?" Li Luo asked anxiously as he approached the returning trio. Li Beixiong and the others drew closer as well. "Young master, there is a substantial force of black cavalry lying in ambush about 10 miles from us, numbering approximately over 10,000. Among them are 2 peak experts of the Great Yin realm and 7 Spirit Sea realm experts. Those 2 peak experts are likely Zhang Yuan and Yun Bin," Li Ergo reported, clasping his fists. 10 miles away, you say? Father, let us circle behind and launch a direct assault." Li Luo let out a cold laugh as he mounted his war steed. Li Beixiong waved his large hand, and the 100,000 Northern Liang Iron Cavalry, who had been waiting in place, immediately turned their horses around to follow Li Luo and Li Beixiong. Chapter 21. The surprise attack from behind Li Luo and his companions. Accompanied by the 100,000 Northern Liang Cavalry, circumvented the main route leading to Xiaoyun City, galloping down a narrow mountain path. They were several miles away from the enemy's ambush. To prevent the enemy from detecting their presence, Li Luo ordered everyone to dismount. Under the leadership of Li Ergo, they stealthily approached the enemy's rear. Bathed in moonlight, even without Li Ergo's enhanced vision, Li Luo and the soldiers could see the reflective glint of armor worn by the black cavalry. At that moment, a murderous intent flickered across Li Luo's father's face as he slowly raised his hand. The Northern Liang army behind them instantly bent their bows and knocked their arrows, the sharp tips glinting with a cold light. "Hai Shun, you and my father focus solely on Zhang Yuan and Yun Bin. We shall handle the rest," Li Luo pondered aloud. "Rest assured, young master," Hai Shun replied with a slight smile. Gripping his spear tightly in that instant, the spear trembled slightly in his grasp, as if imbued with a formidable power, poised to unleash its might like a dragon sweeping across the world. Li Luo felt entirely reassured by Hai Shun. He was a valiant general under Lu Bu, a historical hero of China. Even in this foreign realm, he was a figure of extraordinary talent. Li Luo's father would not dare claim he could surpass Hai Shun. Just as the 100,000 Northern Liang troops bent their bows in preparation for the surprise attack, the 15,000 black cavalry lurking nearby remained oblivious to the unusual happenings behind them. All were fixated on the main road. Something feels amiss. At this hour, given the marching speed of the Northern Liang cavalry, they should have arrived by now. Why do we not see any sign of them? Could the intelligence have been flawed? Yun Bin noticed the anomaly, his expression grave. Zhang Yuan, equally troubled, shook his head slightly and turned to Di Cheng, asking in a low voice, "Are you certain there was no error in the intelligence?" Di Cheng hurriedly replied, "General, the scouts from Qinxiang City reported that they indeed saw the Northern Liang king leading 100,000 cavalry toward Shuan City." Zhang Yuan narrowed his eyes, a flicker of unease crossing his gaze. He was about to send someone to investigate further when Yun Bin stopped him. "Never mind, let us wait a little longer. If the Northern Liang king has not yet arrived, we will retreat to Shuyan City for the time being. Once the Grand General arrives tomorrow, the Northern Liang king shall not escape his fated downfall." Zhang Yuan nodded slightly, abandoning the thought of sending someone to scout. However, just as they resolved to remain hidden, an arrow, flying at incredible speed, tore through the air and pierced the head of a black cavalry soldier, causing him to collapse lifelessly to the ground. Zhang Yuan and Yun Bin were taken aback. "What is happening?" Before anyone could react, a torrential rain of arrows descended upon the black cavalry from above. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Countless black cavalry soldiers fell victim to the relentless hail of arrows. "Damn it! The Northern Liang troops are attacking from behind!" Boom! Zhang Yuan and Yun Bin's expressions darkened as they instantly realized that the long-absent Northern Liang forces had maneuvered around to their rear. In an instant, they unleashed their auras, channeling their terrifying power to break the incoming arrows. The disarrayed black cavalry quickly regrouped upon hearing Zhang Yuan's command, turning to unleash their arrows towards the dense forest behind them. However, as soon as the black cavalry's arrows were released, two equally formidable presences surged forth from the forest, shattering the incoming projectiles. "Where is the Northern Liang army?" A thunderous voice echoed through the heavens and earth. Boom! In an instant, the clear night sky was abruptly shrouded by a blood-red cloud. The terrifying aura of malice caused the very heavens to change color. Following this, a colossal blood dragon, hundreds of feet long, rose from the dark forest. Two figures, radiating an overwhelming aura, stood atop this monstrous blood dragon. Dragon Sha Army Soul, Northern Liang Army. Upon witnessing the massive blood dragon, Zhang Yuan and Yun Bin immediately understood that this was the military soul of the Northern Liang forces. Such a terrifying military soul could only be conjured by the true master of the Northern Liang army, the Northern Liang king. Zhang Yuan sought to quickly consolidate the military soul of the black cavalry. The military soul conjured by the Northern Liang forces surged towards the black cavalry in the forest. Roar! The military soul, summoned by the Northern Liang king, took on a nearly tangible form, akin to a true dragon. Shaking the very foundations of the world, the entire mountain peak was enveloped by this military soul, causing the ground to quake and countless black cavalry to meet their demise. Annihilate them! Seeing the military soul of the Northern Liang army wreaking havoc upon the black cavalry, Zhang Yuan gripped his spear, releasing a terrifying aura as he attempted to vanquish the military soul. However, just as he was about to reach the soul, a man radiating a similar aura of dread stood before him. Spear in hand, blocking Zhang Yuan's path. Zhang Yuan and Yun Bin's expressions turned grim, for this man wielding a spear was none other than the companion of the Northern Liang king. They had not anticipated that this unfamiliar figure was also a peak powerhouse of the Dian realm. They had underestimated their opponent. "Who are you?" Zhang Yuan snarled, his face contorted with rage. "Hee, Hai Shun." Hai Shun chuckled coldly, his form flickering as he charged towards Zhang Yuan. Boom! The two figures moved swiftly through the void, their fierce spear techniques clashing, unleashing a terrifying aura that obliterated countless trees beneath them. As Zhang Yuan and Hai Shun engaged in their fierce battle, Li Beixiong also unleashed a terrifying aura. The crimson malevolent energy coalesced into a palpable force, forming a sea of malice behind him, resembling a blood-red ocean, even manifesting a nightmarish scene of mountains of corpses and seas of bones. Yun Bin gazed in horror at the gruesome sight of the corpse mountain behind Li Beixiong, his scalp tingling in dread. How many lives must have been taken to generate such terrifying malice? Not only Yun Bin, but even Li Luo, who was positioned ahead of the army in the forest, felt a chill run down his spine upon witnessing his father's fearsome aura once again. Just how many atrocities had his father committed? Meanwhile, the 5 generals nearby were unfazed, their faces alight with excitement. Their king was serious. After so many years, they finally witnessed the king's valor once more. Regaining his focus, Li Luo drew his northern Liang blade, pointing its edge forward. "Kill alongside me, my lord," Li Luo roared, his form transforming into a streak of light as he charged towards the mass of black cavalry. Li Ergu, Lu Renjia, and Shan Pao followed closely behind, launching their ruthless assault. Meanwhile, Long Yi and the 5 generals led the 100,000 northern Liang army, bursting forth from the forest like a swarm of locusts. At that moment, every northern Liang soldier was imbued with the crimson malevolent energy of the military soul. Under the leadership of the 2 powerful Dian realm warriors, Li Luo and Li Ergu, the northern Liang army descended upon the black cavalry like wolves among sheep. The black cavalry, caught unprepared and unable to consolidate their military soul, fell one after another beneath the blades of the northern Liang army. The sounds of battle and cries of despair echoed across the sky, painting the heavens a deep crimson. Chapter 22. Complete Annihilation. Boom. Yun Bin, witnessing the massive losses among the black cavalry, felt a surge of urgency and transformed into a streak of light. Racing toward Li Luo, however, Li Beixiong's figure blocked his path. "Where do you think you're going?" Li Beixiong, wielding a northern Liang war blade, glared coldly, the blade brimming with terrifying power. The northern Liang king, Yun Bin's expression darkened. Though he yearned to assist, he found himself hindered by Li Beixiong. Now, all he could do was pray that Zhang Yuan would quickly deal with Hai Shun. Otherwise, if the black cavalry were annihilated, they would return to face dire consequences. Humph! Boom! With a cold grunt, Yun Bin unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy, charging towards Li Beixiong. With a swing of his war blade, a massive blade of light shot forth at high speed. Li Beixiong's gaze sharpened as he swung his blood blade, unleashing a wave of malevolent energy that flew towards the incoming attack. The 2 forces collided violently, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that sent shockwaves rippling for miles. In a flash, Li Beixiong vanished from sight. Seeing Li Beixiong's figure disappear, Yun Bin was taken aback, his eyelids twitching. A profound sense of danger surged within him. In that instant, Yun Bin seemingly sensed something and swiftly turned, slashing with his blade. Just then, Li Beixiong had appeared behind him, and Yun Bin's blade met the descending strike of Li Beixiong's weapon. Clang! A tremendous force instantaneously sent Yun Bin hurtling away. However, at that moment, Yun Bin disregarded the numbness in his palm, tightly gripping the battle blade in his hand. The 2 transformed into streaks of light, colliding with blinding speed. The terrifying radiance of their blades shattered the nearby peaks. The ferocity of the battle was unparalleled. Below, on the battlefield, Li Luo, as a formidable figure of the great Yin realm, was akin to a deity slaying gods and a Buddha vanquishing Buddhas within the ranks of the black cavalry. No one could impede the slaughter he and Li Ergu were wreaking. Surrounding Li Luo, a vast mound of black cavalry corpses piled high. Crimson blood stained the earth beneath their feet. They could not allow this massacre to continue. The black cavalry, led by Di Chang and 6 other formidable figures of the Spirit Sea realm, watched in despair as their numbers dwindled, desperately attempting to once again summon the spirit of their army for resistance. This time, a small contingent of black cavalry behind the 7 men, upon hearing their commands, finally coalesced into the spirit of the black cavalry. The war dragon spirit? Roar! A massive ink dragon soared into the sky. A powerful battle intent surged through the black cavalry engaged in combat. Humph! The northern Liang army, Long Yi, one of the 7 heroes of northern Liang, scoffed disdainfully at the enemy's successful spirit summoning. This meager spirit power pales in comparison to our northern Liang forces. Roar! The northern Liang soldiers, amidst their slaughter, collectively let out a roar that echoed through the skies. The dragon slayer spirit circling above them lashed its tail towards the war dragon spirit hovering above Di Chang and his companions. The enormous dragon tail blotted out the sun. If this strike landed, the The war dragon spirit would undoubtedly be extinguished. Block it, Diqing bellowed in fury, as the 7 Spirit Sea Realm warriors united their strength to counter the incoming dragon tail. As Li Luo decimated several black cavalry soldiers, he saw the 7 Spirit Sea Realm powerhouses spring into action, swiftly turning to engage them. Human Butcher! Li Luo advanced with swiftness, the malevolent energy of the surrounding northern Liang soldiers rapidly converging into his battle blade. He swung his weapon, and a terrifying scarlet blade aura flashed before him. Di Cheng and his companions' charged attack was instantly shattered by Li Luo's strike. What? Di Cheng and the 7 were utterly astonished. However, at that moment, Li Luo turned once more and unleashed another strike. The frightening blade aura flickered instantaneously. Fear etched itself upon the faces of Di Cheng and the other 6 Spirit Sea Realm cultivators. They felt a sharp pain in their abdomens and instinctively lowered their heads. In that instant, they were horrified to discover a gaping, ghastly wound in their midsection, blood gushing forth, even their intestines spilling out. As they lowered their heads, Li Luo's figure had already appeared before them. General, cover the retreat of the generals. Kill! The black cavalry behind Di Cheng immediately shielded him and his companions upon spotting Li Luo. Hundreds of black cavalry soldiers charged towards Li Luo. Li Luo's expression remained calm. Before he could make a move, Li Ergo flashed past him. Bang! Li Ergo unleashed a flurry of punches, directly slaying the black cavalry soldiers and blocking the retreat of Di Cheng and the others. Li Luo's figure flickered once more. Under the fearful gazes of Di Cheng, a sharp battle blade glided before them. In the final moment of Di Cheng's consciousness, he clearly saw his head separate from his body. Boom! At that moment, the tail of the blood dragon lashed down, instantly obliterating the spirit of the black cavalry they had painstakingly summoned. Biffed! As the spirit was extinguished, the black cavalry who had summoned it suffered a backlash, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Now, from the original 150,000 black cavalry, fewer than 50,000 remained on the battlefield. Surround them and annihilate the black cavalry, Li Luo commanded with a bloodied blade in hand, his killing intent palpable. Upon receiving Li Luo's order, the northern Liang army swiftly encircled the remaining black cavalry. Fight to the death! The surrounded black cavalry, knowing their demise was inevitable, charged recklessly towards the northern Liang forces under the leadership of a vanguard. The once mighty black cavalry was now a shadow of its former self. Despite their frenzied resistance, the presence of Li Luo and Li Ergo, both formidable figures of the Great Yin realm, ensured the destruction of the black cavalry was merely a matter of time. Desperate resistance! Li Luo smiled slightly, and his figure surged forward, the slaughter continuing with his blade. Soon, the remaining black cavalry were entirely obliterated by Li Luo and the northern Liang forces. At that moment, the earth beneath their feet had turned to muck, reeking of blood. Although the northern Liang army had maintained the initiative in this battle, they still suffered casualties of 1 or 2,000. Young master, the enemy has been completely annihilated, with not a single soul escaping. After sweeping the area with his Byakugan, Li Ergo reported. Li Luo nodded slightly, raising his gaze towards the 2 battlegrounds in the sky. At that moment, everyone present turned their attention to the heavens, where the battle between his father and Gao Shun was also reaching a climax. Li Luo's eyes sparkled, a smile breaking through the bloodstains on his face. Boom! A terrifying explosion reverberated from the clouds above. The blood clouds within 100 miles were swept aside, revealing a starry night sky. Beneath the night sky, Li Beixiong bore a blood-red greatsword. A few cuts marring his body, his gaze coldly fixed on the now weakened Yuan Bin. At this moment, Yuan Bin was unaware that his arm had been severed by Li Beixiong. Crimson blood danced in the night wind. Yuan Bin's face was pale, his breath shallow. Instinctively lowering his head, he beheld a sea of fallen black cavalry corpses, his expression darkening. All 150,000 black cavalry had perished now. With the tide turned, preserving his life was paramount. Yuan Bin's gaze flickered as he plotted to find an opportunity to flee. Chapter 23, Self-Inflicted Death. Boom. Just as Yuan Bin contemplated retreat, disturbances echoed from the battlefield of Gao Shun and Zhang Yuan. Yuan Bin and Li Beixiong instinctively looked over. They saw Gao Shun wielding a long spear in one hand. while the other hand held Zhang Yuan's severed head. From the expression on Zhang Yuan's face, it was clear he had been filled with bitterness at the moment of his demise. Stepping onto the battlefield, Li Luo advanced, with Li Ergo closely following, effectively cornering Yun Bin's escape route. With Li Beixiong and Gao Shun in front, and Li Luo and Li Ergo behind, Yun Bin found himself with no hope of escape. What a Northern Liang! The world has underestimated you. Yun Bin seemingly surrendered to fate, stating solemnly. Li Luo smiled faintly in response. Had you not underestimated us, you would not have met such an end. You South Cloud should never have taken advantage of our turmoil within the Liyang dynasty to invade, slaying our people and seizing our cities. Not just you, even your so-called god of war, Murong Liao, will meet a similar fate. The grudge of your South Cloud invading our Liyang will be remembered by this young master. Once Northern Liyang unifies Liyang, await our retribution. Yun Bin turned to the remarkably youthful Li Luo, a look of astonishment crossing his face. You are the legitimate son of the Northern Liang king. Li Luo, are you not? To possess such strength at such a tender age, it truly puts the world's heroes to shame. Seeing the 19-year-old Li Luo, Yun Bin couldn't help but be astounded by his power. Upon hearing Yun Bin's words, Li Beixiong's face beamed with pride. Of course, do you not consider who his father is? As the saying goes, a tiger's son cannot be a dog. His exceptional son is not something the world can compare to. Do you think a few flattering words will spare your life? Don't be naive. Today, you shall die, or how shall we explain to the citizens of Shizhou? Li Luo smiled faintly, coolly retorting. Upon hearing Li Luo's words, Yun Bin burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! Truly, you are the son of the Northern Liang king. Even if this general cannot escape death today, so what? It merely means I shall proceed a step ahead of you. Do you believe that with two peak Great Yin Realm powerhouses, along with you and another mid-tier Great Yin Realm cultivator, you can contend with the Grand General? Ha, let me tell you, the Grand General has already stepped into that realm. Tomorrow, prepare to meet your demise. As Yun Bin's words fell, Li Beixiong's expression darkened instantly, his brows knitting into a tight line. Murong Liao has indeed crossed into the Guishu realm. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Li Luo's eyes. Yun Bin's demeanor did not seem deceptive. Yet, what of the Guishu realm? Let us not forget that he possesses the system as an auxiliary. His current 50,000 prestige points are meant to deal with Murong Liao. He had long since prepared for the worst outcomes. Oh, what if it's the Guishu realm? He could simply use his prestige to elevate his own cultivation to the Guishu realm. Heh, and what of that? Do you think Northern Liang lacks a contingency plan? Li Luo smiled nonchalantly, showing no signs of being intimidated by Yun Bin's words. Yun Bin was taken aback, his expression growing uneasy. Seeing Li Luo's demeanor, he sensed he was not being deceived. Could it be that Northern Liang also has a Guishu realm powerhouse stationed? At this moment, Li Beixiong behind Yun Bin also glanced at Li Luo. Do they have a contingency against Guishu realm powerhouses in Northern Liang? How come he was unaware? Li Beixiong was utterly perplexed. Heh, well, it is getting late. Father, Gao Shun, please see this general on his way. Remember to be more cautious in your next life and do not provoke our Northern Liang again, Li Luo spoke. Understood, boom. Li Beixiong instantly erupted with fury, a terrifying malevolence surging into the Northern Liang blade. Such grand words he dared not take lightly. The spear in Gao Shun's hand also burst forth with dazzling brilliance, a terrifying intent transforming the very heavens and earth. Just as the two were poised to end Yun Bin, the already gravely injured Yun Bin laughed loudly. Wait. This general has fought on the battlefield for many years without ever tasting defeat. Now, to fall into your hands from Northern Liang, causing the demise of the 150,000 brothers of the Black Cavalry who fought alongside me, I feel deeply ashamed. You need not lift a finger. Brothers, this general shall take action. With that, Yun Bin tightened his grip on the battle blade and drew it across his neck, taking his own life on the spot. Both Li Beixiong and Gao Shun, seasoned warriors of the battlefield, felt a surge of respect for the self-immolating Yun Bin. Though he was their enemy, he was deserving of respect. At the very least, he did not betray his dynasty for the sake of survival. Your Highness, now that Zhang Yuan and Yun Bin have been eliminated, shall we not see Shiyan City immediately? At that moment, Long Yi stepped forward to inquire, Li Baixiong remained silent, instead turning to Li Luo, a slight smile forming at the corner of his mouth as he asked, "Son, what do you think?" Li Luo glanced up at the sky, then pondered before responding, "Let us retreat." Hearing Li Luo's words, the 5 generals were greatly perplexed. Why not take the opportunity to reclaim Shuyun City? With Zhang Yuan's main force now dead, the remaining black cavalry guarding the city posed little threat to their army. "Your Highness, this is the best time to retake Shuyun City. Why are we?" Li Luo waved his hand, interrupting the 5 generals, and spoke, "Daybreak is imminent. Murong Liao and the remaining Channing will soon arrive. If we attack Shuyun City now, we will immediately fall into their encirclement. Our soldiers, having fought tirelessly through the night, are already exhausted. Moreover, Murong Liao has already broken through to the Guishu realm. If we hastily engage in battle and suffer defeat, what will the people of Liang think? We shall return to prepare. Once the battle commences, we must eliminate Murong Liao completely, delivering a blow to the Southern Cloud dynasty that will deter them from meddling in our Liang dynasty again." Upon learning that Murong Liao had reached the Guishu realm, the 5 generals inhaled sharply, their concerns mounting. "Your Highness, the opponent is a Guishu realm expert." Li Luo again waved his hand, interrupting the 5, and smiled gently. "No need to panic. Even if Murong Liao is indeed a Guishu expert, what of it? This heir has his own methods to deal with him. For now, we shall withdraw to Qinxiang City and properly bury our fallen comrades." Upon hearing that Li Luo had a way to deal with Murong Liao, the 5 generals ceased their objections and immediately ordered a swift cleanup of the battlefield. "Son, what was that backup plan you mentioned earlier? How come I, your father, am unaware of our means to confront Guishu realm experts?" Once the others had descended to quickly tidy the field, Li Baixiong rubbed his hands together and inquired, Father, do you wish to know?" Li Luo smiled slightly. Li Baixiong nodded eagerly, akin to a chick pecking at rice. "You will find out soon enough," Li Luo replied nonchalantly before turning to leave. Li Ergu, Gao Shun, and the others followed closely behind, leaving the bewildered king of Northern Liang standing there. Could it be that another exceptional figure is coming to ally with my son? Yes, it must be. Ahahaha. Suddenly struck by an idea, Li Baixiong burst into joyous laughter that echoed to the heavens, leaving the soldiers of Northern Liang, who were cleaning the battlefield, gazing in confusion at their seemingly foolishly laughing lord. Chapter 24. The 18 riders of Yenyun with the battlefield cleaned up, Li Luo and the Northern Liang army swiftly retreated back to Qinxiang City. The courtyard of the governor's residence. Li Luo sat, gazing at the descending bright moon, his eyes shimmering with intrigue. Murong Liao should be arriving soon. A smile graced Li Luo's lips as he entered the system's space. He intended to use his reputation points to elevate his own strength to the Guishu realm. Observing the 50,000 reputation points displayed in the system, Li Luo couldn't help but sigh. Previously, he had captured numerous cities from the Qi Prince, but, due to the invasion of the Southern Cloud dynasty, he had to hastily come to Qinxiang City without consolidating the people's support. Otherwise, he would have much more than 50,000 reputation points by now. Never mind. Once we drive out the Southern Cloud and stabilize the Western Prefecture, I shall gradually win the hearts of the people. Li Luo sighed softly, mentally contemplating, system, if I expend all reputation points, can I elevate my cultivation to the Guishu realm? The system replied, no. The reputation points you possess can only elevate your cultivation to the peak of the Dian realm. Li Luo furrowed his brow, inquiring in confusion. Why not? Previously, with 40,000 reputation points, I advanced from the Lingxing realm to the Dian realm. Yet now, with 50,000 reputation points, I cannot cross a major realm? The system explained. You may consider reputation points as experience points. The higher your cultivation, the more experience required for advancement. To ascend to the Guishu realm, you will need at least 70,000 reputation points. Summoning follows the same principle. As your realm increases, the reputation points required for summoning will also rise. However, the higher your realm, the stronger the summon beings will be. I see. With the system's explanation, Li Luo instantly understood. Since he could not use reputation to break through to the Guishu realm, he would have to use it for summoning. System, how many times can I summon with 50,000 reputation points? Li Luo inquired. Twice. Upon hearing the system's response, Li Luo couldn't help but take a deep breath. 50,000 reputation points could only be exchanged for 2 summoning opportunities. So, as his cultivation increased, the cost of summoning became 25,000 each time. If he were to break through to the Guishu realm, would he not need at least 50,000 reputation points for each summoning opportunity? Yet, thinking of the many citizens in the Western Prefecture who had yet to become his supporters, he quickly felt at ease. The entire Western Prefecture boasted a population of millions. As long as he could win the hearts of the people there, would he not easily accumulate enough reputation points? Exchange for 2 summoning opportunities. Summon. Li Luo regained his focus, mentally voicing his command. Ding. Exchange successful. Ding. Summon successful. Countless peculiar dimensional realms flashed rapidly before Li Luo's eyes. Ding. 2 summoning opportunities, both successful. Suemo and Tangchu dimensional realm. Summon character. Luo Yi, 18 Riders of Yinyun. Cultivation. Initial stage of the Guishu realm. Loyalty. 100. Accompanying character. 18 Riders of Yinyun. Cultivation. Mid-stage of the Dian realm. All. Loyalty. 100. Ding. System all-dimensional realm. Summon treasure. Heavenly Emperor Scripture grade. Unknown. Description. The Heavenly Emperor Scripture was jointly created by 11 unknown Heavenly Emperors. Those who fully master this technique can transcend the universe, existing beyond dimensions, wielding life and death, controlling reincarnation, reversing the universe, and opposing yin and yang. Seeing that both summoning attempts were successful, Li Luo felt a rush of excitement, his breath quickening with astonishment and joy. He had not expected to summon Luo Yi this time. Moreover, he also acquired the 18 Riders of Yinyun. Luo Yi was a renowned general from the Suemo and Tangchu period. The 18 riders he commanded were considered the elite forces of their time. Operating in the vast desert, their true appearance never seen, it was said that each time they appeared, they brought unimaginable slaughter upon the barbarian tribes. To Li Luo's surprise, Luo Yi's cultivation was at the Guishu realm, and the 18 riders of Yinyun all possessed mid-stage Dian realm cultivation. Li Luo took a deep breath, striving to calm the overwhelming excitement within him. Northern Liang finally had a Guishu realm expert to guard it. Furthermore, with the 18 Yinyun riders, the total count of Guishu and Dian realm experts in Northern Liang had reached an impressive 22. However, as Li Luo regained his composure, a question arose in his mind. System, do the 18 riders of Yinyun possess such high cultivation because their talents rival those of Li Ergu and Gao Shun? The system responded. You are overthinking it. The summoned experts are all growth type. They can enhance their cultivation through training, just like the martial artists of this world. The cultivation of accompanying characters is fixed. Moreover, the strength of the summoned experts is assessed and assigned by the system, and they are not to be judged by the standards of your previous life, as these experts come from different dimensional realms altogether. So, if in the future I summon a mythical figure, their cultivation may surpass that of Luo Yi or Gao Shun, or it could be lower than theirs. Is it also possible for a civil servant's cultivation to exceed that of a martial general? Li Luo inquired. The system confirmed, yes, regardless of which dimensional expert is summoned, their cultivation will be reassessed and assigned by the system prior to being summoned. However, after being summoned by the host, their cultivation would subsequently improve with their own training. As for who is stronger or weaker, that depends solely on themselves. Li Luo nodded in understanding. It turned out that the characters he had summoned, though familiar, were entirely different from what he had known in his previous life. Regaining his focus, Li Luo looked towards the Tian Dijing and continued to inquire. What is the system all dimension? System. The system all dimension is an inherent realm of the system, encompassing treasures from various dimensions. By employing summoning, the host may, with a stroke of luck, call forth items from the diverse dimensions within the system all. This system does not merely summon powerful characters. I see. Li Luo took out the Tian Dijing, curiosity bubbling within him. The rank of this Tian Dijing was intriguingly marked as unknown. This world is rife with martial arts cultivation techniques and skills. Both techniques and skills are categorized into several grades: common, profound, spirit, earth, heaven, saint, emperor, and divine. As Li Luo gazed at the introduction, he pondered whether this technique might surpass the divine grade. Given how intimidating the description was, however, since it was produced by the system, it surely must not be of ordinary quality. Thus, Li Luo resolved to cultivate this Tian Di Jing, especially since the technique passed down by his father was merely of the profound grade. After retrieving the Tian Di Jing, Li Luo did not rush into cultivation. Instead, he rubbed his hands together, filled with excitement, and released the Summon Luo Yi, Chapter 25. Lu Lingxi's Insights with a Crack. A spatial rift appeared. From within the rift, a young boy clad in armor, wielding a spear, slowly emerged. This handsome youth was none other than Luo Yi. Upon seeing the youthful Luo Yi, Li Luo could not help but feel a sense of surprise. He had expected the summoned Luo Yi to resemble a middle-aged man. At this moment, Luo Yi's aura was repressed, and he did not emit the slightest ripple of spiritual energy. Greetings, Master. Luo Yi's memory had also been altered by the system. Upon seeing Li Luo, he immediately knelt on one knee and offered a respectful salute. General Luo, please rise. From now on, you may call me young master. Li Luo quickly assisted Luo Yi to his feet. Yes, young master. Luo Yi stood respectfully before Li Luo. Li Luo felt elated and could not help but smile. Luo Yi, you are now our Beiliang's foremost Guishu realm powerhouse. With the Southern Cloud Dynasty's invasion, it seems they have a formidable opponent of your caliber. I will need your assistance. Rest assured, young master, even if they possess an intermediate Guishu realm powerhouse, Luo Yi is confident in defeating them. Luo Yi replied with assurance. Li Luo nodded. He naturally believed in Luo Yi's capabilities. Luo Yi, the enemy is still unaware of your existence, so do your best to remain concealed. Only reveal yourself at a critical moment. Li Luo advised, his gaze flickering. The fewer people who knew about Luo Yi's prowess, the better. Moreover, he harbored a lingering concern regarding the former emperor of the Liang dynasty. Li Luo had always felt that Qin Yu's death was too sudden, and he seriously suspected that the old emperor was still alive. Thus, he had to keep a backup plan in mind. Wary of the Liang royal family. It would be best if Luo Yi's trump card remained hidden. Rest assured, Luo Yi understands. Luo Yi nodded in acknowledgement. By the way, Luo Yi, I have a gift for you. Li Luo smiled mysteriously and, amidst Luo Yi's astonished gaze, summoned the Yin Yun 18 riders. Buzz! 18 figures stepped forth from the spatial rift. Clad in cold armor, each wielding a curved dagger, their faces obscured by masks, and heads wrapped in black cloth. Only their eyes were visible. They were draped in black cloaks and wore people riding boots. Equipped with daggers, each bore a large bow, with 18 arrows slung over their backs, and each was armed with a uniform crescent-shaped blade. The Yin Yun 18 riders! Luo Yi exclaimed. I did not expect that young master even revived his subordinates. He was overjoyed, gazing at Li Luo with profound respect. Such extraordinary means, young master, general, young master. The Yin Yun 18 riders collectively knelt before Li Luo and Luo Yi. Their memories had also been altered by the system. In their recollections, they had long since perished and were revived by Li Luo through unparalleled means. Brought to this otherworldly realm, Li Luo, gazing at this elite cavalry unit, felt a surge of emotions. Even compared to Gao Shun's elite troops, they were slightly inferior. From this day forth, you shall follow me, young master, to conquer the world and achieve great feats, Li Luo declared, his blood surging with fervor as he mused. We vow to follow young master to the death. Luo Yi led the collective response. Li Luo nodded slightly and continued to address Luo Yi. Luo Yi, you shall continue to lead the Yin Yun 18 riders. Yes, young master. Luo Yi rose, gesturing grandly as he and the Yin Yun 18 riders vanished from sight, blending into the shadows. Watching Luo Yi and the Yin Yun 18 riders disappear, Li Luo could not help but marvel repeatedly. Truly, the Yin Yun 18 riders are as elusive as ghosts. Li Luo returned to his seat and sipped the tea on the table, gazing at the eastern horizon as dawn broke, excitement illuminating his face. Murong Liao, our Beiliang fears no one. At that moment, a melodious voice echoed from behind Li Luo. Instinctively, he turned to see that the owner of the voice was Lu Lingxi. Miss Lu, you rise quite early. Li Luo smiled. Lu Lingxi returned a gentle smile and replied, Young master, you are up early as well. Li Luo chuckled softly, knowing he had not truly rested at all throughout the night. Nevertheless, as a powerful practitioner of the Dian realm, his lack of sleep had little impact on him. Young master, do you mind if I sit here? Lu Lingxi inquired, her eyes sparkling with a different light as she looked at Li Luo. Of course, this is your home. Feel free to take a seat. Li Luo gestured towards the chair beside him. Lu Lingxi gracefully approached, seated herself at the table, and skillfully poured tea for Li Luo with her delicate hands. Observing Lu Lingxi, who was a few years his senior, Li Luo noted a subtle uniqueness about her. As the daughter of a governor, she could be considered a member of the noble class. Yet, he could discern no trace of the typical demeanor of a rich young lady in her. For some reason, her tranquility, composure, and cultured demeanor brought him great comfort. Last night, I accompanied my father to swiftly mobilize troops to Shoyun City. Miss Lu, would you like to know the outcome? Li Luo inquired, taking a sip of the tea Lu Lingxi had prepared. Lu Lingxi smiled lightly and replied softly, naturally, you won. Oh? How are you so certain? Li Luo asked. Lu Lingxi looked at Li Luo, then suddenly chuckled softly, her expression serene. Of course, I heard it from the soldiers in the mansion. Young Master and the prince launched a surprise attack on Zhang Yuan's troops under the cover of night, not only annihilating his 15,000 black cavalry with your 100,000 Bei Liang iron cavalry, but also slaying Zhang Yuan and the arriving Yun Bin. Now, the entire mansion is abuzz with the news. Upon hearing this, Li Luo's mouth twitched uncontrollably, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Regaining his composure, he smiled and continued to ask Lu Lingxi, Miss Lu, it is said that you are the foremost talented woman of Shizhou. I shall not test you on your skills in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, but in your opinion, who is the ultimate winner in this chaotic world of rebellion among the feudal lords? Without hesitation, Lu Lingxi replied earnestly, it is naturally the Beiliang prince, or rather, Beiliang itself. Why is that? Li Luo raised an eyebrow, smiling faintly. You mustn't be biased towards us Beiliang just because my father has not sought permission for me to propose marriage to your family. Mentioning the proposal, Lu Lingxi's cheeks flushed slightly as she stole a few glances at Li Luo, then shook her head earnestly. No, young master, I do not favor Beiliang. If anyone can overturn the corrupt court today, it is solely the prince and you, young master. Li Luo's interest was piqued, eager to hear the insights of this talented woman. Please elaborate. Lu Lingxi's lips curled into a smile as she met Li Luo's gaze. Confidently analyzing, young master, although the Wu Wang of Dongzhou and Jin Wang of Nanzhou are powerful, they are absolutely no match for Beiliang. This can be evidenced by how Beiliang defeated the Qi Wang with thunderous tactics. Moreover, last night, you and the prince decisively vanquished the Southern Cloud Dynasty's troops, further confirming this point. Hearing this, Li Luo merely smiled in silence. Lu Lingxi continued, there is an even more crucial point. This is the key to Beiliang's victory. What point? Li Luo inquired. Public sentiment. He who gains the hearts of the people wins the world. In this regard, young master, you excel the most. The Wu Wang and Jin Wang are solely focused on seizing power, completely disregarding the lives of the common folk, which has led them to lose the people's support. In contrast, you, young master, have ensured that the people of Beiliang live and work in peace under your and the prince's governance. Untouched by the ravages of war, you even opened the city gates and granaries to assist the refugees who fled to Beiliang. Now, with the Southern Cloud's invasion, Beiliang was the first to resist the foreign threat. If Beiliang cannot win the world, who else has the right to do so? Upon hearing this, Li Luo could not help but smile faintly. Truly, she was the talented woman of Shizhou. He who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. Little did he know, this phrase was something he had heard from the lips of a young girl in another realm. Chapter 26. Spreading the news and truth, the Beiliang army had achieved victory last night, and the young master could announce this triumph to the public. Thus, the esteem of Beiliang would rise once more in the hearts of the populace. If the prince were truly to take command of the world, he would undoubtedly become the focus of the people's support. Lu Lingxi whispered. Li Luo paused, his hand holding the teacup faltering as he excitedly set it down. Grasping Lu Lingxi's delicate hand, he exclaimed, What did you just say? Startled by Li Luo's sudden grip, Lu Lingxi's face flushed instantly, her gaze faltering as she dared not meet his eyes. I meant to say that if the prince were to take command of the world, he would command the people's hearts. Lu Lingxi stammered shyly. No. The previous statement. Li Luo shook his head fervently. Lu Lingxi was taken aback, reflecting on her earlier words before responding. The young master can make the news of Beiliang's great defeat of Nanyun public, thereby enhancing Beiliang's reputation in the eyes of the people. Yes, that's it. How could I have overlooked this? Li Luo exclaimed, releasing Lu Lingxi's hand and giving his forehead a hearty slap in realization. If the battle from last night were to be made public, would he not instantly gain a multitude of new admirers? This would save him the trouble of personally visiting every city. Miss Lu, please take your time with your tea. This young master has matters to attend to, Li Luo declared, rising promptly and departing in haste to find someone, preparing to announce last night's victory to the world. Young master! Lu Lingxi watched Li Luo's hurried retreat, unable to suppress a knowing smile. What a foolish boy! Feeling the lingering warmth on her hand, her cheeks flushed slightly as the first rays of sunlight illuminated the eastern horizon. The battlefield from last night's clash echoed with the metallic shine of countless black armor reflecting golden morning light. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, a cloud of dust rose, and the thunderous sound of galloping hooves reverberated like the roar of thunder. 200,000 black cavalry rushed forth, surrounding the entire battlefield. This sudden appearance of the black cavalry was none other than Murong Liao and Chen Ying, who had come to Shuyan City to rendezvous with Zhang Yuan. Murong Liao, at the helm, surveyed the corpses of the black cavalry strewn across the ground, a look of anger manifesting on his face for the first time. Their renowned black cavalry had, astonishingly, been defeated by Beiliang's iron cavalry. General, at that moment, several members of the black cavalry discovered the bodies of Zhang Yuan and Yun Bin on the battlefield, bringing them before Murong Liao. Murong Liao gazed upon the two corpses. His fury intensified. 3 of the 5 great generals of Nanyun had already perished at the hands of Beiliang. If they could not annihilate Beiliang's iron cavalry and slay the king of Beiliang, what face would be left for the Nanyun dynasty? General, it is impossible to deal with the two of them with only the king of Beiliang. There must be a peak master of the Dayan realm among them. Chen Ying, looking grave at the sight of his fallen comrades, remarked. Murong Liao nodded slightly, examining the wounds on the two corpses, and analyzed, to be precise. Yun Bin took his own life, not slain by the enemy. As for Zhang Yuan, he was killed by a master with a spear. From what I know, the king of Beiliang is a master with a blade. It stands to reason that the spear-wielding master is the Gao Shun mentioned in the intelligence reports from the court. General, why don't we march forth with our forces at once? The army of the king of Beiliang is currently stationed at Xinxiang City. With your strength, the king of Beiliang is undoubtedly no match for you. Even with that so-called Gao Shun. Chen Ying's expression was cold as he deliberated. Murong Liao remained silent for a moment before responding. Patience, I have been on the verge of breaking into that realm for a year or two now. My technique is nearing completion. The final step will be taken in a few days. When I cross that last threshold, it will be the day of Beiliang's downfall. Let us return to Shuyan City. Yes, upon hearing Murong Liao's words, Chen Ying was taken aback. The general was finally about to take that final step and become a formidable master of the Guishu realm. Once the general attained that status, aside from the one in the court, they would have 2 Guishu masters in Nanyun.at that time. Nanyun would undoubtedly become the most powerful among the neighboring dynasties. Subsequently, Murong Liao commanded the Black Cavalry to burn the corpses on the battlefield and led the 200,000 Black Cavalry to station in Shuyan City. Meanwhile, the entire populace of Shizhou was in a state of fervor. Li Luo had dispatched word to spread the news of the previous night's defeat of 15,000 Black Cavalry from Nanyun. To achieve the goal of garnering new admirers, Li Luo deliberately altered the narrative to suggest that he had personally led a surprise night assault with 100,000 Beiliang troops against the Black Cavalry. Notably, he made no mention of his father. Upon learning this, Li Beixiong felt no sense of impropriety. Instead, he wholeheartedly endorsed it and generously rewarded those responsible for disseminating the news. This time, the entire population of Shizhou was abuzz with discussions about Li Luo, including those in Shuyan City where Murong Liao was stationed. Countless citizens of Shuyan City, upon hearing the exhilarating news early in the morning, gathered in taverns and tea-houses to extol Li Luo's virtues. How fortunate we are in Liang to have Beiliang and young Master Li Luo, indeed. According to those from Beiliang, although young Master Li Luo holds a noble status, He shows great respect for us common folk. Which of our esteemed noble scions treats us like young Master Li Luo does? You may not know, but I heard someone say that last night, young Master Li Luo personally led 100,000 iron cavalry from Bailiang, decimating 15,000 of the black cavalry, annihilating those Nanyun scoundrels. Furthermore, young Master Li Luo fought like a god of war, single-handedly slaying Zhang Yuan and Yun Bin of Nanyun. Humph! Those foolish black cavalry of Nanyun dared to take advantage of our internal strife in Liang. They will soon be driven back to their homeland by young Master Li Luo and the Bailiang Iron Cavalry. Ha ha ha! Indeed, young Master Li Luo is wise and mighty. I believe it won't be long before he comes to our rescue in Shangyun City. Ha ha ha! I hope young Master Li Luo will eradicate every last one of the newly arrived 20,000 black cavalry, asserting our Liang's might. Yes, when young Master Li Luo arrives with his army, I hope these black cavalry do not flee in panic. The citizens of Liang, having suppressed their frustrations for so long, finally found a release upon hearing the joyous news of the Bailiang army's victory. Unabashedly praising Li Luo at this moment, the citizens in the cities of Shizhou, much like those in Shiyun City, took to the streets, discussing Li Luo's glorious deeds. Li Luo's standing in the hearts of the populace reached unprecedented heights. And the people's support was unwavering. Chapter 27. The challenge upon returning to Shiyun City, Murong Liao could not help but darken upon hearing the news released by Qinxiang City. Humph! This boy is so arrogant. When we trample through Qinxiang City, I shall personally behead him before thousands of Liang citizens. Beside him, Chen Ying's expression turned fierce. The surrounding masters of the Linghai realm also wore faces of indignation. When had their black cavalry ever endured such humiliation? General, give the order. It is only a matter of time before this reaches His Majesty's ears. The only way to restore the reputation of our black cavalry is to annihilate Bailiang. The Linghai masters urged. Murong Liao's gaze flickered before he spoke. Send word to Bailiang, issuing a challenge. 7 days hence, at Qingping Plain, we shall settle this in a fight to the death. Moreover, disseminate this news. I want the people of Liang to witness how their pride, the Bailiang Iron Cavalry, falls beneath the blades of my black cavalry. Yes, several Linghai masters withdrew to prepare to send word to Qinxiang City. Murong Liao's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. 7 days would be sufficient for him to break through that final step and become a true master of the Guishu realm. 7 days later, he would undoubtedly hang the heads of the king of Bailiang and his son at the gates of Bailiang. For these few days, I shall leave the affairs of the city in your hands. Rest assured, General, and focus on your seclusion. Murong Liao instructed Chen Ying before vanishing without a trace in Qinxiang City. Within the prefectural governor's residence, Li Luo was now beaming with joy. After the news spread, his system had been ringing constantly. By now, he had accumulated 2 million prestige points, staring at the numbers on the system with a silly grin. At that moment, a servant rushed into the courtyard. Young master, the prince has sent word for you to come to the city tower. Li Luo exited the system, a smile gracing his face. What is it? Reporting to the young master, someone from Nanyun has come and is now outside the city. Nanyun? Black cavalry? Yes. Upon hearing the servant's reply, the smile vanished from Li Luo's face. Could it be that Murong Liao had already arrived? How many people did they bring? Li Luo inquired. Not many, only a squad of around 120 men. The subordinate responded. Upon hearing that the opposing side had dispatched only 120 men, Li Luo could not help but feel perplexed. He promptly set off towards the city tower. At that moment, his father, along with General Long Yi and 4 other commanders, were present. Outside the city, a formidable figure from the Spirit Sea realm was mounted on a warhorse, followed by a contingent of black cavalry. Li Luo's brow furrowed slightly at the sight of the leading Spirit Sea expert. What trick is Murong Liao playing, sending just one Spirit Sea warrior to meet his demise? Father, who is this? What has Murong Liao sent him for? Li Luo inquired. My son. He is Sun Long, a Spirit Sea expert under General Chen Ying, one of the 5 great generals of Nanyun. For his purpose. I have just arrived as well, Li Baixiong chuckled. He then exchanged a knowing glance with Long Yi beside him. Long Yi understood immediately and shouted down at Sun Long, You are Sun Long under Chen Ying? Correct. What brings you to Qinxiang City? Sun Long looked up, his expression darkening as he noticed Li Beixiong and Li Luo on the city wall. He then pulled out an envelope from his robe, enveloped in spiritual energy, and shot it towards Li Beixiong. "Bold!" Long Yi exclaimed in fury, preparing to descend and slay Sun Long for daring to launch a surprise attack on their lord. However, just as Long Yi was about to act, Li Beixiong stopped him, deftly pinching the envelope between his fingers and catching it. The spiritual energy attached to the envelope dissipated in an instant. Li Luo glanced at the envelope, where the words were inscribed, and immediately understood the intention of the other party. It turned out they had come to issue a challenge. Li Beixiong opened the envelope, revealing a message that read, 7 days hence, at the Qing Shui Plains, we shall engage in a fight to the death. The signature bore the 3 characters of Murong Liao. Li Luo's gaze flickered, as memories of the Qing Shui Plains surfaced in his mind. The Qing Shui Plains lay several dozen miles from Qinxiang City, an ideal battleground. Murong Liao certainly knows how to select a location. The plains would allow for the full utilization of cavalry advantages, which suited him perfectly. Li Beixiong flicked the letter, and it spontaneously ignited, turning to ash. Return and inform Murong Liao that 7 days from now, my Northern Liang Iron Cavalry shall await him at the Qing Shui Plains. Li Beixiong declared, his eyes blazing with intensity. Upon seeing the Northern Liang king accept the challenge, Sun Long remained silent, turning with the black cavalry to depart. Once Sun Long had left, Long Yi and the 5 commanders quickly exited the city tower to prepare for the impending battle against Nan Yun. When all had departed, only Li Luo and Li Beixiong remained atop the tower. Son, let us get to the bottom of this. Oh, you have any plans to deal with Murong Liao? Have any experts from the Guisu realm come to support you? Once the others were gone, Li Beixiong's authoritative demeanor dissipated, and he rubbed his hands, looking at Li Luo with inquiry. Oh, father, weren't you quite agreeable just now? Are you afraid now? Li Luo rolled his eyes at his father, jesting. Ha, my dear son, I am certainly not afraid. After all these years of battle, who have I ever feared? But if Murong Liao truly possesses Guisu realm strength, then I might have to risk my life in this battle. A flicker of fierce determination crossed Li Beixiong's eyes as he spoke of risking lives. Even if his capable son had no backup, they were not without the means to confront Murong Liao. His strategy to counter Murong Liao lay in the military spirit. At that time, the military spirit amassed by the Northern Liang army could be channeled into his own being. With his peak De Yin realm cultivation, he might stand a chance against a Guisu realm expert. However, concentrating the military spirit onto a single individual also posed significant risks. Should he fail, the military spirit would be extinguished, potentially leading to the annihilation of the entire Northern Liang cavalry due to backlash. Thus, on the battlefield, unless absolutely necessary, the military spirit would typically not be bestowed upon a commander. Li Luo understood his father's intentions well. He smiled faintly and said, Father, you need not worry. Murong Liao will have his match, and you can simply sit on your warhorse and wave your hand. Ha, my son, with your assurance, I am at ease. After we eliminate that bunch of little brats from Nan Yun, we shall immediately strike against the King of Wu. The scouts have reported that the King of Jin is not faring well. It seems the King of Wu has seized 2/3 of the territory in Nanzhou. Li Beixiong remarked. Li Luo was momentarily taken aback. Is the King of Wu that formidable? It seems the King of Wu and the King of Jin are not far apart in strength. Li Beixiong's expression turned serious as he replied. Under normal circumstances, their strengths are indeed comparable. However, according to our scouts, there appear to be some mysterious experts with unfamiliar faces on the battlefield supporting the King of Wu. I suspect these enigmatic figures are likely from the Divine Feather Dynasty. It is not beyond reason, after all, that the former King of Qi colluded with the Nan Yun Dynasty, right? Hee. While we are embroiled in chaos within Liang, the surrounding dynasties have finally revealed their wolfish ambitions. Li Luo's gaze flickered, a cold smile forming on his lips. Chapter 28. 5 summons during their father-son discussion. The news of the impending battle between the Northern Liang Iron Cavalry and the Nan Yun Black Cavalry reached the ears of the populace throughout the western province. At this moment, having just learned of the Northern Liang Iron Cavalry's resounding victory, the citizens of Liang were filled with confidence in them. Many supporters of Northern Liang were utterly exhilarated. believing that Northern Liang would surely expel the Black Cavalry from their lands. Naturally, among the countless citizens, there were some who held reservations about Northern Liang. They had heard whispers of Murong Liao's reputation as a god of war and doubted whether Northern Liang could truly overcome him. As soon as this notion surfaced, those skeptical of Northern Liang were met with vehement denunciation from the masses. The clash between the Northern Liang and Nan Yun Black Cavalry had even reached the ears of the citizens within the territories of the King of Wu and the King of Jing. Regardless, Northern Liang's mobilization against external foes garnered substantial support from many. As for the current court, countless citizens had long since cast it aside. They were thoroughly fed up with this incompetent dynasty and its inept emperor, eagerly awaiting the emergence of a brand new dynasty. As for who would be the ruler of this new dynasty, opinions varied widely among the populace. Ina County seat of Nanzhou, upon learning of the news regarding the impending deathmatch between the Northern Liang Iron Cavalry and the Nan Yun Black Cavalry, the King of Wu was taken aback. His expression darkened upon hearing that not long prior, the Northern Liang heir had led 100,000 troops to launch a nighttime assault on the 15,000 Black Cavalry. Achieving a resounding victory, the wave of crisis washed over him. He had never anticipated that the strength of Northern Liang had grown so formidable that even the Black Cavalry could not stand against them. At present, we do not even know the true strength of Northern Liang. Gentlemen, we must hasten to eliminate the King of Jin. Once the King of Jin is dealt with, Northern Liang will be our most formidable opponent, especially that Li Luo. If he is not eliminated, he may very well become another Northern Liang king in the future, the King of Wu mused. Seated beneath the King of Wu were a dozen figures. Among them a notably young man who stood up, his expression displeased. Father, that Li Luo is hardly a threat. If you grant me 100,000 troops to launch a surprise attack on the Black Cavalry, I could easily annihilate them. If Father wishes to ascertain Northern Liang's true strength, I suggest we send scouts to the Qing Shui Plains 7 days hence to gather intelligence. This young man, clad in battle attire, was the King of Wu's legitimate son, Zhao Fengyun. Upon Zhao Fengyun's suggestion, several generals present nodded in agreement. His Highness the Crown Prince speaks wisely, my lord, to discern Northern Liang's true strength. 7 days from now will present an excellent opportunity, a general at the peak of the Daiyan realm stated gravely. The King of Wu nodded slightly, turning to the 5 men seated nearby and spoke. Once we have dealt with the King of Jin, Northern Liang will be your responsibility. After all, intelligence suggests that Northern Liang does not possess only one peak Daiyan realm expert. Rest assured. Your Majesty, even if Northern Liang possesses 3 peak Daiyan realm experts, we shall not fear. With the 5 of us here, we guarantee victory for you. Another declared confidently. Moreover, even without our 5, Northern Liang may not necessarily be your match. With 300,000 Iron Cavalry, 100,000 are stationed at the border between Northern Liang and Dongzhou. Presently, the Northern Liang Iron Cavalry under Li Baixiong's command stands at merely 200,000. After their decisive battle with the Black Cavalry on the Qing Shui Plains, how many of those 200,000 will remain? One individual scoffed. Upon hearing this analysis, the surrounding generals found it quite reasonable. The King of Wu nodded, yet for some inexplicable reason, he felt an ominous premonition when it came to Northern Liang. Nightfall. Just as Li Luo became aware of Murong Liao's deliberate dissemination of news regarding their impending battle, he instantly comprehended the other party's intentions. Murong Liao sought to use this battle to utterly shatter Northern Liang's standing in the hearts of the Liang populace. However, how could he allow Murong Liao to succeed? Wasn't it merely the Guisu realm? Northern Liang was not without its own. Gazing at the 2 million prestige points within the system, Li Luo's lips curled into a smile. This time, he intended not only to defeat Murong Liao, but also to leave the Nan Yun dynasty speechless. Suffering in silence, system, I wish to exchange for 5 summoning opportunities. System, ding, exchange successful. Would the host like to summon? Summon! Li Luo exchanged 5 summoning opportunities, which instantly deducted a staggering 125,000 reputation points from him. Countless summoning realms flashed rapidly before his eyes. Ding, summoning successful, 5 opportunities, 1 failure. Ding, successfully summoned a cannon fodder realm. Summon character, Zhao Dezuzu. Successfully summoned from the mythological realm. Summon characters, Lord of the Land, by Wuchang. Ding! Successfully summoned from the system shop realm. Summoned treasure. Soul-devouring spear. Upon seeing the names of the Lord of the Land and Bai Wuchang, Li Luo was instantly filled with joy, nearly jumping with excitement. The Lord of the Land and Bai Wuchang. Surely, no one from Huaxia would be unfamiliar with them, right? Li Luo eagerly clicked on the character information. Lord of the Land, Peak of the Guishu Realm. Loyalty, 100 Bai Wuchang. Mid-tier of the Guishu Realm, Loyalty. 100 Zhao Dezuzu. Mid-tier of the Guishu Realm, Note. From the Cannon Fodder Realm, possesses a special bloodline, endowed with the Eye of Illusion, skilled in creating illusions, and simultaneously masters the elemental powers of water and fire. Loyalty. 100 Gazing at the cultivations of the three, Li Luo's breath quickened, and the excitement within him was beyond words. Even more surprising was that Zhao Dezuzu from the Cannon Fodder Realm, like Li Ergo, possessed different pupils. Li Luo released the three from the system. A spatial rift appeared. Two young men and an old man with white hair leaning on a staff emerged from it. Young master, be careful. At the moment the three appeared, Luo Yi, hidden in the shadows, sensed danger. In an instant, he appeared and shielded Li Luo behind him, eyeing the three with caution. Do not panic, they are our allies. Li Luo waved his hand, signaling Luo Yi to relax. Upon hearing this, Luo Yi glanced at the spatial rift behind the three and immediately understood. It turned out that these three, like him, were powerful individuals resurrected and brought here by the young master using supreme means. And he promptly lowered his guard. Greetings, young master. The three, having their memories altered by the system, bowed to Li Luo. Li Luo stepped forward to assist them in rising. At that moment, he noticed that the Eye of Illusion belonging to Zhao Dezuzu was swirling with a blood-red flower in its pupil, appearing exceptionally enchanting. From now on, you three will remain hidden like Luo Yi, and do your utmost to keep your presence concealed. Understood, young master. The three responded in unison, their forms vanishing from sight. Along with them disappeared Luo Yi. Li Luo, in high spirits, opened the description of the soul-devouring spear. Soul-devouring spear. Grade, Imperial. Most of the spear's power has been sealed by the system. The host can use it, and as the host's cultivation increases, the sealed powers will gradually be unsealed. Li Luo's eyes sparkled. He had not anticipated that this soul-devouring spear was indeed an Imperial-grade spiritual weapon. He withdrew it, feeling a sudden surge of red malevolence emanating from the spear. Such terrifying malevolence, Li Luo exclaimed, brandishing the soul-devouring spear a couple of times, finding its balance satisfactory. However, he was not accustomed to using a spear and intended to gift this soul-devouring spear to Gao Shun. After all, Gao Shun had fought alongside him in several battles, achieving remarkable military exploits. He could not be stingy. Li Luo stowed away the soul-devouring spear and planned to use the remaining 750,000 reputation points to elevate his cultivation to the Guishu realm. Ding! Cultivation exchange successful. As the system's notification echoed, a terrifying aura suddenly surged from Li Luo's body. Sensing this, he immediately suppressed the aura, concealing it. Feeling the surging power within him, he could not help but feel exhilarated. Is this the power of a Guishu realm expert? How formidable! No wonder it was said that a Guishu realm expert could turn the tides and effortlessly suppress a dynasty. The rumors were indeed not unfounded. Li Luo's lips curled into a smile, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. He eagerly awaited the decisive battle in 7 days. If Murong Liao knew that, together with himself, there were already 5 Guishu realm experts in Bailiang. He wondered what expression he would wear. Chapter 29. The day of the decisive battle arrives. 7 days swiftly passed. During this time, the topic of the decisive battle between Bailiang and the Southern Cloud Black Cavalry grew increasingly fervent. Even the Southern Cloud dynasty was caught up in the excitement. General Murong will undoubtedly avenge Generals Zhang Yuan and Yun Bin. Indeed, Bailiang's underhanded tactics of ambushes led to the fall of Generals Zhang Yuan and Yun Bin. Precisely. I hope General Murong, after defeating Bailiang, will capture the Bailiang king and his son and humiliate them thoroughly. Hee. Once General Murong conquers Liang West Prefecture, I shall certainly embark on a journey. I've heard there are many beauties there. Ahahaha, dear brother, shall we go together then? In the Southern Cloud Court, Emperor Wei sat on the dragon throne, his face etched with solemnity. Although the common folk believed their black cavalry was invincible, and the fall of Zhang Yuan and Yun Bin was merely an accident, as the emperor, he was acutely aware of the black cavalry's prowess, as well as the strength of Zhang Yuan and Yun Bin. As the saying goes, an outsider watches the excitement, while an insider observes the intricacies. If mere ambushes could annihilate his 150,000 black cavalry and slay 2 Peak de Yin realm generals, then the black cavalry would have perished during the invasion of the Divine Feathered Dynasty years ago. The Bailiang Iron Cavalry was certainly not to be underestimated. On the night of Zhang Yuan and Yun Bin's fall, there was undoubtedly a reason unbeknownst to them. It was not as the external rumors suggested, that the Bailiang heir led 10,000 black iron cavalry in a surprise attack. Anyone with a modicum of sense would understand that a mere teenager could not possibly possess the strength to slay Peak de Yin realm experts. Wei Jun speculated that night, the Bailiang king and a powerful individual named Gao Shun must have participated in the battle. Only a Peak de Yin realm expert could contend with Zhang Yuan and Yun Bin. As for Guishu realm experts, Wei Jun did not even entertain that notion. If Bailiang had Guishu realm experts, Liang would have long been unified under their banner. Gentlemen, the decisive battle between General Morong and Bailiang is today. Who do you believe will emerge victorious? Wei Jun pondered aloud. The civil and military officials in the court exchanged glances before collectively responding, Your Majesty, General Morong will surely achieve resounding victory. Upon hearing this, Wei Jun remained silent. In truth, he understood that victory lay with Southern Cloud. After all, several years ago, Morong Liao had already broken through to the half-step Guishu realm, becoming the second most powerful figure in the entire dynasty. This was known only to a select FEW, as long as no Guishu realm experts intervened. None below that realm could rival him. Yet, for some reason, an unsettling feeling lingered in his heart. Report, Your Majesty, General Morong and General Channing have led 20,000 black cavalry and have arrived at the Qing Shui Plain. The Bailiang king, leading 16,000 Bailiang iron cavalry, is also en route to the Qing Shui Plain. At this moment, a eunuch rushed in, kneeling to report the information gathered by the scouts. Hearing that the two armies were about to clash, the civil and military officials in the court began to discuss fervently once more. Send more scouts. Additionally, General Han, I command you to gather 1 million troops to stand by at the border. Should General Morong emerge victorious, you will immediately lead the army to assist General Morong in capturing Liang West Prefecture. Wei Jun narrowed his eyes, glancing at a general among the military officials, and spoke thoughtfully. Yes, Your Majesty. The general, with a cultivation at the initial stage of the Daiyin realm, clasped his fists and swiftly departed the imperial capital after receiving Wei Jun's decree. As for why Wei Jun did not directly send 1 million troops to support Morong Liao, the reason was simple. These 1 million troops were merely ordinary soldiers, incapable of forging a military spirit. In the face of the Bailiang Iron Cavalry, which could rally a military spirit, these 1 million troops would only be sending themselves to their doom. At this moment, on the Qing Shui Plain, dark clouds loomed over the city, and fierce winds howled, causing the battle flags inscribed with the words Black Cavalry to flutter ominously in the wind. The ink-colored battle intent surged towards the sky, resembling clouds descending from the heavens, hanging in the 9 skies, forming a vast ink-colored ocean. At the forefront of the army, Morong Liao, clad in battle robes, exuded a repressed aura that obscured his cultivation level. Beside him, Qian Ying gazed at Morong Liao with a face full of reverence. Just yesterday, their great general had successfully taken the final step, becoming a Guishu realm expert. Now, he eagerly awaited the arrival of the Bailiang king. As he envisioned the scene of the Bailiang king kneeling before them, suddenly, as Qian Ying was lost in thought, the distant sound of thousands of galloping horses echoed across the plain, akin to a rushing torrent, producing a deafening noise that stirred up clouds of dust. Amidst the dust, the battle flag bearing the name Bailiang stood out prominently to their rear. On horseback, Morong Liao, eyes closed in meditation, abruptly opened them, fixating on the armored warhorses emerging from the swirling dust. His gaze narrowing, finally arrived. A cold, killing intent surfaced on Qian Ying's face, soon replaced by excitement. The 20,000 black cavalry behind him gripped their weapons, each face reflecting fury. Today, They were determined to defeat the Bailiang Iron Cavalry and vindicate their Black Cavalry. They were the strongest cavalry. 200,000 Black Cavalry surged forth, their battle intent so overwhelming that it seemed to alter the very colors of heaven and earth. The massive, inky aura of their martial spirit coalesced into a palpable force, stirring the heavens and summoning thunder, evoking an atmosphere laden with the foreboding of an impending storm. It was an oppressive sensation that weighed heavily upon the heart. In a mere moment, the 16,000 troops of the Northern Liang Iron Cavalry arrived upon the battlefield. Originally, the Northern Liang Iron Cavalry boasted an impressive force of 200,000. However, in their recent skirmishes against the Qi King and the Black Cavalry, even these elite warriors had suffered losses. At the forefront of the Northern Liang Iron Cavalry, Li Luo, clad in white, sat astride his steed Li Baixiong. Having donned his traditional python robe, exuded the regal demeanor befitting a prince. Observing the attire of both Li Baixiong and Li Luo, Morong Liao felt a flicker of doubt. Their appearance hardly suggested readiness for battle. Moreover, Morong Liao noted that beside Li Luo, on a warhorse, stood two formidable warriors of the Great Transformation Realm. One was astonishingly youthful, possessing mid-tier prowess, while the other wielded a blood-red spear and exuded the power of a peak Great Transformation expert. In Morong Liao's estimation, the spear-wielding warrior must be Gao Shun. His deduction was correct. The man with the blood spear was indeed Gao Shun, while the other was naturally Li Ergu, who failed to capture Morong Liao's attention. Merely an insignificant ant of mid-tier Great Transformation, posing no threat to him. After scanning the prominent figures before him, Morong Liao discerned only Li Baixiong and Gao Shun as peak Great Transformation experts, dismissing everyone else, including Li Ergu. Today, he was resolute in his intent to annihilate the Northern Liang forces. Li Luo detected the disdainful expression on Morong Liao's face, causing the corners of his mouth to curl upward slightly. Disdain. Just wait until you have cause to lament. Father, have the four elders arrived yet? They will intervene against Morong Liao, correct? Li Baixiong inquired softly, glancing around. Li Luo gave his father an exasperated look. Father, you've already asked that at least 10 times on the way here. Rest assured, Luo Yi will act. As for the other three, I've instructed them to hold back for now to avoid exposure. With Luo Yi's intervention, that should suffice to give Morong Liao a run for his money, Li Baixiong replied. Visibly relieved, upon learning of their hidden strength, he became invigorated, showing no fear toward the already formidable Morong Liao. With a grand gesture, Li Baixiong urged his steed forward. Watching his father's brash demeanor, Li Luo couldn't help but stifle a laugh. For 7 consecutive days, his father had relentlessly pressed him for information on how to deal with Morong Liao, leaving Li Luo exasperated. Just the night before, Li Luo had arranged for his father to meet Luo Yi, Zhao Dizhus, Bai Wuchang, and the Earth Deity. The collective aura released by the 4 Great Transformation experts had nearly terrified his father into a state of shock. Upon discovering that 4 such powerful figures had allied with Li Luo, Li Baixiong had been so exhilarated that he could hardly sleep. Ha ha ha, Morong Liao, I have long admired your reputation. Today, I see that you are indeed extraordinary. Li Baixiong declared, brimming with confidence, undeterred by Morong Liao's presence. The Northern Liang King, there is no need for further discourse. Today, you shall either surrender to Nanyun or meet your demise, Morong Liao proclaimed in a deep voice. The Northern Liang Iron Cavalry was renowned as an elite force rivaling the Black Cavalry. Capturing them would be ideal, especially given the heavy losses suffered by the Black Cavalry in their invasion of Liang. Humph! Li Baixiong's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing. An aura of authority emanated from him, as he declared with indomitable pride, in Northern Liang, we have only those who die in battle. We do not surrender. How unfortunate. Morong Liao sneered. Then let us dispense with idle chatter and engage in combat. Black Cavalry. Morong Liao's cold laughter resonated, as an immense battle intent surged forth, rallying the 200,000 Black Cavalry behind him. Charge! Fight! Fight! The roar of the 200,000 Black Cavalry echoed like thunder across the heavens. Waves of dark battle intent coalesced into mighty rivers, surging into the inky ocean above, forming swirling vortices of martial spirit that connected heaven and earth. Creating a breathtaking spectacle, Li Luo and the others looked up in astonishment at the vast expanse of dark battle intent, which resembled an ocean. Suddenly, a resounding roar, akin to that of a dragon, pierced the air. This sound, accompanied by thunder, seemed to echo from the depths of ancient times. In an instant, a colossal, inky dragon, hundreds of feet in length, emerged from the sea of battle intent, its formidable body spiraling in the sky. Its horns, whiskers, and scales appearing almost tangible as it gazed down upon the entire Qing Shui plain. It was as if a true ancient dragon had descended upon the mortal realm. Li Luo gazed at this dragon-like embodiment of military spirit, his eyes shimmering with awe. Murong Liao was indeed the war god of the Nan Yun dynasty, and the military spirit he had cultivated with the Black Cavalry was incomparable to that of the slain Lian Qing and Qi Hui. The power of the military spirit amassed by the Black Cavalry was now rivaling that of a peak great transformation expert. Today, my son, I shall show you the pinnacle of the Northern Liang Iron Cavalry's military spirit. Li Beixiong exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he beheld the descending dark dragon. Finally, the Northern Liang Iron Cavalry had encountered a worthy adversary. Li Luo observed his father's back, the corners of his mouth curving slightly upward. He could feel the exhilaration radiating from his father. The Northern Liang Iron Cavalry had roamed Liang for years, facing few worthy foes. Now, encountering a powerful opponent was a cause for great excitement. As Li Luo turned to glance back at the Northern Liang Iron Cavalry, he noticed that every warrior's eyes sparkled with fervor and unquenchable battle intent, as if they could scarcely contain the boiling blood within them. Even the war horses beneath them, sensing their riders' fervor, began to whinny and stir restlessly. Charge! Northern Liang Iron Cavalry. With a thunderous roar, Li Beixiong drew his battle blade from its sheath, pointing it skyward. In an instant, a terrifying aura of malevolence erupted from him, crimson energy surging toward the heavens. The oppressive black clouds above transformed into a vivid blood-red hue, conjuring an ominous vision of mountains of corpses and seas of bones behind him. In response, the 16,000 soldiers of the Northern Liang Iron Cavalry let out a piercing cry, each warrior releasing a terrifying aura of crimson energy that surged forth. This blood-red energy coalesced into a river, stretching across the universe and merging with the blood clouds high above. Suddenly, the blood clouds darkened, transforming into a vast crimson ocean that dominated half the sky. A powerful roar resonated from within the hanging blood clouds as a blood dragon, equally massive as the dark dragon, burst forth, spiraling above the Northern Liang Iron Cavalry. At this moment, the endless expanse of the sky was divided into realms of blood red and ink black. With both armies beneath empowered by their respective military spirits, the Dragon of Blood from Northern Liang and the War Dragon of Nan Yun, preparing for an epic clash as if two dragons were about to engage in battle. Witnessing this spectacle, Murong Liao could not help but admire the Northern Liang king. In this world, aside from himself, there truly existed someone capable of training an army to such a terrifying degree. Yet, how unfortunate it was. Regardless of the Northern Liang Iron Cavalry's prowess, after today's battle, they would cease to exist. My son, lead Murong Liao into the void. Luo Yi awaits above. Li Luo communicated silently to his father, glancing up at the blood clouds overhead. Upon receiving Li Luo's message, Li Beixiong's serious demeanor morphed into a mischievous grin. He then propelled himself from his saddle, standing in the void, and addressed Murong Liao coldly. Murong Liao, let us battle in the void. In an instant, Li Beixiong transformed into a streak of crimson light, vanishing into the blood clouds. Heh. Chuning smirked at this sight. The Northern Liang king truly believed their general was still a peak great transformation expert. Watching Li Beixiong disappear into the blood clouds, he regarded it as if witnessing a death sentence. The battlefield is yours. I shall conclude my fight swiftly. Murong Liao smirked, giving a brief command before soaring into the clouded skies. Chen Ying's gaze sharpened, fixating intently on the figure clad in white, Li Luo. That must be the son of the Northern Liang king. Perfect. I shall slay the heir of Northern Liang and avenge Zhang Yuan, Yun Bin, and the 15,000 brothers of the Black Cavalry. Kill. Slay the heir of Northern Liang and annihilate the Northern Liang Iron Cavalry. With a furious roar, Channing swung his massive blade, charging toward Li Luo as the 200,000 black cavalry followed suit, their bodies infused with dark battle intent, ready to clash with unwavering ferocity. With a thunderous roar, the 5 generals of the Dragon Wild led the grand army, collectively drawing their swords. Behind them, the 16,000 iron cavalry of Bailiang surged forth, filled with a terrifying bloodthirst, galloping like a tidal wave, their unstoppable might crashing towards the advancing black cavalry, in the instant of the clash between the two armies. The heavens and earth transformed, as the battlefield became a chaotic blend of crimson and ebony in tint, summoning rolling thunder from the skies. Above the heads of the two great armies, 2 colossal dragon spirits entwined, fiercely tearing at each other, enacting a breathtaking battle of dual dragons. From this moment onward, victory would favor the side whose battle spirit waned first, the Bailiang heir. As the menacing Channing approached, a cruel smirk graced his face, and he swung his great blade towards Li Luo. Li Luo raised his brow, poised to reveal his strength and slay his opponent directly, when a blood-red spear suddenly blocked his path. "Young master, allow me to test my skills against him." Naturally, it was Gao Shun who stood before Li Luo. The blood spear in his hand was the soul-devouring spear, a gift Li Luo had bestowed upon him not long ago. Chen Ying was sent staggering back by Gao Shun's spear, his expression turning grave. "Very well, I leave him to you," Li Luo nodded. Chen Ying was indeed a fitting opponent for Gao Shun to hone his skills against. "Hmph, do you intend to use me as a sharpening stone? Let us see if your blade is sharp enough." In the void, Channing snorted coldly, unleashing a tremendous aura as he stepped forward, transforming into a streak of light that shot towards the sky. Without a moment's hesitation, Gao Shun, wielding the menacing soul-devouring spear, followed closely behind. The moment they vanished into the clouds, the sound of a deafening battle erupted. Li Luo surveyed the battlefield, where the 5 generals of Bailiang held back their counterparts, 5 powerful figures of the Spirit Sea realm. Meanwhile, Li Ergu, a mid-tier figure of the Great Evolution realm, single-handedly engaged 2 Spirit Sea adversaries. However, it was not long before Li Ergu dispatched the 2 Spirit Sea warriors, then turned to unleash his piercing gaze upon the chaos of the battlefield, rampaging through the ranks of the black cavalry with his fists. Countless soldiers fell victim to his martial prowess. Witnessing this scene, Li Luo glanced towards the direction of Morong Liao, grinning widely, and his figure mysteriously vanished from his steed, in the clouds above. Morong Liao regarded the imposing presence of Li Baixiong with disdain. "Bailiang King, do you think this general is still at the pinnacle of the Great Evolution realm? You are gravely mistaken." With a resounding boom, Morong Liao's eyes glimmered with light, a terrifying aura sweeping across the expanse. The blood and ink clouds beneath him dissipated instantly under the weight of his formidable presence. "It is the great general. He has successfully broken through to the void returning realm." The soldiers of the Black Cavalry, invigorated by Morong Liao's terrifying aura, charged madly towards the Bailiang cavalry. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Chen Ying broke free from Gao Shun's entanglement, casting a glance at Morong Liao's retreating figure, and sneered, "Gao Shun, give up your hopes of surrender. Our great general is now a void-returning powerhouse. With your talent and cultivation, why follow Bailiang to your doom?" Gao Shun merely smiled slightly, replying, "Hee, a void-returning powerhouse? I hope your great general does not meet his end too swiftly." Taken aback, Chen Ying's expression darkened. "What do you mean?" "Nothing. Take this spear." Gao Shun had no desire to elaborate, as he thrust forth a terrifying strike. Chen Ying was alarmed and swiftly dodged. "You truly are a void-returning powerhouse." Li Baixiong observed the overwhelming power emanating from Morong Liao, his expression calm. He then reined in his own aura and sheathed his battle blade. Seeing Li Baixiong's demeanor, Morong Liao assumed he was about to concede, and thus scoffed. "What, Bailiang King, now you wish to surrender?" Li Baixiong burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, Morong Liao, do not think that just because you are a void-returning powerhouse, you can take me down. Bailiang is not without its own." "What?" Morong Liao was taken aback, his consciousness sweeping the surroundings, yet finding no other strong presence. "Hmph." With a sudden strike, Morong Liao unleashed a torrent of white, terrifying spiritual power, aiming a palm strike at Li Beixiong. Beiliang does have void-returning powerhouses. This will be evident after a brief test. As Morong Liao's fearsome attack bore down, Li Beixiong's expression shifted dramatically. His mind racing. Where is Senior Luo? Why has he not appeared yet? Just as Morong Liao believed he had Li Beixiong cornered, a white figure quietly emerged before Li Beixiong, effortlessly blocking Morong Liao's assault. Gazing at the unexpected figure, Morong Liao's pupils constricted in disbelief. How can it be you? How could you possibly be him? Good son. At that moment, even Li Beixiong's face bore a look of shock upon recognizing the familiar figure before him. The figure was none other than Li Luo, clad in flowing white, radiating a golden aura, his overwhelming presence rivaling that of Morong Liao. How can this be? At such a young age, how could you possibly be a void-returning powerhouse? Morong Liao yelled in disbelief, filled with fury. He had poured countless efforts into breaking through to the void-returning realm, and yet here was Li Luo, achieving the same at merely a few years of age. Li Beixiong swallowed hard, scrutinizing his good son anew. There was no mistaking it. This horrifying aura was undoubtedly that of a void-returning powerhouse. Regaining his composure, Li Beixiong's expression shifted to one of uncontainable excitement. With his good son, Beiliang now had 5 void-returning powerhouses at its disposal, 5 in total. A dynasty with a single void-returning powerhouse could prosper for a millennium. It was worth noting that. To date, the Liang dynasty had yet to produce a single void-returning powerhouse. Otherwise, would these feudal lords dare to rebel? Son, when did you break through? How come I was unaware? Li Beixiong, trembling with excitement, stammered his inquiry. Li Luo, having anticipated his father's reaction, waved his hand dismissively. Your son possesses extraordinary talent. I recently had a breakthrough and continued to advance. Excellent. Ha ha ha. This is beyond mere talent. It is truly monstrous. Our Li family's ancestral grave has finally emitted smoke. No, it is not just smoke. It is ablaze. Li Beixiong laughed heartily, his joyous voice resonating through the skies. Meanwhile, on another section of the battlefield, Chunying was taken aback to discover that Li Luo was also a void-returning powerhouse. His reaction mirrored that of Morong Liao. He could hardly believe that Li Luo had achieved the void-returning realm at such a young age. It was simply astounding. Recalling his earlier intention to slay Li Luo, he felt a chill run down his spine. He had just brushed past the gates of death. Chapter 32. Luo battles Morong Liao. Calming himself, Morong Liao carefully sensed the spiritual fluctuations emanating from Li Luo. Discovering that he was merely at the early stage of the void-returning realm, realizing they were of the same realm, his expression grew cold. Li Luo, at merely a teenager, surely lacked the combat experience he possessed. It was evident that Li Luo had only recently broken through to the void-returning realm. Should he fail to eliminate Li Luo today, with such terrifying talent, this youth would undoubtedly become a formidable adversary for the Nanyun dynasty in the future. With this thought in mind, Morong Liao instantly charged towards Li Luo, his terrifying might surging forth, shaking the very heavens. Be careful. Li Beixiong's face paled as he witnessed Morong Liao's sudden assault on his good son. He quickly warned Li Luo. Li Luo stood calmly, hands clasped behind his back, his expression serene, a strange smile gracing his lips. Just as Morong Liao was upon him, a terrifying silver spear shot forth, aiming for Morong Liao. Startled, Morong Liao countered with a punch, unleashing a fearsome surge of ink-black spiritual power that coalesced into a colossal, illusory dragon head, repelling the incoming silver spear. He then stepped back, maintaining a safe distance from Li Luo once more. Who? Morong Liao's expression soured as he scanned the area around Li Luo, a sudden sense of unease creeping in, as if answering his query. A massive wave of spiritual energy erupted beside Li Luo, and a figure radiating a terrifying aura materialized. The silver spear, which had been knocked away by Morong Liao, was now firmly grasped by the newly appeared individual. You possess great audacity. How dare you attempt to ambush the young master? The newcomer emanated an immense aura, a chilling intensity that seemed to rend the thin clouds around him. Senior Luo. Upon seeing this figure, Li Beixiong's spirit soared, and he burst into laughter. With Luo Yi and his good son present, Murong Liao was doomed to defeat today. Another void-returning powerhouse had entered the fray. How can this be possible? Murong Liao's face darkened, disbelief etched into his features as he gritted his teeth. A sense of helplessness washed over him. Li Luo observed the change in Murong Liao's expression. A subtle smile playing on his lips, if he were to summon Zhao Dazhu, by Wu Chang, and the Earth God to join the fray, Murong Liao would likely find himself in utter despair. However, he had no intention of revealing the three individuals. After all, this grand battle had already captured the attention of many. Moreover, dealing with Murong Liao was more than sufficient for Luo Yi. There was no need to employ a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Murong Liao, your opponent is not this young master. Luo Yi, guide General Murong on his way. Li Luo proclaimed the death sentence to Murong Liao from his elevated position. Yes, young master. Luo Yi respectfully clasped his fists. Turning to face the ashen-faced Murong Liao, a formidable aura surging from within him, causing his garments to flutter violently. Dare to strike at the young master? You are courting death. Make your move. Do not say I did not afford you the opportunity. A flicker of anger appeared on Luo Yi's face as he aimed his spear at Murong Liao, his voice cold and resolute. Instantly, Murong Liao felt a surge of vigilance, accompanied by a wave of confusion. Where did this powerful Guishu realm expert emerge from? Why had he never heard of him before? Furthermore, how could such a formidable being be commanded by Li Luo? A multitude of questions raced through Murong Liao's mind as he earnestly addressed Luo Yi. My friend? With your cultivation, regardless of where you go, you would be revered as an esteemed guest. Why must you humble yourself beneath Bailiang? If you were to come to my Southern Cloud dynasty, our emperor would undoubtedly treat you as an honored guest. Placing you above me, to hell with it. Would Elder Luo even deign to regard your insignificant Southern Cloud? Upon witnessing Murong Liao attempt to lure away Luo Yi in front of them, Li Beixiong grew anxious. Li Luo waved his hand, signaling Li Beixiong to remain calm, then regarded Murong Liao with a look of incredulity. Luo Yi was a character summoned by his system. How could he possibly betray him? Upon hearing this, Luo Yi let out a cold laugh. Is this your final farewell? With that, Luo Yi swiftly pivoted the silver spear in his hands and lunged at Murong Liao. The spearhead, reflecting light, instantly formed a terrifying vortex of spiritual energy, tearing through the air as it struck with deadly intent. Boom. Humph. Do not think that this general fears you. You are merely at the initial stages of the Guishu realm. Do not be so arrogant. As Luo Yi charged, Murong Liao realized he could not persuade his opponent and immediately drew his long sword. Attacking Luo Yi the instant they clashed, a terrifying force radiated outward from the two. Like ripples in water, Luo Yi wielded his spear, the shadow of it raining down as each thrust embodied a fierce intent to kill. The spear struck like a dragon, sweeping across the universe. Under Luo Yi's formidable spear technique, Murong Liao found himself overwhelmed. Streams of ink-black spiritual energy coalesced around the sword's body, and with a single swing, it transformed into countless illusory ink-colored swords, attempting to suppress Luo Yi's spear technique. However, Luo Yi, in turn, swung his spear. The silver spear erupted with dazzling light, unleashing a multitude of silver illusory spears that shattered Murong Liao's ink-colored swords into motes of light that dissipated into the ether. As Luo Yi's figure moved, he pressed the attack on Murong Liao once more. The more they fought, the more alarmed Murong Liao became. The youthful visage of Luo Yi belied the battle-hardened experience of a veteran general. His relentless and flawless assaults leaving Murong Liao at a disadvantage, the specter of defeat looming ever closer. Is this the nature of combat among Guishu realm experts? Li Beixiong observed the two, who, in mere breaths, had exchanged hundreds of blows, unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath. The Dian realm was indeed on an entirely different level from the Guishu realm. Li Luo smiled silently, watching the fierce duel between the two, his gaze flickering with anticipation. At this rate, Murong Liao would soon find himself vanquished beneath Luo Yi's spear. Boom. Murong Liao was swept aside by a horizontal strike. His chest impacted, and he could not suppress a mouthful of blood that spilled forth as he was sent flying by the overwhelming force. Fortunately, he managed to steady himself in time. How could he be so strong? Murong Liao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, unable to fathom how someone at the same initial stage of the Guishu realm could possess such formidable strength, nearly rivaling that of a mid-stage Guishu realm expert. Realizing he could not continue in this manner, Murong Liao understood that defeat was inevitable. At that moment, he noticed the military soul of the 200,000 black cavalry consolidating. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to channel the entirety of the military soul into himself for a temporary boost in strength. Come, Murong Liao beckoned, calling forth the Battle Dragon military soul, which had been entangled with the Bailiang military soul. To heed his summons, however, just as the Battle Dragon military soul was about to arrive, Li Luo discerned Murong Liao's intentions at a glance. Moving swiftly, he positioned himself in front of the Battle Dragon military soul. Murong Liao's expression darkened. He had forgotten that this Guishu realm expert, Li Luo, was present, causing his heart to sink. Meanwhile, Luo Yi also approached with his silver spear poised for battle. Left with no option, Murong Liao could only focus on countering Luo Yi.at this moment. His resolve to retreat began to solidify. Chapter 33. The Black Cavalry's rout roar. The Battle Dragon military soul let out a thunderous cry. Its colossal form charging forward. Beneath the massive stature of the Battle Dragon military soul, Li Luo appeared as diminutive as an ant. Heh, buzz, boom. Li Luo let out a cold laugh, pressing down with his hand. An immense wave of spiritual energy surged from him, soaring into the heavens and creating a radiant arc across the sky. As the heavens darkened, the surrounding clouds swirled violently, forming a massive vortex. From within the oppressive clouds, a gigantic hand composed of condensed spiritual energy emerged, descending upon the charging Battle Dragon military soul. With a single strike, it suppressed the incoming Battle Dragon military soul. Roar! As the roar of the dragon echoed, the 100-foot-tall Battle Dragon military soul shattered, dispersing into wisps of ink-black battle intent that gradually faded away. Pfft! At the instant Li Luo obliterated the Battle Dragon military soul. The Black Cavalry, engaged in combat with the Bailiang Iron Cavalry, collectively suffered a backlash, spewing forth blood as their essence instantly waned. Their battle soul had been extinguished, and they were doomed. Witnessing this, the morale of the Bailiang Iron Cavalry surged. The lone military soul swirling in the sky, the dragon-killing military soul, fragmented into countless threads of blood-red malevolence that infused every soldier of the Bailiang Iron Cavalry, in an instant, bolstered by the military soul. The Bailiang Iron Cavalry charged forth like demons from hell, exuding a terrifying aura as they unleashed a frenzy of slaughter. Under the onslaught of the Bailiang Iron Cavalry, the already weakened Black Cavalry fell in droves. Soon, from an initial force of 200,000, only 40,000 remained. Meanwhile, the Bailiang Iron Cavalry, which had originally numbered 160,000, was now down to 100,000. Faced with the oncoming Bailiang Iron Cavalry, a strong figure from the Black Cavalry, who was at the Linghai realm, glanced at the retreating Murong Liao and realized that the Black Cavalry's fate was sealed. Retreat. Upon receiving the order to withdraw, the remnants of the Black Cavalry turned and fled the battlefield. Observing the disorganized retreat of the Black Cavalry, Generals Long Yi and 4 others, along with Li Ergu, immediately pursued. However, just as the remaining 40,000 troops were about to hastily exit the plains, they found themselves confronted by 18 masked riders on horseback. These 18 individuals were none other than the Yin Yun 18 riders, under Luo Yi's command. Each member of the Yin Yun 18 riders possessed the cultivation of the Dian realm. In order to completely annihilate the Black Cavalry, Li Luo had stationed the Yin Yun 18 riders here specifically to prevent their escape in another direction. A well-equipped cavalry unit of 700 appeared. This was the Xianjing Battalion under Gao Shun.at this moment. Only the Linghai realm expert, Sun Long, who had initially delivered the challenge, remained among Murong Liao's ranks. Now, with the Bailiang forces behind and the Yin Yun 18 riders and Xianjing Battalion ahead, the Black Cavalry had no path left to flee. What are you afraid of? They are but a handful. Charge out with me, Sun Long roared, urging his steed towards the Yin Yun 18 riders. With the Black Cavalry closely following, the leader of the Yin Yun 18 riders looked at the charging Black Cavalry with a cold smile, waving his hand. The 17 riders behind him suddenly unleashed their auras. Boom! A torrent of terrifying spiritual energy swept across the battlefield, howling like a tempest. The onrushing black cavalry was thrown from their mounts by the force of the spiritual storm. Dian realm experts. Sun Long's face turned pale with fear. The 18 before him were all Dian realm experts. This scene not only stunned the black cavalry, but also caused Chen Ying, who was battling Gao Shun in the sky, to narrow his eyes in shock. How terrifying is Bailiang? At this moment, even the beleaguered Murong Liao felt a twinge of regret for the first time. Their intervention in the invasion of Liang had been a monumental error from the outset. But now, it was too late for regret. Hiss! Are those the subordinates of the young master? Long Yi and the other 5 Bailiang generals, witnessing the immense aura emanating from the Yen Yuan 18 riders. All inhaled sharply, trembling as they inquired. Li Ergu nodded slightly in confirmation. With Li Ergu's acknowledgement, excitement gleamed in the eyes of the others. From this moment forth, who would dare to provoke Bailiang? Kill! Long Yi brandished the northern Liang blade, dripping with viscous blood, leading the iron cavalry behind him to annihilate the remaining black cavalry. Charge! Desperate to fight, Sun Long gritted his teeth and pressed on with the remnants of the black cavalry towards the Yen Yuan 18 riders. In unison, the Yen Yuan 18 drew their blades, moving in an instant, as all 18 surged into the dwindling ranks of the black cavalry. At the forefront, Sun Long met his demise at the hands of the squad leader of the Yen Yuan 18, who cleaved off his head with a single strike. The 700 men, all in the ascending spirit realm, surged into the black cavalry like a pack of ravenous wolves, wreaking havoc. Soon, the pursuing northern Liang cavalry rejoined the fray. In the despairing eyes of countless black cavalry soldiers, the sanguinary slaughter stained the verdant plains, the air thick with the nauseating scent of blood. Eventually, as the last black cavalry soldier fell, the battle standard inscribed with the words Black Cavalry was lowered. 200,000 black cavalry, with not a single survivor, were utterly vanquished on the dimly lit Qing Shui plain. The only sounds that followed the mournful whinnies of the warhorses were the jubilant cheers of the northern Liang soldiers. At this moment, the gaze of the northern Liang warriors was fixed upon the heavens above. It was all over. Qiaoning stared in disbelief as the 200,000 black cavalry were slaughtered. Rendered powerless, his mind momentarily blanked up. At this moment, Gao Shun raised the soul-devouring spear in his hand, a surge of crimson energy coalescing around it. Slaughter! Gao Shun roared, and the spearhead erupted with a piercing hum. The gathered malevolence suddenly burst forth in a dazzling bloodlight. In an instant, the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth began to convulse, a terrifying avatar radiating a blood-red aura materializing behind him. This fearsome apparition wielded a massive soul-devouring spear. Gao Shun's eyes flickered as he moved, thrusting the spear towards Chen Ying, the avatar simultaneously launching its assault. The colossal spear of the apparition perfectly aligned with Gao Shun's soul-devouring spear. Ha! Chen Ying, regaining his senses, revealed a look of terror. However, it was too late to evade. He growled in low fury, the terrifying power instantly converging in his weapon, colliding with Gao Shun's formidable strike. Boom! A horrific mushroom cloud erupted. Following this, Chen Ying's corpse plummeted from the sky. Observant eyes noted a gaping hole in Chen Ying's chest, with his entire torso pierced through. As the smoke cleared, Gao Shun, spear in hand, returned to Li Luo's side. Young master, the enemy has been vanquished. Gao Shun clasped his hands in respect. Li Luo nodded slightly, particularly pleased with Gao Shun's performance. He couldn't help but marvel at the terrifying power of the soul-devouring spear. Truly a treasure of imperial caliber. Even sealed, it retained such might. Li Luo found himself curious about just how powerful the soul-devouring spear would be once Gao Shun fully unsealed its abilities. Boom! At that moment, the battle between Luo Yi and Murong Liao reached its conclusion. Chapter 34, Yao Ri vs. Jian Zhan. A terrifying explosion erupted, and Murong Liao appeared in the sight of the crowd, looking disheveled and severely injured. His once robust aura had become alarmingly feeble. In stark contrast, Luo Yi emerged from the smoke, still exuding an aura of terror. Murong Liao could not fathom the disparity in strength. Despite both being at the initial stage of the returning ruins realm, he understood now that he was destined to fall here today. Escaping under the watchful eyes of two returning ruins realm powerhouses was nothing short of a delusion. Yao Ri boom. Without further ado, Luo Yi moved his spear. He instantly radiated a blinding light, resembling a resplendent sun. The white-silver spear in his grasp was enveloped in this brilliance. Yet, despite his disadvantage, Murong Liao was not one to sit idly by. Determined to make a desperate final stand, boom, sword slash. A torrent of terrifying ink-colored power surged forth. His 3-foot azure blade pointed skyward, an ink-like force emanating from the sword, piercing through the heavens. Following this, a massive ink-colored sword apparition materialized, heavy as a mountain, cleaving through the clouds with an earth-shattering might. This sword was his final strike, and his only sword. Gazing upon such a fearsome attack, even Li Luo's expression shifted slightly. This strike evoked a profound sense of crisis within him. Was this truly the power a martial artist could wield? How terrifying! The northern Liang soldiers on the battlefield wore faces of horror. The mere pressure of the descending sword shadow caused them to struggle for breath. The warhorses beneath them were restless, yearning to flee the scene, but the soldiers exerted all their strength to maintain control. Preventing chaos, Murong Liao hoisted the massive sword apparition above his head, resembling a mountain looming in the sky. A surge of fighting spirit ignited in Luo Yi's eyes, the silver spear in his hand. Enveloped in light, vibrated with energy, its brilliance intensifying in an instant. Like the blazing sun, it rendered all present unable to open their eyes. The two shouted in unison. Li Luo and Li Ergu, who had activated his insight, watched as Murong Liao's 3-foot azure blade cleaved downward. Buzz! The enormous sword apparition sliced through the descending clouds, dragging its ink-like power down towards the swift-moving Luo Yi. Boom! At the moment Luo Yi's silver spear collided with the descending giant sword, the heavens and earth instantly shifted hue, a colossal wave crashing like a surging tide. Centered on their clash, ripples spread across a 100-mile radius. The once cloud-covered sky suddenly cleared, the golden rays of the setting sun casting a mesmerizing glow upon the soldier's armor. Boom! Following this, the collision of the two tremendous forces caused the ground of the Qing Shui plain to tremble and crack, affecting the surrounding 100 miles. Luo Yi roared once more, the silver spear in his hand bursting forth with dazzling light. This immense radiance enveloped Luo Yi, resembling a sun that had fallen to earth, creating a spectacle alongside the setting sun. Bang! A crisp, shattering sound echoed. Murong Liao's pupils constricted as fragments flew past him. The shattered remnants transformed into strands of ink-colored energy, dissipating into the world. Boom! The white light consumed the entire Qing Shui plain, rendering no one able to open their eyes. At this moment, in the cities of Qinxiang and Shangyun, countless citizens emerged onto the streets, gazing towards the Qing Shui plain, their eyes wide with terror, trembling as they murmured, "Is that the sun? How can there be two suns in the sky? That seems to be the battlefield between the prince and the southern cloud black cavalry. How terrifying! What on earth is happening?" After a long while, the sun in the sky finally vanished, leaving only a faint, dim golden sunset hanging in the heavens. On the battlefield, the crowd finally opened their eyes, looking up in unison. They beheld Luo Yi, spear in hand, a single drop of crimson blood sliding gently from the spear's tip. Luo Yi stood with his back to Murong Liao. The crowd turned their gaze towards Murong Liao, only to discover that, at some unknown moment, a blood hole had appeared at the location of his heart. In that instant, the crowd erupted with excitement. They had won. The formidable warrior under the young master's command had triumphed. "Might I know your name, General?" Murong Liao spat out a mouthful of blood, the light in his eyes fading. Luo Yi turned, his voice cold as he gazed at the fading consciousness of Murong Liao. "Luo Yi," Murong Liao murmured as he fell to the battlefield, burdened with endless regret, closing his eyes. Murong Liao was indeed a talent. What a pity! Li Luo sighed softly, shaking his head slightly. "Young master." Luo Yi approached Li Luo, clasping his hands in salutation. Simultaneously, 3 figures quietly appeared beside Li Luo. These three unexpected arrivals were none other than Zhao Dezuzu, Bai Wuchang, and the Earth God. They had remained concealed on the battlefield. Young Master, with Murong Liao now dead, should we proceed to eliminate the Southern Cloud Dynasty? Zhao Dezuzu spoke coldly. Upon hearing this, Li Luo's eyes narrowed slightly. He had indeed been contemplating such an action. After all, even if he were to abstain, it would be effortless for Zhao Dezuzu and the others to eradicate the Southern Cloud. Now that Murong Liao was dead, who could possibly stand against them? Son, we must not annihilate the Southern Cloud at this time, Li Beixiong interjected upon hearing Zhao Dezuzu's intentions. Father, why not? Li Luo questioned in astonishment. Li Beixiong sighed lightly, recalling something as he spoke. The former emperor once told me that the previous emperor of the Southern Cloud Dynasty seemed to have some connection with our Tai Ling sect on the Western continent. Even with these few predecessors from Northern Liang, we cannot eliminate the Southern Cloud. Unexpectedly, the Nanyun dynasty actually has ties with the Tai Ling sect. Li Luo squinted his eyes, and immediately information about this Western continent surfaced in his mind. They, the Liang, belong to the western part of the Holy Heaven continent, referred to as the Western Continent. The Western Continent is home to countless dynasties and sects, yet the true rulers are two colossal forces. One is the Blazing Flame Dynasty, and the other is the Tai Ling sect. Every dynasty is subordinate to the Blazing Flame Dynasty, which demands tribute from each major dynasty every decade. Not even Liang is an exception. Furthermore, to establish a dynasty, one must gain the acknowledgement of the Blazing Flame Dynasty. Otherwise, it will be eradicated. Even if Bailiang ultimately succeeds in rebellion and seizes the imperial throne, it cannot bypass the formidable obstacle posed by the Blazing Flame Dynasty. As for the Tai Ling sect, it stands as a grand sect that rivals the Blazing Flame Dynasty. It is said that the sect is filled with countless formidable experts, with the lowest cultivation level among the elders being at the Returning Ruins realm. Eradicating Nanyun is not out of the question, but if we do not give them a taste of their own medicine, they might truly believe that Liang is easy to bully. Deju, I leave this to you. Go and intimidate their emperor, Li Luo declared with a cold snort. Yes, young master. Zhao Deju turned and vanished from sight. Chapter 35. Illusory prison on the outskirts of the Qingshui Plains. Within the dense forest. How terrifying Bailiang is! Several spies disguised as ordinary citizens felt a profound sense of Bailiang's might after witnessing the entire war. Just as they intended to withdraw, a swarm of insects suddenly attacked from behind. Buzzing! What is this? The dense swarm of insects swiftly enveloped the few individuals. Amid their terrified gazes, they gradually lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. A figure quietly appeared before the fallen spies. The person was none other than Shan Pao. Buzzing, Shan Pao waved a hand, and the insects immediately flew back into his body. The earlier spies had long lost their vitality, just as young master predicted. Shan Pao mused, preparing to return when Lu Ranjia, riding a large bird, appeared. Have you dealt with it? Shan Pao nodded slightly. This was already the 7th wave of spies. All surrounding spies have been eliminated. Let us return. Shan Pao leaped into the air and landed on the back of the large bird. After Lu Ranjia surveyed the area and confirmed that no spies were nearby, he urged the bird to carry them into the sky above the Qingshui Plains. In no time, the two returned to Li Luo's side. Young master, all the nearby spies have been cleared. The two clasped their hands in salute. Well done. Li Luo smiled slightly. The decisive battle between Bailiang and Nanyun has drawn the attention of countless individuals. To avoid exposing Bailiang's strength, he deliberately assigned Lu Ranjia and Shan Pao to eliminate spies sent by other forces to gather military intelligence. Now that the threat from Nanyun has been resolved, it is time to reclaim the cities occupied by Nanyun and unify the Western Province. Father, let us set forth to reclaim the cities and unify the Western Province. Li Luo returned to the battlefield. Looking at Li Beixiong with a grin, ha ha ha, certainly, Bailiang Iron Cavalry, set forth. Li Beixiong, full of vigor, waved his hand. The Bailiang Iron Cavalry behind him responded in unison. Following closely, under the leadership of Li Luo and Li Beixiong, the Bailiang Iron Cavalry galloped forward, advancing grandly toward Shiyun City. Soon, the Bailiang army pushed through, reclaiming the cities that had been seized by Nanyun, returning them to Liang's hands. Moreover, the battle between Bailiang and Nanyun quickly became known to the world. Although the specific details of the battle were unknown, when the Bailiang Iron Cavalry appeared before countless citizens, it was clear that Bailiang had emerged victorious. The invading Black Cavalry had been defeated. Thus, whenever the Bailiang Iron Cavalry entered a city, the local Liang citizens welcomed them with open arms. For a moment, Bailiang's prestige in the hearts of the western province populace soared to new heights. Just as Li Luo and his father were about to completely seize control of the western province, in the imperial capital of the Nanyun dynasty, Wei Jun was filled with anxiety. The spies sent to the Qing Shui plains to gather intelligence had yet to report back. However, as the ruler, he concealed his worry, maintaining a calm demeanor while waiting. The ministers in the court also awaited news throughout the day. Why is there still no word? Is it possible that Bailiang is too formidable and remains embroiled in fierce combat? It has been a day. Even if Bailiang is difficult to handle, the battle should have concluded by now. Indeed, why have the spies not returned? Hearing the murmurs of the high-ranking ministers, Wei Jun furrowed his brow. For some reason, his unease grew stronger. Someone, send another person to investigate. Wei Jun could no longer sit still, ordering a nearby eunuch to continue seeking information regarding the battle. Yes, Your Majesty. However, just as the eunuch was about to leave to gather intelligence, a flock of small red birds suddenly flew into the grand hall from outside the palace. Chirp, chirp. What is happening? Guards, quickly protect His Majesty. The sudden appearance of the flock of red birds threw the court into chaos. With ministers waving their garments to drive away the birds, some of the military generals present sensed a faint spiritual energy emanating from the red birds, promptly shielding Wei Jun at that moment. The imperial guards rushed into the hall. Wei Jun, in a state of panic, noticed that the eyes of the flying red birds were all crimson. Moreover, within those red eyes swirled a blood-colored flower. Exceedingly strange. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Amid the terrified gazes of all present, the birds circling above the hall converged together. Then, a figure materialized before everyone's eyes. Wei Jun's expression changed dramatically as he beheld a young man with a frosty countenance. Clad in a black robe adorned with red patterns, the figure that appeared in the grand hall was none other than Zhao Dezhu, sent by Li Luo. Who are you? Wei Jun instinctively inquired. In response to Wei Jun's question, Zhao Dezhu's expression remained icy, and then a terrifying aura surged forth. The overwhelming presence instantly suppressed those present, forcing them to kneel to the ground, as if bearing the weight of a colossal mountain upon their backs. Breathing became increasingly difficult. A returning Ruins realm expert. Wei Jun's pupils constricted abruptly, trembling in terror. The guarding generals and imperial guards were also immobilized, unable to move under Zhao Dezhu's overwhelming aura. Boom! This esteemed friend, may I inquire what brings you to our dynasty? Just then, another powerful aura emanated from deep within the palace. An elderly voice echoed throughout the grand hall. Hearing this voice, Wei Jun was overjoyed. Zhao Dezhu paused momentarily, not anticipating that the Nanyun dynasty's palace would house another returning Ruins realm expert. As the elder's voice faded, a figure clad in a yellow robe appeared in the grand hall. Father! Seeing the elderly figure, Wei Jun was filled with immense joy, hastily approaching the elder's side. This elder was none other than the former emperor of the Nanyun dynasty, Wei Qinjun, an initial stage returning Ruins realm expert. However, Zhao Dezhu observed that Wei Qinjun's current might suggested he might soon break through to the intermediate stage. Zhao Dezhu coldly smiled, his pitch-black eyes suddenly shifting. A pair of blood-red flower-like pupils emerged before everyone. Wei Jun was taken aback upon witnessing the change in Zhao Dezhu's eyes. Those were precisely the eyes of the earlier birds. Wei Qinjun narrowed his eyes, about to speak, when unexpectedly, Zhao Dezhu's voice echoed. Illusory prison. At this moment, everyone present was momentarily stunned. Then, fear gripped their expressions. Each individual realized that in the blink of an eye, they found themselves in a blood-red world, bound to a cross before them. Zhao Dezhu approached slowly, wielding a knife. Even Wei Qinjun, as a returning Ruins realm expert, was struck with terror as he gazed at Zhao Dezhu approaching. He found himself powerless to resist, attempting to break free from the chains binding him to the cross. An illusion. It must be an illusion. Humph. Wei Qianjun roared, releasing an immense aura. Yet he remained bound to the cross, the surrounding blood-red space showing no signs of dissipating. It is not an illusion. Wei Qianjun's pupils tightened. His expression filled with dread as he realized the blood-red space persisted. If this is not an illusion, how did the other party manage to bring this returning Ruins Realm expert here unnoticed? Observing the fear manifesting in Wei Qianjun's eyes, Zhao Dezhu raised the knife in his hand, sneering. You shall savor the taste of suffering, and then you will know whether or not this is an illusion. With that, Zhao Dezhu plunged the knife into Wei Qianjun's chest. Humph! Wei Qianjun let out a muffled groan, feeling the pain radiating from his chest, clearly understanding that this was not an illusion. Zhao Dezhu's lips curled slightly as he raised his knife and brought it down, stabbing into Wei Qianjun's body again and again. The excruciating pain caused Wei Qianjun to unleash a roar that echoed through the hall. It was not only Wei Qianjun. Everyone present, including Wei Jun and all the courtiers, found themselves ensnared in a blood-soaked realm, each feeling the piercing agony of Zhao Dezhu's relentless assaults in that moment. The entire grand hall resonated with heart-wrenching wails of despair. Chapter 36. Wei Qianjun's dread. An hour later, Zhao Dezhu retracted his illusion. Suddenly, everyone in the hall collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath and instinctively clutching their chests. At this moment, the attendees were horrified to realize they were no longer in that crimson world. They had remained in the grand hall all along, and there were no wounds upon their chests. Wei Qianjun, drenched in cold sweat, gazed fearfully at the expressionless Zhao Dezhu. Only then did he comprehend that everything that had transpired was but an illusion, a trick of Zhao Dezhu's sorcery. Yet, that sorcery felt so profoundly real. The pain of being stabbed repeatedly etched itself deeply in his memory. Who are you? I, Nan Yun, bear no grudge against you. Why? Wei Jun sat helplessly on the ground, trembling as he questioned Zhao Dezhu in terror. To be honest, he could no longer endure the anguish of death that he had just experienced. Esteemed friend, please enlighten me as to what offense my Nan Yun has committed against you. If I have truly wronged you in any way, I humbly apologize, Wei Qianjun said, bowing his hands in respect towards Zhao Dezhu. Zhao Dezhu, maintaining his stoic demeanor, spoke with a calm yet chilling tone. You have not offended me. Rather, you have offended my master. Both Wei Jun and Wei Qianjun were taken aback, and instinctively, Wei Jun asked, Your master is? The Crown Prince of Bailiang, Zhao Dezhu replied in a cold whisper. Boom. Upon hearing the name of the Bailiang Crown Prince, Wei Jun's mind erupted as if struck by thunder, his pupils dilating in shock, his thoughts spiraling into emptiness. The terrifying figure before him, a powerful being of the returning Ruins realm, was actually from Bailiang. This meant, a fleeting thought crossed Wei Jun's mind, and his face turned ashen. The Black Cavalry? It's over. Wei Qianjun's countenance also turned pale upon realizing that Zhao Dezhu was a powerhouse from Bailiang. He was acutely aware of their invasion of Liang, but he had never anticipated that Bailiang would have a formidable figure from the returning Ruins realm, especially one skilled in illusions. Observing the fearful expressions of the father and son, Zhao Dezhu let out a cold smile, his body beginning to dissipate into the AI-R.My master wishes to convey a message to you. Should Nan Yun dare to extend its hand towards Liang again, it will bring about your annihilation. The deafening voice echoed throughout the grand hall. Before the astonished gazes of those present, the ethereal Zhao Dezhu transformed into several small birds and flew away from the hall. Once Zhao Dezhu departed, the courtiers in the hall finally breathed a sigh of relief. The illusions conjured by that Bailiang powerhouse had been utterly terrifying. They swore they never wanted to experience such a horror again. Boom! At that moment, Wei Qianjun's body trembled, and a terrifying aura enveloped the entire grand hall. The courtiers present were instantly alarmed, hastily bowing their heads, not daring to utter a single sound. Today's events must remain sealed within your hearts. Wei Qianjun narrowed his eyes, his deep voice resonating like a bell across the ages, ringing harshly in the ears of everyone present. The courtiers trembled in response. The intensity of Wei Qianjun's voice pierced their eardrums, prompting them to kneel immediately. We understand. Seeing the response of the court officials, Wei Qianjun nodded in satisfaction. Father, when did Bailiang produce a powerhouse of the returning Ruins realm? Do you know his origins? Wei Jun, suspecting that their black cavalry had been delayed in returning, was filled with dark thoughts. Wei Qianjun recalled Zhao Dazhu, still haunted by trepidation, his face etched with apprehension. The opponent's illusions were exquisite. He had never encountered a formidable presence capable of such terrifying sorcery. Particularly, Zhao Dazhu's eyes left a profound impression on him. Wei Qianjun shook his head slightly, pondering, I do not know. However, my son, you must never provoke Bailiang again. I cannot stand against him. Wei Jun was taken aback, then nodded solemnly that I understand. But, father, with the ambition of the Bailiang king, and now that he possesses a powerhouse of the returning ruins realm, if he unifies Liyang and then turns his armies against Nan Yun, what shall we do? If the Bailiang king decides to attack us, who could possibly match that formidable being we just encountered? Upon hearing Wei Jun's words, Wei Qianjun fell silent. Yet at that moment, a palace eunuch rushed in, breathless, and addressed Wei Jun, Your Majesty, grave news. The million-strong army you previously assembled at the border has encountered a calamity. Just recently, the soldiers began to slaughter one another as if possessed, resulting in heavy casualties. What did you say? Wei Jun's complexion turned ashen, nearly stumbling in disbelief. It must be him. It must be that powerful being from Bailiang. He certainly cast an illusion, inciting the soldiers to turn against each other. Furious, Wei Jun turned to Wei Qianjun, Father. What shall we do? Wei Qianjun's face darkened, then he pondered. I shall compose a letter at once. You must send someone to Tai Ling sect immediately. At this, Wei Jun recalled that he had an imperial aunt serving as an elder at Tai Ling sect. And his gloom lifted. As long as my imperial aunt returns, not only Bailiang, but even the surrounding kingdoms will not pose a threat to Nan Yun. Rest assured, Father, I will ensure the letter is delivered. Wei Jun nodded affirmatively. My son, remember, do not meddle in the affairs of Liyang again. The losses we have suffered this time must be swallowed in silence. If we provoke Bailiang once more, we may find ourselves in an irreparable predicament before your aunt returns. Even when she returns, do not recklessly provoke Bailiang. From now on, it is best to maintain a cordial distance from them. Should Bailiang truly seek to consume Nan Yun, your aunt will resolve everything in due course. At that time, Liyang shall naturally fall under the dominion of Nan Yun. Wei Qianjun earnestly advised. I naturally understand. Wei Jun nodded slightly. As a ruler, he was not ignorant of this principle, though Nan Yun had suffered grievously this time. They could only endure the bitter fruit. If one were to knowingly provoke an enemy with a powerhouse of the returning ruins realm, it would be akin to courting disaster. Such self-destructive behavior was not something he would entertain. For now, he could only hope that the ambitions of the Bailiang king would not grow too large before his imperial aunt's return. Chapter 37. Military expansion. After Li Luo and Li Beixiong fully grasped control of the western state, Bailiang now held sway over both the northern and western states. Following their conquest of the territories seized from Nan Yun, Li Luo and the Bailiang army returned to Qinxiang City. The Lord's residence. In the back garden, a flock of small birds flew in, transforming into Zhao Dazhu as he appeared in the garden. Young master, Zhao Dazhu greeted Li Luo, who was sipping tea. Zhao Dazhu, well done. You have worked hard. Li Luo replied with a slight smile upon Zhao Dazhu's return. Just moments ago, a scout had returned with the alarming news that Nan Yun's gathered million-strong army at the border had inexplicably turned on one another. This revelation left many in shock. Upon receiving the news, Li Luo immediately thought of Zhao Dazhu. Only he possessed the ability to ensnare a million-strong army within the grasp of his illusion, causing them to slaughter each other. Such a blow to the Nan Yun dynasty should certainly prompt them to behave themselves. If they dared to act recklessly again, he would not hesitate to send Zhao Dazhu and his companions to eliminate them. Young master, there is still a beginner-level powerhouse of the returning ruins realm in Nan Yun. At this moment, Zhao Dazhu recounted everything that had transpired within the Nan Yun imperial palace. I never expected that the former emperor of Nan Yun was actually a powerhouse of the returning ruins realm. No wonder they dared to invade Liyang with such audacity, Li Luo said, his eyes flickering with cold amusement. However, upon recalling the ties between Nan Yun and Tai Ling sect, it was only natural for them to have a powerhouse of the returning ruins realm stationed there. Rest assured, young master, Nan Yun would never dare to interfere again, as their emperor and the former emperor have already undergone the moon reading experience. Zhao Dazhu reassured. Li Luo nodded slightly, a smile gracing his lips. He could easily envision the expressions of anguish on their faces during that ordeal. Regaining his composure, Li Luo waved his hand. Zhao Dazhu understood and vanished from sight, silently retreating into the shadows. No sooner had Zhao Dazhu departed than Li Beixiong hurried into the back garden, bouncing with excitement. Son, the King of Wu and the King of Jin have also determined their victor. Li Luo was momentarily stunned. Taken aback by the news, Father, did the King of Wu win? Li Beixiong nodded in affirmation and explained. While we were locked in battle with the Black Cavalry, the King of Wu led his forces to decisively defeat the King of Jin. According to the intelligence relayed by scouts, the King of Jin was slain by the King of Wu. Now, the King of Wu has fully taken control of the southern state. However, after occupying the southern state, he has not yet concentrated his forces near our borders. Currently, among the rebel princes, only we and the King of Wu remain. Although the King of Wu has not yet made any moves against us, it is only a matter of time. Son, why don't we strike first? Let us catch him off guard. Li Luo's lips curled into a smile as he shot a glance of exasperation at his father. Retorting, Father, why do you incessantly speak of rebellion? Are you afraid that outsiders remain oblivious to our insurrection? We have declared ourselves a righteous force, distinct from those treacherous rebels like King Wu. Indeed. Look at the way I chatter. However, returning to the matter at hand, my son, are we truly on the verge of waging war against King Wu? Li Beixiong rubbed his hands together, his eagerness evident as he sought Li Luo's counsel. Presently, under his capable command, he boasted numerous formidable warriors from the Guishu realm. One must inquire, in the entirety of Liang, who stands as a rival to our Bei Liang. Who indeed? The imperial throne is already within our grasp. He merely wished for his beloved son to ascend the throne sooner rather than later, lest the night prolong their dreams. Ha ha, dear father, there is no need for haste. Liang shall ultimately belong to us. Li Luo replied nonchalantly. Currently, it is not that King Wu refrains from attacking us, but rather that he cannot ascertain our true strength, which is why he has not acted impulsively. This is precisely the opportune moment for us to recuperate and bolster our forces. We originally commanded 300,000 iron cavalry. Besides the 100,000 troops stationed at the eastern border with King Wu's territory, the 200,000 iron cavalry we brought with us have suffered considerable losses after several battles. Therefore, I propose we first select elite soldiers from the 300,000 troops of the Qi King to reinforce our Bei Liang cavalry. Otherwise, when the time comes for us to contend for supremacy, surrounded by watchful kingdoms poised for invasion, we shall find ourselves devoid of soldiers. Li Luo spoke with an air of calm. Li Beixiong gazed at his son with pride, surprised by his foresight. His son was indeed correct. If they did not expedite the expansion of Bei Liang's army, it would be challenging to muster their elite forces to confront external threats. Very well, I shall attend to this matter immediately, Li Beixiong declared, hastily departing. Observing his father's hurried demeanor, Li Luo couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Initially, he had contemplated leading Luo Yi, Zhao Dazhu, Bai Wu Chong, Tu Digong, and the 18 riders of Yin Yun directly into battle to strike at the heart of the enemy. However, that would undoubtedly expose the entirety of Bei Liang's strength. Li Luo's greatest concern was not the exposure of their capabilities, but rather the fiery dynasty that commanded the Western continent. The fiery dynasty, in its quest to solidify its dominance among the numerous kingdoms, would never allow a rival dynasty to harbor multiple powerful warriors of the Guishu realm. Moreover, to his knowledge, the fiery dynasty not only possessed numerous Guishu realm experts, but also had terrifying figures above the Guishu realm, such as those in the Taichu and Wuxia realms. Above the Dian realm lies the Guishu realm, and above the Guishu realm are the Taichu, Wuxia, and Divine Soul realms. Currently, Bei Liang lacked any Taichu realm warriors. Thus, it was prudent to avoid drawing the attention of the fiery dynasty for the time being. It seemed he would have to summon once more. Li Luo smiled faintly, gazing at the 3 million prestige points he had recently acquired from the system. A glimmer of anticipation dancing across his face. Fortunately, with the system at his disposal, A powerful warrior above the Guishu realm would eventually grace Beiliang. As for the 3 million prestige points in the system, they were earned through defeating the Black Cavalry and reclaiming lost territories, garnering the approval of a multitude of citizens who had become his new admirers. I hope to summon a Taichu realm expert this time. Li Luo silently prayed as his consciousness entered the system. Chapter 38. Fang Xianling. Just as Li Luo was preparing to draw lots at the Prince Jin's residence in the southern region, the estate had changed hands, now belonging to King Wu. Your Highness, all of the Jin Prince's faction has been eradicated. A general pondered. King Wu nodded slightly, contemplating. With the Jin Prince extinguished, our final adversary is Beiliang. Who would have thought the Black Cavalry, renowned alongside Beiliang, would suffer such a dismal defeat? As he spoke of Beiliang, a flicker of trepidation crossed King Wu's countenance. He was not entirely familiar with the strength of Murong Liao of the Black Cavalry, yet he had long heard of his formidable reputation. Tio think he would fall at the hands of the king of Beiliang. Their previous scouts sent to investigate Beiliang's strength had all gone dark. Likely at the hands of Beiliang. What are your thoughts, gentlemen? King Wu inquired. The generals exchanged glances. Your Majesty, I believe that though Beiliang has triumphed over the Black Cavalry, they must have incurred significant losses. Not to mention the cost of eliminating the Peak Dian Realm warriors, Murong Liao and Channing. One can only imagine the toll taken on Beiliang's forces. Even if our strength has swelled to 1 million, no matter how elite Beiliang's cavalry may be, they cannot withstand our overwhelming numbers. I propose that I lead 1 million troops directly against Beiliang, Zhao Fengyan boldly suggested. Just as Zhao Fengyan anticipated praise from King Wu for his initiative, the king's furious rebuke rang out. Foolish! The Beiliang cavalry is an elite force capable of gathering military spirit. They are the trump card of the Liang dynasty in the face of Beiliang's cavalry. Even 1 million ordinary soldiers would merely be sending themselves to their doom. King Wu's anger flared, his eyes flashing with an unusual light. When he had fought alongside the king of Beiliang, he had witnessed firsthand how the Beiliang cavalry, with a mere 100,000 troops, had routed the Godwing dynasty's hundreds of thousands. Upon receiving King Wu's reprimand, Zhao Fengyun's expression soured, his indignation palpable. Does the Beiliang cavalry truly possess such terrifying prowess? Your Majesty, while we may lack the elite forces of Beiliang, we have the support of several allies from the Godwing dynasty. Not to mention you on the battlefield. If we can hold the king of Beiliang at bay, we can dispatch a Dian realm warrior to confront the Beiliang cavalry, ensuring our victory. Moreover, the king of Beiliang cannot have emerged from his battle with Murong Liao unscathed. Thus, I suggest we disguise ourselves and infiltrate Beiliang to ascertain their current strength. If the king of Beiliang is gravely injured, we may even have the opportunity to assassinate him. Without the king of Beiliang, the Beiliang cavalry would naturally be unable to unleash their true power, making their annihilation a trivial endeavor. A general rose to propose. King Wu nodded slightly. The general had struck a chord with him. While they possessed considerable confidence in capturing Beiliang, it was best to exercise caution. After all, according to the intelligence he had gathered, there was a possibility that another Peak Dian realm warrior existed within Beiliang. In that case, Your Majesty, allow me to pay a visit to the king of Beiliang. Should he indeed be gravely injured, I shall also seek vengeance for the grievances of my Godwing dynasty from years past. At that moment, a man close to King Wu stood, a cold smile upon his lips. This man was a Peak Dian realm warrior sent by the Godwing dynasty to assist King Wu. Then I shall trouble you, Ji Dong. King Wu expressed, a look of surprise crossing his face. He had not anticipated that the Godwing dynasty would be so eager to assist, though not mention it. Your Majesty, the king of Beiliang is an enemy of my Godwing dynasty. We shall not let the opportunity for revenge slip away, Ji Dong replied with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, King Wu's gaze flickered with a hint of coldness as he solemnly remarked, rest assured, those who aid me in seizing the throne shall have their promised territories duly allocated. Ji Dong nodded slightly, then vanished from sight. In the dead of night, within his chamber, Li Luo's consciousness entered the system once more, ready to summon again. System, with 3 million prestige points, how many summons can I perform? System, 3 times. Li Luo took a deep breath. The prestige points required for each summoning opportunity far exceeded his expectations. Exchange for a summoning opportunity. Ding. Exchange successful. Will the host summon now? Summon. Li Luo deliberated before a myriad of familiar summoning realms flashed before him once more. Ding. Summoning successful. Out of 3 summons, 1 failed. Successfully summoned from the Tang Dynasty realm, Fang Xianling. Seeing that he had summoned the renowned statesman, one of the greatest ministers in history, Li Luo couldn't help but smile. Fang Xianling, a politician of the early Tang Dynasty, a prime minister, and one of the 24 meritorious ministers of the Lingyan Pavilion, was a trusted advisor of Li Shimin. Now, as the Western state endured the ravages of war, it was in dire need of talents like Fang Xianling. Li Luo opened the character profile. Fang Xianling. Early Guishu realm, loyalty. 100. Upon observing Fang Xianling's cultivation, Li Luo couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. With the elevation of his own realm, the characters he summoned now possessed a minimum of Guishu realm strength, although he had not managed to summon a Taichu realm character this time. Securing Fang Xianling was still a significant gain. His arrival would promptly alleviate Bai Liang's pressing need for exceptional talent. Li Luo released Fang Xianling from the system's realm. Young master. Fang Xianling emerged from the spatial rift, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings before his gaze fell upon Li Luo, swiftly bowing in respect. Ha ha! No need for such formalities, sir. Please, rise. Li Luo hastily assisted Fang Xianling to his feet. In the days to come, I shall rely on your esteemed self. Bai Liang is in dire need of someone of your caliber. Fang Xianling clasped his hands in salute, declaring, I shall surely devote my utmost efforts to assist the young master. Chapter 39. A glimpse into the future. Li Luo nodded slightly, then proceeded to introduce Fang Xianling to his father. Upon learning that Fang Xianling was not only a formidable practitioner of the Guishu realm, but also a person of great talent, Li Baixiong couldn't help but beam with delight. Consequently, he welcomed Fang Xianling with unparalleled enthusiasm, leading him down for a night of profound discussions. Observing his father's joyous demeanor, Li Luo couldn't help but chuckle. At times, he found his father rather endearing. Returning to his own chamber, Li Luo's consciousness once again entered the system, opening the description of the 10,000 transformation mask. 10,000 transformation mask. Grade, Divine. The wearer of this mask can effortlessly alter their appearance and aura at will, rendering their divine consciousness undetectable. What a marvelous item! Just a few succinct words ignited a fervor within Li Luo. The 10,000 transformation mask was indeed a divine artifact capable of disguising one's identity. He retrieved the mask and discovered it to be as delicate as a cicada's wing, somewhat akin to a facial mask. Placing it upon his face, he focused his will, and his appearance seamlessly morphed into that of his father. Gazing into the mirror, he was momentarily taken aback. The visage reflected back was unmistakably that of his father, every feature and aura identical. And even his physique, under the guise of the mask, was indistinguishable from his father's. Truly an extraordinary item. Li Luo removed the mask, entranced by its allure. Indeed, treasures produced by the system are remarkable. Speaking of system products, Li Luo suddenly recalled that he had yet to cultivate the Heavenly Emperor Sutra. Preoccupied with the battle against the Black Cavalry, he had nearly forgotten about it. Li Luo stowed away the 10,000 transformation mask and retrieved the Heavenly Emperor Sutra. Now that he had the time, it was the perfect moment to begin cultivating a new technique. The instant he unveiled the Heavenly Emperor Sutra, a faint glow flickered, and an ancient aura enveloped him. In that fleeting moment, Li Luo felt as if he were immersed in a primordial world. Vaguely, he perceived the vastness of countless realms. Amidst the hazy expanse, divine light surged forth, and the myriad paths of heaven converged. Weaving into a celestial bridge, the essence of divinity and the source of chaos, reminiscent of the Milky Way cascading from the heavens. Suddenly, an immense dragon throne appeared, spanning myriad domains, exuding an overwhelming aura that suppressed the endless universe. Manifesting before the celestial bridge woven from the great paths, buzz. In an instant, radiant clouds enveloped the scene, revealing countless towering silhouettes, resembling gods, demons, and all manner of beings, their forms indistinct yet captivating. Just as Li Luo was astounded by the spectacle before him, an unending tide of golden clouds surged forth, shrouding the dragon throne. The golden dragon engraved upon the throne abruptly opened its eyes, and a magnificent dragon energy surged forth, with a single roar. It shattered the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Within the mist, 9 golden dragons coiled around the throne, gazing down upon Li Luo's pupils constricted suddenly. Under the watchful gaze of the 9 golden dragons, he felt minuscule, as insignificant as a mere insect. Roar! The 9 dragons roared in unison, the great path resounded, and the universe trembled. Upon the radiant clouds, those countless indistinct silhouettes, resembling gods and demons, collectively knelt down. Amidst Li Luo's astonishment, a colossal figure manifested upon the dragon throne, akin to a sovereign overlooking all living beings. The moment this figure appeared, a dazzling radiance enveloped Li Luo, blinding him in the fleeting moment before closing his eyes. He caught a glimpse of a figure clad in a black dragon robe, crowned with a 12-glazed diadem. It seemed as if he beheld himself. Xia, boom! Deafening collective roar erupted, reminiscent of ancient bells and thunderous claps. Instantly resonating in Li Luo's ears, the sound nearly ruptured his eardrums, inflicting excruciating pain and threatening to render him unconscious. With a cry of despair, Li Luo suddenly came to his senses, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat. The terrifying scene lingered vividly in his mind. Now, as he surveyed his surroundings, he found himself still within his chamber. The heavenly Emperor Sutra before him emitted a faint ethereal glow, hovering in the air. Was that figure truly me? Could it be that the heavenly Emperor Sutra allowed me to glimpse a fragment of the future? Li Luo inhaled sharply, straining to recall the visage he had just witnessed. Yet, as he pondered further, all the images began to blur in his mind. At this moment, he was certain that the heavenly Emperor Sutra was a technique that transcended the divine grade. Regaining his composure, Li Luo opened the heavenly Emperor Sutra. Boom! Chapter 40. A terrifying crisis. The moment Li Luo opened the heavenly Emperor Sutra, it transformed into a stream of light that surged into his mind. His consciousness exploded, and his pupils contracted in the blink of an eye. He found himself once again immersed in an extraordinary phenomenon. Surrounding him was an endless expanse of luminous starry skies, a resplendent river of stars intersecting and shimmering with dazzling brilliance. As though he had plunged into a dream, boom! Just as Li Luo marveled at the sight, a thunderous clap of thunder reverberated. From the depths of the radiant cosmos, a terrifying aura approached, and a mist of golden clouds enveloped the surrounding starry river. Within the clouds, Li Luo beheld an astonishing sight in the scene. 11 towering figures, their faces obscured, stood as if they were supreme rulers, treading upon countless star rivers beneath the boundless void. The terrifying power of the stars, chaotic energies, and divine essences formed a vast ocean, surrounding these 11 majestic figures. The 11 figures gazed upward. Following their gaze, Li Luo looked into the void and was met with a sight that sent chills down his spine. As an overwhelming fear surged within him, above the void, darkness roiled. Remnants of a shattered world cluttered a corner of the starry expanse. Countless beings fought in a bloodbath beneath the sky, staining vast stretches of land red. From the depths of darkness, an ominous and terrifying aura relentlessly advanced toward the 11 towering figures. Behind those figures lay a myriad of vibrant, thriving worlds. Buzz! Suddenly, from the darkness, a colossal hand, 1,000,000 feet in size, surged forth, transcending the shackles of time and space. Bearing down upon Li Luo initially believed it was merely an image. Yet in the next moment, that monstrous hand, capable of blocking out the sun, reached through the image toward him. The malevolent and terrifying aura instilled an instinctive fear within him. Li Luo's pupils constricted, his body trembling. Beneath that terrifying hand, he felt utterly powerless even to summon the will to resist. Helplessly watching as the monstrous hand descended upon him, the 11 towering figures in the image also displayed expressions of shock, turning to glance at Li Luo. An illusion. It must be an illusion. Gritting his teeth, Li Luo fixed his gaze upon the looming giant hand, repeatedly reassuring himself that all of this was merely a figment of his imagination. However, in the next instant, a familiar voice resonated in his mind. At that moment, Li Luo suddenly realized that everything before him was not an illusion but a genuine and terrifying crisis. Ding! Detection of a mysterious, unknown terror. Host is in life-threatening danger, triggering system's protective instinct. Boom! As the system's alert echoed, a surge of terrifying supreme power erupted from within Li Luo. This overwhelming force surged into the void like a rainbow piercing through the sun, exuding an astonishing pressure. Simultaneously, a black dragon robe materialized upon Li Luo, and a 12-glazed diadem adorned his head, resembling a sovereign of the heavens. The golden imperial aura, accompanied by an imposing might, seemed to possess the power to suppress all. Gazing at his own attire, Li Luo was taken aback. Was this not the very appearance of the figure seated upon the dragon throne that he had witnessed in the earlier illusion? Could it be that he truly was his future self? Feeling the tyrannical and terrifying power within him, Li Luo marveled. The system had transformed him from a mere insect into a being capable of obliterating realms with a mere gesture. In that moment, he felt he could stand shoulder to shoulder with those 11 terrifying existences in the image. Buzzing, Li Luo raised his head, eyes cold and resolute, fixating on the descending giant hand. With a roar of fury, he declared, "Begone, boom!" In an instant, the great path resonated, and Li Luo clenched his fist. Countless forces of the great path converged within his grasp, coalescing into a resplendent sword of myriad colors. In that moment, imperial might surged forth as Li Luo casually flung the sword, unleashing a terrifying beam of 7-colored light. The approaching giant hand was utterly annihilated, the moment the hand was vanquished. Li Luo retaliated against the darkness, obscuring the image with a powerful punch. The terrifying golden imperial aura surged forth from his fist, transforming into a colossal 5-clawed golden dragon, radiating a dreadful imperial might. Striking the darkness, boom! With a resounding crash, brilliant golden light illuminated everything. Under the force of that punch, the scene before him shattered, akin to breaking glass, before dissolving into countless specks of starlight. Ding! Crisis averted. At that moment, the voice of the system reverberated once more in Li Luo's mind. Following this, the terrifying supreme power that enveloped him was retracted by the system. The black dragon robe and the 12 glass crowns vanished without a trace. In the blink of an eye, Li Luo found himself restored to the early stage of the returning ruins realm. Sensing that the crisis had been averted, he could not help but exhale in relief. However, despite the extreme danger he had just faced, he had also tasted the exhilarating sensation of becoming an unparalleled being. The feeling of shouldering divinity and dominating the heavens and earth left him somewhat enamored. Moreover, during this brief period as a supreme being, his mindset underwent a transformation, becoming more enlightened. He had previously been overly cautious about various matters. With sufficient power, he ought to sweep away all obstacles and suppress everything. Had he not been so encumbered by concerns earlier, it was likely that the entire Liyang would now belong to their Beiliang. As Li Luo regained his composure, he noticed that, at some point, the 11 terrifying entities from the previous vision had appeared before him. Their ethereal forms still obscured their faces, yet Li Luo sensed that these 11 figures appeared remarkably youthful, akin to 11 boys of similar age to himself. However, he understood that this was merely an impression. Then, the 11 imposing figures exchanged glances and pointed at Li Luo with a single finger. A stream of golden light surged into his body. Buzz! Li Luo was suddenly startled, his pupils constricting. He felt as though his body was undergoing an incredible transformation. A vast power surged through his limbs and bones. Li Luo was tormented by this force, as if purging flames were raging within him. Yet, he knew that these 11 supreme beings were reshaping his physique. Junior, you have received the Heavenly Emperor's scripture, signifying your fateful connection with us. The Heavenly Emperor's scripture, created through our collaboration, comprises 11 levels. Each level contains not only the heart techniques we devised, but also martial skills learned by each of us. We now bestow upon you the Heavenly Emperor's body. Only those possessing the Heavenly Emperor's body can cultivate the Heavenly Emperor's scripture. Remember this, remember? A youthful voice echoed in Li Luo's ears. As soon as the words fell, the 11 towering figures transformed into a stream of light, imprinting a technique into Li Luo's mind. At that moment, within the confines of the room, Li Luo was drenched in sweat, his visage contorted, and a faint golden aura radiated from his body. His physique was being metamorphosed by an exalted power. Meanwhile, outside, the world underwent a tremendous transformation. Chapter 41. The Golden Age approaches in the realm between heaven and earth. Auspicious signs descended, and extraordinary phenomena manifested. Golden clouds enveloped the entire continent, illuminating the night as brightly as day. Subsequently, the previously thin spiritual energy in the air began to thicken. Heavens! What is happening? Is this celestial phenomenon a precursor to great calamity? I have lived a long life and have never witnessed such a sight. What fortune or misfortune may it herald? The citizens of the Liang dynasty were captivated by the sudden celestial phenomena. Rushing out of their homes to gaze upwards in alarm, they had never seen such extraordinary occurrences. On a massive peak, suspended in midair, a grand sect resided, the Tai Ling sect of the Western continent. Countless elders and disciples looked up in awe at the alarming phenomena. Within the Tai Ling sect, two venerable elders, exuding an ethereal aura, gazed intently at the spectacle. Night has become as bright as day. The phenomena are unfolding, spiritual energy is reviving, and prodigies are emerging. This heralds the legendary Golden Age. One elder mused. The Golden Age also brings forth chaos, the other elder replied with a knowing nod. His eyes glimmering, within a magnificent imperial palace, a figure shrouded in divine light and mist sat upon a dragon throne, obscuring his visage. The overwhelming imperial presence was palpable, pressing heavily upon the great hall, silencing the ministers and generals, who dared not express any disrespect. Your Majesty, auspicious signs have descended, and spiritual energy abounds. This marks the arrival of the Golden Age. However, the Golden Age also signifies the emergence of prodigies and the onset of turmoil. An elder donned in dark robes stepped forward, clasping his hands in reverence. I have coincidentally timed my rise with the Golden Age. It seems the opportunity for my Lian Empire to unify the Western continent has arrived. Dispatch orders. From this moment forth, those subordinate dynasties that align with my empire shall be rewarded. Those who oppose shall face annihilation. The mist enveloping the throne dissipated abruptly, revealing a middle-aged man clad in a golden dragon robe. Casting a gaze of authority over all, this man was none other than the emperor of the Lian Empire, the Flame Emperor. We shall obey. The ministers and generals collectively bowed in compliance. Meanwhile, in the Liang dynasty, within the governor's mansion of Qinxiang City, as everyone was captivated by the celestial phenomena, Li Luo had completed his transformation. He opened his eyes, incredulously exploring the changes in his body. Under the mysterious transformation by the 11 supreme beings, he discovered that his physical form had undergone a substantial leap. Not only had his physique become formidable, but his comprehension of the heavenly principles had also become crystal clear. A flicker of excitement coursed through Li Luo as spiritual energy from the heavens surged wildly towards him. He realized that his cultivation speed had increased tenfold compared to before. However, it was important to note that each breakthrough in the returning ruins realm required an immense amount of spiritual energy. Yet, after only a brief period of cultivation, he had already surpassed the progress of an entire month prior. Is this the Heavenly Emperor's body? Li Luo smiled faintly, feeling no excessive excitement over possessing the Heavenly Emperor's body. No matter how extraordinary the Heavenly Emperor's body may be, it paled in comparison to the capabilities of his system. Before the system, even the Heavenly Emperor's body seemed trivial. At this moment, Li Luo began cultivating the Heavenly Emperor's scripture. However, just as he delved into the first level of the technique, a sudden flash of insight struck him, prompting him to inquire, System, can prestige points be used to enhance techniques? Affirmative. How many prestige points are required to elevate the first level of the technique? 200,000. Upon hearing the requirement of 200,000 prestige points, Li Luo glanced at his balance, which was precisely 200,000 remaining. After acquiring over 300,000 prestige points and redeeming 3 summoning opportunities, he was left with exactly 200,000. Enhanced the Heavenly Emperor's scripture to the first level. Li Luo steeled himself and promptly expended his final 200,000 prestige points. Ding! Enhancement successful. Boom! In the instant the system deducted the prestige points, Li Luo's cultivation soared from the early stage of the Returning Ruins realm to its pinnacle. Moreover, within the first level of the technique, he had also mastered a martial skill, the god-slaying and demon-subduing fist. A vivid image flickered in his mind. A magnificent white figure, exuding unparalleled grace, unleashed a punch that caused mountains to crumble, the earth to split, and time itself to distort as myriad worlds plunged into chaos. Damn! What a tremendous windfall! Li Luo slapped his thigh, overwhelmed with joy. After enhancing the Heavenly Emperor's scripture to the first level, not only had his rank been elevated, but he had also acquired such a formidable martial skill. And this was merely the first level's martial technique. The Heavenly Emperor's scripture comprises 11 levels, meaning that upon attaining mastery, he would command 11 terrifying techniques. A smile tugged at the corners of Li Luo's mouth as he composed himself. At that moment, he also noticed the commotion outside the room. Young Master. As Li Luo stepped out, Luo Yi, Zhao Di's Hus, by Wu Chang, and the Earth God awaited him. They sensed a change in their young master, as though his aura had transformed. Li Luo looked up, his brow furrowed slightly as he quietly regarded the celestial phenomena. What is going on with these signs? He inquired. Luo Yi and the others shook their heads slightly, indicating their lack of understanding. As they were not inhabitants of this world, they were naturally oblivious to the implications of the phenomena. Li Luo and his companions gazed up at the signs until they dissipated. At that moment, Li Luo and his companions paused, their eyes narrowing instinctively in their perception. A powerful figure from the Great Transformation Realm had infiltrated their estate. He, young master, allow me to deal with this individual, Bai Wuchang sneered, stepping forward willingly. Li Luo smiled lightly and waved his hand. Let us go together. I am curious about what this person intends to do. Suddenly, Li Luo and several others vanished from their location in the guest hall of the governor's mansion. After the strange phenomenon had dissipated, Li Baixiong continued to engage Fang Xinling in discussions regarding the governance of the various counties in Shizhou. At that moment, a figure stealthily appeared on the roof. This individual was none other than Ji Dong, a formidable expert from the Divine Feather Dynasty who had volunteered to gather intelligence. Unbeknownst to Ji Dong, behind him, 2 blood-red flowers within a pair of pupils were slowly rotating. The instant Ji Dong materialized on the roof, Fang Xinling, who was deep in conversation with Li Baixiong about significant matters, instinctively sensed Ji Dong's presence and looked up toward the ceiling. Just as Fang Xinling was about to take action, he received a message from Li Luo. Therefore, he feigned nonchalance and continued to deliberate with Li Baixiong. On the rooftop, Ji Dong pried open a tile and observed Li Baixiong, who was severely injured and wrapped in white cloth, reclining in a chair to recuperate. King of Bailiang, you have indeed been gravely wounded by Morong Liao. This time next year will mark your day of sacrifice. Ji Dong gazed at Li Baixiong, who was resting in the chair, a wave of delight washing over him as a malevolent grin spread across his face. Chapter 42. The fearful Ji Dong. In an instant, Ji Dong appeared in the guest hall. Seeing Ji Dong materialize, Li Baixiong was taken aback, instinctively responding with a cold inquiry. Who goes there? Rising from his seat, he prepared to strike, but was halted by Fang Xinling. Li Baixiong was momentarily stunned, but soon realized something was amiss. Ji Dong, with his back turned to them, was laughing maniacally at the air, sometimes with fervor, sometimes with a grotesque countenance. At that moment, Li Luo and Zhao Dizhu also quietly appeared beside Li Baixiong. Observing the peculiar expression on his eldest son's face and Ji Dong's frenzied laughter directed at the air, they quickly deduced that this person intended to infiltrate their residence. Son, what is the meaning of this? Li Baixiong asked, somewhat perplexed, unable to comprehend why the other party, having exposed himself, was laughing madly at the air. Father, this person has fallen victim to Zhao Dezhu's illusionary eye, Li Luo remarked, arms crossed, watching Ji Dong perform his solitary act with amusement. Li Baixiong glanced at Zhao Dezhu's illusionary eye, which was swirling with blood flowers, and suddenly understood. The group quietly observed Ji Dong. At that moment, within Ji Dong's perspective, upon his appearance, he saw Li Baixiong, wrapped in cloth, suddenly become agitated. Who are you? Someone, come quickly! The panic-stricken Li Beixiong called for his guards. However, Ji Dong let out a cold laugh, grasping Li Beixiong's neck with one hand and lifting him up, pressing him against a pillar. King of Bailiang, I never imagined you would meet such a fate. Ji Dong's face gleamed with excitement. Eliminating the King of Bailiang would undoubtedly elevate his prestige within the Divine Feather Dynasty. Who exactly are you? We have no enmity. The King of Bailiang, whose neck was clutched by Ji Dong, turned crimson, gasping for breath. He. I am the Grand Commander of the Imperial Guard of the Divine Feather Dynasty. Ji Dong replied coldly, dismissing further conversation as he raised his other hand and struck Li Beixiong's forehead. Li Beixiong collapsed instantly. Subsequently, Ji Dong produced a dagger, slicing through Li Beixiong's forehead to sever his head, erupting into maniacal laughter, entirely unconcerned about being discovered. Without the King of Bailiang, who could possibly rival him? Yet, unbeknownst to Ji Dong, as he laughed maniacally at the pillar, the slain Li Beixiong stood alongside Li Luo and the others, observing him. So, he is the Grand Commander of the Imperial Guard of the Divine Feather Dynasty. Li Beixiong's expression darkened upon hearing Ji Dong's words. A glint of ferocity flashed in his eyes. He had heard of Ji Dong before. The enmity from when he had defeated the Divine Feather Dynasty was evidently still fresh in their memories. Father, this individual may not necessarily represent the Divine Feather Dynasty, Li Luo remarked, gazing at the exuberant Ji Dong. Son, are you suggesting he could be working for King Wu? Li Beixiong inquired. Whether or not that is the case can easily be ascertained. Dazhu? Li Luo smiled slightly, and Zhao Dazhu, understanding the cue, dispelled the illusion. Ji Dong, startled, looked at the head of Li Beixiong he was holding, only to be taken aback as it transformed into a swirling mass of red smoke that dissipated. Ji Dong swiftly turned around, only to find the very Li Beixiong he had just slain standing alive before him, showing no signs of the severe injuries he had previously sustained, surrounded by a group of individuals whose gazes were icy and penetrating. How is this possible? Ji Dong's face paled, realizing he had been ensnared in an illusion. The King of Bailiang possesses experts skilled in illusion. As this thought crossed his mind, Ji Dong attempted to flee. However, just as he made the effort to escape, Li Luo's companions, Luo Yi, Zhao Dazhu, Bai Wucheng, Fang Xianling, and the Land God, simultaneously emitted a cold snort. A terrifying pressure enveloped the entire guest hall in an instant. Ji Dong was rendered powerless beneath this overwhelming force, unable to move. An insignificant mid-stage Dian realm practitioner dared to attempt escape under their very noses. It was nothing short of ludicrous at that moment. Ji Dong's pupils constricted as he gazed at Luo Yi and the others, trembling uncontrollably, his face pale and beads of sweat streaming down his brow, filled with abject terror. Ji Guishu realm experts. Ji Dong's heart sank. He had never anticipated that Bailiang harbored such powerful figures, and not just one. Dressed in white, Li Luo approached Ji Dong and inquired, Did your Divine Feather Dynasty secretly assist King Wu? Was it he who sent you to assassinate my father? Upon hearing the mention of the Divine Feather Dynasty, Ji Dong trembled, quickly realizing that this young man before him was none other than Li Luo, the heir to Bailiang. His mind raced as he realized he must find a way to relay this shocking news back to the Divine Feather Dynasty. If they continued to provoke Bailiang, it would be too late once the Guishu realm experts descended upon them. Thus, Ji Dong, enduring the searing pain of the pressure, attempted to divert blame, stating in a low voice, I know nothing of your Divine Feather Dynasty. I was indeed sent by King Wu. King Wu instructed me to ascertain your true strength and to assassinate the King of Bailiang. Unbeknownst to Ji Dong, he had already revealed his identity due to Zhao Dazhu's illusion. He was under the mistaken impression that Li Luo and the others remained unaware of who he was. It seems King Wu has indeed colluded with your Divine Feather Dynasty. If I am not mistaken, your arrangement with King Wu is nothing more than to assist him in seizing control of Liang, and once he ascends to the throne, you will be granted the eastern territories adjacent to the Divine Feather Dynasty. Li Luo remarked with a cold smile, looking down at Ji Dong. Ji Dong was horrified. How could they know his identity? Not only that, but they had also deduced the nature of their dealings with King Wu. How do you know my identity? Ji Dong instinctively asked. Why? It was you who disclosed it yourself. Li Luo replied with a faint smile, his expression turning icy wide at this moment. Ji Dong recalled that he had previously been ensnared in an illusion and had inadvertently revealed his identity to the illusory Li Beixiong. Son, how shall we deal with this individual? Since he is the Grand Commander of the Imperial Guard of the Divine Feather Dynasty, he should be able to provide us with some valuable information. Your father is quite experienced in matters of interrogation, Li Beixiong said as he approached, his gaze fixed coldly on the prostrate Ji Dong, eager to proceed. Li Luo waved his hand. Eliminate him, given our current strength in Bailiang. Not only the Divine Feather Dynasty but even the nearby kingdoms combined may not pose a threat. Once we unify Liang, we shall take our time to settle accounts with them. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Wuchang acted first, a wave of black mist emanating from behind him. Within the fog, the wailing of countless ghosts could be heard, sending chills down the spine. From the black mist, a dark iron chain suddenly shot forth. Piercing through Ji Dong's forehead, Ji Dong perished on the spot. With a swift motion, Bai Wuchang retracted the chain, and in the astonished gaze of Li Beixiong, Ji Dong's soul was drawn from his body and absorbed into the mist behind Bai Wuchang. This scene astonished not only Li Beixiong but also Zhao Dezhu and Luo Yi, who looked on in shock. Remarkable technique, Mr. Bai, Li Beixiong exclaimed in admiration. Jejia, your highness flatters me. It's merely a minor trick. Not worth mentioning, Bai Wuchang replied with a modest smile. Li Luo was unfazed by Bai Wuchang's abilities. In their legends of Huaxia, Bai Wuchang was known for his soul-reaping skills. Thus, such capabilities were well within his expectations. Chapter 43. Departing at night. Father, since King Wu has taken action against us, we must hasten our efforts to unify Liang. Li Luo cast a glance at the lifeless body of Ji Dong lying on the ground, then raised his gaze to the resplendent starry night sky, pondering deeply. Ever since he had attained clarity in his heart, he harbored no further reservations. The current Liang dynasty had left its citizens weary from the ravages of war. Should this situation persist, even if they, Bailiang, ultimately unified Liang, what awaited them would be a Liang riddled with wounds. Ha ha ha! Excellent, my son. I have been awaiting this very declaration. I shall mobilize the troops at once. Upon learning that Li Luo intended to unify Liang that very night, Li Beixiong could hardly contain his elation. Li Luo smiled and continued, Father, you shall lead the iron cavalry of Bailiang straight to the imperial capital. I will have Gao Shun and Yin Yun's 18 riders accompany you. As for King Wu, leave him to me. I will take Luo Yi and a few others and head directly to where King Wu is stationed in Nanzhou. Once I have dealt with King Wu, I will hastily return to join you. Huh? My son, why not take some troops with you? Li Beixiong expressed concern. That old fellow, King Wu, wields considerable power, commanding an army of 1,000,000. Father, do you truly believe there is anyone in Liang who can contend with us? Li Luo jested. At that moment, Li Beixiong recalled that his exceptional son and Luo Yi were all formidable practitioners of the Guisu realm. In fact, there were hardly any capable of inflicting harm upon them within the entire Liang. He realized he had been overly anxious. Oh dear, look at your father's mind. Very well, I shall await you at the imperial capital. My son, although your strength now surpasses mine, do exercise caution. That old rascal, King Wu, is quite treacherous. Li Beixiong did not forget to offer this sage advice. He then turned with exuberance, donning his battle garb, and called for the 5 generals, Long Yi and others, to assemble the troops. Watching his father's vigorous figure depart, and recalling the meticulous care his father had shown him, a warm current flowed through Li Luo's heart. Do not worry, father. Liang shall undoubtedly be our domain, and no one shall usurp it. Li Luo smiled faintly, before stealthily departing Qianxiang City with Luo Yi, Zhao Dezhu, Bai Wuchang, and Tu Digong. Making their way towards Nanzhou. As for Fang Xianling, he was assigned to stay by his father's side for protection against unforeseen events. Within Qianxiang City, a cacophony of hooves surged forth. Battle flags fluttered, and the mighty iron cavalry of Bailiang, under the command of Li Beixiong, gallantly surged out of the city gates, marching towards the imperial capital. The grandeur of the spectacle roused the attention of countless citizens within the city. Why has our iron cavalry of Beiliang mobilized at night once more? Perhaps King Wu has launched an attack. At present, within the Liang dynasty, only the prince and King Wu contended for supremacy. Alas, I hope the prince and his highness can swiftly vanquish King Wu, overthrow that inept court, and bring an end to the conflict. Indeed, I wholeheartedly support the prince in establishing a new dynasty. Yes, we all support the prince and his highness. Upon the city gates, Lu Hong and Lu Lingxi watched as the iron cavalry galloped forth. Lu Lingxi's gaze tirelessly searched among the troops for a certain figure. Yet, even after the entire cavalry had exited the gates, she failed to spot the presence she sought. Noticing his children's unusual demeanor, Lu Hong chuckled, "Daughter, the prince has long since left Qianxiang City." Upon hearing this, Lu Lingxi was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of melancholy crossing her eyes. What a fool he leaves without even bidding me farewell. She could never forget the day when the Black Cavalry had besieged the city. In that moment of crisis, Li Luo led 100,000 iron cavalry of Beiliang, akin to divine beings descending from the heavens, rescuing countless citizens of Qianxiang City. It was from that very moment that Li Luo's celestial demeanor was etched into her mind, never to fade. Seeing his daughter fall silent, Lu Hong stroked his beard and teased, "Ah, since my daughter is not fond of this marriage arrangement, when I next meet the prince, I shall withdraw this engagement." "Do not." Upon hearing her father's intention to annul her betrothal to Li Luo, even with Lu Lingxi's calm disposition, she became unsettled. However, upon noticing the smile on Lu Hong's face, her keen intellect quickly discerned that her father was jesting. Her cheeks flushed, and she candidly confessed, "Father, I indeed harbor feelings for the prince. Yet, it seems the prince does not regard me with any romantic sentiment." As she spoke, a shadow of disappointment flickered in her eyes. She pondered what extraordinary woman could capture the prince's affections. Lu Hong sighed softly, gazing up at the star-studded night sky. He slowly remarked, "My daughter, the prince is a latent dragon poised to ascend the abyss, destined for imperial grandeur. How could a mere ordinary woman capture his discerning eye? But do not underestimate yourself. With your intellect and insight, you are undoubtedly qualified to be the prince's worthy partner. It is merely that the prince is unfamiliar with you due to your limited interactions. After tonight, if the prince ultimately emerges victorious and claims the throne of Liang, you should make your way to the imperial capital and spend more time with him." Lu Lingxi raised her gaze, observing the vast expanse of stars, a flicker of worry clouding her eyes. She understood that the coming days for Liang would be fraught with bloodshed. She was acutely aware of the prince's formidable strength, yet she could not quell her concern for his safety. Silently praying for Li Luo's well-being, the news of the Beiliang Iron Cavalry's grand mobilization swiftly spread throughout Xizhou. Countless individuals were keenly attuned to the movements of the Iron Cavalry. Simultaneously, King Wu, stationed in Nanzhou, received word of the Beiliang Iron Cavalry's deployment without delay. Chapter 44. Qin Yu. Unbelievably, the king of Beiliang emerged from battle against Mu Rongliao unscathed. "Have the esteemed General Ji and his troops returned?" King Wu inquired, his composure faltering as he turned to the four formidable warriors from the Divine Feather Dynasty seated before him. The four warriors exchanged glances, each shaking their heads slightly. One of them, wearing a grave expression, spoke, "We attempted to contact General Ji at the earliest opportunity, but found him unreachable. Given that the king of Beiliang has remained uninjured, it appears General Ji's fate is dire." As these words fell, a palpable aura of dread enveloped the three other warriors from the Divine Feather Dynasty. The king of Beiliang must perish. King Wu nodded inwardly, his eyes narrowing with intensity, reporting, "Your Majesty, scouts have returned with news. The king of Beiliang is leading his iron cavalry not towards Nanzhou, but rather towards the imperial capital." The panicked attendant rushed in, delivering the urgent tidings. King Wu's expression turned astonished as he pondered the purpose of Li Beixiong's advance towards the imperial capital. Could it be that the king of Beiliang intends to seize the imperial capital, forcing Qin Yun to abdicate, thus preempting your ascension to become the sovereign of Liang? A general suddenly recalled something and spoke up. The revelation struck King Wu like a bolt from the blue. "Quickly, Assemble the troops. We shall march to the imperial capital. Yes. The generals swiftly departed the royal residence, hastily gathering the million-strong army stationed outside the city. My esteemed comrades, a great battle with Bai Liang is imminent. Whether this endeavor allows me to seize the dominion of Liang rests upon your support. King Wu rose, addressing the 4 formidable warriors from the Divine Feather Dynasty, his voice laden with gravity. The 4 warriors exchanged glances, their expressions steely. The leader coldly declared, "Fear not, King Wu. With our presence, prepare yourself for the throne. However, we have one condition." Upon hearing that the 4 had conditions of their own, King Wu's countenance darkened with displeasure. "Speak." The leader of the Divine Feather Dynasty's warriors, gazing at King Wu, his eyes glimmering with icy malice, slowly articulated, "During the conflict, the king of Bai Liang will be entrusted to us. We wish to torment him thoroughly, rendering his existence a living hell, to avenge the bitter defeat our Divine Feather Dynasty suffered in years past." A fierce glint shone in his eyes. A rugged visage bore a prominent scar. A remnant of past battles, he was Su Yuanhua, the Grand General of the Divine Feather Dynasty, who had once led an army to invade Liang. However, his forces, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, had been thwarted by Li Beixiong and his 100,000 iron cavalry. The harrowing defeat of that battle haunted him to this day, the memory vivid in his mind, and the scar upon his face was a testament to Li Beixiong's prowess. For years, he had yearned to vanquish Li Beixiong and redeem his honor. Now, the opportunity had finally presented itself. Of course, that is not a problem. King Wu had anticipated more unreasonable demands, yet found this request quite acceptable. He readily acquiesced. Soon after, King Wu and the 4 formidable warriors from the Divine Feather Dynasty vanished from sight. Outside the city, King Wu's army swiftly assembled. "Your Majesty, Father." Zhao Fengyun and the generals collectively bowed in respect. "Father, the army is ready." Zhao Fengjian's gaze flickered with excitement at the thought of becoming the prince of Liang in the future. The king of Wu nodded slightly, turning his attention to his legitimate son. "Yuner, you have performed admirably. Once your father ascends as the sovereign of Liang, you shall be its crown prince. Thank you, Father. You will surely vanquish Bai Liang, overthrow the court, and become the ruler of Liang." The promise from his father filled Zhao Fengjian with immense joy. The king of Wu surveyed the 100,000 valiant soldiers and the myriad generals, proclaiming, "Brave warriors, the time for titles and rewards shall be in this final battle. Those who fight valiantly shall receive bountiful rewards." "Thank you, Your Majesty." The leading generals were so moved that they knelt, calling the king of Wu Your Majesty. The vast army behind them echoed in unison, kneeling in gratitude. The collective chant of Your Majesty filled the king of Wu with elation and fervor. "Excellent. Let us march forth and seize the imperial capital." The king of Wu no longer concealed his identity, referring to himself as I, and with a grand gesture, commanded the 100,000 troops to swiftly advance towards the imperial capital. In the heart of the imperial capital of Liang, within a hidden chamber deep in the palace, Emperor Qin Yun, clad in a dragon robe, stood before the stone door. Beside him was the chief eunuch of the court. Eunuch Wei. Should an outsider have been present, they would have been astounded, for the emperor of Liang bore no resemblance to the debauched figure seen in the court. At this moment, a formidable aura enveloped Qin Yun, showcasing the undeniable majesty of a sovereign. The people of the realm had been deceived by Qin Yun. Standing beside him, Eunuch Wei also emanated an astonishing presence. Remarkably, both possessed the cultivation of the great Yin realm. Furthermore, Eunuch Wei's aura was even more profound than that of Qin Yun, rivaling that of Li Beixiong. The pinnacle of the great Yin realm. No one would have anticipated that this chief eunuch's cultivation had reached such heights. "Father, I have just received word that the king of Bai Liang is leading the iron cavalry of Bai Liang straight towards the imperial capital. At their current speed, they will arrive in 3 days. Moreover, the king of Wu is also leading 100,000 troops on a night march." Qin Yun pondered aloud. As soon as Qin Yun finished speaking, a deep, cold laugh echoed from within the stone door. "Heh, I never expected the king of Bai Liang to defeat the black cavalry of the Nanyun dynasty. Even Morong Liao has fallen at his hands. Truly, he was my trusted aide in the past." What a pity! The rebellion of the other three kings was anticipated, but I never thought the king of Bailiang would betray me, betraying Li Yong. Indeed, the existence of feudal kings should not have been allowed. Yuner, how has your training of the Imperial Guards progressed? Qin Yun inquired pensively. Father, the Imperial Guards can indeed cultivate a military spirit. They fear not the iron cavalry of Bailiang. Once the armies of the king of Bailiang and the king of Wu arrive, let them engage in a deadly struggle before we strike to eliminate them completely. The voice from within the stone door responded. Qin Yun nodded slightly, then suddenly recalled something and continued, Father, according to intelligence gathered by our spies, the king of Wu appears to have the support of the Xinyu dynasty, dispatching several great Yin realm experts. The king of Bailiang is no simple adversary either, as he seems to command several unfamiliar strong warriors who have previously appeared on the battlefield. The strength of these suddenly emerging figures is unknown, but they should all be at the level of the great Yin realm. If I perish, these feudal kings will certainly reveal their true colors. Fear not, a mere handful of great Yin realm experts cannot stir up much trouble. The voice within the stone door scoffed. Upon hearing this, Qin Yun was momentarily taken aback, and then his expression turned ecstatic. Father, have you succeeded? Heh! The figure within the stone door did not respond but merely smiled coldly. Qin Yun then understood, his excitement mounting. He now eagerly anticipated the swift arrival of the armies of the king of Bailiang and the king of Wu. Subsequently, Qin Yun and Eunuch Wei exited the hidden chamber. Once the two departed, on the other side of the stone door, a middle-aged man with a cold demeanor exuded a terrifying aura that filled the chamber. Had Li Baixiong and the king of Wu been present, they would have been struck with horror at the sight of this man, for he was none other than the former emperor of Liang. Qin Yue. Not only had Qin Yue not perished, but his cultivation had also broken through to the realm of return to the void. The king of Bailiang and the king of Wu, he sneered disdainfully, are but ants unless they reach the realm of return to the void. Qin Yue closed his eyes once more, continuing to solidify his cultivation as he awaited the arrival of the two kings' armies. On a moonless night, with the wind howling, the 100,000 troops advanced swiftly, their torches illuminating the surroundings. At this moment, the king of Wu was leading the army on their march towards the imperial capital. Suddenly, the king of Wu and the four powerful figures from the Xinyu dynasty sensed something amiss. The king of Wu urgently ordered the troops to halt. Father, what is the matter? Zhao Fengjian, mounted on horseback, asked in confusion. The king of Wu and the four Xinyu dynasty experts remained silent, their eyes narrowed as they focused intently on the darkness ahead. Zhao Fengjian followed their gaze and saw a figure slowly emerging from the shadows. At the same time, the crowd looked up to find that the once bright moon had been obscured by a massive black cloud. It appeared to be a cloud, yet it felt more like a vast shroud of darkness. Who goes there? Get out of the way, Zhao Fengjian exclaimed, taken aback by the figure blocking the road. The king of Wu and the others exchanged grave glances. Given their remote surroundings, the appearance of this figure was likely aimed at them. Consequently, a tremendous sense of awareness surged from the king of Wu and the four experts, instantly enveloping the nearby mountains and forests. Yet, they found nothing amiss. The king of Wu directed his attention towards the figure stepping forth from the darkness. Extending his awareness towards in his perception, this figure revealed no signs of spiritual energy. Despite this, the king of Wu remained vigilant, narrowing his eyes as he fixed his gaze on the emerging figure. Heh, my lord Wu, you are leading your army in haste. Where might you be headed? A voice echoed, prompting the crowd to adopt a cautious stance. Emerging from the shadows was an extraordinarily youthful and handsome boy dressed in white. The king of Wu's spiritual energy surged as he focused intently on this sudden arrival. The boy's words confirmed that he had come specifically for them. Though the boy's demeanor was peculiar and devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuations, the king of Wu, ever cautious, instinctively summoned his immense spiritual power. Should the boy make any sudden moves, he would strike decisively. You brat, playing tricks? Do you seek death? Get aside. Otherwise, my horse will trample over you. Enraged at the sight of someone younger than himself, Zhao Fengjian shouted dismissively. Just as he was about to command the troops to proceed, the king of Wu raised his hand, signaling for patience. This boy was too enigmatic and composed. Faced with their 100,000 troops, he maintained an air of nonchalance, calm and collected. This boy was undoubtedly no ordinary person. "Who are you? Why do you block my path?" the king of Wu inquired. His gaze sharpened and voice stern. The white-clad boy remained unfazed, offering a slight smile. "Allow me to introduce myself, my lord Wu. I am Li Luo, son of Li Beixiong." "What, you are the heir of Beiliang?" "Li Luo?" The mention of Li Beixiong's name sent shockwaves through the crowd. Zhao Fengjian stared at Li Luo in disbelief, exclaiming, "I never expected this boy blocking our path would be the son of the king of Beiliang." The soldiers behind the king of Wu also wore grave expressions, their vigilance heightened as they scanned their surroundings, wary of an ambush by Beiliang's iron cavalry. Upon learning of Li Luo's identity, the king of Wu's pupils constricted, and a terrifying power erupted from him. His awareness rippled outwards like waves on water, confirming that no iron cavalry of Beiliang lurked nearby. Yet, he couldn't shake off doubts about Li Luo's identity. Everyone knew that Li Beixiong doted on Li Luo excessively, protecting him fiercely. How could he allow his son to appear here alone? Although he had encountered Li Luo in his childhood, he had never seen how Li Luo had grown up. It seemed that Li Luo perceived the doubt in King Wu's eyes. After all, when Li Luo was merely 4 or 5 years old, his father had taken him to the imperial capital to meet the old emperor. At that time, King Wu had indeed seen him. Since then, he had remained in Beiliang City until now, and King Wu's memories of him were still anchored in those childhood days. Naturally, he could not recognize him now. However, possessing memories from a previous life since childhood, Li Luo immediately recognized King Wu. "Haha, Your Highness, there is no need for you to doubt my identity. Over a decade ago, in the imperial capital, I remember you held me in your arms. At that time, the former emperor even rewarded me with a piece of spirit jade. However, that piece of spirit jade was tossed to feed fish once I returned to Beiliang." Li Luo remarked with a calm smile, seemingly reminding King Wu. Upon hearing this, King Wu's pupils constricted instantly. In that moment, he was convinced that the youth before him was indeed Li Luo, for he had indeed held Li Luo in his arms back then. The former Qin Yu had even rewarded him with a piece of spirit jade because he was the only son of Li Beixiong. Who would have thought that this child still remembered? Yet, after confirming that this was undoubtedly Li Luo, King Wu was left even more perplexed. How could Li Beixiong dare to let Li Luo appear here? Did he not fear that Li Luo would be taken hostage to threaten him? Or perhaps, Li Beixiong had long laid an ambush nearby? After pondering for a moment, King Wu fixed his gaze on Li Luo and mused. "I have heard that your father has led an army straight to the imperial capital. What brings you here?" All eyes turned towards Li Luo. Li Luo smiled lightly, maintaining an air of nonchalance, and then spoke. "I have appeared here, naturally, to borrow something from your highness." "Oh? Borrow something from me? What might that be?" King Wu inquired instinctively. "Your head?" Li Luo replied with a grin. At these words, King Wu's expression darkened instantly, a terrifying aura surging forth towards Li Luo. Chapter 46. The Appearance Under the Overwhelming Pressure. Li Luo remained unyielding, his white garments billowing in the wind. King Wu, witnessing Li Luo's lack of reaction beneath his aura, was momentarily taken aback. Although he had only exerted 30% of his strength, it was not something an ordinary person could withstand. "Ha, indeed. You are the son of the king of Beiliang, bearing the same demeanor as your father. But do you not think it rather foolish to claim the head of this king in the presence of a 1,000,000-strong army?" King Wu declared coldly, releasing a chilling intent to kill. No sooner had King Wu's words fallen than the generals behind him erupted into raucous laughter. "Father, allow your son to capture Li Luo." Zhao Fengyun, unable to contain himself, charged at Li Luo with his spear in hand. At this moment, King Wu became intrigued, eager to discover whether his son possessed greater prowess or if Li Beixiong's son surpassed him. "Ha, Li Luo, today, I shall let you know that your former renown holds no weight here." Zhao Fengyun's countenance twisted with malice, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Ever since learning of Li Luo's triumph over the Black Cavalry with the Beiliang Iron Cavalry, he had been consumed with envy in his eyes. Without the Beiliang Iron Cavalry, Li Luo was nothing. Zhao Fengyun was a mid-tier practitioner of the ascending spirit realm. The spear in his hand was enveloped with astonishing power, aimed viciously at Li Luo's head. This strike was ruthless, evidently intending to slay Li Luo on the spot. Faced with Zhao Fingyun's lethal assault, Li Luo not only refrained from evading but instead revealed a warm smile. The spear shot forth like thunder, reaching Li Luo in an instant. Zhao Fengyun presumed Li Luo had been stunned by his attack and scoffed dismissively. The so-called son of Bailiang would not behave in such a manner. Just as everyone believed Li Luo was doomed, he swiftly raised a hand, and to Zhao Fengyun's astonishment, he pinched the spear's tip between his fingers, rendering it immovable. Zhao Fengyun was immediately struck with disbelief. How could Li Luo possibly withstand his strike? He had exerted all his strength to deliver a killing blow. Li Luo regarded the astonished Zhao Fengyun, still maintaining his smile. This Zhao Fengyun had considerable talent. Without the system, he might have been a formidable opponent at their level. Facing such a fierce attack, he was uncertain if he could withstand it. However, now he stood as a peak expert of the returning ruins realm. A mere ascending spirit practitioner dared to flaunt their prowess before him. Truly an act of foolishness. Ha ha, decent talent, but what a pity. Perhaps pay more attention in your next life. Li Luo grinned. At that moment, King Wu behind Zhao Fengyun sensed something amiss and suddenly cried out, "Not good, Yuner. Retreat quickly." No sooner had King Wu's words left his mouth than Li Luo's fingers flicked lightly. The spear tip he had grasped shattered instantly and, in a flash, pierced through Zhao Fengyun's skull. Zhao Fengyun's face contorted in terror as warmth trickled down from his head. Soon after, his consciousness began to fade, collapsing to the ground as his life force gradually ebbed away. "Yuner, you little beast, you seek death." Boom. King Wu, seeing his most cherished son perish at Li Luo's hands, erupted in fury. He swung his hand, unleashing a terrifying force aimed at Li Luo. This strike from King Wu was so powerful that even the 4 experts of the Divine Feather Dynasty behind him dared not take it head-on. Revealing his lethal intent toward Li Luo, observing the impending onslaught, Li Luo could hardly be bothered to take action, simply murmuring, "Let us begin." Boom. As soon as Li Luo's words fell, the skies above were suddenly enveloped by 4 terrifying forces. A chain shot forth from the dark clouds, shattering King Wu's attack. Following this, 4 imposing figures emanating dreadful pressure descended from the heavens. These 4 were Luo Yi, Zhao Dizhus, Bai Wuchang, and the Land God. They had been watching from above for quite some time. Returning Ruins Realm experts. How is this possible? How could Bailiang possess Returning Ruins Realm experts? Feeling the terrifying aura from Luo Yi and the others, King Wu's expression turned ghastly pale. Even he, who was as steady as a mountain, could not help but tremble. One Returning Ruins expert could suppress the entire Liang dynasty, yet Bailiang possessed 4. At this moment, not only was King Wu terrified, even the 4 experts of the Divine Feather Dynasty, led by Su Yuanhua, turned pale and drenched in cold sweat. They had believed their peak prowess in the Deyin realm would easily crush Bailiang. However, they now realized how gravely mistaken they had been. Had they known earlier that Bailiang was guarded by Returning Ruins experts, they would never have ventured into this quagmire. Regrettably, it seemed a bit too late. As for King Wu's generals and the million-strong army, under the overwhelming pressure from Luo Yi and his companions, many had already collapsed to their knees. How could they possibly contend with the legendary Returning Ruins experts? Boom! Upon the appearance of Luo Yi and the others, they wasted no time in launching an attack, slaughtering King Wu and his men. Damn it, to the death! Everyone, unite with this king. Otherwise, we shall surely perish. King Wu bellowed, drawing a great sword, his peak power in the Deyin realm manifesting without reservation. A terrifying blade aura sliced through the air, aimed at the approaching Luo Yi. Meanwhile, the 4 members of the Divine Feather Dynasty, upon seeing Luo Yi and his companions, immediately contemplated fleeing. Yet they soon discovered that the surrounding void had been sealed off by the 4 Returning Ruins experts. Thus, they sought to distance themselves from King Wu. Shouting to Li Luo, we 4 are from the Divine Feather Dynasty, merely here at King Wu's behest to assist. We shall depart Liang at once and vow never to interfere again. Upon witnessing the 4 attempting to flee, King Wu was instantly filled with rage. However, at that moment, Luo Yi pierced through King Wu's strike and closed in on him. With a sweeping motion, he struck King Wu, grievously injuring him and sending him crashing to the ground at ha. As for the Divine Feather Dynasty's four showing cowardice, I pay them no mind, Li Luo coldly scoffed, dismissing the others at that moment. Bai Wuchang's figure appeared silently before the four. Jejia, Soul Binding. Chapter 47. The illusory flame Heavenly Fire Su Yuanhua and his companions had no time to evade. Point 4 Cold, dark chains shot forth from the black mist behind Bai Wuchang, piercing through the bodies of the four. After a scream of agony, under the horrified gazes of those present, Bai Wuchang gripped the chains tightly and yanked, extracting the souls from their bodies. The four slumped to the ground, devoid of any life. Their souls, consumed by Bai Wuchang, revealed a satisfied smile. Army, heed my command. Kill for this king. King Wu, bearing the weight of his grievous wounds, swiftly commanded the million-strong army at his back to charge towards Li Luo and his companions. The battle cry echoed thunderously as the troops surged forth like a relentless tide, intent on annihilation. Meanwhile, King Wu sought to utilize this vast army to craft an opportunity for his escape. With his current strength, confronting a powerful foe from the Guishu realm was akin to throwing an egg against a stone. Luo Yi discerned King Wu's intention to flee. Grasping a silver spear, he transformed into a streak of light, plunging into the midst of the million-strong army. In that moment, Luo Yi resembled a fearsome war deity unmatched in the world. With a sweeping thrust, his formidable strength pierced through the skulls of over 1,000 soldiers, swiftly carving a bloody path as he pursued King Wu. Upon witnessing Luo Yi obstructing his escape, despair enveloped King Wu. Luo Yi thrust his spear forward, a spectral image of the silver spear shooting forth, aimed directly at King Wu's head. Realizing he had nowhere left to retreat, King Wu resolved to fight with all his might. 9 Departures. One sword, he bellowed, gripping his sword tightly. Instantly, a surge of energy erupted, and the sword in his hand emitted a piercing cry. With a thunderous shout, King Wu swung his sword towards the approaching phantom spear. His ultimate strike collided with the illusory silver spear, producing a resounding crack. A subsequent sound echoed, sharp and clear, akin to shattering glass. King Wu's pupils constricted, his expression frozen in shock as shards of the broken sword reflected in his eyes, glimmering with a hint of crimson. He could scarcely believe that a pinnacle warrior of the Dian realm was so pathetically fragile before an adversary from the Guishu realm. Suddenly, King Wu felt the world spin, and he collapsed to the ground. A gaping wound in his throat, devouring his life force. Luo Yi seized King Wu's lifeless body and charged out towards the edges of the million-strong army. That moment, as the army heeded their command and advanced towards Li Luo, Zhao Dezuzu and the Earth God positioned themselves in front of him. Confronted by the vast army, Zhao Dezuzu activated his illusionary eye. Within his blood-red gaze, crimson blossoms whirled, igniting golden flames within his pupils. Under Li Luo's watchful eyes, blood streamed from Zhao Dezuzu's eyes. Illusory flame of heaven, he roared as he shouted. The soldiers rushing forward were engulfed in an eerie golden flame. The flames spread rapidly, consuming everything in their path. Countless soldiers screamed in anguish as they were scorched by the blazing light of Tenzai. Yet, what filled them with greater terror was that the bizarre golden flames clung to their bodies and could not be extinguished. Even the slightest touch would result in immediate consumption by the flames. Amidst the harrowing cries, entire battalions of soldiers were reduced to ashes, leaving no trace behind. But an instant, tens of thousands perished. With the spread of the illusory flame of heaven, the death toll continued to rise. Truly, a character summoned by the system. Li Luo marveled at the sheer terror of Zhao Dezuzu's technique. After Zhao Dezuzu decimated a significant number of soldiers, although it instilled fear in many, the unaware troops continued their charge. Seeing this, the Earth God stepped forward, lightly tapping his staff upon the ground. Mountain shifting, sea filling. With a resounding crash, the Earth God, clad in flowing garments, emanated an aura of terror that enveloped the surroundings. The peak of the Guishu realm transformed the very nature of the earth within a 1,000-mile radius. In an instant, mountains crumbled and split, rising into the air under the weight of an overwhelming force. Golden runes danced amidst the peaks, resembling ancient sacred mountains from times long past. The oppressive atmosphere caused the charging million-strong army to halt in its tracks. Fear painted the faces of all present as they knelt to the ground, their weapons clattering to the earth. As this, the hand of a deity? We have surely angered the divine. We are doomed. The million-strong army gazed in despair at the two colossal mountains suspended above them, their fighting spirit utterly extinguished. Eli Luo was equally stunned by the Earth God's display. Though the Earth God held a lesser status among deities in the mythological hierarchy, his power was undeniably formidable. One could only imagine the terrifying strength of renowned deities like Erlang Shan, Li Jing, or the four heavenly kings. Earth God, I implore you to show mercy. Li Luo finally regained his composure and urgently requested the Earth God to retract his powers. Though they are King Wu's soldiers, they are ultimately subjects of Liyang. Rest assured, young master, the Earth God replied with a smile, stroking his grizzled beard. I merely wished to intimidate this million-strong army and had no intention of widespread slaughter. At that moment, Luo returned, dragging King Wu's corpse behind him. Young master, King Wu has been slain. He tossed the body to the ground and clasped his fists respectfully. Eli Luo nodded and then lifted King Wu's body. Stepping forward, he rose above the million-strong army. Enveloping his voice with spiritual energy, he intoned, "Hear me, I am Li Luo, son of the Northern Liang King, heir of Northern Liang. King Wu has been vanquished by our hands. There is no need for you to sacrifice your lives any longer for his sake. As you are all subjects of Liang, I urge you to surrender promptly. Those who surrender shall not be harmed." His voice swiftly reached the ears of every soldier in the army. That truly is the young lord. The Lord is dead. I surrender. I do not wish to die. Under the leadership of a few. The entire million-strong army laid down their weapons and raised their hands in surrender. Witnessing this scene, Li Luo smiled faintly and exchanged a knowing glance with the Earth God. The Earth God, comprehending the signal, retracted his divine powers, and the two sacred mountains that had loomed over the army gradually returned to their original positions. Chapter 48. Shedding disguises. Young master. The million-strong army collectively knelt before Li Luo. Surrendering en masse, as the soldiers capitulated, Zhao Dezuzu, Bai Wuchang, and Luo Yi ceased their actions. Eli Luo gazed at the army bowing before him, exhaling a sigh of relief. Had these soldiers remained obstinate and refused to yield, he was prepared for a massacre. Fortunately, everything unfolded according to his expectations. Among the ranks, many generals under King Wu had perished under Zhao Dezuzu's illusory flame of heaven. Thus, the remaining soldiers were easily brought under Li Luo's control. All of you, listen, bury the fallen and follow me to the imperial capital, Li Luo commanded. The million-strong army obeyed, swiftly tending to the remains of their fallen comrades before resuming their march towards the imperial capital. However, the ownership of this million-strong army had changed overnight. 3 days swiftly passed. During this brief period, the entire populace of the Liang dynasty focused their attention on the imperial capital, for the armies of Northern Liang and King Wu were advancing towards it. It was clear to all that the final clash between the Northern Liang king and King Wu would unfold in the imperial capital. The destiny of the Liang dynasty would be determined in this climactic battle. As for the Liang court, the common folk had long forgotten it. The emperor was inept, and officials exploited the people. Had the court possessed any capability, the rebellion of the feudal lords would not have transpired. Such a corrupt and incompetent court had left the citizenry of the Liang dynasty utterly disillusioned. Many wished for a decisive victory between the Northern Liang king and King Wu to end the chaos and establish a new dynasty. Among them, the subjects of Liang were divided into two factions, one supporting Northern Liang, the other backing King Wu. Most of those supporting Northern Liang hailed from Shizhou and Northern Liang itself. However, following Northern Liang's victory over the Nanyun dynasty and the expulsion of foreign invaders, many common folk residing on King Wu's land began to support Northern Liang as well. Now, the people's sentiment favored Northern Liang over King Wu. Within the imperial capital, the populace learned that the armies of Northern Liang and King Wu would arrive today, turning the capital into the final battlefield for their rivalry. Fear and unease spread throughout the city. Many gathered in the streets, openly supporting both the northern Liang king and King Wu while cursing the current court. For just last night, the indifferent emperor of Liang issued a decree forbidding anyone from leaving the capital. The next day, the city gates of the capital were shut, and a heavy guard was dispatched to maintain order. Meanwhile, within the palace, the civil and military officials, upon learning that the armies of both kings would arrive today, felt the same fear and trepidation as the common folk. They contemplated which side to ally with when the two kings arrived, for the fall of the Liang dynasty was imminent. Your Majesty has arrived. At this moment, the voice of Grand Eunuch Wei reverberated through the court. However, the civil and military officials had little inclination to regard Qin Yun, merely a vanquished monarch on the brink of execution. In their minds, this foolish ruler, facing imminent death, still clung to a woman while attending court. Under the indifferent gazes of the ministers, Qin Yun, clad in a resplendent golden dragon robe, approached the throne. At that moment, he shed his pretense. A terrifying aura emanated from him, suffusing the entire hall. The officials present were taken aback. Today's Qin Yun was markedly different from the past. Why do you not kneel before me? My lords? Qin Yun's countenance was frigid, his imperial visage radiating fury. At this juncture, several martial officials, sensing the terrifying spiritual fluctuations emanating from Qin Yun, trembled uncontrollably and hastily bowed down. We pay our respects to your Majesty. Long live the Emperor! The surrounding civil officials, witnessing the terror etched on the faces of their martial counterparts, quickly turned their gaze to Qin Yun, beads of cold sweat trickling down their brows. Boom! Before they could comprehend the situation, a violent tremor coursed through Qin Yun's body. An overwhelming pressure surged forth from him, instantly pinning the civil officials to the ground, rendering them immobile. In that moment, fear was palpable on every face. We humbly greet your Majesty. Countless ministers, their expressions drastically altered, hurriedly paid their respects to Qin Yun. Faced with such a dramatic transformation in him, some astute officials suddenly realized that all of Qin Yun's previous demeanor had been a ruse. A thought flashed through their minds, and many were drenched in cold sweat, their faces ashen. Your Majesty possesses profound cunning. The world has been deceived by him. Humph! Inform me, where are the armies of the two kings now? Qin Yun's gaze was icy, his attention no longer on the ministers. Once he subdued the two kings, he would deal with these opportunists. Reporting to your Majesty, the army of Bailiang has arrived, while the forces of King Wu have just entered the borders of the imperial capital. However, according to our scouts, there is no sign of King Wu among his troops, a golden armored guard reported, kneeling in contemplation. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Qin Yun's eyes, and he could not help but feel puzzled. King Wu is not among his troops. Has he perhaps already arrived in the imperial capital? Qin Yun did not delve further into the matter. Regardless, today, both King Bailiang and King Wu were destined to perish. Their armies would be under the control of the imperial family once more. Have the imperial guards assembled? Qin Yun inquired, raising an eyebrow. Your Majesty, the 500,000 imperial guards are already assembled and await your command. The guard gazed at Qin Yun with fervent enthusiasm. Excellent. Haha, my lords. If you are interested, feel free to accompany me outside, Qin Yun declared, flinging his arm, then cast a cold smile at the civil and military officials before striding out of the hall alongside Grand Eunuch Wei. The officials exchanged glances, then followed suit. Upon exiting the hall, all the ministers were left agape. Before their eyes, the square and even the eaves were filled with golden-armored imperial guards. We pay our respects to your Majesty. The imperial guards collectively knelt, a palpable wave of battle intent surging into the heavens. The skies above the palace were suddenly shrouded in dark clouds, oppressive and foreboding. Witnessing the city adorned in golden armor, the martial officials beside Qin Yun inhaled sharply. The battle intent of this imperial guard unit had begun to materialize. The manifestation of battle intent signified that this army could forge a military spirit. It is worth noting that in the entire Liang dynasty, only the Bailiang king's iron cavalry could condense a military spirit. At this moment, both civil and military officials present could not help but shudder at the realization of Qin Yun's deception. Could Liang be on the verge of collapse? A question mark loomed in the minds of the officials, their certainty waning. Seeing the expressions of the civil and military officials shift, Qin Yuan let out a cold laugh, then turned his gaze towards the 500,000 imperial guards. King Bailiang, since you have arrived first, I shall make an example of you. It remains to be seen whether your dragon slaughter military spirit is stronger or my dragon chi military spirit prevails. Qin Yuan gazed towards the city gates, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. Chapter 49. Troops approaching the imperial capital. Outside the imperial city, a thick haze enveloped the air, the thunderous sound of iron hooves echoing through the clouds. The guards atop the city walls, witnessing the billowing dust, saw the Bailiang war banner fluttering in the wind, an endless sea of Bailiang cavalry charging forth with the might of mountains and rivers. Hurry! Quickly report to your majesty. The Bailiang cavalry is approaching. A city guard immediately dispatched someone to relay the news back to the palace. This time, among the Bailiang cavalry, Li Baixiong led the charge, followed closely by Gao Shun, Li Ergu, Feng Xinling, Lu Renjia, Shan Pao, and the 7 heroes of Bailiang, halting their iron cavalry just outside the city gates. Sir, should we launch a full-scale assault now and leave no survivors? Li Baixiong, feeling emboldened with Feng Xinling, a powerful figure from Guishu, by his side, showed no fear of the imperial capital. Your Highness, according to the information relayed by the young master, they are bringing King Wu's army, which has already reached the outskirts of the capital. It won't be long before they arrive. We should wait for the young master, Feng Xinling replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Li Baixiong nodded in agreement. Upon learning that his esteemed son had slain King Wu and absorbed his million-strong army, he was filled with elation. It could be said that Liang now belonged to the Li family. As for the useless emperor within the palace, could he withstand the iron hooves of Bailiang? He intended to join his beloved son in personally overthrowing the Liang dynasty. Very well, we shall wait for my esteemed son. Men, hold your positions. Once my esteemed son arrives, we shall launch our assault on the imperial capital, Li Baixiong declared passionately to his soldiers. Thus, tens of thousands of Bailiang cavalry awaited Li Luo's arrival outside the city gates. The Bailiang army remained stationed, capturing the attention of the citizens within the city. Countless people presumed that the Bailiang cavalry was biding its time for King Wu's army, preparing for a decisive battle outside the city. Indeed, they are the most elite troops of Liang. Why doesn't the Bailiang prince lead the army into the imperial capital? Perhaps he is waiting for King Wu. After all, defeating King Wu would mean the world belongs to Bailiang. I hear that King Wu commands an army of 1 million. It seems the Bailiang cavalry only numbers in the tens of thousands. How could they possibly match King Wu? Ignorance. Do you think the Bailiang cavalry before us is an ordinary army? This is a force capable of condensing a military spirit. Years ago, the Bailiang prince led a mere 100,000 troops and left the army of the Xinyu dynasty in disarray. Nothing else can compare to my Bailiang cavalry. Except for the Heike army of the Nanyun dynasty, which was recently annihilated by us. Within the palace, Qin Yuan received the news as well. King Bailiang, since you wish to engage in a life-and-death struggle with King Wu, then let the battle commence. In the end, it is Liang that will emerge victorious. Qin Yuan scoffed, then turned around and donned a suit of golden battle armor. The moment the battle between King Bailiang and King Wu concluded, he would lead the 500,000 imperial guards into action. Approximately half a day later, a 1 million-strong army appeared on the horizon, drawing the solemn gaze of the common folk in the imperial capital, who observed the impending clash of the two massive forces. Just as everyone anticipated an explosive confrontation, several figures quietly emerged before the 1 million-strong army. The crowd beheld that the foremost figure was a youthful boy clad in white. Remarkably young, however, what unfolded next left countless onlookers dumbfounded. The moment this white-clad youth appeared, over 100,000 Bailiang cavalry dismounted in unison, kneeling before the boy and paying their respects. We pay our respects to the young master. The resounding voice echoed throughout the imperial capital. In that instant, countless individuals were left in shock. Did I just mishear? The Bailiang cavalry referred to that youth as young master. You heard correctly. The only one who could command such reverence from the Bailiang cavalry is likely the Bailiang young master. Li Luo. Is that the Li Luo young master? Indeed. I have been to Bailiang before and caught a glimpse of the young master from afar. But how did he end up among King Wu's million-strong army? If the Li Luo young master is present in King Wu's army, it suggests that King Wu may have already been dealt with by the young master. Upon hearing this, all present inhaled sharply, astonished as they gazed at Li Luo's figure. Though some found it hard to believe, the absence of King Wu's presence within the army spoke volumes. On horseback, Li Luo surveyed the Bailiang cavalry that had bowed before him and waved his hand. "Rise!" The Bailiang cavalry stood, swiftly remounting their steeds. "Ah ha, my esteemed son. I have been waiting for you to initiate the grand assault." Li Baixiong cast a glance at the million-strong army of King Wu, feeling an undeniable thrill within. Although this vast host paled in comparison to his own northern Liang iron cavalry, it would nonetheless serve his purposes once he seized control of the entire Liang. "Father, let us commence," he commanded. "Lu Renjia, Shanhao, open the city gates." With a light chuckle, Li Luo's words had barely left his lips when a large ink-painted bird soared forth from behind him. The soldiers atop the city gate, drenched in sweat and trepidation, hastily loosed their arrows at the approaching creature. Yet, before they could fully comprehend the situation, Lu Renjia and Shanhao had leapt onto the battlements. Art becomes reality. Anomalous insect. The air was filled with a cacophony of anguished screams from the city tower. In the next moment, the tightly shut city gates began to creak open under the immense force of Lu Renjia's peculiar abilities, the Wind God and Thunder God. "Ahahaha! Forward, Northern Liang Iron Cavalry! Let us march straight to the palace." Li Baixiong laughed heartily, eagerly leading his troops into the city. Watching his father's fervor, Li Luo could only smile wryly before following closely behind with the others. Chapter 50. The resurrection of military spirit. The Northern Liang army smoothly entered the imperial capital, advancing towards the palace, while the townsfolk flocked behind, mistakenly believing the outcome was already settled and that the court could not withstand the might of Northern Liang. Meanwhile, Qin Yun, waiting within the palace, learned of the Northern Liang army's entrance. "What? You mean to say that King Wu's million-strong army is now under the control of the Northern Liang heir?" Qin Yun spoke, his voice laced with disbelief. "Why, yes, your majesty," stammered the trembling scout who had returned from the city gates. Qin Yun's expression darkened instantly. It appeared that King Wu's fate was all but sealed. To have slain such a formidable Peak de Yin realm expert as King Wu. The might of Northern Liang was indeed extraordinary. As this realization dawned upon him, Qin Yun could not help but let out a cold smirk. "Gentlemen, let us execute these treasonous scoundrels." With a sweeping gesture, a magnificent sword materialized in his grasp, a colossal aura surged forth, and dark clouds gathered ominously above the palace, crackling with burgeoning lightning. "At your command." The elite guards, countless in number, roared in unison, their voices reverberating through the heavens. At that moment, the Northern Liang army, en route to the palace, heard the deafening battle. Li Baixiong immediately halted his troops, his expression grave as he gazed up at the crimson walls and golden roofs of the palace. Above the palace, he sensed a familiar yet terrifying battle intent. Li Luo, observing the heavy clouds above the palace, felt a flicker of intrigue in his eyes. Father, it seems the court is not as simple as it appears." Li Baixiong nodded slightly, acknowledging that he had indeed underestimated the court. He had not anticipated that the court would still have a hidden ace up its sleeve. It remained unclear whether this battle intent belonged to the elite guards stationed within the imperial city or other military forces. Li Baixiong pondered thoughtfully. Li Luo smiled slightly, unperturbed by the imposing battle intent, confident that their current strength could handle any unforeseen circumstances. At that moment, the surrounding populace also sensed something amiss. The palace today seems vastly different from usual. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed from the palace. "King of Northern Liang, you rise in rebellion, an act of treason. Are you aware of your crimes?" A terrifying aura emanated from the palace, as Qin Yun's voice resonated throughout the imperial capital. Clear for all to hear, however, as soon as Qin Yun's words faded, a multitude of guards clad in golden armor surged forth from the palace, overwhelming the scene. Even the very air was thick with the presence of these guards. Under the sunlight, the city became a sea of golden armor, reflecting a soft, divine radiance, akin to celestial warriors. eyeing the void above. Qin Yun, donned in golden battle armor and wielding a sword, towered over the northern Liang army. Flanked by Chief Wei, surveying them with an air of superiority, is this truly the current emperor? And what on earth is going on with these elite guards? Why do they exude an aura that feels even more fearsome than the northern Liang Iron Cavalry? The townsfolk, who had come to witness the spectacle, gazed in astonishment at the multitude of elite guards. They had believed the court to be in disarray, only to discover that the emperor was already well prepared. Your Majesty, you have concealed your strength so profoundly, deceiving us all. I never imagined you to possess such a peak de yin realm prowess. Li Baixiong looked up, narrowing his eyes at Qin Yun with a serious demeanor. As a peak de yin realm expert himself, he could discern the formidable aura emanating from Qin Yun. Moreover, he noted that beside Qin Yun, Chief Wei also possessed the same peak de yin realm strength. Additionally, the dozens of elite guards surrounding Qin Yun all appeared to be at the Spirit Sea realm. Heh, treasonous scoundrels, it is good that you are aware. I offer you a chance. Surrender immediately, and you and your precious son may yet find a path to survival. Otherwise, none of you shall leave this imperial capital today. Qin Yun's gaze was icy as he regarded Li Baixiong, his voice a low growl, this moment. While focusing on Li Baixiong, Qin Yun also took note of Luo Yi and the others standing beside Li Luo. They must be the unfamiliar powerhouses of northern Liang, he surmised. Currently, Luo Yi and his companions did not reveal their auras, respectfully awaiting behind Li Luo. Qin Yun's words prompted Li Baixiong to erupt into laughter. Turning to Li Luo and exclaiming, "Ah, my son, did you hear that? This dog dares to threaten us. Preposterous, King of Northern Liang. It seems you wish to drink the wine of courtesy and instead taste the cup of punishment. If so, then this day, I shall act in the name of heaven to eradicate you treasonous fiends." Upon hearing Li Baixiong publicly refer to him as a dog, Qin Yun's expression darkened, and a murderous intent surged within him. Kill! With Qin Yun's command, the elite guards roared in unison. As the golden aura released by Qin Yun surged, a golden tide began to envelop the elite guards. The 50,000 elite guards coalesced their golden aura above their heads, instantly forming a vast sea of gold that blanketed the entire imperial capital. A deafening roar, reminiscent of an ancient dragon's cry, resonated across the heavens. Countless people looked up in shock, and amidst their astonished gazes, a colossal phantom golden dragon, hundreds of feet in length, soared from the golden tide. This enormous ethereal dragon emerged, bolstered by the immense aura of the elite guards. It transformed from illusion to reality, its horns, whiskers, scales, and claws clearly visible to all. Good heavens! The Dragon King has summoned a true dragon. No, that is not a true dragon. It is the military spirit manifested by the elite guards. This spells trouble for the northern Liang Iron Cavalry. The townsfolk, witnessing the enormous golden dragon spiraling above, were filled with dread, their hearts heavy with concern for the northern Liang army. Li Baixiong, gazing at the formidable military spirit dragon overhead, snorted disdainfully. Qin, well done. You have secretly trained your elite guards to such a level. However, do not forget, my northern Liang Iron Cavalry has fought alongside me and my deceased father, emerging from the heaps of corpses. With that, a wave of blood-red energy suddenly surged behind him, an aura of terror sweeping forth. The horrifying imagery of a mountain of corpses and a sea of bones reappeared. The northern Liang army behind him instinctively emanated a murderous intent. Their bodies cloaked in a ghastly red aura. The heavens, once enveloped in golden tides, were now tinged with crimson. Above the northern Liang Iron Cavalry, a vast blood-red sea formed, and from this sanguine expanse, a dragon-like military spirit coalesced, roaring in defiance at the golden dragon. In that moment, upon witnessing the military spirit of the northern Liang Iron Cavalry, Qin Yun's expression turned utterly grim. The military spirit of the northern Liang Iron Cavalry clearly overshadowed his dragon aura in terms of might. Chapter 51. The battle begins. Li Luo focused intently on the golden dragon, sensing the golden aura radiating from the elite guards, his brow furrowed in thought. This power felt peculiar to him. He had never encountered such a unique force before. it bore in essence both of the myriad of common folk and the majestic, overwhelming air of imperial might. What kind of power is this? It feels neither like malevolent energy nor battle intent, Li Luo pondered in confusion. Beside him, Fang Xinling noticed his master's bewilderment and chuckled, whispering an explanation in his ear. Young master, this is the power of fortune. It can also be referred to as the power of national destiny. Such power can only be wielded by the sovereign of a dynasty. Oh, so this is the legendary national fortune. I see now, Li Luo exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. The military spirit of the elite guards had been solidified through Qin Yun's manipulation of fortune. Meanwhile, atop a palace deep within the imperial palace, a figure quietly emerged. The person standing at the pinnacle of the palace was none other than the former emperor of the Liang dynasty, Qin Yu. Heh, after all these years, the Dragon Slaughter Army's spirit is indeed nostalgic. Biling King, I never expected you to have trained the Biling Iron Cavalry to such an extent, Qin Yu remarked, gazing up at the Dragon Slaughter Army with a heavy sigh. Despite the fact that the Dragon Qi spirit of the Imperial Guards was on par with the Dragon Slaughter Army, a mere comparison of their numbers revealed the stark difference. The Imperial Guards boasted an army of 500,000, while the Biling Iron Cavalry numbered only in the tens of thousands. The superiority of one side was immediately apparent. Don't forget our agreement. At that moment, a chilling laughter echoed in Qin Yu's mind, and a glimmer of dark red malevolence flashed in his eyes. Fear not, I have already identified a suitable candidate for you. What do you think of the Biling King's physique? Qin Yu murmured to himself, as long as it's not too lacking, the voice in his mind replied. Falling silent thereafter, Biling King, I shall see what hidden cards you possess. Qin Yu chuckled coldly, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distance. Father, the enemy is numerous, and our Biling soldiers are at a disadvantage. Let us have our troops withdraw for now, Li Luo suggested, glancing at the vast expanse of Imperial Guards. This is the Imperial Palace, where the Biling Iron Cavalry cannot fully utilize their cavalry advantages. Moreover, although I have incorporated the million-strong army of King Wu, they are merely ordinary troops and cannot contend with the Imperial Guards. Understood. Li Beixiong heeded Li Luo's words, with a wave of his hand. The Dragon Slaughter Army in the clouds transformed into wisps of malevolent energy, returning to the bodies of the soldiers. What, Biling King, do you not think that surrendering now is too late? Qin Yun, noticing the withdrawal of the Biling army's spirit, furrowed his brow, perplexed by their intentions, and sneered, surrender? My son merely wishes to avoid unnecessary sacrifices for my soldiers. Li Beixiong laughed heartily. Upon hearing this, Qin Yun's gaze fell upon Li Luo. So you are the famed Li Luo, the prodigy of recent times? He inquired coldly, fixing his eyes on Li Luo. Li Luo looked up and smiled slightly. Your Majesty, I return your earlier words to you. Surrender at once. And perhaps you may still have a chance at survival. At this, Qin Yun burst into laughter. The people say you, Li Luo, are a youthful genius, but today, I find you to be nothing extraordinary. Do you not see the current situation? For me to surrender, it is indeed the greatest joke. Oh, is that so? In that case, Father, Gao Shun, ergo, let His Majesty witness our resolve, Li Luo said with a slight smirk, waving his hand. The terrifying auras of Gao Shun and Li Ergo erupted behind him, filling the void with an overwhelming presence. Meanwhile, Li Beixiong leaped forward to stand before them, blood-red malevolence swirling around him. You Biling are indeed formidable. What, do you not wish to let those few join in as well? Qin Yun observed Li Ergo and Gao Shun, his eyes flickering with intrigue, before turning his gaze to Luo Yi and the others beside Li Luo. Li Luo understood that Qin Yun was referring to Luo Yi and his companions. So he replied with a smile, No. We need not call upon them to deal with you. Upon hearing Li Luo's words, Qin Yun's expression darkened, his anger palpable. It seemed as though Li Luo looked down upon him. Enough, let me test your strength, Qin. Li Beixiong, unwilling to listen to Qin Yun's ramblings, laughed heartily and suddenly charged towards Qin Yun with his great sword raised. Boom! Biling King, your opponent is me. At this moment, Wei Gonggong, standing beside Qin Yun, unleashed his aura and charged at the oncoming Li Beixiong. However, Gao Shun, wielding a silver spear, swiftly blocked Wei Gonggong's path, thrusting forward. "Your opponent is me!" The clash between Wei Gonggong and Gao Shun erupted immediately. Meanwhile, Li Beixiong reached Qin Yun's side. "Annihilate Bailing!" At Qin Yun's command, the golden-armored Imperial Guard surged forward, swords raised against Li Luo and his companions. Simultaneously, Qin Yun drew his longsword to engage Li Beixiong in combat. "Kill!" Observing the advancing Imperial Guards, Li Luo waved his hand, and 18 figures radiating the aura of the Great Expansion Realm manifested from the shadows. These 18 were none other than the famed Yan Yun 18 Riders. They were infused with the power of War Spirit. Yes, following Li Luo's orders, the Bailing Iron Cavalry's Dragon Slaughter army soared once more, immediately bestowing their might upon the Yan Yun 18 Riders. The cultivation of the Yan Yun 18 Riders instantly surged from the mid-stage of the Great Expansion Realm to the pinnacle level. Empowered by the Dragon Slaughter's war intent, the Yan Yun 18 Riders unleashed a terrifying assault upon the incoming Imperial Guards. The devastating attack swiftly decimated tens of thousands of Imperial Guards. What? In the midst of battling Li Beixiong, Qin Yun was taken aback upon witnessing the emergence of the Yan Yun 18 Riders. He had not anticipated that Bailing possessed such a multitude of Great Expansion Realm experts. At this moment, he finally understood why both Nanyun and King Wu had suffered such catastrophic defeats at the hands of Bailing. What a profound Bailing indeed! Qin Yun blocked Li Beixiong's strike, his expression darkening. "Ha ha ha, thank you for the compliment. Heed my son's advice and surrender quickly, or I shall eradicate your royal family." Li Beixiong chuckled coldly. Launching a series of terrifying attacks, Roar, the Dragon Chi War spirit howled skyward, seeking to empower the Imperial Guards. The Yan Yun 18 Riders exchanged glances, and 3 of them drew their swords to strike at the war spirit. 3 terrifying blades of blood light shot forth, piercing through the Dragon Chi War spirit, instantly severing one of its dragon horns, leaving 2 ghastly wounds in its wake. The Crimson Malevolence continued to erode the war spirit, while the surging Imperial Guards, akin to a tidal wave, suffered a backlash, with tens of thousands of them spitting blood. Noticing the battlefield's turn of events, Qin Yun's heart sank, and he hastily commanded the Imperial Guards to retract their war spirit. For if the war spirit were utterly annihilated, all Imperial Guards would suffer the repercussions. Responding to the order, the Imperial Guards promptly withdrew their war spirit. Seeing the spirit dissipate, the 3 members of the Yan Yun 18 Riders, who had been responsible for subduing it, returned to formation and unleashed a torrent of terrifying attacks, decimating a large number of the Imperial Guards. What an opportunity! The slaughtering annihilation array, Rao Yi, who had remained beside Li Luo, immediately commanded as soon as he saw the Imperial Guards retract their war spirit. Understood. The Yan Yun 18 Riders responded in unison, swiftly forming hand seals. Beneath their feet, a fearsome blood-colored array materialized. Chapter 52. The slaughtering annihilation array. The terrifying array obscured the sky, enveloping the entire Imperial Palace. Within the blood-red array, crimson characters began to manifest. These blood-colored characters, swirling within the array, were incomprehensible to all except Li Luo and the powerful figures from Huaxia who had been summoned to this world. Watching the formation of the slaughtering annihilation array, a surge of excitement washed over Rao Yi. This great array was crafted during the leisure time that he and the Yan Yun 18 Riders had spent in this world, and today marked its inaugural deployment. Slay. The Yan Yun 18 Riders collectively formed seals, roaring in unison, as an ancient character for slay appeared in each of their hands. Boom! In the midst of the terrified expressions of countless onlookers, the colossal blood-red array began to rotate abruptly. Within the array, the tremendous malevolence of the Dragon Slaughter army was absorbed, and soon after, the concentrated malevolence coalesced into sharp blood blades. Buzz! The blood blades rained down like a meteor shower, hurtling towards the Imperial Guards below the array. Amidst the anguished cries, vast numbers of Imperial Guards fell. The razor-sharp blades of malevolence pierced through the golden armor of the Imperial Guards, rendering their defenses utterly ineffective. Wow! Our Dragon Slaughter army can be utilized in such a manner. Lord Rao is truly remarkable. The 7 heroes of Bailing marveled at the relentless blood-red meteor shower emerging from the array, filled with astonishment. Yet, more than that, their excitement surged. With this array, their Bailing iron cavalry had gained yet another formidable weapon. Li Luo gazed at the blades of malevolence soaring above him and turned to Rao Yi. Inquiring, Rao Yi, can our Bailing warriors learn the slaughtering annihilation array? Rao Yi nodded slightly, responding, young master, most of the soldiers in the Bailing iron cavalry possess cultivation, albeit at a lower level, but they can all learn it. Due to their current levels, the power of the array they create will not match this one. However, as their cultivation improves, the array's potency will naturally increase. Li Luo nodded in satisfaction, casting a look of admiration towards Rao Yi. Truly, he was one of their Huaxia's own, gifted beyond compare, capable of devising such a terrifying military formation. Young master, do you require me to intervene and eliminate these adversaries in one fell swoop? Zhao Dizhus gazed upon the fallen imperial guards, feeling that the relentless slaughter was a waste of precious time. He then spoke up. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Li Luo's eyes. After a moment of contemplation, Li Luo suppressed his thoughts, slightly shook his head, and observed the fierce battle between Qin Yun and his father, stating solemnly, "Let us wait a bit longer. The big fish has yet to appear." Luo Yi and the others exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of Li Luo's intentions. Nearby, Fang Xinling seemed to grasp the underlying meaning in Li Luo's words and could not help but exclaim in astonishment, "Young master, are you suggesting that Qin Yun has yet to reveal his trump card?" Li Luo nodded slightly. Seeing this, Luo Yi, Zhao Dizhus, and the others restrained their desire for battle, quietly awaiting Li Luo's command. Boom! Ha! Gao Shun has determined the outcome. A terrifying explosion reverberated through the AIR. Li Luo's gaze sharpened as he watched the battlefield between Gao Shun and Grand Eunuch Wei, a smile creeping onto his face. The crowd looked up to see Gao Shun, wielding the soul-devouring spear, pierce through Grand Eunuch Wei's skull with a single thrust. "Your Majesty, I am departing," Gao Shun exclaimed as he withdrew the spear. Grand Eunuch Wei, gazing at the battling Qin Yun, murmured softly before his body plummeted to the ground. Boom! Emperor's slash. The sword in Qin Yun's hand shimmered with a golden aura before he unleashed a powerful strike. The formidable sword slash, infused with astounding might, surged forward at great speed. Faced with this terrifying blow, Li Beixiong had no choice but to employ his ultimate technique. "Human slaughter slash," he shouted, and a crimson crescent of blood was released from his battle blade. Boom! The clash between the golden and crimson slashes erupted with overwhelming force. Qin Yun was momentarily pushed back by the explosive impact, yet he used that very force to swiftly distance himself from Li Beixiong. Returning to hover above the Imperial Guards, at this moment, all eyes were fixed upon Qin Yun. Disheveled and disheartened, his armor having been knocked askew in the skirmish with Li Beixiong, he no longer bore the regal demeanor he once had. Retreat to the palace. Observing the ongoing casualties among the Imperial Guards, Qin Yun commanded their withdrawal. Upon noticing Grand Eunuch Wei's lifeless body, his expression darkened ominously. At that moment, Li Beixiong, Gao Shun, and Li Ergo had encircled him. While Gao Shun and Li Beixiong engaged Qin Yun and Grand Eunuch Wei, Li Ergo seized the opportunity to slay dozens of Spirit Sea Realm experts from the Imperial Guards. Now, only Qin Yun, a formidable figure of the Great Yin realm, remained alongside the surviving Imperial Guards. The spectators watching from afar seemed to foresee the inevitable outcome. Witnessing the scene, Li Luo gestured grandly from atop his steed. The 18 riders of Yin Yun withdrew from the formation, taking to the air to encircle Qin Yun, leaving him with no avenue for escape. "Ha, Your Majesty, do you not yet wish to surrender?" Li Luo coldly taunted Qin Yun. Qin Yun fixed Li Luo with a deep gaze before bursting into laughter. The onlookers were left bewildered. Had Qin Yun lost his sanity? Ha! Li Luo, do you truly believe that with these great Yin realm experts, you have secured your victory over me? After his laugh, Qin Yun's expression shifted, darkening as he coldly declared, "Li Luo, you are mistaken if you think you can triumph over my father and his allies. Your path is one of desperation. The fate of the Qin family is sealed. Do not resist." However, just as Li Luo's words fell, An imposing and icy voice resonated throughout the imperial capital. "Oh, is that so? Northern Liang King, your young kin speaks with grandiosity." Upon hearing this voice, Li Beixiong's pupils constricted in disbelief, while Li Luo's lips curled into a smirk, murmuring, "Ha ha, he is indeed still alive." Chapter 53. Qin Yu's scheme. This sudden, resonant voice captured everyone's attention. Subsequently, a terrifying pressure surged forth, causing Li Beixiong, the 18 riders of Yinyun, Gao Shun, and Li Ergu to be pushed back. The encircled Qin Yun swiftly retreated. Buzz! A figure emanating a dreadful aura appeared beside Qin Yun. "It is you! You are still alive!" Li Beixiong exclaimed in shock as he recognized the figure. It was none other than Qin Yu. Hiss! It's actually the retired emperor. The retired emperor still lives. What on earth has transpired? The distant spectators gasped in astonishment at the sight of Qin Yu clad in dragon robes, while the ministers and generals observing from within the palace displayed expressions of sheer terror. Reflecting upon their actions in the absence of the old emperor, they grew anxious and fearful. "Ha ha ha, Northern Liang King, did you ever think this would happen? My father is still alive. To be frank, my father has broken through to the return to emptiness realm. Your demise is nigh." Qin Yun cackled madly, eyeing Li Beixiong and Li Luo as if they were mere corpses. Li Luo smiled faintly, ignoring Qin Yun and instead fixating his gaze on the newly arrived Qin Yu. As he had anticipated, Qin Yu had feigned death to divert public attention. His earlier concerns were not unfounded. The reason he had refrained from allowing Zhao Dizhus and the others to take action was to await the appearance of this significant figure. The disturbances caused by Zhao Dizhus and the others might have alerted their enemy. Should Qin Yu fail to show himself, the unification of Northern Liang over Liang would make it exceedingly difficult to root him out in the future. Indeed, Qin Yu could become a future threat to them. In the void. Upon hearing Qin Yun's words, Li Beixiong's expression grew peculiar. "Return to emptiness realm? Apologies, including him and my son. We in Northern Liang have 5 return to emptiness realm experts. Thus, those privy to the details, like Li Beixiong and Li Ergu, are hardly intimidated. Northern Liang King, you have greatly disappointed me. I valued you highly, yet you chose to rebel and betray me." The rebellions of Kings Qi, Wu, and Jin were expected. After all, I was already aware of their treasonous intentions. However, I never suspected you, whom I entrusted with the elite Northern Liang Iron Cavalry. Why have you turned against me? Qin Yu stood with hands clasped behind his back, gazing intently at Li Beixiong as he spoke slowly. In response, Li Beixiong did not attempt to defend himself, but rather retorted boldly in front of Qin Yu. "For no reason at all. When the 3 kings rebelled, I was simply idle, so I decided to join in. Had you not faked your death, I would never have turned against you. However, you erred in feigning death and bequeathing power to your lapdog. Though he possesses the appearance of a man, during his reign, he has done nothing for the people. Countless loyal ministers have been wrongfully imprisoned while treacherous officials trample upon the common folk. Moreover, the Liang dynasty was forged through our joint efforts. Why should your Qin family monopolize this position? As the saying goes, the emperor takes turns. This year, it is our family's turn." Upon hearing Li Beixiong's rebuttal, Qin Yun's countenance darkened. "Humph! Northern Liang King, do you truly believe I am so incompetent? Everything was merely a ruse to draw out you treasonous ministers." Li Beixiong chuckled coldly. "Ha ha, I see through you. So, Qin Yu, when I and the other 3 kings personally entered the palace to confirm the ashes of that time, how did you deceive us all?" Qin Yu smiled slightly, unperturbed, and replied, "A mere trick, hardly worthy of mention. I feigned death to break through to the return to emptiness realm, thereby elevating the Liang dynasty to greater heights. Little did I expect that my ruse would incite these vassal kings to rebel. However, it matters not. The 3 kings who plotted rebellion were swiftly dealt with by you. Therefore, I implore you to surrender, as I am now a return to emptiness realm expert, and you are no longer my equal." Below, Li Luo listened to the exchange between his father and Qin Yue. As someone who had traversed time, he instantly grasped the entire situation. Without waiting for Li Beixiong's response, Li Luo interjected with a grin. "Ha ha. Old emperor, your words are more melodious than a song. Yet I see you have long wished to depose the three kings, including my father. It is simply that you lacked the strength at that time." Li Luo's words drew Qin Yu's attention, and he looked down at Li Luo with narrowed eyes, sneering, "Ha ha, I remember you. Your name is Li Luo. I have seen you when you were but a child." Li Luo smiled faintly, disregarding Qin Yu, and continued, "In those days, my father and the other three kings fought alongside you to conquer the world. Although you ultimately became the sovereign of Liyang, and my father and the others were granted titles and commanded troops in 4 provinces, you soon regretted it. You surely understood the principle of vassal kings holding power, did you not? Furthermore, the soldiers under the 4 kings are all loyal subordinates from back then. Desiring to bring the legions of the 4 kings under your control, you thus eliminate their threat to the court. Yet, apprehensive of their potential alliance, you devise the ruse of feigned death, a strategy that serves a dual purpose. By feigning your demise, you can wholeheartedly advance your cultivation while simultaneously providing the 4 kings with a pretext for rebellion, ultimately leading to their internecine strife. In this manner, you can watch as the other 3 kings fall. Without expending a single soldier, and when the time is ripe, you need only strike decisively to eliminate the last of the vassal kings. Is it not the case that everything unfolds precisely as you anticipated? My father is the final king. Therefore, old emperor, there is no need for you to present yourself so grandiloquently before my father." Li Luo's words caused Qin Yu and Qin Yun's expressions to darken abruptly. Soon after, Qin Yu erupted into boisterous laughter. "The king of Bailiang, you have indeed raised a fine son. He speaks the truth. Alas, it is unfortunate that I have already reached the realm of Guishu." As he spoke, an immense surge of spiritual power enveloped the heads of those present. At that moment, Qin Yu turned his gaze toward Li Luo, his eyes gleaming with an astonishing murderous intent. "Now that you are aware, you shall not be spared." With a sweeping gesture, Qin Yu prepared to strike, aiming to obliterate Li Baixiong and Li Luo's entourage. "Father, return. It is time to conclude this game," Li Luo remarked, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he regarded the swirling spiritual energy emanating from Qin Yu. "Hee, very well." Upon hearing his son's words, Li Baixiong looked at the self-satisfied Qin Yu and chuckled knowingly. Then, he returned to Li Luo's side along with Li Ergo and Gao Shan. "King of Bailiang, it is too late to consider surrendering now." Qin Yu assumed that Li Baixiong and the others, having witnessed his terrifying power, were contemplating capitulation. Old emperor, although events are unfolding according to your design, you have underestimated us of Bailiang," Li Luo retorted coldly, raising his gaze. Hearing this, Qin Yu narrowed his eyes, puzzled by Li Luo's implication. "What do you mean?" he inquired softly. With a sudden smile, Li Luo replied casually, "Let us begin." Boom. Chapter 54. Zhao Dizhu's battles. Qin Yu. As soon as Li Luo's words fell, Zhao Dizhu could contain himself no longer and stepped into the void, his spiritual energy causing the intricate patterns of his black robe to rustle. "Strike. Do not say I have not given you a chance." Zhao Dizhu's expression turned icy, his black pupils swirling as 2 blossoms of blood appeared. Sensing the horrific aura emanating from Zhao Dizhu's, both Qin Yu and Qin Yun were instantly taken aback. A Guishu realm expert. How is this possible? At this moment, Qin Yun was rendered speechless with fear. Having believed they had secured victory over Bailiang, they never anticipated that the opponent would possess a Guishu realm powerhouse. Glancing at Zhao Dizhu's, Qin Yun suddenly turned to Li Luo. Zhao Dizhu's was one of the few formidable beings standing behind Li Luo. If Zhao Dizhu's was a Guishu realm expert, then the others must also possess considerable strength. A thought flashed through his mind, and Qin Yun appeared pale, his complexion ashen. Meanwhile, Qin Yu was also losing his composure, his face displaying shocked. It was only at this moment that he began to comprehend how Bailiang managed to annihilate the Qi King, destroy the Black Cavalry of Nanyun, and quietly eliminate the Wu King in such a short span of time. Ha! Qin Yu, did you not expect this? Even if you are of the Guishu realm? What of it? The land of Liyang ultimately belongs to us of Bailiang. Li Baixiong laughed heartily, observing the grim expressions on the faces of both men. At this point, Li Luo detected something amiss. Zhao Dizhu's displayed the power of a mid-tier Guishu realm expert, while Qin Yu was merely at the initial stage of Guishu. Although Qin Yu's expression shifted upon seeing Zhao Dizhu's, he quickly regained his composure. Still exuding an air of confidence, this left Li Luo greatly perplexed. Did this old fool possess some hidden trump card? My lord, there exists a soul entity within this individual, just as Li Luo was musing. Bai Wuchang discerned the anomaly within Qin Yu's body and spoke softly. Upon hearing Bai Wuchang's words, Li Luo suddenly understood. Bai Wuchang was adept at soul manipulation and was particularly sensitive to the soul fluctuations emitted by the soul entity. There was no way he could be mistaken. This old fool harbored a hidden soul within him. No wonder he was so fearless. This old fool must have some secret he dared not reveal. My lord, should I intervene and subdue him? Bai Wuchang inquired with a sinister smile. Li Luo waved his hand, whispering, not yet. Let Zhao Dizhu's play for a while longer. They cannot escape, Jiejia. Bai Wuchang chuckled ominously. At this moment, a chilling voice echoed in Qin Yu's mind. Be cautious. The opponent is a mid-tier Guishu realm expert. However, this individual, possessing such power, would make an excellent vessel for my own. Surrender your body to me, and I shall assist you in defeating him, seizing his corporeal form in the process. Very well. Qin Yun readily acquiesced to the soul entity within him. After all, the opponent was a tier higher in cultivation. Without the assistance of the entity within him, he felt he would not stand a chance. Illusory prison. At that moment, Zhao Dizhu's eyes twinkled with blood, directly launching the illusory prison against Qin Yu and Qin Yun. Qin Yu was suddenly aghast. Unbeknownst to him, he had found himself in a blood-colored space, bound by chains to a crucifix. Before him, Zhao Dizhu's approached wielding a knife. However, Qin Yu quickly regained his composure. Hee, I did not expect the opponent to be a master of illusions. I surmise this illusion stems from his peculiar eyes. I am increasingly fond of this corporeal form, Zhao Dizhu's remarked as he drew closer to Qin Yu. Expressionless, raising the knife in hand. Embraced the flavor of death. Just as Zhao Dizhu's was about to plunge the knife into Qin Yu's chest, a surge of energy erupted from Qin Yu's body. His cultivation soared rapidly, reaching the pinnacle of the Guishu realm within a mere breath break. Qin Yu roared, a voice not entirely his own resounding, as the illusory prison crafted by Zhao Dizhu's suddenly collapsed. The onlookers remained bewildered. They witnessed an astonishing beam of white light erupting from Qin Yu, his eyes radiating a terrifying brilliance. Zhao Dizhu's momentarily halted, his expression turning serious. He had not anticipated that Qin Yu would experience such a sudden surge in power, shattering his illusion through sheer force. Although Qin Yu had escaped the illusory prison, Qin Yun remained ensnared, emitting anguished cries. At that moment, Zhao Dizhu's understood that the individual before him was not the true Qin Yu, but rather someone else had temporarily seized control of his body. Who are you? Zhao Dizhu's asked coldly. Young one, do not concern yourself with my identity. I have taken a liking to your corporeal form. Boom! As soon as Qin Yu's words fell, he drew a sharp long sword from his storage ring and charged at Zhao Dizhu's. Meanwhile, Li Luo felt a surge of astonishment. Although no one comprehended the situation, he was acutely aware that just moments ago, Zhao Dizhu's had ensnared Qin Yu and his son in the illusory prison. Logically speaking, even if Qin Yu was at the Guishu realm, he should not have been able to break free from the illusion. It seemed that the soul entity within Qin Yu was the cause of this unexpected turn of events. To his surprise, the entity within Qin Yu possessed remarkable abilities. My lord, this individual has now reached the pinnacle of the Guishu realm. Zhao Dizhu's may not be his match, the landlord remarked. I will go assist Zhao Dizhu's and subdue this individual. Let us observe for now. Zhao Dizhu's appears entirely unperturbed, suggesting he possesses ample confidence in overcoming the adversary. Should Zhao Dizhu show signs of faltering, we shall intervene, Li Luo replied, smiling. Zhao Dizhu's was a character summoned by the system. It should be no trouble for him to fight beyond his level. Indeed, my lord, the landlord nodded slightly, then turned his attention to the unfolding battle between Zhao Dizhu's and Qin Yu. Boom! The moment Qin Yu lunged with his sword, Zhao Dizhu's also drew his battle blade from his back. The two clashed, exchanging blows in rapid succession. Zhao Dizhu's illusory eye slowly spun, and despite Qin Yu currently being a tier higher in cultivation, Zhao Dizhu's perceived each of his movements with absolute clarity. Every attack from Qin Yu was effortlessly evaded. What a peculiar pair of eyes! I find myself increasingly eager for your corporeal form. As Qin Yu swung his sword down, a terrifying light radiated from the blade, slicing through the air and generating invisible shockwaves. Yet, even against such a formidable strike, Zhao Dizhu's, utilizing his illusory eye, effortlessly dodged the attack. Illusory flame, skyfire, with a hum. Having evaded Qin Yu's strike, Zhao Dizhu swiftly countered, unleashing the Eye of Illusions upon him. The Eye of Illusions spun rapidly, and suddenly, blood began to flow from Zhao Dizhu's eyes. At that moment, Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat as a surge of intense peril washed over him. He witnessed the golden flames eerily igniting from the yellow robe upon his chest. Attempting to extinguish the illusionary flame with his formidable spiritual power proved futile, as the flames could not be quelled. In an instant, the fire spread across his entire body, inflicting a searing pain even through his garments. Qin Yu hastily discarded the yellow robe, finally liberating himself from the illusionary flame. Swish, at that juncture, Zhao Dizhu's figure abruptly appeared before him. Chapter 55. Illusionary Flame Phantom vs. Tai Floating Tower Palm. Swish, swish. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Zhao Dizhu executed a rapid single-handed motion, so swift that all that was visible was the afterimage of his hand. Dinghai Crazy Dragon, he roared. A terrifying water dragon, formed from a torrent of water, surged forth from his hand, colliding heavily against Qin Yu's chest and propelling him skyward. Pfft. Caught off guard, Qin Yu could not help but spew forth a mouthful of blood. Swish! Yet before he could regain his composure, Zhao Dizhu's form flickered once more before him. The crimson spiritual energy in his hand coalesced, blazing flame bird. The concentrated red spiritual energy ignited suddenly, transforming into a fiery bird that shot toward Qin Yu at breakneck speed. Qin Yu was taken aback. What kind of martial skill is this? He exclaimed inwardly, instantly forming a barrier of spiritual power. The blazing flame bird struck the barrier, resulting in a violent explosion. However, that was not the end. Following this formidable strike, Zhao Dizhu swiftly wielded his battle knife, enveloped in flames. With a series of slashes, he unleashed multiple fiery blade arcs, as the smoke from the explosion dissipated. The searing fiery arcs shattered the spiritual barrier in an instant. What? Qin Yu's expression turned to one of horror. Yet, in the fleeting moment of the barrier's destruction, Zhao Dizhu moved again, appearing before Qin Yu once more. At that moment, Zhao Dizhu's spiritual energy began to surge uncontrollably into his mouth. Zhao Dizhu exhaled a torrent of flames, which coalesced into a fireball before him. In an instant, the fireball expanded to an enormous size, radiating a terrifying heat akin to a miniature sun. The massive fireball struck Qin Yu, who had yet to react, sending him soaring into the clouds. Boom! Deafening explosion resounded, followed by a cataclysmic eruption that ignited an endless wave of flames, consuming the heavens. The once dense dark clouds were instantly incinerated, dissolving into nothingness. The terrifying flames devoured all, even engulfing Qin Yu, trapped within the illusionary cage, reducing him to ashes amidst his anguished cries. The sky above the imperial city was replaced by a sea of flames. Resembling a hanging inferno, at that moment, countless individuals gazed at the searing heat emanating from the inferno, their expressions frozen in disbelief as they swallowed hard, fear etched upon their faces. None could fathom that such a horrifying assault could stem from a human being. Zhao Daoyou's martial prowess is not only diverse but also astonishingly powerful. Even Luo Yi and his companions could not help but commend Zhao Dizhu after witnessing his spectacular combat. Li Luo nodded slightly. A smile gracing his lips, he realized that Zhao Dizhu's abilities, displayed in this realm, vastly differed from the martial skills native to this world. Zhao Dizhu's skills originated from his own plane, driven by extraordinary powers. Here, he could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to enhance his might, leading to a remarkable transformation in power. Son, do tell me, where did you manage to find a powerhouse like Zhao Dizhu? I too wish to acquire one. Li Beixiong gazed at the inferno above, momentarily dumbfounded. Li Luo shot his father an exasperated glance. If it weren't for my system, who in this world would follow such a poor lad as myself? If there is one, please share the address, for I too wish to acquire one. Lai Luo disregarded his father's words and continued to gaze at Zhao Daju's figure. At this moment, Zhao Daju was equally astonished by the power of his skills. He had not anticipated that his abilities would be so greatly enhanced upon arriving in this world. Zhao Daju suspected that the power here was spiritual energy, while the force he had cultivated in his past life was extraordinary ability. The spiritual energy here was undoubtedly more formidable. After a brief moment, as the flames subsided, the clear sky re-emerged. Once the conflagration faded, a disheveled figure became visible to the crowd. At this point, Qin Yu's garments were entirely incinerated. Leaving only a pair of trousers, his hair had also been singed away, reflecting a dazzling brilliance under the sunlight. Meanwhile, a significant portion of his skin was severely burned. Yet, at this moment, Qin Yu cared little. After all, this physical form was not truly his now. A fierce grimace adorned his face, and an inferno of rage ignited within him. He had lived for over 1,000 years, yet he was bested by a mere ant of the Guishu realm. Utterly powerless to retaliate. Even more infuriating was the fact that his current physical form possessed a higher cultivation than that of his opponent by a small margin. You brat, even if I must forsake this physical form, I shall certainly slay you here. Buzz! Qin Yu roared in fury, his spiritual energy surging wildly, drawing in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from 100-mile radius, which began to flood into his body. Under the influence of this spiritual energy, the once clear sky was once again shrouded in dark clouds. Raising his palm, Qin Yu found his right hand engulfed by a terrifying force. Boom! Qin Yu lifted his palm above his head. A dreadful power surged skyward, piercing through the clouds. In response, the dark clouds above began to swirl violently, forming a colossal vortex. Within the vortex, an enormous illusory white hand, hundreds of feet in size, descended to suppress him. This gargantuan hand seemed to harbor the power to annihilate the heavens and earth. Should it fall, the entire imperial city would likely be obliterated. At this moment, even Li Luo and his companions felt a shiver of trepidation. Qin Yu's move was indeed extraordinary. As for the citizens of the city, they lay paralyzed on the ground, their eyes glued to the terrifying hand descending upon them. Just as Luo Yi and his companions contemplated intervening, Zhao Daju's voice rang out, "Do not. I can handle this." Luo Yi and the others turned their gazes toward Li Luo. Since Zhao Daju was confident, they would allow him to attempt it first. If he was unable to withstand it, they could intervene thereafter. Li Luo's eyes flickered, and he nodded slightly. Zhao Daju suddenly looked up, the blood-red blossoms of the Eye of Illusion spinning furiously as he coldly muttered, "Illusionary flame phantom, boom!" Suddenly, golden flames erupted from Zhao Daju's form. In the blink of an eye, a towering figure, over 100 feet tall, emerged, engulfed in blazing golden flames. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the giant donned armor, wielding a colossal sword forged from flames in its right hand, while its left hand held a flaming shield, exuding an imposing presence. How magnificent! Upon witnessing this giant, Li Luo's eyes sparkled with awe. Nearly losing his composure, this armored giant, ablaze with flames, resembled a divine warrior descended from the heavens. The golden flames imparted an aura of sanctity. At this moment, Zhao Daju melded with the illusionary flame phantom. Becoming one with it. As Zhao Daju unleashed this terrifying giant, Qin Yu's pupils constricted, his murderous intent intensifying. Tai floating tower palm, illusionary flame sword. Both Qin Yu and Zhao Daju roared simultaneously. In an instant, Qin Yu's colossal hand surged downward, stirring up a terrifying gale that churned the skies. The illusionary flame phantom, propelled by Zhao Daju's will, wielded the flaming sword, transforming it into a fearsome blaze, colliding with the Tai floating tower palm. Boom! Chapter 56. We salute the Emperor. Crack, bang! The two forces clashed violently, and amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, Qin Yu's Tai floating tower palm was pierced by the blazing giant sword. With a resounding crash, it shattered into countless energy fragments, eventually dissipating into twinkling starlight. This is impossible. Boom. Qin Yu's pupils dilated as he beheld the ever-enlarging flaming sword, unleashing a desperate roar. Then, before the eyes of all, he was cleaved into nothingness by the blazing giant sword. Just at the moment of Qin Yu's demise, a translucent soul emerged from his body. This soul appeared as a white-haired elder. After slaying Qin Yu, Zhao Dezhu seemed to deplete his own spiritual energy. The exertion of the illusionary flame phantom left him in a weakened state. This technique not only consumed a vast amount of his spiritual energy, but also imposed a significant burden upon him. Zhao Dezhu gazed at the soul rushing toward him, his expression growing grave. "Ha ha ha, you brat, that last move must have drained a considerable amount of your energy. Your body is mine now." The ethereal spirit revealed a sinister visage, launching itself at Zhao Dezhu's with a maniacal laugh. However, Zhao Dezhu's displayed not a trace of panic at that moment. "Bai Wuchang, capture him," Li Luo commanded upon witnessing the emergence of the mysterious spirit within Qin Yu. "Yes, young master," Bai Wuchang murmured, transforming into a swirling black mist that dissipated at the spot. Just as the spirit, now in its spectral form, was about to pounce upon Zhao Dezhu's, a chilling, formidable aura suddenly materialized. Following this, a mass of black mist obstructed Zhao Dezhu's path. "Who?" The elder halted abruptly, horror etched upon his face as he beheld the black mist, his countenance paling drastically. A sinister cackle resonated from within the mist. "Where Bai Wuchang's figure flickered in and out of sight, I leave him in your hands," Zhao Dezhu declared, seeing Bai Wuchang's appearance, and promptly retreated to Li Luo's side. "You've worked hard," Li Luo smiled gently, expressing concern. "Young master, it is merely my duty," Zhao Dezhu replied, clasping his fists, before quietly standing beside Li Luo. At that moment, Li Baixiong and the Legion of Bailiang, having witnessed the extraordinary battle that had just unfolded, regarded Zhao Dezhu's with awe-filled gazes. Li Luo nodded, then raised his gaze towards the void above. "I in the void." The elder, who had assumed victory was within his grasp, felt an unprecedented sense of crisis as he sensed the terrifying fluctuations emanating from the black mist. The strength radiating from the concealed powerhouse within the mist unexpectedly suppressed his soul power, sending a shiver down his spine, as if he were facing a force from the depths of the underworld. Damn it! A mere minor dynasty possesses a powerful being at the returning ruins stage. The elder, in his spirit form, felt trepidation towards Bai Wuchang. Cursing inwardly, he swiftly transformed into a stream of soul power and fled into the distance. Clang, clang, clang. Yet, just as the elder had evaded for a mere 10 meters, dozens of icy chains shot forth from the black mist. The chains encircled him, sealing off his escape route. Having departed from Qin Yu's corporeal form, he was merely at the initial stage of the returning ruins realm, and without a physical body, he could only wield his soul power. The elder attempted to shatter the obstructing chains with a punch, but as his fist made contact, a wave of terrifying cold surged forth, wounding his spirit. "Ha, ha, ha, capture the soul." Bai Wuchang's chilling laughter echoed from the black mist. The chains went into a frenzy, forming a cage that ensnared the elder entirely. With a hum, several chains pierced through the elder's spirit form, binding him in place. The elder let out a wretched scream as the chains tormented him with their icy dread. "Ha, ha, bind." Several chains swiftly bound the elder, and in the terrified gaze of the onlookers, the spirit form of the elder became entwined in pitch-black chains, emitting eerie wails as he was dragged into the black mist. Soon, the elder's cries vanished within the mist, which quivered before disappearing from sight. At that moment, the entire arena fell silent, enveloped in a profound stillness, as all present struggled to comprehend the extraordinary events that had just transpired. A swirl of black smoke materialized beside Li Luo, and Bai Wuchang, clad in white, appeared next to him. The moment Bai Wuchang manifested, the surrounding soldiers clearly felt a drop in temperature, causing them to shiver involuntarily. "Young master, that old fellow has been subdued." Bai Wuchang extended his hand, revealing a faint white light hovering above his palm. It was the spirit of the elder, now rendered exceedingly feeble. "Wuchang, I leave this to you. Ensure that you extract all information regarding his origins," Li Luo instructed, gazing at the spirit before him with a smile. Interrogating souls is a task best left to specialists, Bai Wuchang assured. Rest assured, I shall make this old wretch divulge all he knows. Li Luo nodded, then turned to Li Beixiong. Father, the situation is settled. Let us advance into the imperial capital. Ha, ha. The Bailiang Iron Cavalry, dismount and follow this king into battle. Li Beixiong replied, excitement evident as he gestured broadly. The Bailiang army behind him echoed in unison, charging alongside Li Beixiong into the imperial palace. Within the vast palace courtyard, upon witnessing the slaying of Qin Yun and Qin Yu, the hundreds of thousands of imperial guards found themselves in disarray. Leaderless, the court officials, upon seeing Li Beixiong's forces burst in, immediately knelt in surrender. Meanwhile, Li Luo, who had entered alongside Li Beixiong, observed the bewildered imperial guards. Stepping forward, he ascended above them, the overwhelming might of his peak returning ruins realm radiating powerfully. The terrifying pressure descended upon them. His white figure emanated a golden aura, resembling a youthful emperor. In response to this scene, Luo Yi, Zhao Dizhus, Bai Wuchang, and several others followed suit, manifesting in the void, simultaneously releasing their formidable auras to assist their young master in intimidating the imperial guards below. Qin Yun is dead. Why do you not hasten to surrender? Those who submit shall not be harmed. All prior grievances shall be forgiven. Those who resist shall face death. Li Luo's gaze was icy, his voice amplified by his spiritual power, reverberating throughout the entire palace. This imperial guard, albeit a rare elite force capable of rallying military spirit, would be a pity to annihilate. Thus, Li Luo offered them a chance. The imperial guards, filled with terror, gazed up at Li Luo and his companions, their breaths quickening. Under their immense presence, the very air began to thin. Having witnessed the might of Zhao Dizhus and Bai Wuchang, they understood that these godlike beings were beyond their mortal capabilities. Consequently, the hundreds of thousands of imperial guards collectively discarded their weapons, fully submitting to Bailiang. Observing this, Li Luo smiled faintly, retracting his imposing presence, and approached Li Beixiong. Pay my respects to your majesty. Li Luo knelt before Li Beixiong in reverence, while Luo Yi and the others refrained from kneeling, as their loyalty was solely to Li Luo. They would not bow to anyone else, not even Li Beixiong. Son, you? Li Beixiong was taken aback by Li Luo's sudden display of deference. The surrendering officials and guards quickly followed suit, bowing to Li Beixiong. We pay our respects to your majesty. We pay our respects to your majesty. Chapter 57. The Great Xia. We pay our respects to your majesty. Behind Li Beixiong, the Bailiang army collectively knelt, creating a profoundly impactful scene. Their resonant voices echoed to the heavens, reverberating beyond the palace walls, awakening the citizens of the imperial capital to the birth of a new emperor. This heralded the dawn of a new dynasty about to be established. Li Beixiong gazed at his kneeling son, a glimmer of peculiarity flickering in his eyes. Then, as if having made a significant decision, he clenched his fist and graciously accepted the title of emperor. Exuding an air of authority befitting a ruler, that moment, Li Beixiong shed any semblance of casualness, gesturing grandly, no need for formalities. Thank you, your majesty. The crowd responded in unison, rising collectively. Subsequently, under the leadership of Li Beixiong and Li Luo, the army advanced unimpeded into the grand hall of the palace. Meanwhile, some palace maids and eunuchs, upon learning that the Bailiang forces had breached the palace, hastily packed their belongings, preparing to flee. However, to their astonishment, upon entering the palace, the Bailiang army did not initiate a large-scale massacre. At Li Luo's behest, the Bailiang forces did not hinder the fleeing maids and eunuchs. In fact, Li Luo even ordered for those wishing to leave to be safely escorted out of the palace. The palace maids and eunuchs had anticipated a bloodbath but were taken aback by Li Luo's orders. Thus, some of those preparing to flee chose to remain, having spent so long within the palace, feeling increasingly alienated from the outside world. After all, what could they do outside of serving the emperor? Particularly the eunuchs, who had no other skills apart from their service, for those who chose to stay. Li Luo had no objections that a palace of such magnitude indeed required some attendance, and these maids and eunuchs were already well acquainted with the workings of the palace, which would alleviate much of the burden. As for Qin Yun's harem and royal offspring, they faced the brutal wrath of Li Beixiong, resulting in a swift and merciless purge, in less than a day's time. The Yubing Hall within the harem ran red with blood, as anyone with ties to Qin Yun was ruthlessly slaughtered by the Bailiang forces. Innocent beauties, however, were relegated back to the common folk. That night, within the imperial study, Li Luo and his father, Li Beixiong, engaged in conversation. "Son, you do not harbor any resentment towards your father for the slaughter of Qin Yun's kin today, do you?" Li Beixiong had shed his previous obsequiousness before Li Luo, now donning a countenance of utmost seriousness. Li Luo shook his head slightly. Although he did not wholly endorse his father's brutal treatment of the Qin family, he understood that such actions, if made public, would tarnish his father's reputation as a person from Earth in his past life. He was acutely aware that every usurping emperor would eliminate or exile the previous dynasty's royal family to eradicate any possibility of a counter-rebellion. Seeing that Li Luo bore him no resentment, Li Beixiong smiled and gazed intently at his son, saying, "My child, the true intention of your father is to see you ascend as the sovereign of this dynasty. I could have refused this position today, but upon reflection, I realized that if you were to become the first emperor of our Li family, you would inevitably be burdened with the eternal infamy of usurpation. Furthermore, there are many matters that would be inconvenient for you to handle. Hence I agreed to accept this role. All accusations of rebellion and cruelty shall rest upon my shoulders. Once I have cleared the path, I will hand over a pristine dynasty that solely belongs to you." Hearing Li Beixiong's heartfelt words, Li Luo was deeply moved. He had not anticipated that his father would shoulder such immense burdens for his sake. He had assumed that his father would be elated upon becoming emperor. But he realized he was mistaken. Guilt welled up within him as he recognized that his father had always been considering him. "My dear son, during my reign, you may indulge in your youthful whims. Once I pass this position to you, you will find little time for such frivolities," Li Beixiong said, noticing Li Luo's guilt and reverting to his jovial demeanor as he patted Li Luo's shoulder. For reasons unknown, as Li Luo observed his father's exuberance, his heart ached and his eyes grew misty. "Your Majesty, while searching for the remnants of the Qin family, we have discovered an individual." At that moment, Long Yi entered, knocking on the door to report. "Who?" Li Beixiong's expression shifted once more, assuming an air of regal authority. "Bring him in." Two guards then escorted a young man into the chamber. Upon closer inspection, Li Luo recognized the youth as the former Crown Prince, Qin Yuda. "Crown Prince, it is a pleasure to meet you again," Li Luo remarked with a slight smile, teasingly. "Please, Li Luo, save me. I do not wish to die." Qin Yu exclaimed, collapsing at Li Luo's feet, pleading for mercy. Li Luo shook his head gently, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness. "Crown Prince, I cannot save you. Perhaps you should plead with my father instead." At this, Qin Yu turned to the icy-faced Li Beixiong, repeatedly bowing his head in supplication. "Your Highness, no, Your Majesty, please show mercy. My father is dead, and my siblings have perished. I pose no threat to you. Grant me a chance to live. Little pup, allow me to impart a lesson. I hope it serves you well in your next life. Do you comprehend the meaning of cutting the grass without uprooting the roots? It will regrow with the spring breeze?" Li Beixiong sneered coldly, his voice grave. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's face turned ashen, a look of despair washing over him. Li Beixiong had no intention of sparing him. With a wave of his hand, the guards dragged the limp Qin Yu away, leaving only death in his wake. Li Luo felt no pity for Qin Yu. Had it been his own family that had fallen, he was certain that Qin Yu and his father would have met a far grimmer fate. After this brief interlude, Li Beixiong summoned Fang Xianling, the 7 heroes of Bailiang, and Luo Yi, along with other high-ranking officials, to the imperial study to discuss the naming of the new dynasty. After a round of deliberation, they could not settle on a suitable name. At this moment, Li Luo recalled a glimpse he had caught while practicing the Tini Sutra, where he had seen a magnificent figure among the heavens, and they had collectively chanted the name Daxia. Thus, he suggested, "Why don't we name it Daxia? Daxia Dynasty." As soon as Li Luo's words left his lips, they were met with immediate approval from Fang Xianling and Luo Yi. Despite their memories having been altered by the system upon their arrival in this world, they still retained recollections from their past lives. The name Daxia stirred within them a sense of nostalgia, and why Lord Daxia is splendid. Fang Xianling and the others wholeheartedly agreed. Although others were unfamiliar with the meaning of Daxia, they found it melodious and grand, far more appealing than Li Yong. Thus, they nodded in concurrence. Ah, splendid. Let us adopt the name Daxia as our dynasty, Li Beixiong declared exuberantly. As the consensus emerged, the name of their newly established dynasty would indeed be the Daxia dynasty. Days later, Li Beixiong conducted a modest coronation ceremony, and Li Yang was officially renamed Daxia. The news of the new dynasty swiftly spread across the 4 provinces, eliciting both cheers and concerns. Upon becoming the inaugural emperor of the Daxia dynasty, Li Beixiong proclaimed a general amnesty and announced that Li Luo would be titled the Crown Prince of Daxia. Following the establishment of the Daxia dynasty, Li Beixiong demoted all officials of the previous regime who had committed misdeeds to the status of commoners. At Fang Xuanling's suggestion, Li Beixiong issued an edict to conduct the first national examination, seeking to recruit genuinely talented individuals into the court. Regardless of their noble or humble origins, anyone with true ability could participate in this examination. Fang Xianling was appointed as the chief examiner to select talent for the Daxia dynasty. Upon the announcement of this edict, the populace of the Daxia dynasty erupted in jubilation, particularly the children of humble backgrounds, who were overjoyed. This policy provided countless individuals from modest origins with hope for a future in governance. Within a single day of the edict's issuance, millions of talented individuals rushed to register for the examination. Based on his understanding of the current circumstances in the Daxia dynasty, Fang Xianling presented numerous suggestions to Li Beixiong that would benefit the dynasty's growth, such as encouraging the resumption of agricultural production and alleviating the tax burdens on the people. Li Beixiong, placing great trust in Fang Xuanling's counsel, adopted his recommendations, which swiftly garnered immense support from across the dynasty. However, despite this, he did not bestow any official titles upon Fang Xianling, opting instead to appoint several respected former officials and a few of his own old friends to hold significant positions in the court. Li Beixiong intended for talents like Fang Xianling to be appointed by his beloved son, as Fang Xianling was indeed a strategist under his son's command. With Fang Xuanling's assistance, the Daxia dynasty rapidly began to find its footing. The majority of the populace held a sense of hope for this new dynasty. In addition to appointing capable individuals as ministers, Li Beixiong also appointed the 7 heroes of Bailiang as generals of Daxia. Overseeing the Daxia Iron Cavalry, which had been renamed from the Bailiang Iron Cavalry. As for formidable warriors such as Gao Shun, Li Ergu, and Luo Yi, Li Beixiong left those appointments to Li Luo. On a particular day in the main hall, Li Beixiong and Li Luo gathered once again. "My son, what is it that you require of us?" Li Luo had been relishing a leisurely life reminiscent of his days as the heir of Bailiang. All matters of the court were being handled by his father and Fang Xianling. Today, he had assumed his father summoned him for an urgent reason, but it seemed he was merely borrowing personnel. "My child, indeed, there is a matter that requires your input," Li Beixiong said, clad in a black dragon robe, rubbing his hands together, his demeanor somewhat sheepish. Before Li Luo, he displayed none of the airs or authority of a ruler. Li Luo raised an eyebrow, curiosity piqued. "Father, what is it?" "Ah, my child, might I borrow Generals Gao Shun and Mr. Luo Yi? I have heard you speak highly of their military prowess. I wish for them to assist in training the troops and expanding the Daxia Iron Cavalry. Although Daxia has been established, our territory spans vast regions, and neighboring dynasties are eyeing us covetously. With our current military strength, we cannot adequately defend our borders," Li Beixiong explained. Li Luo chuckled softly, realizing that his father had not summoned him for a dire matter, but rather to request assistance. However, upon reflection, he acknowledged that the Daxia Iron Cavalry alone would indeed be insufficient. Despite having recruited the 30,000 troops of Prince Qi and the 100,000 of Prince Wu, they fell short compared to the tens of thousands of elite guards under Qin Yun. Thus, expanding the Daxia Iron Cavalry and establishing new elite forces was of paramount importance. "Gao Shun, Luo Yi, you two shall be responsible for training the 130,000 troops we have recruited, selecting the finest soldiers to bolster the Daxia Iron Cavalry and the vanguard." Li Luo pondered thoughtfully. "Yes, Your Highness," Luo Yi and Gao Shun responded in unison without the slightest hesitation. Ha 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 ha. Very well, Mr. Luo and General Gao. I hereby appoint you both as the chief instructor and deputy instructor of the million-strong army. Li Beixiong declared. Luo Yi and Gao Shun bowed in gratitude to Li Beixiong, omitting the formalities typically observed between sovereign and subjects before withdrawing. Rather than being displeased by their breach of protocol, Li Beixiong felt an unexpected joy. From his recent observations, it was evident that formidable beings like Luo Yi, hailing from the Guishu realm, were indeed steadfastly devoted to his son as their leader. Once the two had departed, Li Beixiong suddenly recalled something, and his previously carefree demeanor grew solemn. "What is wrong, father?" Li Luo noticed the change in his father's expression and inquired gravely. Li Beixiong's gaze flickered as he slowly began to speak. "My son, our great Xia dynasty has now set upon the right path. Recently, I dispatched a messenger to the Flame Empire. Today, I received a reply. In 1 month, the envoys of the Flame Empire will arrive in our great Xia. Whether our dynasty can endure in this western continent hinges upon whether we can gain the recognition of the Flame Empire." With that, a shadow of worry crossed Li Beixiong's face. "Father, if even a small dynasty like the Liang dynasty was able to gain acknowledgement from the Flame Empire, surely our great Xia will as well, if necessary. When the envoys arrive, we could bribe them, much like that old fellow Qin Yu, couldn't we?" Li Luo suggested. Upon hearing this, Li Beixiong sighed slightly and replied helplessly, My dear son, if this were in the past, I would have been untroubled. As long as the bribes were sufficient, no envoy would trouble a small dynasty. Yet, things are different now," Li Luo, taken aback, asked instinctively. "How is it different?" Li Beixiong's eyes glimmered, and under the watchful gaze of those present, he spoke. "Do you all recall the recent celestial phenomenon?" Li Luo and the others nodded slightly. Li Beixiong continued. "According to the intelligence I recently gathered, that celestial phenomenon, heralding the resurgence of spiritual energy, signifies the impending arrival of a golden age. Moreover, the Emperor of the Flame Empire has dispatched envoys to the various great dynasties of the Western continent. It is said that the Flame Empire has coerced these dynasties into swearing oaths of allegiance to the Flame Empire, pledging eternal loyalty and becoming vassal states. Dynasties that take the oath will be allowed to develop freely, while those that refuse will be swiftly obliterated by the Flame Empire. Thus, among the dynasties that have taken the oath, several have given birth to formidable Guishu realm warriors and even Taichu realm masters. The Flame Empire has chosen to turn a blind eye to the conflicts among the dynasties, and the turmoil in the Western continent has already begun. It seems no dynasty can remain unscathed." Upon hearing this, the atmosphere among those present grew tense. Li Luo narrowed his eyes and pondered. "Father, do you mean to say that the envoys of the Flame Empire will insist that our great Xia swear the oath as well?" Li Beixiong nodded slightly, his expression darkening further. A cold glint flashed in Li Luo's eyes. The Flame Empire was playing a clever game. If they were to swear the oath, even if the great Xia were to ascend to a dynasty, an imperial court, or even a divine court in the future, they would forever remain under the control of the Flame Empire. Conversely, if they refused to pledge, they would immediately invite a formidable retaliation from the Flame Empire. Li Luo's expression darkened as he contemplated the situation. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. "Rest assured, father, I will have my ways to deal with the envoys," Li Luo replied with a mischievous smile. "Oh, my son, what methods do you have?" Li Beixiong asked curiously. "A secret," Li Luo replied with a slight smile, rising to leave the main hall, followed closely by Zhao Dezuzu, by Wu Chang, and the Earth God, leaving the crowd behind. Filled with curiosity, after returning to his palace, Bai Wuchang immediately approached and bowed, saying, "Your Highness, I have interrogated the spirit body and learned everything." Li Luo paused in surprise, then sat down heavily in a chair. Waving his hand dismissively, Bai Wuchang understood the cue, a cold smile creeping onto his pale face as he waved his hand. A faint aura of spiritual energy materialized, revealing the ethereal form of an elderly man kneeling before Li Luo. This elder was none other than the spirit body that had been hidden within Qin Yu at this moment. The elder trembled at the sight of Bai Wuchang, involuntarily recalling the torment he had recently endured at his hands. "Now, speak of your origins," Li Luo leaned back in his chair, taking a sip of tea from the table, and said casually. The spirit body of the elder gazed curiously at Li Luo, unable to comprehend how such a youthful figure could command a Guishu realm powerhouse. Crack! Just as the elder was lost in thought, Bai Wucheng struck the spirit body with a chain. The elder let out a piercing scream. Your Highness is asking you a question. Are you deaf or mute? Bai Wucheng's tone was icy as he admonished, Why yes, Your Highness. The elder stammered, trembling as he gasped for breath, that I am called Liao Tianlu. Through the elder's account, Li Luo learned of his identity. This elder, known as Liao Tianlu, was the fourth elder of the Tailing sect, originally at the mid-tier level of the Taichu realm. Upon discovering Liao Tianlu's identity, Li Luo felt a surge of astonishment. He had not anticipated that this old man before him was, in fact, an elder of the Tailing sect. Upon realizing Liao Tianlu's status, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Li Luo's eyes, though it quickly faded without drawing Liao Tianlu's notice. In Liao Tianlu's subsequent narration, Li Luo finally understood how a fourth elder of the Tailing sect had met such a fate. It turned out that 100,000 years ago, a celestial dragon fell in the Million Beasts mountain range, attracting countless forces from across the continent. The celestial dragon was witnessed by many, yet upon entering the mountain range, not a trace of the dragon could be found. Instead, many forces were severely injured by the terrifying beasts dwelling in the depths of the mountain range. Unable to find any trace of the dragon, the various forces ultimately withdrew. However, 1,000 years ago, Liao Tianlu inadvertently learned of this event from ancient texts and ventured into the Million Beasts mountain range in search of the dragon's whereabouts. After searching for a long time without success, just as he was about to leave, he stumbled into a mysterious valley. Within that valley, he discovered the fallen celestial dragon recorded in the ancient texts. Just as he rejoiced at finding the dragon, a tremendous dragon pressure instantaneously crushed his physical form. To survive, Liao Tianlu decisively abandoned his body and fled with his soul. However, even after escaping, the terrifying dragon pressure severely injured his soul. After emerging from that mysterious gorge, he was forced to attach himself to a spatial ring he carried, falling into a deep slumber. Years ago, Qin Yu, seeking to break through to the Guishu realm, ventured into the Million Beasts mountain range in search of heavenly spiritual herbs. Unfortunately, any place with such herbs was guarded by formidable beasts. While attempting to seize a spiritual herb, Qin Yu was gravely injured by the guardian beast. In that critical moment, Qin Yu's blood accidentally spilled onto Liao Tianlu's ring, awakening the slumbering elder. The pivotal moment. Liao Tianlu entered Qin Yu's body, aiding him in slaying the beast and obtaining the herb. Since then, Liao Tianlu had remained within Qin Yu's body. After hearing Liao Tianlu's account, Li Luo's interest peaked, particularly regarding the so-called fallen dragon. Are you saying you found the location of the fallen dragon? Li Luo inquired. Why yes, indeed. Liao Tianlu replied reluctantly. Li Luo's eyes sparkled with excitement. In his past life, the great Xiao was known as the descendant of dragons. Neither in his past life nor this one had he ever seen a true dragon. Since Liao Tianlu knew the location of the fallen dragon, it would be prudent to have him guide him there. I find the celestial dragon quite intriguing. Since you know where it fell, why not take me to see it? Li Luo said, narrowing his eyes with a smile. Liao Tianlu was momentarily taken aback, then sensed the terrifying presence of two powerful forces locking onto him from behind, those of Zhao Dezuzu and Bai Wucheng. He realized that should he utter a word of refusal, they would ensure he faced unimaginable torment. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Liao Tianlu's eyes flickered with a shadow of malice before he quickly agreed. Very well. Since His Highness wishes to go, I shall gladly lead the way. Seeing Liao Tianlu's willingness, the pressures from Zhao Dezuzu and Bai Wucheng finally dissipated, though they continued to regard him with cold scrutiny. Excellent. Given this, we shall set forth tomorrow. Li Luo decisively made the decision to have Liao Tianlu guide him to the Million Beasts mountain range the following day, as he had little to occupy his time during this period. The Million Beasts mountain range lies near the borders of the southern state, providing him with an excellent opportunity to tour the region. Chapter 60. Accompanied by Beauty the next day, outside the palace gates, Li Luo, accompanied by a group of individuals, prepared to embark on their journey to the Million Beasts mountain range. However, in addition to Zhao Dezu's, Bai Wucheng, and the Earth God, there was also Lu Lingxi, who had come from Qinxiang City. On the day the Great Xia dynasty was established, Li Beixiong had sent for Lu Hong and his daughter to come to the imperial capital. Lu Hong was also appointed by Li Beixiong to assist in state affairs. Initially, Li Luo intended to travel only with Zhao Dizhus and the others, but upon learning of his plans to head to the southern state, his father insisted that he take Lu Lingxi along, citing the need to cultivate their relationship. Nevertheless, upon discovering that Lu Lingxi had traveled extensively across the nation in her earlier years and was well acquainted with the various states, he agreed to include her in the journey. As they set off, Li Luo donned the 10,000 transformations mask, altering his appearance. Zhao Dizhus, Bai Wuchang, and the Earth God also disguised themselves accordingly. During the previous invasion of the imperial capital, the citizens had recognized Zhao Dizhus and the others as Li Luo's subordinates. Mounting their fine steeds, they rode towards the city gates. "Your Highness, your skills in disguise are truly remarkable. I fear even His Majesty would find it difficult to recognize you," remarked Lu Lingxi, gazing in awe at Li Luo, who appeared completely transformed in his white attire. Had she not witnessed the transformation herself, she would never have identified him as the crown prince. Li Luo smiled gently. He possessed no skills in disguise. It was entirely the work of the 10,000 transformations mask. He couldn't help but marvel at its magic. Although Li Luo and his companions had altered their appearances and were unrecognizable to the citizens, a few individuals did recognize Lu Lingxi. "Look, that young lady on horseback seems to be the talented Lu Lingxi from the western state," one exclaimed. "I think it truly is her. Why has the talented Lu come to our imperial capital? Did you not know? Not long ago, Lu Lingxi's father, the Governor Lu, was summoned by His Majesty to serve in the court. Now, Lord Lu holds a prestigious third-rank position." "Ah, that explains it. But who is that young man beside her? He looks unfamiliar. I don't know. Perhaps he is one of Lu Lingxi's admirers?" A few citizens whispered among themselves, having recognized Lu Lingxi's identity. Some scholars, who admired Lu Lingxi, hurriedly came to catch a glimpse of her. Upon hearing the discussions around them, Li Luo couldn't help but smile slightly, saying, "Lu Lingxi, I didn't expect you to be quite renowned in the imperial capital." Lu Lingxi paused momentarily, shaking her head with a charming smile. "Your Highness, please do not tease me. If you were to reveal your identity, the entire citizenry would surely flock to behold your grandeur." "Ha ha ha, Lu Lingxi, I am nothing like you. You are the most famous talented woman in our great Xia, possessing both beauty and wisdom, whereas I merely carry the title of a crown prince," Li Luo jested. Hearing Li Luo praise her beauty and intellect, Lu Lingxi felt her cheeks flush slightly, a hint of sweetness rising in her heart. "If your Highness does not mind, you may simply call me Lingxi," she said, summoning her courage to address Li Luo earnestly. Li Luo was momentarily taken aback, but quickly dismissed his thoughts. It was merely a name. He smiled, replying, "Very well, Lingxi. While we are out here, there's no need for formalities. You may call me young master." Lu Lingxi nodded slightly, her eyes shimmering with a hint of melancholy. "Young master." Just as they reached the city gates, Zhao Dizhus noticed a strikingly handsome young man blocking their path ahead. Behind this young man stood several formidable individuals, clearly protectors from a noble family in the imperial capital. Upon seeing Li Luo and his companions, the young man's gaze fell upon Lu Lingxi, a look of delight crossing his face. He approached her with a courteous bow, saying, "Lu Lingxi, it has been quite some time." Surprised, Li Luo realized that the young man knew Lu Lingxi. He had anticipated encountering a stereotypical antagonist from a novel, someone seeking to exploit Lu Lingxi's beauty. "Ah, it is young Master Situ. It has indeed been a while," Lu Lingxi replied politely, showing no signs of surprise. The young man, Situ Yunshang, was someone she had met during a poetry gathering years ago in the imperial capital. "Haha, Lu Lingxi, it has been so long since we last met. I recently heard that your father, Lord Lu, has been appointed as a third-rank minister and is residing in the capital. I have long wished to pay my respects to both you and Lord Lu, but I have been unable to discover your whereabouts," Situ Yunshang said sincerely. Lu Lingxi glanced at Li Luo, knowing she could not disclose that she and her father currently resided within the palace. "Young Master Situ, I appreciate your thoughtfulness, but I have urgent matters to attend to today." I must take my leave for now. We shall meet again another day, she replied with a gentle smile. Li Luo nodded slightly, meeting Situ Yunshang's gaze before urging his steed onward, making his way toward the city gates. Upon hearing Lu Lingxi refer to Li Luo as young master, a flicker of jealousy flashed in Situ Yunshang's eyes. Although he concealed it well, Li Luo noticed the shift. Inwardly, Li Luo scoffed at the encounter. Thinking of the typical jealous young master trope, he hoped Situ Yunshang would refrain from any foolish actions. Otherwise, he would have to deal with the consequences. Very well, Lu Lingxi, after you conclude your business, we shall reconvene, Situ Yunshang said. Nodding slightly as he bowed to him, Lu Lingxi agreed. Following Li Luo.as, she gazed at Li Luo's retreating figure. A trace of something unusual crossed Situ Yunshang's expression. He racked his memory for any noble families in the capital that matched Li Luo's description but found none. Who could he possibly be to receive such treatment from Lu Lingxi? As his thoughts spiraled, a ruthless intent flickered in his eyes. Young master, shall we? One of Situ Yunshang's protectors stepped forward. Making a gesture across his throat, Situ Yunshang pondered for a moment before shaking his head slightly. No need, my father has recently been entrusted with an important role by His Majesty. We must avoid unnecessary complications. Upon hearing this, the subordinate retreated. Meanwhile, the trio of Bai Wuchang, Zhao Dizhus, and the Earth God, who had been following Li Luo, suddenly turned to regard Situ Yunshang, having sensed the murderous intent aimed at their young master. How audacious! How dare he harbor such ill will toward our young master? Zhao Dizhus' gaze sharpened, and he activated his illusionary eye. Considering the reputation of Situ's family, a light reprimand should suffice to teach him a lesson. Li Luo's voice echoed in Zhao Dizhus' mind. Zhao Dizhus nodded slightly, his eyes swirling with intent, then followed Li Luo, exiting through the city gates in the blink of an eye. Situ Yunshang found himself ensnared in a crimson-hued space. Bound to a cross, his pupils constricted in horror. Moments later, a piercing scream shattered the tranquility, drawing the attention of the surrounding citizens. Chapter 61. The legend of Luha Situ Yunshang, standing helplessly, shrieked in agony. His voice strained and filled with torment. A mere second passed, yet it felt as though he had endured 3 days and nights of torment in that blood-soaked realm. Returning to reality, he hurried home, frantically recounting the ordeal to his father, the current chancellor of the great Xia dynasty, Situ Kong. Upon hearing his son's account, Situ Kong delivered a resounding slap to Situ Yunshang's face, trembling with rage. You foolish son! Do you comprehend the calamity you have invited upon yourself? That Lu Lingxi may very well be the future crown princess. At Situ Kong's words, a thunderclap echoed in Situ Yunshang's mind. Leaving his face ashen, Lu Lingxi was to be the future crown princess? This meant that the young man he had just encountered was none other than the crown prince himself, Li Luo. Realizing this, Situ Yunshang collapsed to the ground, his infatuation with Lu Lingxi shattered completely, leaving no room for any further aspirations. As for revenge, such thoughts were utterly preposterous. Who in their right mind would dare to retaliate against the crown prince? Even in regard to Li Luo, there lingered not a trace of jealousy or resentment. Only an overwhelming sense of fear remained. Witnessing his son in such a state of terror, Situ Kong could not help but let out a sigh. The possibility of Lu Lingxi becoming the future crown princess was a secret known only to those in high positions like themselves. Otherwise, how could His Majesty permit Lu Hong and his daughter to reside within the imperial palace? Since the formidable figures surrounding the crown prince did not harm you, it is evident that the crown prince merely wished to teach you a lesson out of respect for your father. However, to err on the side of caution, you must accompany your father into the palace to meet His Majesty. Situ Kong mused. All right, father, you must surely save your child, Situ Yunshang exclaimed, kneeling in fear as he sensed there was still a chance for redemption. Situ Kong nodded and immediately took Situ Yunshang into the palace. Upon learning of the situation, Li Beixiong ordered that Situ Yunshang receive 100 strikes. Had it not been for Situ Kong, and the fact that his esteemed son merely intended to teach him a lesson, he would have executed anyone else who dared to harbor ill intentions towards his favored daughter-in-law. After being beaten to the point of not being able to rise from bed for a month, Situ Yunxiang did not weep or protest. Instead, he felt immense gratitude towards Li Beixiong and Li Luo. It was said that before ascending to the throne of the Great Xia dynasty, His Majesty Li Beixiong was a ruthless and merciless figure. Yet now, to Situ Yunxiang, His Majesty appeared benevolent. Had this been the former Liang dynasty, he would have been dragged out and executed long ago. The negative rumors circulating about His Majesty must surely be unfounded. Meanwhile, Li Luo and the others had already departed from the imperial capital. That gentleman and I have only met Situ Gongzi once, Lu Lingxi said, a flicker of conflict in her eyes, uncertain as to why she worried Li Luo might misinterpret the situation. After a moment of inner struggle, she began to explain. However, she quickly regretted her words. Li Luo, oblivious to Lu Lingxi's thoughts, chuckled and teased, "Ha ha, Miss Lingxi, you truly are a talented individual. Just one meeting, and you leave these noble young men unable to forget you." At this moment, Lu Lingxi was at a loss for words, only able to silently curse the dense-headed fellow. When Li Luo departed the city, Lu Lingxi informed him of Situ Yunxiang's identity. Otherwise, Li Luo would not have merely allowed Zhao Dezhu to teach him a lesson. According to custom, those envious and petty individuals, despite appearing refined on the surface, might very well engage in covert machinations against him. Thus, Li Luo hoped the other party would be wise enough to understand. Otherwise, even if he were the son of Situ Kong, he would not hesitate to eliminate him. If the direct approach failed, he would resort to stealth. It was a simple matter for anyone to strike from the shadows. Soon after, Li Luo and his companions urged their steeds onward, hastening toward the southern province. 3 days later, they finally arrived in southern state. "Young master, ahead lies Liuhe City," Lu Lingxi announced. Liuhe City, named after the Lu River, boasted waters of azure expanse, crystal-clear currents, and the sight of fish frolicking beneath the surface. The banks were adorned with weeping willows, painting the landscape in vibrant green, a sight of unparalleled beauty. Lu River ranked as the third river of the Great Xia dynasty. According to the records of local legends, this river bore a tale. Would the young master care to hear it? As they approached Liuhe City, Lu Lingxi spoke animatedly, casting a mysterious glance at Li Luo. Intrigued by her words, Li Luo replied, "Oh, is that so? Naturally, I wish to hear it. Please, Miss Lingxi, enlighten me." Lu Lingxi felt a pang of melancholy. This dense-headed fellow still treated her with such formality, stealing her emotions. She began. "It is said that a myriad of years ago, Lu River was not known as Lu River but remained nameless. Legend has it that a benevolent water dragon dwelled within its waters, possessing intelligence and a fondness for basking in the shade of a grand willow tree along the bank. Whenever fishermen fell into the river, this dragon would rescue them, and in times of flood, it would transform its massive form to halt the disaster. Gradually, the townsfolk began to revere the water dragon as their guardian spirit, living harmoniously with it." She continued, "Yet one day, a great drought befell the land, and southern states suffered from years without rain. The earth cracked, rivers dried up, and the people's crops failed, leading to famine. The water dragon, unable to bear the sight of the suffering, sought to summon a heavenly tribulation to transform into a dragon. That day, storm clouds loomed over the city, lightning crackled, and the dragon plunged into the tempest. The townsfolk heard a deafening roar, followed by a rain of blood." Lu Lingxi paused, allowing her words to resonate. This blood rain fell for a day and a night. Afterward, the storm clouds began to release true rain, nourishing the crops and restoring the rivers to life. However, thereafter, the water dragon was never seen again. In gratitude, the townsfolk planted willows along the riverbanks, hoping to catch a glimpse of the dragon once more. Thus, the river was renamed Lu River. Upon hearing Lu Lingxi's tale, the earth god could not help but reflect. This dragon likely invoked the heavenly tribulation deliberately, seeking to wield its powers to bring rain for the people. Alas, transforming into a dragon is fraught with peril. It must have been prepared for sacrifice. That blood rain was perhaps a testament to its underestimation of the tribulation's might, failing to summon rain, and offering its own essence to avert disaster for the people. Such a devoted and righteous water dragon is indeed a rare sight. Yet the heavens are unfeeling. Although merely a legend, the earth god did not share that sentiment in their realm. He had witnessed the transformation of water dragons. Even he felt sorrow for the noble water dragon's demise. Indeed, while the heavens may be merciless, I believe that the subsequent downpour must have moved even the indifferent heavens. Touched by the dragon's selfless act, Li Luo spoke softly. The earth goddess' gaze flickered as he pondered, eventually nodding in agreement. Seeing that her story had stirred such emotions in Li Luo and the others, Lu Lingxi smiled slightly and chose not to elaborate further. The group urged their horses to quicken their pace. Shortly thereafter, they beheld a vast expanse of willow trees before them. The road they traversed cut straight through the grove. Walking amidst the towering willows, Li Luo was reminded of the verse, "A tree adorned in jade." With countless green tendrils cascading down, halfway through, a city emerged from behind the curtain of willows, appearing somewhat elusive. Before them lay Lioha City. As soon as Li Luo and his companions exited the grove, they found themselves at the banks of a shimmering river, the Lu River. A grand bridge spanned the river, leading directly to the city gate. That moment, Li Luo and Lu Lingxi were taken aback, for the bridge and its banks were heavily guarded. Nevertheless, the townsfolk continued to pass through the city gates. Li Luo noticed that every citizen crossing the bridge wore expressions of fear, hastening their steps. Furrowing his brow, he wondered if something had transpired in Lioha City. Thus, Li Luo and his companions dismounted and inquired of an elderly man crossing the bridge. Chapter 62. Nothing works. Old sir, may I ask what has happened in Lioha City? Why has the government dispatched such heavy guards? Li Luo inquired, puzzled. The elder glanced at Li Luo and his companions before responding. Young master, are you outsiders? Li Luo nodded slightly, solemnly stating, to be honest, old sir, we hail from the imperial capital. The elder nodded in realization, saying, no wonder. Since you are from the imperial capital, you must exercise caution when traversing Lioha Bridge. And why is that? Li Luo asked, his brows furrowing in confusion. Alas, let me tell you. Not long ago, a massive python suddenly appeared in the Lu River, enormous beyond measure, wreaking havoc upon the people. Upon discovering the python, Lord Yun of Lioha City organized a large force to eliminate this menace. But to their dismay, the creature was exceedingly formidable. The casualties among Lord Yun's troops were severe, and even he sustained grave injuries. Now, Lord Yun has no choice but to station troops here day and night to ensure the safety of those entering and leaving the city. After hearing this, Li Luo and the others were enlightened, casting their gazes toward the Lu River. Buzzing with energy, Li Luo, Bai Wuchang, and the earth gods simultaneously activated their spiritual senses, probing the waters, yet found no trace of the python. However, although Li Luo did not detect the python, he noted an unsettling absence of any fish in the river. This was highly abnormal. Li Luo had completely come to believe the elder's words. Furthermore, considering the current abundance of spiritual energy in the world, the emergence of mountain spirits and sea monsters was not beyond the realm of possibility. The Western continent could no longer be understood through past paradigms. By the way, old sir, since Lord Yun cannot deal with the python, why has he not reported to the court? In our great Xia dynasty, there are numerous powerful individuals, and I believe His Majesty will swiftly send someone to eliminate this threat. Lu Lingxi, perplexed, inquired further. Upon hearing this, Li Luo also cast a curious glance towards the elder. The elder, seemingly anticipating their questions, responded, when that vile creature first emerged to wreak havoc, Lord Yun believed he could handle it. But to his surprise, the beast has attained formidable prowess. I have heard that yesterday, Lord Yun ordered a report to be sent to the court, so it is likely that news will reach them soon, and they will dispatch powerful warriors to assist. Li Luo nodded slightly, then bid farewell to the elder and led the others into the city. Since he was here, he might as well assist the citizens of Lioha City in dealing with this beast. Young master, it may be difficult for us to meet Lord Yun in this manner, Lu Lingxi remarked as they entered the city, unable to contain her thoughts. Being astute, she had already surmised that Li Luo intended to seek an audience with Lord Yun. Li Luo smiled gently and replied, fear not, I have my methods. Upon entering the city, Li Luo noticed that the streets were eerily deserted, likely due to the citizens' fear, as they hid in their homes, too frightened to venture outside. The great python in the river had instilled widespread panic. However, Li Luo observed that despite Lord Yun being an official of the previous dynasty, he was indeed a commendable administrator. He had governed Liuhe City with exceptional diligence and was well loved by the local populace. Whenever Lord Yun's name was mentioned, the citizens would invariably express their admiration with a thumbs up. After the establishment of the Great Xia dynasty, Li Baixiong had heeded Feng Xuanling's counsel to conduct discreet investigations into the officials of various provinces. Those who diligently served the people were allowed to retain their positions, while those who exploited the populace were demoted to commoners, or even subjected to severe penalties. Subsequently, newly appointed officials were sent to replace them. It seemed that his father had executed this task with remarkable efficiency. Soon, Li Luo and his companions arrived outside Lord Yun's residence. "Halt! Who are you?" A guard stationed at the gate stepped forward to block their path, stating, "If you have no business here, please leave at once. How dare you obstruct my young master?" White Wuchang's expression turned icy as a glimmer of menace flashed in his eyes upon seeing Li Luo being stopped. "What do you intend?" The guards, sensing White Wuchang's intimidating demeanor, drew their swords cautiously. Li Luo raised his hand to halt White Wuchang and addressed the lead guard, "Gentlemen, do not misunderstand. We have urgent matters to discuss with Lord Yun. Please deliver this token to him, and he shall come out to greet you." As he spoke, Li Luo retrieved a token from his robes and handed it to the guard. The guard accepted the token and replied, "Please wait here." With that, he turned and left, casting a warning glance at his comrades, suggesting that they should apprehend Li Luo's group if anything seemed amiss. The others understood the unspoken signal and nodded slightly. Meanwhile, inside the residence, a middle-aged man wrapped in white cloth, bearing numerous injuries, sat in the hall. This man was none other than Liuhe City's Lord Yun Songfeng. "Hiss, that beast possesses tremendous strength. It nearly kills me." Yun Songfeng attempted to lift a cup of tea from the table, but inadvertently strained his injured muscles, causing him to grimace in pain. An attendant hurriedly brought him by the way. "Has the messenger sent to the capital arrived yet?" Yun Songfeng inquired, beckoning an attendant down. "Why, Lord, it is estimated that His Majesty will receive the news by tomorrow," the attendant replied. Yun Songfeng nodded, lamenting over his injuries. "What folly! Why did I seek to play the hero? Not only did I fail to rid the populace of this menace, but I also ended up on the receiving end of that beast's wrath, resulting in the loss of many soldiers under my command. My lord, someone wishes to see you." At that moment, the guard who had received Li Luo's token rushed in. "Who is it?" Yun Songfeng instinctively asked. "It appears to be a young nobleman, accompanied by a lady, an elderly man, and 2 young individuals," the guard reported. Upon hearing that a young man was involved, Yun Songfeng waved his hand dismissively. "I shall not meet with him. I am in no condition to receive visitors. Furthermore, tell those youngsters not to wander about at night. Should that vile creature attack, it would be disastrous." But the guard hesitated, prompting Yun Songfeng to furrow his brow. "What is it?" The guard quickly presented the token given by Li Luo, explaining, "My lord, this token was provided to me by the young man, who stated that you would agree to meet him upon its presentation." "Humph, is that so? I said I would not meet anyone, regardless of what they bring." Yun Songfeng took the token, but as he glanced at it and noticed the character for Xia engraved upon it, surrounded by 9 intricately carved golden dragons, his eyes widened in shock. The great Xia token! He sprang from his seat, wincing from the pain of his injuries. "Where is that young man now, my lord?" "The young nobleman is waiting outside," the guard replied, noting his superior's agitation. "Hurry, go fetch him." "Oh no, I shall personally welcome him," Yun Songfeng declared, limping toward the entrance while gasping for breath. The attendants were left dumbfounded, realizing the contradiction in their lord's previous statement that nothing would sway him. "What happened to your steadfastness, my lord?" they exclaimed, rushing to assist him. Chapter 63. Resolving the Python crisis with the help of several attendants. Yun Songfeng hobbled out in haste. At this moment, Li Luo had removed his mask, revealing his true identity. Upon glimpsing Li Luo, Yun Songfeng immediately knelt before him, holding the Great Xia token with both hands. "I pay my respects to His Highness the Crown Prince." Hearing the title, the attendants, along with the guards at the door, immediately trembled and hastily knelt in reverence, Li Luo observed Yun Songfeng's injuries and noted that he was only at the Spirit Ascension realm. Quickly, he helped him to his feet. Lord Yun, please rise. Thank you, Your Highness. Please, step inside and rest, Yun Songfeng said, feeling a surge of goodwill toward Li Luo for his humility. He had not expected the Crown Prince to be so courteous. Devoid of any arrogance, Li Luo was infinitely more gracious than the previous dynasty's Qin Yu. Thus, Yun Songfeng eagerly invited Li Luo into the residence in the guest hall. Li Luo sipped his tea and regarded Yun Songfeng, saying, Lord Yun, we happened to pass through Liuhe City and heard from the local populace that a great python has been terrorizing the river, causing considerable harm. Could you enlighten me on this matter? Yun Songfeng glanced at Li Luo and the formidable individuals standing behind him, reasoning that the Crown Prince's entourage must include powerful figures from the court. Perhaps these individuals could eliminate the beast. With that thought, he candidly recounted, indeed, as the citizens have said, my injuries are a result of that great python. Following an unusual celestial phenomenon, many fishermen have mysteriously vanished. Upon receiving reports, we promptly initiated an investigation. That very night, the python revealed itself in the river near the city gates, and I, along with numerous citizens, witnessed it firsthand a few days ago. I attempted to gather troops to eliminate this threat, but I had underestimated the creature's capabilities. After hearing this, Li Luo nodded, then addressed Yun Songfeng. Since I have come here today, I shall not allow this python to continue its reign of terror over the people of Liuhe City. Thank you, Your Highness, Yun Songfeng exclaimed excitedly, bowing deeply on behalf of the citizens of Liuhe City. I express my gratitude for your intervention. Lord Yun, there is no need for such formality. Just inform us where the python is hiding. Li Luo waved dismissively. To be honest, I am unsure of its hiding place, but rest assured, Your Highness, it appears every night in the river outside the city. If you send a few officials to Liuhe Bridge tonight, they will surely encounter it, Yun Songfeng replied. Li Luo nodded in agreement. Very well, tonight shall mark the end of that python. Excellent. Quickly, inform the citizens that His Highness the Crown Prince is visiting Liuhe City and will eliminate the beast tonight. Advise them to stay indoors as much as possible. Yun Songfeng commanded his attendants. Yes, my lord. One of the attendants replied before hastily departing. Li Luo initially intended to keep Yun Songfeng's involvement a secret, but then a light bulb moment struck him. If the citizens learned that he had vanquished the python, it would surely earn him a significant boost in prestige. Thus, Li Luo swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Soon, the citizens of Liuhe City learned of Li Luo's arrival. Upon discovering that the Crown Prince had brought powerful allies to eliminate the great python in the river, everyone could hardly contain their excitement. Before long, night descended. The townsfolk heeded the government's orders, hiding in their homes, awaiting the arrival of good news. Li Luo and his companions, along with Yun Songfeng, stood upon the bridge, surrounded by soldiers brandishing torches. The calm waters beneath the bridge reflected the flickering flames. After waiting for about half an hour, a dense fog suddenly enveloped the river's surface. Your Highness, the beast is approaching. Yun Songfeng, experienced as he was, felt the familiar haze and his expression turned grave, issuing a warning. Li Luo nodded, and the senses of Bai Wuchang and the Earth God instantly enveloped the river. Your Highness, Bai Wuchang's face turned cold as he cautioned. Beneath the river, a massive figure surged swiftly upstream. Li Luo's lips curled into a smile. He sensed it too. Here it comes. The great python is arriving. Soon, the colossal body of the python glided beneath the bridge. In the water illuminated by the torchlight, the soldiers on the bridge beheld a shadow of a serpent, stretching over Tianzhong, thrashing in the depths, causing everyone to tense up. Those with a fear of deep-sea creatures were likely trembling in terror at that moment. Suddenly, the great python erupted from the water, thrusting a massive head towards the crowd on the bridge. Your Highness, be careful. Yun Songfeng hurriedly warned Li Luo. However, Li Luo and his companions remained composed. Li Luo carefully examined the great python and noted that although it had the form of a snake, its head had developed two prominent bulges. This is a sign of transformation. The python's power, as perceived by Li Luo, had already reached the mid-tier of the Dian realm. Upon realizing the python's strength, Li Luo couldn't help but glance at Yun Songfeng. How could someone of Yun Songfeng's caliber dare to confront the python alone? It's a miracle he hasn't been slain by its tail and is still alive. Perhaps Yun Songfeng's benevolence towards the people and his integrity as an official were indeed rewarded by fate. Regaining his composure, Li Luo suddenly vanished from his spot, appearing before the great python. Roar! The python, seeing Li Luo before it, opened its massive maw, intending to swallow him whole. Boom! Li Luo erupted with terrifying might, launching a punch forward. The great python, having developed a semblance of intelligence, sensed the overwhelming force emanating from Li Luo, and immediately its serpentine eyes narrowed, attempting to flee. Yet, it was too late. Li Luo's fist struck the scaled forehead of the beast, sending it hurtling dozens of meters across the river before it sank below the surface. Huh! It's not dead, Li Luo exclaimed in surprise, observing that the submerged python still exhibited signs of life, dragging its severely injured body downstream in a desperate attempt to escape. However, at that moment, Bai Wuchang and the Earth God had already appeared above the river's surface. Rise! With a gentle tap of the Earth Goddess' staff, amidst the astonished gazes of Yun Songfeng and the soldiers, the river's water seemed to part as if cleaved in two. With a surge of terrifying power, it slowly ascended, revealing the stones at the riverbed. Then, everyone beheld the great python, its head continuously spewing blood as it writhed in agony at the bottom of the river. Following this, the Earth God raised a finger, and the rising water formed a spear of azure, which pierced the python's head completely. Thus, the great python met its end. With a wave of his hand, the Earth God cast the python's carcass beyond the city gates, and the surrounding water cascaded back down. The river once again returned to tranquility. In that moment, Yun Songfeng and the soldiers were left utterly speechless. The battle had concluded so swiftly. Soon, they regained their senses, their faces alight with excitement. The menace had finally been vanquished. Li Luo and the others approached the fallen python, gazing at the gaping wound in its skull. And Li Luo couldn't help but feel perplexed. Logically, a python of mid-tier Dian realm should not have been able to withstand a punch from someone at the peak of the Guishu realm. Yet, the python had indeed survived a blow from him. How curious! At that moment, the Earth God seemed to have discerned something. He pointed a finger at the great python, and a streak of light shot forth from his staff, piercing into the python's body. To everyone's astonishment, a smooth, white pearl emerged, radiating a gentle glow. This is the 64th chapter. Meng Tian, Zhang Han, Li Luo looked at the Earth God in confusion. Your Highness. This is a Jiao Pearl, a tear of the Jiao Dragon. This pearl is imbued with the essence of the Jiao Dragon, clearly not belonging to this great python. The python's transformation is likely due to its consumption of this pearl. However, it is unclear where this python found the Jiao Pearl. Tears of the Jiao Dragon are indeed rare. Hearing the Earth Goddess' words, Li Luo recalled the tale of Liuhe that Lu Lingxi had shared with them. Perhaps it was not merely a legend, but a truth that had transpired. Subsequently, the Earth God handed the Jiao Pearl to Li Luo. Li Luo accepted the pearl, nonchalantly stowing it away. Quick! Hurry and inform the citizens that the great python has been eliminated by the Crown Prince. Yun Songfeng, gazing at the immense form of the python, excitedly commanded his subordinates. The burden of the great python had finally been lifted from his heart. Before long, the news spread like wildfire throughout the city. The Crown Prince had indeed not disappointed them. Upon learning that the python had been dealt with, countless people rushed to share the news. Long live the Crown Prince! Long live the Crown Prince! Soon, a throng of citizens surged toward the city gates. Upon seeing the massive form of the python, they could not help but cry out for the Crown Prince. Gratitude filled the air. Most of Liuhe City's inhabitants relied on the river for their livelihoods. Now that the scourge had been eradicated, they could finally live without fear. Especially the families of those who had perished at the python's hands, who wept openly, kneeling before Li Luo and repeatedly bowing in thanks. Everyone, please rise. As the Crown Prince of the Great Xia Dynasty, and you all being my subjects, it is my duty to protect you. There is no need for such formality. Li Luo helped an elderly man to his feet, smiling at the crowd. His words won him the unwavering support of the entire populace of Liuhe City. They had never witnessed a crown prince who could relate to them so closely. Meanwhile, Li Luo noticed his reputation points had surged once more, accumulating in the hundreds of thousands. Since the establishment of the Great Xia dynasty, he had amassed over 3 million reputation points. The reason Li Luo had refrained from summoning until now was due to the system's failure rates. He sought to gather enough reputation points for consecutive summons, ensuring that even if he summoned a top-tier powerhouse, he would not suffer a loss if he were to attempt a single summon and fail. Those reputation points would be wasted. Li Luo had long harbored doubts regarding the system's summon failures. This evening, he resolved to summon and inquire about the reasons behind the failures. Subsequently, amidst the throngs of adoring citizens, Li Luo and his companions made their way back to Yun Songfeng's residence with great difficulty. The citizens of Liuhe City were simply too earnest and passionate. After returning to the estate, Li Luo used the pretense of resting to prepare for a triple summon in his room. System, why is there a failure when summoning? This question had long been on his mind. Speak quickly. Did you take a kickback? Li Luo feigned indignation. Host, you think too much. This system is honest and forthright, and absolutely has not taken any kickbacks from the host. In fact, this system has never recorded a failure in summoning. Upon hearing the system's response, Li Luo's mouth twitched uncontrollably. You must be joking. So all those previous failures were mere figments of my imagination? Aha, you really did take a kickback. Spit it out. Li Luo scowled, unable to restrain himself. Host, this system truly has not taken your kickback. The reason the system displayed failure previously was due to your summons targeting top-tier powerhouses from their respective realms. Your current cultivation level and the reputation points utilized were insufficient to summon them. The host's realm and the reputation points used are crucial in determining whether these top-tier beings can be summoned. When these supreme beings arrive in this world, they are essentially cataclysmic entities. For instance, summoning Sun Wukong from the journey to the west would likely require tens of millions of reputation points for a single summon, as such top-tier deities are worth that price. Furthermore, the system's summoning is random and dependent on the host's luck. Thus, the previous summon failures were due to targeting those top-tier beings, while your several 100,000 points per summon were simply inadequate, rendering those reputation points useless. Hence, the system indicated a failure. Upon concluding the system's explanation, Li Luo felt utterly bewildered. He was torn between laughter and tears. So, the failures in his previous summons were due to his extraordinary luck. Yet his own cultivation level and reputation points were insufficient. Realizing this, Li Luo was at a loss, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Sometimes, having too much luck could indeed be a curse. Let us summon. Triple draw. Li Luo composed himself and spoke. This time, he hoped that his luck would not be overly favorable. If he could summon 3 powerful beings at the Guishu realm, he would be content. He was not greedy. As soon as Li Luo finished speaking, countless dimensions flickered before his eyes. Ding! Summoning successful, 3 attempts, 1 failure. Upon seeing the failure, Li Luo's expression darkened once more. Which prominent figure from another dimension had he summoned this time? Li Luo found himself both amused and exasperated. He successfully summoned from the realm of Qin Shi Mingyu, Zhang Han, accompanied by 3,000 shadow guards. He also successfully summoned from the De Qin realm, Meng Tian, accompanied by 300,000 Great Wall troops. The sight of Meng Tian and Zhang Han instantly stirred excitement within Li Luo. Though they hailed from different versions of the Qin dynasty, their names resonated deeply within him as a descendant of Huaxia. Historically, Zhang Han was a renowned general of the Qin dynasty, a supreme commander in Qin Shi Mingyu. He held the same title and established the Shadow Guards. What thrilled Li Luo even more was that the 3,000 Shadow Guards had come along with Zhang Han to this world. The Shadow Guards in the Qin Shi realm served as the personal guard of Emperor Qin Shi Huang. True to their name, they moved swiftly and executed orders decisively, shadowing their targets like death itself. Although their official rank was not high, they held the power of life and death, directly following the commands of Ing Zheng. Thus, they were known as like maggots on bone, like shadows at one's side, as if the sovereign were present. Furthermore, the general Meng Tian required no introduction. He was a celebrated commander of the Qin dynasty, awarded the title of general. After the unification of the realm, he led an army of 300,000 against the Xiongnu. The Great Wall troops were one of the 4 main military divisions of the Qin dynasty. In those days, Meng Tian commanded the Great Wall troops against the Xiongnu. Li Luo eagerly opened the task attributes. Zhang Han, Peak Guishu Realm, Loyalty, 100 Meng Tian, Mid-Stage Taichu Realm, Loyalty, 100 Shadow Guards, all Mid-Stage Dian Realm, Loyalty, 100 Great Wall troops, all Peak Linghai Realm, Loyalty, 100 Wao, Taichu Realm. Chapter 65. Urgent News from the Border. Li Luo excitedly released the two from the system. Buzz! A figure stepped forth from the rift. Clad in battle armor, he was equipped with a pair of exquisite swords, one long and one short. The Shadow Twin Swords. Upon seeing these two swords, Li Luo instantly recognized the figure as none other than Zhang Han from the Qin Shi realm. However, as Zhang Han emerged, a surge of blood-red aura suddenly emanated from the spatial rift. A more imposing figure slowly stepped forth. The terrifying aura of blood-red energy enveloped him. Li Luo nearly lost his footing, inhaling sharply. This person was none other than Meng Tian. He bore a bronze sword at his side and wielded a spear. Exuding an aura of invincibility akin to an undefeated war god, Li Luo could not help but ponder. If Meng Tian's malevolent aura was already so formidable, how terrifying must Bai Qi, known as the god of death, be? He could hardly fathom it. We pay our respects to the young master. The voices of the two snapped Li Luo back to reality. He saw them both clasping their fists and kneeling on one knee. Li Luo hurriedly stepped forward to assist them. Generals, please rise. Thank you, young master. After rising, both men gazed at Li Luo with expressions of reverence. Li Luo was aware that their memories had also been altered by the system. General Meng Tian, General Zhang Han, your Great Wall troops and Shadow Guards have also been resurrected alongside you. However, this place is too small, so I can only temporarily keep them in a special space. Li Luo stated. Upon hearing this, the eyes of both men sparkled with brilliance, their faces revealing excitement. I have no means to repay you, young master, but I vow to follow you to the death and annihilate all invading foes. Meng Tian declared, while Zhang Han similarly pledged his undying loyalty to Li Luo, vowing to clear all obstacles in his path. The two men once again clasped their hands in gratitude. Excellent, as the crown prince of the Great Xia. With both of you generals at my side, the banner of Great Xia shall surely be planted across the entire continent. Li Luo, inspired by their fervor, waved his hand grandly. Yes. Meng Tian and Zhang Han exchanged glances. Their excitement uncontainable. It turned out that this world was also in turmoil. Accustomed to battle in their previous lives, their blood once again surged with fervor. Subsequently, Li Luo led the two out of the room. Upon seeing Zhang Han and Meng Tian, Bai Wuchang and the Earth God were momentarily taken aback. Especially Meng Tian. Though he had concealed his aura, both the Divine Being and the Soul Collector sensed his overwhelming strength. They quickly understood that the young master had summoned powerful beings from other realms once more. At this moment, they felt a tinge of pressure. Henceforth, the young master would be surrounded by an increasing number of formidable allies. If they did not strive to improve, they might soon find themselves unworthy of standing beside him. A thought flashed through their minds, and they resolved to begin their training earnestly. Young master, who are these two? Lu Lingxi inquired, glancing at the unfamiliar Meng Tian and Zhang Han. This is General Meng Tian, and this is General Zhang Han, Li Luo replied succinctly, unwilling to elaborate further to Lu Lingxi, unsure how to explain. Lu Lingxi, perceptive as ever, noticed Li Luo's reluctance to delve deeper and offered a gentle smile. Lingxi has met both generals. Meng Tian and Zhang Han nodded slightly, clasping their hands in acknowledgement. Thereafter, Li Luo led everyone to bid farewell to Yun Zongfeng, preparing to continue southward toward the Million Beasts mountain range. Your Highness, why not stay a few more days? Seeing Li Luo's haste to leave, Yun Zongfeng attempted to retain him. No, I have important matters to attend to. Li Luo replied with a smile. Since your Highness has pressing matters at hand, report. Just as Yun Zongfeng's words trailed off, a guard rushed in urgently. My lord, a grave situation has arisen. The southern border is in distress. A beast tide is attacking the city, and the defending troops have suffered heavy losses. Baili City is at imminent risk of being breached. General Zhou has urgently ordered that all counties in the southern region dispatch troops to assist. What did you say? How is that possible? The border near the Million Beasts mountain range has not seen a beast tied in over 100 years. How could it suddenly? Yun Zongfeng exclaimed, his voice rising in urgency. I do not know, the guard replied, lowering his head, unable to answer the question. Hearing this news, both Li Luo and Lu Lingxi's expressions changed dramatically. I ask you, has this news been reported to the court? Li Luo questioned sternly. I report to your highness. As soon as the beast tide struck yesterday, General Zhou ordered that the news be sent to the court. The guard hastily replied, Your Highness, I shall organize troops for support immediately. Yun Zongfeng realized the severity of the situation. Just as he intended to turn and leave, Li Luo interjected, Lord Yun, there is no need. Even if the counties organize troops for support, it will be too late. Write a letter for me to my father. The Great Xia Iron Cavalry need not mobilize. I have my own way to resolve the crisis at the border. Without waiting for Yun Zongfeng's response, Li Luo turned to Lu Lingxi. Miss Lingxi, the border is fraught with danger. You need not accompany us. Please remain in Liuhe City for now. If you wish to return to the imperial capital, let Lord Yun send someone to escort you. Lu Lingxi understood the gravity of the situation and did not insist, nodding in concern. Your Highness need not worry about me. The safety of the citizens in the border city is of utmost importance. Li Luo nodded slightly and then stepped forward, his figure vanishing in an instant. Ming Tian and the others followed closely behind. Watching Li Luo disappear, Yun Zongfeng could not help but feel a surge of curiosity. He wondered how the Crown Prince would resolve this beast-tide crisis. Alas, I hope the Crown Prince truly has a way to resolve the crisis at the southern border. Otherwise, our Great Xia dynasty, newly established, will find itself besieged on all sides, Yun Zongfeng thought, a look of worry deepening on his face. Lu Lingxi sensed an underlying meaning in his words and inquired with confusion, Why does Lord Yun say this? Yun Zongfeng's expression turned grave as he spoke slowly. Just the day before yesterday, I heard that the barbaric tribes have unified under the Tuoba clan and established the Tuoba dynasty. The Tuoba king is said to lead an army of 1 million and is approaching our Great Xia border. Upon learning this, His Majesty dispatched someone to gather intelligence, but all the scouts sent to investigate have perished. I have heard that the scouts responsible for gathering intelligence were under the command of the Crown Prince. What? Lu Lingxi's pupils constricted, her beautiful eyes turning toward the direction of the border, filled with apprehension. Inside the imperial hall of the Great Xia dynasty, Li Beixiong was seething with rage, his terrifying blood-red aura rendering the civil and military officials below silent. Those scoundrels, do they think our Great Xia fears them? Fight, fight, fight the war of extermination. This time, I shall personally lead the charge. I will not return until the barbaric tribes are vanquished. Li Beixiong slammed his palm down. Splitting the table in two, Your Majesty, please reconsider. The southern region is in crisis. Should Bai Li City fall, the citizens of the south will surely suffer from the beast tide. I implore Your Majesty to dispatch troops to support the border. Regarding the Tuoba dynasty, our court may dispatch envoys to engage in negotiations, temporarily stabilizing the Tuoba dynasty. Once the crisis at the borders is resolved, we shall take action against them. Chancellor Situ Kong stepped forward and spoke. Li Beixiong turned to the side where Fang Xinling was standing and inquired, Sir, what do you propose we should do? Fang Xinling addressed the gathered ministers, saying, Esteemed colleagues, we have just received a message from Liuhe City, informing us that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has proceeded to the borders to provide assistance. The Crown Prince has instructed that the Daxia Iron Cavalry need not be sent to support him, as he has his own methods to tackle the tide of beasts. Upon hearing this, the ministers began to murmur amongst themselves, Fang Sir, the Crown Prince has but a handful of men. How could he possibly withstand the tide of beasts? Situ Kong expressed his disbelief that Li Luo could resolve the situation single-handedly. Haha, dear Situ, have no fear. If the Crown Prince claims he can manage, then he undoubtedly can. Fang Xinling replied with a smile. Ha ha ha, I too have faith in my esteemed son. Since he asserts there is a solution, there must indeed be one to address the crisis at the southern borders. My beloved son has never let me down. Thus, it was decided. If we do not punish those wretched scoundrels, I cannot justify it to my noble son. Li Beixiong spoke with unwavering resolve. Should anyone dare to challenge his decision, he would not hold back. Your Majesty, you are the sovereign of all, and the court cannot be without your presence. I beseech you to retract your order to lead the charge." The ministers collectively knelt, imploring him. "Very well. I may refrain from leading the charge myself. But we must confront the Tuoba dynasty." Li Beixiong acquiesced, recognizing that Daxia was still in its nascent stages, requiring his decisive leadership. He was indeed unable to be elsewhere. "Your Majesty is wise." As Li Beixiong decided against leading the charge, the ministers rose. "Long Yi, I appoint you as Grand General, commanding 500,000 Daxia Iron Cavalry to march against the Tuoba dynasty." Li Beixiong declared thoughtfully, "Yes, Your Majesty. We shall not return until the savage lands are subdued." Long Yi clasped his fists and promptly departed. At that moment, Fang Xianling discreetly conveyed a message, leading Luo Yi and Gao Shun to appear in the Grand Hall. "General Luo, General Gao, the Tuoba dynasty has brazenly mobilized troops against Daxia. I fear they may not be simple adversaries. I request that you lead the vanguard alongside the Daxia Iron Cavalry." Fang Xianling bowed respectfully. Though they were loyal solely to Li Luo, eventually all of Daxia would belong to him. Therefore, Fang Xianling and others would not stand idly by. "Rest assured, we shall take care of it." Luo Yi replied with a bow. "I am grateful for your assistance, generals." Li Beixiong expressed his thanks as he approached the two. Luo Yi and Gao Shun were loyal to his beloved son, and thus he felt reluctant to issue commands. "Leave it to us." Luo Yi and Gao Shun clasped their fists and promptly vanished from sight. With Luo Yi and Gao Shun present, he felt reassured, for Luo Yi was a formidable warrior of the Guizhou realm. Meanwhile, at the southern border, a colossal wall stretching hundreds of miles lay sprawled like an ancient dragon, coiling outside the Million Beasts mountain range. This wall divided the interior from the exterior, creating two distinct worlds. Outside the wall, the land was flat for miles. Yet, standing atop the ramparts, one could still clearly see the jagged peaks of the Million Mountain Range. Within the walls, rows of dense military camps were constructed, with several miles beyond them housing the residences of the citizens of Bailey City. For over a century, the people of Bailey City had lived in peace, never experiencing a significant onslaught of beast tides. However, now, outside Bailey City, the tide of beasts surged endlessly, akin to a swarm of locusts, relentlessly advancing towards the city. Below the city gates, the 20,000 garrison troops that once stood guard had suffered heavy casualties, leaving fewer than 30,000 remaining. After the establishment of Liang, Qin Yu had formed the garrison to prevent incursions from the Million Beasts mountain range, stationed here under the command of General Zhou Biao. This garrison had received orders to defend their territory, and even amidst the rebellions of the three kings, neither the king of Wu nor the king of Jin dared to extend the flames of war to this place. Even after the king of Jin's defeat and the king of Wu's successful occupation of the southern provinces, the garrison remained untouched, for all understood the significance of their presence. Even when Liang fell and the Daxia dynasty arose, Zhou Biao continued to steadfastly command the 20,000 garrison troops, unyielding. Li Beixiong also recognized the importance of the garrison. He issued a decree to Zhou Biao, retaining him as Grand General and commanding him to remain in place. Zhou Biao gladly accepted Li Beixiong's appointment. However, none anticipated the sudden arrival of the beast tide. Unseen for a century, we must hold our ground. We must defend at all costs. Even if we die, we shall do so at the gates. Zhou Biao, disheveled and bloodied, roared at the soldiers around him. Yes, the soldiers engaged in combat with the beasts echoed his determination, their eyes filled with rage as they beheld their comrades devoured by the creatures. The soldiers, faces twisted in fury, were driven by an overwhelming sense of vengeance. The tide of beasts continued to surge forth, and the dwindling numbers of the remaining 30,000 troops fell rapidly. Zhou Biao watched with an unprecedented seriousness as beasts poured forth from the Million Beasts mountain range. They were still holding out because the initial wave comprised lower-tier beasts of smaller size. However, as the battle raged on, the beasts emerging grew in strength and size. Should they fall, the beasts would flood in, rampaging through the southern provinces, turning the entire region into a hell on earth. Damn it! Have the reinforcements sent by His Majesty arrived yet? Zhou Biao shouted, slaying a low-tier beast, turning his gaze towards a soldier stationed atop the city wall. General Zhou, we have yet to see the approaching reinforcements. The soldier, tears streaming down his face as he looked at the fallen comrades, cried out despondently. Hearing this, Zhou Biao's expression darkened. What on earth is His Majesty doing? He then raised his voice again. Have all the civilians evacuated? General, all civilians have been evacuated. The soldier replied. That is good, brothers. As the imperial army has yet to arrive, we have no choice but to use our lives to buy more time for our daxia. Zhou Biao gripped his spear and bellowed. Yes, General. The surrounding soldiers responded, quickly gathering around Zhou Biao. Faced with the overwhelming tide of beasts, the remaining soldiers did not succumb to despair. They had no fear of death. How could they be disheartened? As the battle continued, the remaining 30,000 soldiers dwindled to under 100. With a fierce roar, Zhou Biao, exhausted, could muster no more strength. Alongside the remaining soldiers, he leaned on his spear, determined to take down at least one beast with him. The terrifying beasts roared, raising clouds of dust. Just as Zhou Biao and the remaining 100 soldiers believed their end was near, a tremendous pressure descended from the heavens. A brilliant beam of sword light streaked from the horizon. In astonishment, Zhou Biao witnessed this sword light effortlessly slice through thousands of beasts. This sudden and terrifying sword light halted the advancing horde, causing them to hesitate and roar in trepidation before Bailey City. Meanwhile, hundreds of figures clad in armor materialized, lifting Zhou Biao and the 100 soldiers. Who are you? Zhou Biao, in shock, gazed at the hundreds of soldiers adorned in exquisite armor, each wielding a short sword. To his astonishment, he sensed that these mysterious soldiers were all mid-tier experts of the Dian realm, while he himself was merely at the pinnacle of that same realm. The newly arrived figures were none other than the Shadow Guards. The Shadow Guards, silent and resolute, hoisted Zhou Biao and the others before leaping onto the city wall. On the ramparts, 3,000 Shadow Guards gleamed in their ornate armor as light refracted off them. The 3,000 Shadow Guards collectively notched their arrows, pouring terrifying spiritual power into their projectiles, ready to unleash their onslaught. Before Zhou Biao and the other soldiers could comprehend the situation, the city gates slowly opened. Who says there are no clothes? We share the same robes. Who says there are no clothes? We share the same waters. Who says there are no clothes? We share the same garments. At that moment, the thunderous voices of 10,000 men resonated like thunder in the clouds. The stirring and powerful battle song echoed from beyond the gates. As Zhou Biao stood in shock, the city gates swung wide open. Following this, a formidable army surged forth from the city, their battle flags billowing as they donned armor. The front lines bore shields in one hand and long spears in the other. The central forces wielded shields and bronze swords, while the rear ranks bore bronze swords at their waists, wielding longbows and carrying quivers on their backs. This was the Great Wall Legion. A formidable army of 300,000 surged forth from the city, forming a menacing array outside its walls, exuding an aura of lethal intent. The front lines of the troops, shields raised before them, brandished their long spears, poised and ready, their sharpness evident. Meanwhile, the rear ranks drew their bows, arrows ready to rain down in a deadly storm. This disciplined force, resolutely prepared for battle, moved with an elegance akin to flowing water. Accompanying them, an overwhelming battle fervor emanated from every member of the Great Wall Legion. Reaching for the heavens, in an instant, the sky darkened, thick clouds enveloping the expanse above the entire city. When has our great Xia ever boasted such a fearsome army? Zhou Biao exclaimed in astonishment as he beheld the imposing 300,000 soldiers of the Great Wall. The soldiers of the garrison around him shared his shock, instinctively shaking their heads in disbelief. Just as Zhou Biao was still reeling from the spectacle of the Great Wall Legion, ominous energies began to emanate from the black clouds above. Moments later, several figures descended before Zhou Biao and his companions. They were none other than Li Luo and his allies. "Are you General Zhou?" Li Luo inquired, turning to Zhou Biao. "You are Zhou Biao." Unfamiliar with Li Luo's appearance, could not recognize him, though he was well aware of the name Li Luo, came the succinct reply, before Li Luo's gaze shifted to the battlefield, where devastation unfolded before them. The ground was littered with the bodies of the garrison soldiers, their remains either ravaged by beasts or reduced to mere pulp beneath the onslaught. Witnessing this scene ignited a fire of fury within Li Luo. The sacrifices of the garrison had been monumental. He felt he had arrived a moment too late. "You are His Highness the Crown Prince," Zhou Biao exclaimed, recognizing Li Luo and hastily attempting to pay his respects. The surrounding weary soldiers of the garrison followed suit, bowing in reverence. Li Luo quickly intervened. "General Zhou, there is no need for such formalities. Our immediate concern is to deal with this horde of beasts." Zhou Biao paused, then spoke gravely. "Your Highness speaks the truth. However, Your Highness," this army Li Luo anticipated Zhou Biao's inquiry and responded, "Rest assured, General Zhou, this formidable force is under my command, and it belongs to our great Xia." The realization struck Zhou Biao. He had not fathomed that the Crown Prince commanded such a terrifying army, nor that he had personally come to provide aid. "Your Highness, be cautious. The beasts in this tide are escalating in rank." With even those of the Spirit Sea realm emerging, Zhou Biao cautioned. Just then, a terrifying roar erupted from the Beast Mountain range. The shockwaves reverberated, felt even by Li Luo and his companions, upon hearing the ancient and fearsome call of the beasts. Their expressions shifted dramatically. Even Meng Tian squinted, fixated on the depths of the mountain range. As the roar resounded, the previously hesitant horde of beasts, now emboldened, let out a collective cry and surged forward. Heedless of their lives, that roar seemed to serve as a command. "Great Wall Legion, attack! Shadow Guards, engage!" With a shout from Meng Tian and Zhang Han, the rear ranks of the Great Wall Legion unleashed a torrential volley of arrows, shimmering with vibrant spiritual energy, raining down upon their foes. The advancing beasts fell like wheat before the scythe, blood splattering as the battlefield turned crimson. On the walls, the Shadow Guards released their arrows, each one carrying tremendous force, creating terrifying explosions upon impact. Yet, the sheer size of the beast horde proved overwhelming, and soon the arrows of the Great Wall Legion and Shadow Guards were exhausted. As the beasts let out a unified roar, they charged towards the Great Wall Legion. The front-line soldiers formed a protective barrier with their shields, while those behind thrust their long spears. Countering the beastly onslaught in mere moments, thousands of beasts met their demise. Some beasts breached the front, infiltrating the ranks, but countless warriors wielding bronze swords fought valiantly, dispatching the intruders. Simultaneously, 3,000 Shadow Guards, armed with short blades, darted into the fray, their movements swift and lethal, leaving trails of blood in their wake. At this critical juncture, Li Luo, Meng Tian, Zhang Han, the Earth God, Bai Wuchang, and Zhao Dizhus also joined the fray, soaring above the chaos to unleash their formidable powers. Move mountains and fill the seas. Devour souls through eternal torment. With that, the ground trembled as formidable spiritual energy erupted from their beings, causing the earth to crack and massive peaks to descend, obliterating vast swathes of the beast horde. Bai Wuchang's icy soul-binding chains emerged from the clouds, piercing through countless beasts in an instant. Meanwhile, Li Luo, Meng Tian, and Zhang Han plunged into the fray, their collective might wreaking havoc among the beasts. With a sweeping strike of his spear, Meng Tian unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy that swept away nearly 100,000 beasts, reducing them to mere remnants. The sheer terror of Meng Tian's power astonished Li Luo, while he and Zhang Han also unleashed their devastating abilities, decimating large numbers of beasts. After their intervention, the tide of beasts that had threatened the city was pushed back by 5 miles. Under the relentless assault of Li Luo and the Great Wall Legion, the once advancing horde began to flee in disarray towards the depths of the Beast Mountain range. The Earth God, Bai Wuchang, and Zhao Dizhus continued to engage the retreating beasts. However, in that moment, an overwhelming aura of beastly dominance descended, accompanied by a terrifying pressure. "Not good, retreat," the Earth God, ever vigilant, shouted as he pulled Bai Wuchang back. Yet, Zhao Dizhus, caught off guard, was ensnared by the oppressive force. Blood mist erupted as he fell, lifeless. "Zhao Dizhus," Li Luo gasped in horror. The suddenness of this formidable pressure was beyond comprehension. Though the Earth God and Bai Wuchang narrowly escaped, they were still injured by the terrifying force. As the group looked up, a colossal, fearsome figure descended from the clouds. A beast, towering over dozens of feet, covered in purple fur with a single horn atop its head and wings sprouting from its back. Revealed itself, this creature bore a resemblance to a lion, its feet engulfed in terrifying purple flames. Its wings were not feathered but appeared as ethereal clouds, suffused with a soft purple glow. The aura of the beast surged forth. The Earth God and Bai Wuchang, still reeling from their earlier confrontation, felt their hearts race at the sight. With a swipe of its forepaw, the beast unleashed a torrent of purple fire towards them. Flee! The Earth God, a peak realm master, instinctively pulled Bai Wuchang back, vanishing into the earth just in time. Moments later, they reappeared safely beside Li Luo. Are you both unharmed? Li Luo inquired anxiously. We are fine, my lord, but Zhao the Earth God mused somberly. Li Luo's eyes narrowed, his heart heavy. The unexpected loss of Zhao Di's who's weighed heavily on him. My lord, be cautious. This beast is a pinnacle entity of the primordial realm. Meng Tian warned, brandishing his spear and stepping forth to confront the monstrous creature. Very well, General Meng, exercise caution. Li Luo nodded slightly, retreating alongside the Earth God and his allies. At this moment, Zhou Biao swallowed hard, gazing at the immense creature. Suddenly, his pupils constricted as realization dawned upon him. Your Highness, that beast is the sovereign of the outer regions of the Million Beast Mountain Range, the cloud-winged purple crystal beast. Note: the text contains references to cultivation realms and characters from a fantasy narrative. However, back then, the cultivation of the cloud-wing amethyst beast was comparable to mine, yet in merely a decade. How could its strength have escalated to such terrifying heights? Zhou Biao was utterly perplexed. Upon hearing this, Li Luo was equally astonished. To reach the pinnacle of the primordial realm in just 10 years. If given more time, wouldn't the cloud-wing amethyst beast's power soar even higher? Is it a result of its innate bloodline talent, or is there another underlying reason? Roaring, at that moment of Li Luo's reverie, the cloud-wing amethyst beast let out a thunderous howl, unleashing a formidable sonic wave that stirred a tempest. Suddenly, the beast's single horn radiated a blinding purple light, as a terrifying force surged with frenzied intensity. Faced with this colossal creature, Meng Tian wasted no words. His body trembled, and a dreadful aura surged alongside immense power, soaring skyward like a rainbow piercing the sun, intimidating the heavens above. Sensing Meng Tian's overwhelming might, the cloud-wing amethyst beast was incensed, its eyes igniting with fierce purple flames. Having gathered its energy, it unleashed a ferocious breath, expelling a horrifying purple fireball towards Meng Tian. The moment the fireball left the beast's mouth, it instantly expanded to 100 feet in size, ablaze as if the purple sun from the heavens had descended to earth, staining the sky a deep violet. Wherever the fireball passed, flames consumed the earth, turning flora to ash as the searing heat pierced through the oppressive black clouds. Meng Tian's pupils constricted slightly in the face of such a terrifying assault. He remained composed, even though the cloud-wing amethyst beast's cultivation surpassed his by a small realm. He twirled the long spear in his grasp, its ominous intent causing it to emit a series of resonant vibrations. Suddenly, a sea of crimson surged behind him, an overwhelming aura gathering ferociously. A colossal dragon's head materialized from the blood-red mist. What a terrifying aura! Just how many lives has this man claimed? Observing Meng Tian's fearsome presence, Zhou Biao couldn't help but take a deep breath, his mind swirling with tumultuous thoughts. This man must undoubtedly be a harbinger of death. Perhaps even the infamous Lord of Butchers pales in comparison to him, Zhou Biao mused. Li Luo offered a faint smile. This is no jest. Meng Tian is indeed a renowned general of the Qin dynasty. Having spent years on the battlefield, his tally of slain foes far beyond that of ordinary men. Meng Tian's gaze sharpened. The dragon head formed from the blood aura opened its eyes, radiating with divine golden light. The dragon of awe, with a furious roar, Meng Tian bellowed, and the dragon's head suddenly opened its maw, swallowing him whole. Meng Tian merged with the dragon's head, which then let out a blood-curdling cry. Colliding with the incoming fireball, Meng Tian did not choose to evade, for behind him stood Li Luo and the city of Bailey. At the moment of impact between the fireball and the dragon's head, an astonishing explosion did not occur. Instead, with a mighty roar, the immense fireball was instantly pierced through by the dragon's head. The fireball was hollowed out, disintegrating into countless sparks. The blood-red dragon's head gradually faded, revealing Ming Tian's imposing figure, spear in hand, pointed defiantly at the Cloudwing Amethyst Beast. The Cloudwing Amethyst Beast, witnessing this human shatter its attack, was consumed by rage. It let out a furious roar, flapping its wings and charged toward Ming Tian with its massive form. The terrifying creature stirred a fierce gale, akin to a colossal mountain. Should it collide with such a behemoth, survival would be a mere fantasy. Yet, at this moment, Ming Tian was ignited with incredible battle fervor by the challenge posed by the Cloudwing Amethyst Beast. Beast, come forth to battle. Ming Tian roared to the heavens, his voice resounding like a mighty flood. As he gripped his spear, transforming into a horrific streak of blood-red light, charging directly toward the oncoming Cloudwing Amethyst Beast. The two beams of light, one large and one small, emanated an overwhelming might. In the astonished gazes of the onlookers, they collided like meteors racing through the sky. With a thunderous roar, akin to the awakening of ancient thunder, the shockwave reverberated through the heavens, unleashing a cataclysmic force. In an instant, the mountains within 1,000 miles trembled, rivers surged, and an invisible wave swept across the land like ripples in an ocean, resonating for miles. Even the citizens of the various counties in South Prefecture could gaze up and witness the spectacle, causing a stir. What is transpiring? It seems to originate from the borders of Bailey City. I've heard reports of a dire situation at the borders, with magical beasts invading, and the Crown Prince leading a group of strong warriors to assist. Could it be that the Crown Prince's formidable subordinates are engaged in combat with the magical beasts? Surely it is so. May the Crown Prince and his valiant warriors avert this crisis at the border. Otherwise, the lives of us common folk hang in the balance. At this moment, the citizens of all counties in South Prefecture turned their gazes toward the border, silently praying for their safety. On the battlefield at the borders, Zhang Han, Bai Wuchang, and the Earth Gods stood in front of Li Luo, forming a massive barrier with their spiritual energy, absorbing the overwhelming force that approached. When everyone lifted their heads once more, they beheld two streams of purple and red light in the sky, engaged in a fierce clash that rendered the heavens and earth pale, the clouds sinking beneath their intensity in the blink of an eye. The tumultuous battle waves tore apart the gathering clouds, causing them to vanish entirely. The azure sky re-emerged in the sight of the onlookers. With a deafening explosion, the two streams of light in the void abruptly separated, their brilliance fading. Ming Tian stood tall, his chest heaving, his gaze resolute, his battle intent not only undiminished but even more fervent. Despite sustaining minor injuries, his formidable presence remained as terrifying as ever, showing no signs of waning. Bathed in sunlight, his exquisite armor gleamed magnificently, resembling an undefeated war geodyne's stark contrast. The Cloudwing Amethyst Beast, though its cultivation surpassed Ming Tian's by a small realm and possessed intelligence, found itself at a disadvantage against such an experienced combatant. At this moment, the creature bore wounds that dripped blood, its once vibrant wings now dulled. Its imposing presence had significantly waned. The beast's eyes, filled with crimson fury, fixated on Ming Tian, emitting an enraged roar. This human had injured it. Roaring into the skies, the Cloudwing Amethyst Beast erupted in a surge of purple flames, engulfing the heavens. Its horn shone brightly once more with resplendent purple light. Witnessing this, Ming Tian understood that the Cloudwing Amethyst Beast was now fighting for its life. His eyes narrowed, he swung his spear, conjuring a sea of murderous intent that enveloped the skies, obscuring the blazing sun. One red, one purple. They divided the heavens for miles. Li Luo gazed upward, instinctively clenching his fists. The outcome would hinge on the final clash between Ming Tian and the Cloudwing Amethyst Beast. Chapter 69. The subjugation of the Cloudwing Amethyst Beast. Roar, with a resounding boom. The purple flames engulfing the Cloudwing Amethyst Beast surged. Beneath the fiery tempest, a terrifying phantom towering hundreds of feet appeared, dominating the void like an unparalleled divine beast. This colossal spectral figure mirrored the Cloudwing Amethyst Beast exactly, its massive form obscuring the sun. The dreadful power it contained sending shivers down the spines of Li Luo and the others. With a thunderous dragon's roar, the crimson aura stained the realm. At this moment, Meng Tian radiated a rich aura of murderous intent. From the blood-red sea above his head came a resounding dragon's cry. The vast sea of blood suddenly contracted, coalescing into a blood dragon that equaled the phantom of the cloud-wing amethyst beast. Soaring into the sky and spiraling around Meng Tian. The long spear in Meng Tian's grasp, imbued with the aura of death, seemed to possess a will of its own, emitting a phoenix-like cry. As if eager to taste blood, Meng Tian hurled the spear, commanding it to dance rapidly around him. In response, the blood dragon pursued the spear, merging into its form, as the spear melded with the blood dragon. Intricate black patterns emerged across its body. At that moment, the cloud-wing amethyst beast lunged forward, its ethereal 100-foot figure charging at Meng Tian and the blood dragon. Flowing dragon, Meng Tian roared, directing the blood dragon to surge toward the oncoming cloud-wing amethyst beast. Roar, roar, a deafening dragon's roar and the beast's howl reverberated, accompanied by a terrifying explosion that made Li Luo and the others' eardrums throb painfully. In the next moment, the explosion illuminated the entire sky above Bailey City, dimming even the sun's light. The brilliance was so intense that it blinded the onlookers. After what felt like an eternity, the radiance dissipated. As the crowd looked up, they beheld a massive mushroom cloud lingering in the heavens. Meng Tian, clad in gleaming armor, became the most radiant presence amidst it all. Did they win? Zhou Biao and the 100 soldiers behind him gaped in astonishment, utterly dumbfounded. They had never witnessed such a terrifying battle. The Crown Prince's subordinates truly are formidable beyond measure. Li Luo and Zhang Han exchanged glances, their smiles revealing their shared triumph. Indeed, for he is Meng Tian. Li Luo gazed at the silhouette of Meng Tian and smiled. So, his name is Meng Tian. Upon hearing Li Luo's response, Zhou Biao was instantly elated, his gaze falling upon the imposing figure of Meng Tian. He committed this terrifying powerhouse under the prince's command to memory. In the void, Meng Tian reached out and grasped the air. Whoosh! Amidst the swirling smoke, a long spear flew back into his hand autonomously. Following closely, amidst the haze, everyone could vaguely perceive a colossal figure plummeting. It was the cloud-wing amethyst beast. Boom! The cloud-wing amethyst beast landed heavily on the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Even Li Luo, standing beneath the city gate, felt the earth tremble slightly beneath his feet. Such a massive body falling from such a height must have been quite a feat. Li Luo sent out his consciousness and discovered that the cloud-wing amethyst beast was still alive, albeit its breath was exceedingly faint, indicating it had been severely injured by Meng Tian. "Let us go take a look," Li Luo said, stepping forward and flying towards the cloud-wing amethyst beast. With Zhang Han and others closely following. At this moment, Meng Tian was already waiting for Li Luo before the cloud-wing amethyst beast. "General Meng, are you unscathed?" Li Luo asked, noticing Meng Tian's ethereal aura. His concern evident, Meng Tian clasped his fists and replied, "Thank you for your concern, young master. I am fine, merely having expended a considerable amount of spiritual energy." With this, Li Luo felt reassured and turned his attention to the cloud-wing amethyst beast before him. At that moment, the beast had a gaping wound in its chest, blood flowing profusely, appearing exceedingly weak. "Young master, allow me to finish it off," Zhang Han exclaimed, drawing his short sword, ready to end the beast's life. However, just then, the cloud-wing amethyst beast suddenly struggled to rise, its eyes shimmering with a different light, devoid of the previous rage, seemingly imbued with a touch of sorrow. "Young master, be careful." Both Meng Tian and Zhang Han were startled by the beast's sudden movement and hurriedly shielded Li Luo, fearing that the cloud-wing amethyst beast might launch a surprise attack. Yet, to their astonishment, after standing, the cloud-wing amethyst beast suddenly knelt before Meng Tian, lowering its massive head and emitting a mournful sound, as if attempting to communicate. Do you wish to submit to me?" Meng Tian seemed to grasp the situation, speaking in astonishment. Upon hearing this, the cloud-wing amethyst beast raised its grand head and nodded towards Meng Tian. The two exchanged a glance, and Meng Tian let out a soft sigh. was no easy feat for the Cloudwing Amethyst Beast to reach its current level of cultivation, and it was unwilling to simply perish. From its gaze, Meng Tian discerned its desire to continue living. "Your Highness," Meng Tian was about to plead for the Cloudwing Amethyst Beast when Li Luo waved his hand, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "General Meng, since you have defeated the Cloudwing Amethyst Beast, it is only fitting that you handle it." Li Luo had naturally perceived the beast's intention to submit to Meng Tian. This was a fortuitous development, and he had no intention of hindering it. "Thank you, Your Highness," Meng Tian exclaimed with great joy, bowing in gratitude. "Roar!" The Cloudwing Amethyst Beast, understanding human speech, rose and let out a long roar. Suddenly, a purple light enveloped its body, and a stream of light shot into Meng Tian's mind. In an instant, both the Cloudwing Amethyst Beast and Meng Tian were radiating the same purple light. Hiss! It was indeed a soul contract. The Cloudwing Amethyst Beast had actually signed a soul contract with the esteemed Meng Tian, and it was an unequal contract. Zhou Biao, who had rushed over, could not contain his exclamation upon witnessing this scene. Li Luo furrowed his brow, recalling the protagonists from the novels of his past life, who would sign contracts with spirit beasts, and he instantly understood the implications. The beast had voluntarily entered into an unequal contract, meaning its life was now bound to Meng Tian's. If Meng Tian were to perish, the Cloudwing Amethyst Beast would not survive either. Conversely, if the beast were to fall, Meng Tian would remain unaffected. Boom! As the purple light intensified, the contract was finalized. Miraculously, the injuries of the Cloudwing Amethyst Beast began to heal. "Thank you, Your Highness, for your benevolence." Meng Tian expressed his gratitude towards Li Luo, clasping his fists once more. The Cloudwing Amethyst Beast followed suit, prostrating itself before Li Luo. Chapter 70. Li Luo's Fury. General Meng, there is no need for such formalities. Li Luo smiled faintly before continuing. "General Meng, please inquire of the Cloudwing Amethyst Beast why it led the Beast Tide to invade our great Xia." Meng Tian nodded slightly and began to communicate with the Cloudwing Amethyst Beast through their newfound bond. The beast comprehended Li Luo's words and slowly relayed its tale to Meng Tian. "Master, I was merely an ordinary beast controlling a small territory near the outskirts of a 100-mile area. By chance, while patrolling my domain, I inadvertently entered a mysterious canyon. This canyon was filled with an overwhelming pressure stemming from bloodlines, and I could distinctly sense that it was the might of a dragon. At that time, I was weak and dared not venture inside. However, just as I intended to leave, I stumbled upon a dragon source fruit. I consumed the fruit and remained outside the canyon to cultivate until I reached the primordial realm. Although I broke through to the primordial realm, I still did not dare to enter the canyon, for that dragon might exert tremendous pressure upon us beasts. Thus, I temporarily left, intending to return once I reached the boundless realm. After leaving the canyon, my strength surged, and I sought to delve deeper into the depths of the Million Beast Mountain range to join the ranks of the Beast Kings. To my dismay, I was met with hostility from the 10 Beast Kings. However, the Beast Emperor offered me a chance. If I led the outer beasts to annihilate the nearby human kingdoms, I would be granted the title of Beast King. Initially, I thought that the nearby human kingdoms would pose no challenge to me, so I decided to unleash the Beast Tide without hesitation. What I did not anticipate was the existence of a being like you among the human kingdoms. Meng Tian nodded slightly, conveying the Cloudwing Amethyst Beast's words to Li Luo. Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically, especially Zhou Biao, who suddenly realized that the Cloudwing Amethyst Beast had once only ruled a small territory, having mistakenly believed it was the sovereign of the entire outskirts. Meanwhile, Li Luo's brow furrowed even deeper. It seemed that the canyon the Cloudwing Amethyst Beast had unwittingly entered was the very place where Liao Tianlu had once ventured, the Dragon's Fall. He had assumed that after 10,000 years, the residual pressure from the true dragon's demise would have dissipated, but it seemed that it still lingered. It appeared that even if they found the Dragon's Fall, they would not dare to enter recklessly with their current levels of cultivation. They would have to wait until their strength improved to consider exploring further. Thus, he inquired, "Do you recall where that canyon is located?" The Cloudwing Amethyst Beast shook its head, responding, "Master, after I left the canyon, I turned around only to find that the entire canyon had mysteriously vanished. I can no longer locate it. Upon hearing this, Meng Tian relayed the beast's words to Li Luo. Hearing this, Li Luo's brow furrowed once more. Liao Tianlu had not informed him of this detail. It seemed that this individual had ulterior motives, intending to lure him deep into the Beast Mountain range. If it were not for the Cloud-Wing Amethyst Beast, he would have remained unaware of the existence of the 10 Beast Kings and the Boundless Realm Beast Emperor in the depths of the mountain range. He had initially thought that only 1 or 2 beasts at the primordial realm level resided there. Although they might be unable to contend with them, escaping should have been feasible. Now it seemed that he had underestimated the situation. He then ordered Bai Wuchang to release Liao Tianlu. "Ah, young friend, spare my life. I truly did not foresee the emergence of so many formidable beasts in just 10,000 years." As soon as Liao Tianlu was released, he was subjected to Bai Wuchang's torment. "Heh, you didn't know?" Li Luo scoffed coldly, gesturing for Bai Wuchang to continue. "Ah, stop. I was wrong. I have a way to find the dragon's fall." Liao Tianlu, unable to endure Bai Wuchang's torment any longer, spoke in agony. Li Luo raised an eyebrow, signaling Bai Wuchang to halt, and coldly demanded, "What method do you possess?" Gasping for breath, Liao Tianlu collected himself before replying, "During my escape, I left a trace of my soul's aura in the canyon. Once I enter, I can follow the sensation to locate the canyon." Upon hearing this, Li Luo nodded slightly, surprised that the old fellow was quite clever. He instructed Bai Wuchang to retrieve Liao Tianlu's soul. With Liao Tianlu present, he was naturally unconcerned about finding the dragon's fall. Once his cultivation reached the boundless realm, he would explore further, or he could summon even stronger allies to accompany him. By the way, why did the Beast Emperor propose such a condition? At this moment, Li Luo turned to the Cloud-Wing Amethyst Beast and asked solemnly. He sensed that the Beast Emperor in the depths of the Beast Mountain range harbored a deep-seated animosity towards humanity. Although there had been no large-scale conflicts between humans and beasts in recent years, the words of the Cloud-Wing Amethyst Beast filled him with apprehension. The Cloud-Wing Amethyst Beast replied, "Master, I heard from the older generation of beast warriors that 100,000 years ago, our Million-Beast Mountain range was home to countless powerful beasts of various races. However, the incident involving the dragon's fall attracted countless powerful beings from across the continent, leading to an invasion of the Beast Mountain range. During the human search for the true dragon, countless formidable beast ancestors clashed with human warriors. At long last, we suffered a catastrophic defeat in the Beast Mountain range, where numerous formidable beasts perished at the hands of human warriors. Even to this day, it has only begun to recover, amassing a mere 1,000,000 beasts, yet it remains far from the splendor it boasted 100,000 years ago. However, despite our dismal loss in that battle, many of the human elite also sustained grievous injuries. Consequently, the newly ascended Beast Emperor harbors profound animosity towards humanity. I believe it will not be long before, with or without my involvement, the Beast Emperor unleashes a tide of beasts to exact vengeance upon the nearby human kingdoms. Nevertheless, my lord, there is no need for concern in the immediate future. The Beast Emperor will not initiate a beast tide soon, as several Beast Kings are currently in seclusion during my own preparations for such an event." Upon hearing this, Meng Tian's expression darkened instantly. He promptly conveyed the words of the Cloud-Wing Amethyst Beast to Li Luo. Upon receiving this news, Li Luo and his companions' faces changed dramatically. It seems we must summon more formidable warriors. They swiftly returned to the city of Bailey. Zhang Han, ensure that the Shadow Secret Guards disseminate the news of our successful thwarting of the Beast Tide and the resolution of the border crisis throughout the entire Daxia. Upon entering the city, Li Luo issued the task to the Shadow Secret Guards. This crisis at the borders will undoubtedly win us a host of new admirers. Our prestige is, at present, somewhat lacking. Rest assured, my lord." With a wave of Zhang Han's hand, the 3,000 Shadow Secret Guards dispersed, vanishing from Bailey City in an instant. After learning of the message brought by the Cloud-Wing Amethyst Beast, Li Luo resolved to temporarily remain at the border to guard against potential incursions by the Beast Emperor. Just as he was about to settle in Bailey City, Zhou Biao rushed in, his face grave, and exclaimed, "Your Highness, dire news has arrived. We have just received word that the savage alien tribes have unified and established the Tuoba dynasty, and their million-strong army is bearing down on our Daxia border. Reports from the capital indicate that as Tuoba's forces approached, His Majesty dispatched 3 powerful individuals to gather intelligence, only for them to be slain by the strong of the Tuoba dynasty. In response, His Majesty was enraged and dispatched the Daxia Iron Cavalry to subjugate the Tuoba dynasty. Even more infuriating, upon learning of His Majesty's military movements, the Tuoba dynasty sent 2 armies to massacre our border cities. Baiguan and Zheng'an. Moreover, the 3 individuals who ventured forth to gather military intelligence were said to be your subordinates. What did you say? What are their names? Li Luo's pupils contracted as he demanded angrily. Zhou Biao replied, I believe their names were Lu Rangjia, Shan Pao, and Li Ergoyu. At this revelation, a terrifying killing intent surged within Li Luo, and he coldly inquired further, What of the citizens of Baiguan and Zheng'an? Zhou Biao solemnly replied, Not a single soul survived. Boom! In that moment, Li Luo could no longer contain himself. An overwhelming killing intent coupled with terrifying power caused the temperature around him to plummet. Tuoba Dynasty, I shall make you the shortest-lived dynasty in history. Chapter 71. Public outrage. Li Luo's eyes narrowed, his terrifying aura instilling fear in Zhou Biao. At that moment, he seemed to embody a deity capable of dictating the fates of countless lives. Meng Tian, order the Great Wall Legion to hold this position. We must make haste to the savage border. Li Luo contemplated. Yes, my lord. Meng Tian responded affirmatively, then summoned the Cloudwing Amethyst Beast. After forming a contract, the beast entered a packed space where it would cultivate. My lord, should the beast tide return with formidable monsters assaulting us, and without a strong presence here, relying solely on your army may be insufficient. Zhou Biao slowly articulated. Li Luo considered this and recognized the validity of Zhou Biao's words. Simply relying on the Great Wall Legion was far from adequate. At least one formidable warrior must be stationed here. Just as Li Luo intended to suggest that Meng Tian remain behind, the Earth God, seemingly understanding Li Luo's thoughts, volunteered, My lord, allow me to hold this position. After the recent battle, I have just touched upon the threshold of the primordial realm, and it would be an opportune time for me to break through. Moreover, with Meng as a companion, your safety is assured. Upon hearing that the Earth God had nearly reached the primordial realm, Li Luo felt a surge of joy, and even Bai Wuchang and Zhang Han cast him looks of surprise. Li Luo reasoned that with the Earth God at the pinnacle of the Return to Ruins realm, coupled with his formidable powers, he could contend with even early-stage primordial realm beasts. Thus, Li Luo readily agreed. Very well, the border shall be entrusted to the Earth God. Do not worry, my lord, unless I perish. The beasts shall not cross this wall by even a single step, the Earth God proclaimed, striking his staff upon the ground, and a unique aura emanated forth. Li Luo nodded solemnly, placing his utmost trust in the Earth God. Let us depart. With a grand gesture, Li Luo and his companions mounted the Cloudwing Amethyst Beast. Roar! Under Meng Tian's command, the Cloudwing Amethyst Beast let out a resounding roar, unfurling its massive wings and soaring into the sky, transforming into a streak of light as it raced towards the savage border. Sir, I leave the border to you. Zhou Biao respectfully saluted the Earth God. The Earth God nodded slightly and requested Zhou Biao to arrange for him a secluded chamber. Intending to break through to the primordial realm as swiftly as possible, the Shadow Secret Guards, upon receiving Li Luo's orders, wasted no time. The 3,000 guards swiftly spread the news of the decisive victory at the border. At that moment, countless citizens of the southern provinces rejoiced upon hearing the news. The Crown Prince and his guards are truly extraordinary. Indeed, our Crown Prince, as the heir of Baoyang, has been known for his benevolence towards refugees and his military prowess against Nanyuan, achieving a resounding victory against the Black Cavalry. I heard just days ago, the Crown Prince eliminated the great python that was a scourge to the people of Liuhe City. Another chimed in. Yes, our Crown Prince has accomplished so many remarkable feats at such a young age. He is indeed a prodigious talent, surpassing even that Qin Yu of the previous dynasty. Bah! Do not compare our current Crown Prince to that worthless being. He is not worthy of such comparison. Exactly, dire news. We have just received the latest intelligence that the savage tribes have established the Tuoba dynasty, invading our borders, and Baiguan and Zheng'an have been slaughtered by these alien tribes. With not a single citizen left alive, what? How dare these brutes? These damned savage tribes, do they not fear for their lives? Oh heavens, these two cities combined had a population of 50 to 60,000. These vile savage tribes, do they wish to oppress our newly established Daxia? These beasts deserve to die. Will His Majesty not mobilize the troops to eradicate these invaders and avenge our Daxia citizens? Countless individuals gathered around the messenger, their expressions filled with rage. The man, panting heavily, continued, His Majesty has already mobilized the army to subjugate the Tuoba dynasty, and it is precisely because the Tuoba dynasty learned of His Majesty's military movements that they have launched their assault on our cities. Upon hearing this, the surrounding populace erupted in fury. Let us enlist. It is insufficient to quench our rage without personally slaying the savage tribes. Indeed, only the blood of these invaders can cleanse their sins and quell our fury. Count me in. I shall go as well, son. You too shall join. If you do not fight, I shall cast you out of our home. Grandson, you shall accompany your father. Let us fight as a family and avenge our fallen Daxia citizens. In that moment, the news reverberated through all 4 provinces of Daxia, igniting the passion of countless citizens who took to the streets, filled with hatred towards the Tuoba dynasty. This was a blood feud. At this instant, the entire populace of Daxia harbored an intense desire for vengeance against the alien tribes. Thus, the younger generation flocked to enlist in the army to serve their nation. The uproar incited by public outrage even caught the attention of Li Beixiong. In the capital, over 1 million citizens gathered outside the palace. Li Beixiong stood upon the platform, surveying the sea of faces, and declared loudly, The Tuoba dynasty has slaughtered tens of thousands of our Daxia citizens. Such a blood feud shall not be forgotten. They shall pay for their foolish provocation. Though I cannot personally take to the battlefield to slay the invaders, I have just received word that the Crown Prince has resolved the crisis at the southern border and is hastening towards the northern frontiers. 500,000 Daxia iron cavalry shall soon arrive at the border. Before the army departs, I have commanded the Daxia iron cavalry to not return until the savage lands are eradicated. As Li Beixiong's words fell, the crowd erupted into a frenzy, countless voices raised in unison. Eradicate the savages, we will not return. Eradicate the savages, we will not return. Eradicate the savages, we will not return. The furious cries echoed through the heavens, shaking the very foundations of the earth. Allow me to clarify, dear readers. The 4 fallen summon characters were a deliberate choice on my part to remove those from the Naruto series. Rest assured, no future summon character will meet their demise, and there are many friends eager to summon high-powered allies, which will be arranged promptly. Additionally, there will be 2 more updates tonight. Chapter 72, King Tuoba in the Wilderness. The wilderness of today is no longer referred to as such in a remarkably brief span. The Tuoba clan unified the disparate tribes of foreign races, establishing the Tuoba dynasty. Within a dimly lit celestial prison, a middle-aged man clad in fur was bound by heavy iron chains. Clang! At that moment, the door of the prison swung open, and 3 imposing men in armor entered. The leader, with thick brows and piercing eyes, exuded an aura of terror, commanding respect without uttering a word. He was none other than King Tuoba, the sovereign who unified the various tribes of the wilderness and founded the Tuoba dynasty. Man Luoyan, do you still refuse to submit to me? King Tuoba inquired, gazing at the man shackled by chains. The man, known as Man Luoyan, was the most powerful leader among the tribes of the foreign races, renowned for his strength and previously led his clan's warriors southward to invade Liang, only to be repelled by the northern Liang cavalry under Li Beixiong's command. Man Luoyan remained silent, his eyes closed. Noting his lack of response, King Tuoba continued, Considering you are a member of our wilderness, do not think that I am denying you an opportunity. Now that the Tuoba dynasty has just been established, it is a time when we require talented individuals. Submit to me, and together with my warriors, we shall conquer the great Xia. At this, Man Luoyan opened his eyes and regarded King Tuoba. King Tuoba, as you are also a part of our wilderness, I must remind you once more, do not provoke the great Xia. Since the fall of the Liang dynasty and the rise of the Northern Liang king, the strength of the Great Xia has surpassed what our tribes can contend with. If you truly care for the tribes, you should refrain from antagonizing the Great Xia. Humph. Wasn't it you who once harbored grand ambitions to defeat the Northern Liang cavalry and seize Liang? What are you afraid now? King Tuoba retorted coldly. Man Luoyin sighed softly, murmuring, "Times have changed. You must have heard that the current Great Xia dynasty is more powerful and formidable than the Liang dynasty. There are at least 3 or 4 experts in the returning ruins realm alone." Boom. Suddenly, King Tuoba unleashed a torrent of energy, radiating a terrifying aura. Humph. Merely a few experts in the returning ruins realm. When my brothers and I departed the wilderness to join the sects in the central domain, I have returned as a formidable being in the primordial beginning realm. Why should I fear a handful of returning ruins experts? With a sweep of his hand, a fierce gust of wind surged forth, causing Man Luoyin to cough up blood. Cough, do as you wish, but heed my warning. Do not underestimate the current Great Xia dynasty, or you may find yourself in an irreversible predicament. Man Luoyin closed his eyes, choosing not to speak further. Humph, do I still need your reminders? A lion spares no effort even when hunting a rabbit. In 2 days, I shall personally lead the charge, King Tuoba declared, waving his hand before departing the celestial prison. Once King Tuoba had left, Man Luoyin opened his eyes, sighed softly, and gazed out the window. His eyes flickering with uncertainty. It was not that he doubted King Tuoba's ability to defeat the Great Xia, but he found the Northern Liang king's rise to power exceedingly peculiar. He had previously sent scouts to gather intelligence on the experts in the returning ruins realm, yet had never heard of them. They seemed to have emerged like bamboo shoots after a rainstorm, appearing overnight. Having engaged in battles with the Northern Liang for many years, he could not claim to know their strength with absolute certainty, but he had a rough understanding of it. Previously, there were no experts in the returning ruins realm, and even in the Great Transcendence realm, there was only the Northern Liang king. In short, the Northern Liang exuded an air of strangeness, a quality that persisted even after the establishment of the Great Xia. Otherwise, he would have seized the opportunity to march south during the invasion of Nanyun. After leaving the prison, King Tuoba halted his steps. Where has the Great Xia army reached? He pondered aloud. Beside him stood 2 individuals, named Tuoba Teng and Tuoba Chung, both of whom possessed mid-tier cultivation in the returning ruins realm. Your Majesty, according to the intelligence relayed by Tuoba Ho, the Great Xia dynasty has deployed 500,000 iron cavalry and an additional 10,000 unknown cavalry, seemingly newly formed. The main commander of the army is Long Yi, one of the 7 heroes of Northern Liang. They are expected to arrive at Baiguan City today and will likely push into our Tuoba territory by tomorrow or the day after, Tuoba Chung reported. King Tuoba nodded slightly before instructing, "Send word to Tuoba Ho and Tuoba Ching, and under no circumstances engage the Great Xia army until I arrive. They would not have sent only the Northern Liang's 7 heroes, and I suspect the true powerhouses are lurking in the shadows. As Man Luoyin has indicated, we must not underestimate our foes. When I arrive, it will be the end of the Great Xia army. After all, the entire Western continent is rather small, my knowledge. The strongest beings on the Western continent are the few ancient figures within the Tailing sect and the Flame Emperor dynasty, who must have attained the Divine Soul realm by now. Moreover, the Great Xia has several experts in the returning ruins realm, which is no small feat." King Tuoba concluded. "Understood. I shall relay the message to both of them." Tuoba Chung promptly departed. Once Tuoba Chung had left, King Tuoba turned to the remaining Tuoba Teng and mused. "Once I have eradicated the Great Xia, we shall send Man Luoyin on his way." "Understood." Tuoba Teng nodded slightly. The following day, in the Great Xia dynasty, North State. Outside Baiguan City, battle flags fluttered and dust billowed. The vast iron cavalry surged forward, their terrifying killing intent darkening the skies as they passed. The words Great Xia were prominently emblazoned on the battle flags. This fearsome cavalry was none other than the Great Xia Iron Cavalry, led by Gao Shun and Luo Yi, advancing northward. Upon entering Baiguan City, the sight before them left all in stunned silence. Immediately thereafter, a dreadful bloodlust surged into the skies. The blood-red military spirit rose abruptly, howling to the heavens, unleashing the army's boundless fury. Chapter 73. Elevating cultivation before long. A colossal shadow appeared within the clouds above the army. A fearsome beast's roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth. The great Xia iron cavalry dismounted in unison, gazing upward with grave expressions, fully on guard. Luo Yi's consciousness surged into the sky, and his face lit up with joy as he exclaimed, "Our Lord has arrived." Upon hearing Luo Yi's words, the Northern Liang's 7 heroes, who had drawn their swords, finally relaxed their vigilance. With heavy hearts, they knelt on one knee, proclaiming loudly, "We welcome the Crown Prince." Boom. Just as Long Ye's voice fell, several figures descended from the heavens, stepping onto the air. Upon seeing Li Luo at the forefront, everyone trembled and knelt on one knee. "We welcome the Crown Prince." At that moment, Li Luo and his companions landed beside Long Yi. Li Luo surveyed the devastation in Baiguan City, his expression chilling to the core. His hands clenched involuntarily, nails digging into flesh without him feeling a thing. Crimson blood dripped from his fists, and a single tear slipped from the corner of his eye, unnoticed. Even Meng Tian and Zhang Han fell into silence. The scene before them resembled a hell on earth. Hundreds of thousands of corpses lay piled together, forming a mountain of the dead. The blood-soaked water had turned color, pooling together and trickling down, with a stench of blood permeating the air. The barbaric foreign army had spared neither women nor children. What weighed even heavier on Li Luo's heart was that the barbaric foreign soldiers had decapitated all the victims and arranged their heads in a display atop the mountain of corpses. Among the 3 heads at the top were those of Lu Renjia and his companions, who had been sent to scout the situation. "Everyone, rise." Li Luo's voice resonated like a chilling whisper from the depths of the abyss. The army rose collectively. "Your Highness, we shall march into the wilderness and eradicate the foreign tribes." Long Yi shouted, tears streaming down his face, filled with righteous fury. Behind him, countless warriors fought back tears, as the original form of the great Xia Iron Cavalry was none other than the Northern Liang Cavalry. Most among them hailed from Northern Liang, and many soldiers recognized their loved ones among the displayed heads. Li Luo did not respond to Long Yi but coldly inquired, "Is the situation in Zhenguan City the same?" Long Yi fell silent, nodding heavily. Li Luo took a deep breath. Just then, a fierce wind howled, and a surge of overwhelming resentment emanated from the mountain of corpses. Following this, the wailing souls of the slain began to howl and charged toward Li Luo and his companions. These souls were the remnants of the citizens of Baiguan City who had perished. "Your Highness, be careful. These are the deceased citizens. They were filled with resentment before their deaths, and after passing, their lingering resentment has allowed their souls to remain, refusing to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Leave this to my subordinates." As the White Impermanence, the soul-retrieving envoy, discerned everything with a single glance, he positioned himself before Li Luo, producing the soul-binding chain, ready to capture the vengeful remnants of souls. Li Luo waved his hand and stepped forward alone, gazing at the enraged spirits of the common folk that surged toward him. He solemnly declared, "I, Li Luo, hereby swear an oath to the heavenly Tao. I shall not rest until the Tuoba dynasty is vanquished. Avenging the blood and grievances of all, I willingly consign my soul to the 9 netherworlds, never to be reborn." No sooner had Li Luo's words echoed than an imperceptible force of the heavenly Tao enveloped him. The oath had been established. The expressions of the onlookers shifted dramatically. At that moment, the once furious souls halted in their tracks. Countless spirits transformed into faint ethereal shadows, collectively bowing before Li Luo. They gradually dissipated, their grievances resolved, returning to the realm of existence. "Send the order forth. All shall ensure the proper burial of the deceased citizens of Baiguan and Zhenguan." Li Luo's countenance was icy, his murderous intent palpable. "Asu command." Upon the words of the 7 heroes of Bailiang, the army behind them sprang into immediate action. While the troops began to inter the bodies of the citizens, Li Luo ventured out alone to a secluded forest. Perched upon a stone, he entered the system with his consciousness. At that moment, gazing at the newly acquired 10 million prestige points, Li Luo felt no trace of joy. Taking a deep breath, he steadied his mind and pondered, "System, how many prestige points do I require to elevate my cultivation?" Ding. The host's current cultivation is at the peak of Guishu realm. To break through to the initial stage of Taichu realm, you will need 2.5 million prestige points. Upon hearing this, Li Luo resolutely chose to break through. Once he ascended to the Taichu realm, there would be a significant possibility of summoning formidable beings of that caliber, or even those at the level of Wushi or Shenpa. Breakthrough. With a contemplative utterance, Li Luo felt the system deduct the 2.5 million prestige points, and his realm instantly ascended to the initial stage of Taichu realm. Now, he had 7.5 million prestige points remaining. System, how many summoning opportunities do I currently possess? 3. Li Luo nodded slightly at the system's response, acknowledging that the summoning value required had increased with his ascension to Taichu realm. Summon, ding, summoning successful. Successfully summoned from the Fengshan realm. Lei Zhenzi, successfully summoned from the Western Han realm. Wei Qing, with 40,000 elite Han troops, successfully summoned from the mythological realm. He Wuchang. Witnessing the formidable allies he had summoned, Li Luo's eyes sparkled with brilliance. He also noted that his remaining summoning value stood at 1.5 million, amounting to 2 million for a single summoning opportunity. Subsequently, he opened the character profiles. Lei Zhenzi, initial stage of Shenpa realm, loyalty. 100 Wei Qing, initial stage of Wushi realm, loyalty. 100 He Wuchang, peak of Guishu realm, loyalty. 100 elite Han troops, peak of Linghai realm, all, loyalty. 100. As he perused the profiles of these formidable beings, a terrifying murderous intent flickered in Li Luo's eyes, and a cold smile crept upon his lips. Setting aside Lei Zhenzi for the moment, just with Wei Qing alone, alongside his elite Han troops, he could easily sweep through the Tuoba dynasty. Wei Qing was not only an outstanding military strategist of the Western Han period, but also the esteemed uncle of the champion Marquis, who had once dominated the world. Wei Qing had repeatedly defeated the Xiongnu and reclaimed lost territories, earning the title of Grand General from Emperor Wu of Han, revered by countless generations. Chapter 74. Tuoba Marquis, several miles away from the border of the Daxia dynasty. A massive army of 1 million was encamped at this moment. Countless burly figures from the barbaric tribes feasted heartily, drinking and indulging, their mouths often spewing foulness. Within a tent, the leaders of various tribes gathered together. At the head of the table sat a general clad in armor, with a curved saber at his waist. He was Tuoba Marquis, the appointed commander of the tribal forces, whose cultivation was at the initial stage of Taichu realm. To his right sat his deputy, Tuoba Qing, whose cultivation was at the peak of Guishu realm. The two had once entered a certain sect in the central domain alongside Tuoba Wang, Tuoba Tang, and Tuoba Cheng, and had returned with formidable powers. The bloody massacre of Baiguan City and Jingguan City was ordered by him, aimed at instilling fear in the approaching Daxia cavalry. Ahahaha, come, let us celebrate. Once we have annihilated the Daxia cavalry and taken Daxia for ourselves, I shall personally present your merits before His Majesty. Tuoba Marquis raised a large bowl of wine and drank it in one go. Thank you, General. The other leaders raised their cups, their faces alight with excitement. Everyone, it is said that the Daxia army has arrived at Baiguan City today. Tuoba Marquis smirked coldly, his eyes glinting with malice. Ahahaha, General, I wager the Daxia cavalry must be quite pleased with the welcoming gifts we left for them. A leader couldn't help but laugh heartily. His words ignited a chorus of laughter among the assembly. Since the Daxia cavalry has arrived, I, the general, have decided that we shall engage them in battle tomorrow. Tuoba Marquis declared coldly. Yes, General. Upon hearing this, the leaders present became extraordinarily exhilarated, their eyes gleaming with bloodlust. The great general has instructed us to refrain from engaging the Daxia cavalry for the time being. Awaiting His Majesty's arrival, Tuoba Qing cautioned with a furrowed brow. Qingdi, I am now a strong cultivator of the Taichu realm. Such concerns from His Majesty are unwarranted. Even if there are several Guishu realm experts hidden among the Daxia cavalry, with you and me here, the Daxia cannot stir up any storms. Just watch how I behead their commanders tomorrow. Once His Majesty arrives, we shall march southward, unimpeded, to attack the Daxia imperial capital. I refuse to believe that such a border region can have a Taichu realm expert stationed. Tuoba Marquis regarded the Daxia cavalry with disdain, utterly dismissing the Daxia dynasty. According to the intelligence he had received, the Daxia merely possessed a few Guishu realm experts stationed there, while he himself was a Taichu realm powerhouse. His strength was his confidence. However, as Tuoba Ching attempted to interject, urging Tuoba Marquis to exercise caution, he was abruptly cut off by Tuoba Marquis's wave of the hand. It's decided. If anything goes awry, I shall bear the responsibility. Come, let us drink. Sigh, very well. Seeing Tuoba Marquis's firm stance, Tuoba Ching nodded slightly. Although he knew that Daxia could not possibly be their match, it was wise to be cautious, for this was war. May tomorrow's great battle proceed smoothly. The entire camp then descended into a revelry of joyous feasting. Meanwhile, outside Tuoba Marquis's camp, countless soldiers of the foreign tribes encircled a bonfire, roasting meat that crackled and sizzled. Come, everyone, let us raise a toast. The soldiers gathered around the fire lifted their cups in unison, drinking heartily. You all should drink less. We have to replace the brothers on guard duty shortly, a squad leader called out. Ha ha ha, Captain, it's fine. The Daxia cavalry is likely preoccupied with dealing with the bodies from the 2 cities we slaughtered, and besides, there's no battle tomorrow. A soldier laughed, and the others around him nodded in agreement. Still, we should drink less. The day after tomorrow, once His Majesty arrives, we will have to fight the Daxia cavalry. The squad leader pondered. I've heard that the Daxia cavalry is the Bailiang cavalry. This time, I'll make sure to slay them. We were bullied terribly by the Bailiang cavalry before, but now with the general here, their doom is upon them. Another soldier chimed in. Indeed, if we capture any Bailiang cavalry this time, I'll make sure to torment them thoroughly. Upon mentioning the Bailiang cavalry, the soldiers around exhibited fierce expressions. Regardless, drink less. I'll take a patrol first and return to relieve you. The squad leader stood up, dusting off his trousers and left with a dozen men. Captain, don't worry. We know our limits, the group replied with laughter. After the squad leader departed, a burly soldier seated in a corner leaned over, producing a leather wine pouch, pouring a cup for a fellow soldier. Brother, I just heard you mention that His Majesty will be personally arriving here the day after tomorrow. The soldier paused, eyeing the robust figure with thick eyebrows and large eyes, and replied cautiously, Yes, that news has been circulating for a while. You didn't know? Which tribe are you from? The stout soldier smiled calmly and replied, Oh, I'm from the Tuoba tribe. Ah, so you're a brother from the same tribe as our general. The surrounding soldiers exclaimed, quickly warming up to him upon learning he was from the Tuoba tribe. The Tuoba tribe had become a prestigious lineage within the Tuoba dynasty, and everyone was eager to show their enthusiasm, especially since the current emperor hailed from the same tribe. Brother, since you're from the Tuoba tribe, how come you weren't aware that His Majesty would be personally leading the campaign? The soldier accepted the wine and promptly inquired. The robust soldier with pronounced brows and large eyes smiled faintly and replied, I have only just arrived with the grain convoy, so I am naturally unaware. Upon hearing this, the soldier slightly nodded and continued, Indeed, His Majesty will personally arrive in 2 days, at which point he will lead us to conquer the Great Xia. The robust soldier with pronounced brows and large eyes nodded slightly, an unusual glint flashing in his eyes. By the way, brother, as a member of the Tuoba clan, why have you joined the grain convoy here? The soldier curiously looked at the robust soldier and asked. To be honest, my elders in the clan asked me to enter the military for experience, so that I might be arranged a position in the army in the future. The robust soldier with pronounced brows and large eyes replied somewhat shyly. Upon hearing this, the surrounding soldiers of different tribes instantly understood, and their enthusiasm for the robust soldier grew. Come, let us raise a toast to our brother from the Tuoba clan. Everyone raised their cups, eager to forge a connection with the robust soldier with pronounced brows and large eyes. After several rounds of drinks, the robust soldier noticed that the grain convoy was beginning to depart the military camp, and thus bade farewell to the others. Following the grain convoy, the robust soldier with pronounced brows and large eyes left the military camp and, upon entering the depths of the Tuoba dynasty, took advantage of the distraction to quietly vanish at the rear of the procession. Behind a small hill not far from the grain convoy, the robust soldier suddenly reappeared. At that moment, he gazed at the departing grain convoy and let out a cold smirk. He then removed the armor of the Tuoba dynasty and donned exquisite armor, complete with a finely crafted short blade at his waist. This short blade was the standard issue of the Shadow Guard. This individual was a member of the Shadow Guard. Subsequently, this Shadow Guard swiftly vanished into the night. Chapter 75. The meeting of armies outside the North Gate City. Amidst a hill, hundreds of thousands of great Xia cavalry stood silently. Before them, numerous small mounds rose, particularly striking. Beneath each small mound lay the remains of a great Xia citizen who had perished at the hands of the savage foreign tribes. Li Luo remained silent, his expression icy, while behind him, Meng Tian, He Bai Wuchang, Zhang Han, and others awaited orders. At that moment, a swift figure emerged from the darkness, a robust soldier with pronounced brows and large eyes, resembling a foreigner of the Shadow Guard. Knelt before Li Luo and Zhang Han. "Why, Lord, Commander." The Shadow Guard then lifted his hand to gently remove a thin veil from his face, revealing a youthful visage. This Shadow Guard was the one who had infiltrated the Tuoba army to gather intelligence. He reverently presented the veil in both hands to Li Luo. This veil, as delicate as a cicada's wing, was the famed Wan Hua mask. With a wave of his hand, Li Luo accepted the Wan Hua mask. After completing his assigned task, the Shadow Guard had hastened to gather here. Upon the arrival of the Shadow Guard, Li Luo instructed one of them to infiltrate the Tuoba army to ascertain who had given the order to massacre the citizens of two cities. "What have you found?" Zhang Han inquired, his gaze sharp and contemplative. In response, "My lord and commander, I have uncovered everything. The one who ordered the massacre of the cities is the supreme commander of the million-strong barbarian army, Tuoba Ho. I have heard from foreign soldiers that Tuoba Ho possesses unfathomable strength, which is why I did not approach the camp where he resides to gather intelligence," the Shadow Guard reported. Li Luo nodded slightly, stating coolly, "You have done well. Knowing who issued the order is sufficient." "Yes, my lord. I have also come across another piece of news. In 2 days, the monarch of the Tuoba dynasty will personally arrive. Intending to lead the million foreign troops into battle against our great Xia, the Shadow Guard suddenly recalled and spoke again. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of surprise flickered in Li Luo's eyes. He had not anticipated that the Tuoba monarch intended to lead the charge himself. After pondering for a moment, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. "He, let Tuoba Wang await," Li Luo remarked with a chilling smile. Then turned to the 7 heroes of Bailiang, musing, "Uncle Long, esteemed uncles, we shall engage the Tuoba dynasty in a decisive battle tomorrow. The million-strong Tuoba army near my border plains will be confronted by myself and the Xinjiang camp. Tomorrow, you shall lead the great Xia cavalry from another direction, directly launching a swift attack on the various cities of the Tuoba dynasty. He Bai Wuchang, Zhang Han, and the 3,000 Shadow Guards will assist you." Upon hearing that Li Luo intended to use his 100,000 Xinjiang camp to confront the enemy's million-strong army, the 7 heroes of Bailiang were momentarily taken aback. "Your Highness, this is absolutely unfeasible." Long Yi hurriedly objected. Li Luo's gaze was resolute, and his tone left no room for debate as he replied, "Uncle Long, esteemed uncles, it is decided. Rest assured. Our army comprises more than just the Xinjiang camp and the great Xia cavalry. There is no need to worry about me." Hearing this, the 7 heroes of Bailiang were momentarily stunned. After a brief silence and a glance at the 2 unfamiliar strongmen standing beside Li Luo, they nodded solemnly in agreement. The 2 men behind Li Luo were strikingly different. One was clad in armor, wielding a long sword, yet emitted no discernible aura, appearing as an ordinary person. However, everyone felt an invisible sense of oppression in his presence, as if it emanated from a higher authority. He was the formidable warrior summoned by Li Luo, Wei Qing. The other was Lei Zhenzi. His appearance drew the attention of countless soldiers within the army. Lei Zhenzi bore a pair of wings, his visage peculiar. Between his wings, one could occasionally glimpse the flicker of minute bolts of lightning. "Lei Zhenzi, your speed is quite remarkable. I entrust Tuoba Wang to you. Intercept him midway, and remember, I want him alive. I shall personally take his head to honor the souls of the hundreds of thousands of deceased citizens," Li Luo instructed solemnly. "He, rest assured, my lord," Lei Zhenzi responded with a slight smile, a spark of lightning dancing in his eyes. The border between the Great Xia dynasty and the Tuoba dynasty was a vast, boundless grassland. The following morning, the sky over the Great Xia dynasty was shrouded in ominous clouds. Obscuring the sun's rays, within the heavy thunderclouds, lightning crackled and thunder roared. An elite cavalry force galloped across the grassland. Leading the charge on horseback was Li Luo, now clad in armor and wielding a sharp battle knife. His gaze icy. Alongside him were Gao Shun, Luo Yi, and the 18 Yan Yun cavalry. Behind them was the expanded 100,000-strong Xinjin camp. The banner of the Great Xia flapped in the wind, and a terrifying bloodlust emanated from every soldier at the same time. The Tuoba army had also mobilized. Just after leading 1,000,000 troops several miles forward, Tuoba Ho sensed the terrifying killing intent permeating the heavens from the far end of the grassland. Gazing at the dark clouds ahead, Tuoba Ho ordered the army to halt. "Report, General. We have detected Great Xia cavalry advancing towards us," a returning scout immediately reported. Upon hearing this, Tuoba Ho's face lit up with delight. Revealing a fierce expression, the foreign troops behind him also began to stir with excitement. "Ha ha ha, just as I desired. Follow me." Tuoba Ho promptly led his 1,000,000-strong army into swift motion. Soon, the two armies finally clashed. Chapter 76. The outbreak of battle on the vast plain. Two bloodthirsty armies faced off against one another. At this moment, the wind howled, and dark clouds loomed over the battlefield. The air was thick with the intent to kill. "General, something seems amiss. According to intelligence, the Great Xia cavalry, along with that unknown cavalry force, should number at least 600,000. Yet, from what I see, they only have about 100,000. Moreover, I have yet to see the 7 heroes of Bailiang. Who is that young commander leading them?" Tuoba Ching furrowed his brows, his expression graved. At this moment, Tuoba Ho also sensed something unusual and nodded slightly. He then focused his divine sense forward. Suddenly, Tuoba Ho's pupils constricted, and his expression changed drastically. For in his perception, the young commander at the forefront was also a formidable figure at the primordial beginning realm. Primordial beginning. How is that possible? How could Great Xia possibly have a primordial beginning expert? Tuoba Ho exclaimed in disbelief. Meanwhile, Tuoba Ching's countenance also darkened. Not only did the enemy possess a primordial beginning expert, but there was also a return to ruins realm expert, along with several great expansion realm experts. Furthermore, in their collective perception, the strength of this cavalry was not to be underestimated. In a wonder, they dared to confront them head-on. Since this army before them was not the Great Xia cavalry commanded by the 7 heroes of Bailiang. Where had the real Great Xia cavalry gone? They could hardly believe that among the 50,000 Great Xia cavalry, there were no strong figures to command. As both men exchanged glances, an ominous premonition surged in their hearts. "Humph, do not panic. This lad is merely at the initial stage of the Tai Chu realm, on par with my own cultivation level. Once I vanquish him, victory shall undoubtedly belong to us. Moreover, with our formidable army of 1,000,000 present, how could we possibly falter against their mere 100,000? Tuoba Ho reassured. Tuoba Ching nodded slightly, pondering. "It seems we have no choice but to proceed in this manner. You shall hold off that Tai Chu realm expert while I execute a swift resolution." Tuoba Ho nodded in agreement, his expression now grave, shedding any remnants of his earlier underestimation. He turned to the leader, Li Luo, and inquired thoughtfully, "Who are you? State your name." At this moment, Li Luo did not conceal his cultivation. His gaze fixed intently on Tuoba Ho, his face radiating an unmistakable chill. "Li Luo." He unsheathed his battle blade and spoke in a deep voice. "Li Luo, the crown prince of the Great Xia." Upon hearing Li Luo reveal his name, both Tuoba Ho and Tuoba Ching were struck with profound astonishment. They had not anticipated that the young general, possessing the cultivation of the Tai Chu realm, was none other than the crown prince of the Great Xia, Li Luo. As far as they knew, Li Luo was barely 20 years old, yet he had already attained such formidable prowess in the Tai Chu realm. At such a tender age, he would be regarded as a top-tier genius even in the central domain. The two were acutely aware of this fact.